Chapter 1: The Language of the Ancient Deities. In a mountain ravine, a gentle stream flows, embraced by lush greenery. Within this verdant sanctuary is a concealed sect known as Chihong. Outside the sect, Agatheringo Fuths, appearing to be around 50 in or 69 years of age, congregates, eagerly awaiting the entrance examination for Chihong sect. Amidst the crowd, Su Tong gazes curiously at the individual synthestage, casting a glance at a diagram in the center, which determines whether one is demed qualified or unqualified. Is the diagram inscribed with the language of the deities? Su Tong recalls the word soft tilder Suzu from Chihong sect, who mentioned that the diagram was rendered in the ancient language of the deities. With just a glance, those of heightened comprehension might glean profound insights, while those of lesser understanding remain oblivious. Yet, Su Tong finds Shimzel perplexed how could one discern understanding from mere observation? Surely, it must be ordered soon? Yes, it seems so. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Me too. Imquitenervis I wonder if I will pass. If I can't enter Chihong sect, the future will be boundless. Yet, the ancient language of the deities is succeeding, difficult titrally la confidence. Nearby, youths from the dynasty of Rentong. Thoth has traversed worlds, Su Tong comprehends their words effortlessly. The language of this real map here sto beach in, his mind were right, not for the memory as of his past life. He might well believe himself a native of this world. Hi's not original life from this world, but like Count Lesother Swahav Crossadover, he hails from Earth. Shuayan dynasty, Su Tong. At that moment, Avoy seemen attest from above. It's Smitern. Up in hearing thickle, Su Tong sans strides toward vestige. Uncertain of his own comprehension, here is all vestige of ita triumph this foreign land. Wow, that person is quite handsome. Indeed, he possesses quite an appealing appearance. Ha, merely I out from a lower dynasty. Exactly destined to be unrelated to cultivation. Su Tong's good looks attract the attention of several young ladies, including those from higher dynasties, will shower him with compliments regarding his appearance. Yet, none harbor expectations for his understanding. Su Tong, however, pays them to mind, nor do eshe feel the need to. Up and reaching fistage, Heka's ally gland sees the so-called diagram inscribed in the ancient language of the deities. Asha discerns the ancient script. Su Tong feels as though his intellect is being ground into the earth. Absorb spiritual energy? Almost instinctively, Su Tong utters the ancient language inscribed upon the diagram. Instantly, he feels an unusual breeze sweeping in from all directions, ultimately penetrating everything. Can you comprehend the ancient language of the deities? Indeed, just now he observed spiritual nerd successfully. A mid-leged man beside Su Tong, Elder Suzuf Chihong sectant the overseer of thy sexamination, gazed at Su Tong with a fast fulu astonishment. It seemed Shais both questioning Su Tong and pondering to himself. Event the genius from twin tai ear sega kuden lie comprehend a single character how kuda pasa blyrus atethiancient language of the deities without? Suzu finds his astonishment beyond mere words cited say sif the very foundation saw his understanding have been shaken. The ancient language of the deities typically requires guidance from predecessors for an Taurus idiot. Lacking talent, evenophone harsit, the cold no treplicatiate. Letalo nesimionin countering the ancient language of the deities forth of fear, stymie and articulate in jit flawlessly. What extraordinary comprehension mistone passesto chivja chafiat. While Suzus astounded, Su Tanja sequely takanak. Is this truly the ancient language of the deities? Is this not just Chinese? Moreover, it resembles Mulseal script. Have you studied the ancient language of the deities before? Su's wink were as incredulity. How could Daignon possess comprehension of such terrifying magnitude? Not at all. Su Tong shake shed. Themeter o fist-crossing goverus not something he can divulge. Not at all? Yet you can comprehend this? Suza questions and some more. Of course, it's quite simple. Su Tong nods, note tempting to boast after all, had studied ancient characters in his previous life and Canius Sali recognizes Mulseal script, even pictographs. Why is taking so long? Wait is going on if that person? Elder Suzu seems incredibly astonished. What on earth is happening? A this moment, several disciples soft Chihong sect express their bewilderment and begin speculate. What's themeter with Thadi Outh from the lower dynasty? Is she trying to key it? To attempt deception at Chihong sectus tantamount to courting death, haha. Judging be elder Suzu's expression, something seems semish might be on the vergio fanger. Youth from other dynasties also engage in disdainful chatter. Yet, elder Su's wan thestige pays no heed to their shimmerlifixities and Su Tong, hesitating brief lib for speaking next, it will utter a phrase in the ancient language if the deities utratoris idiot. Before Su Tong called respond, elder Suzu begins to articulate deep phrase in the ancient language if the deities. As his voice fades, he gradually levitates off the ground. Wow, heckin' realifly? Su Tong Sinner thoughts virgin expletive. Hehersit clear liatus indeed Chinese. Elder Suzu is flying. How impressive. Is this the prowess so fain elder from Chihong sect? It must learn this. The youth's bellow, regardless of gender, are exhilarated be the Saitoff elders orange into theer. On light hosuho have a failed the examination where expression soft discontent. You try to recite it. Elder Suzugent lit a sin send addresses Sutong. Sutong nods, slowly articulating controlled wind. That words, pronounce it in Chinese, escape his lips. As the words leave his mouth, Sutong feel shis by the lifting light lie from ground. And mifleeing, Sutong isimi wak statico hasn't fantasized about soaring through Heskies? Yet today, heist genuinely ascending. In stark contrast to Sutong's excitement, Elder Suzu wears say face a futter shock. Elder Suzu merely requested Sutong to recite, for event that 'tis an arduous task. Ha never anticipated Sutong will actually ascend. This skilled comprehension is terrifying, nearly monstrous indeed, a prodigy heaven bliss Chihong sect. Elder Suzu spot Haston Ishiden delated. Heis astounded by Sutong's comprehension and talent, which have reached a prodigious level. He salateth that such a prodigious being hash joined their Chihong sect. How cold this? Heckin' fly? Is she cultivator? Impossible. Hai clearly used to follow from a lower dynasty. How can't this? Absolutely inconceivable. After a brief moment of silence, Theek Road Fanalai expresses their shock. New believest that the Sinabef were the misgenuine. How could Simeon from a lower dynasty achieve Chafiat? Even more astonishing gareth the disciple soft Chihong sect Thosiung individuales from various dynasties, having never encountered these, era completely unaware of the difficulties inherent in controlling thought. That single phrase and he language if the deities is incredibly challenging to recite the Evan Simuo have a benign the sect for 8 year could not accomplish. Chapter 2 Terrifying Comprehension. As Sutungaders the so-called ancient language if the deities, his body begins to float slowly. It feels his thought huindus lifting him beneath his feet. His thighs what, thickle controlling the wind? Sutong misses, somewhat astonished. However, having gone leery signalfami to off the ground, Sutongson descends. Why can Tai flee higher? Sutong looks at Elder Suju, whopper dumbfounded, filled with confusion. Having successfully ascended, why can ha not soar as Elder Suzudos? Yalok sufficient spiritual nergithinergy wabsorbe just noble yallow die auto control the wind to high toff half a meter. Had it been Annie and Niels, Souza would surely have remained silent. But this inquiry comes from Sutong, who possesses Nearminster lull comprehension. Thus, Elder Souza makes an exception and responds. Ah, I see. Sutong nods in understanding. The sizal related to spiritual energy, so he must absorb more. Double Thebe sorption off spiritual energy. Just as Suzu intends to invite Sutong Hong sect. Sutong's sudden lie exclamation the ancient language if the deities. This time, even Suzu cannot comprehend. Yethi chain geese around the make height cleardo Suza just thou powerful thigh zutterancio fancient language ace. The previous lie tranquil surrounding syrup tintoa tempest. These windis not off natural origin buterizes from the surge of spiritual nergintha vicinity. Wave soft spiritual nerge rush directly into Sutong's body. Crack. Sutong feels sade light full crackle from his bones, a sensation of immense comfort. This absorption speed revulsive in that tof Chihong sex techniques. Suju, sensing the fluctuations soft spiritual nerge around him, wears an expression of fast astonishment. Succoridio of absorption, hasnly witnessed it in a wove the old timer sand the sect master of Chihong sect. Still note enough. Though Su Tong Grievel synth the pleasure about absorption of spiritual energy, he feels sides no trepid enough. Just moments ago, Heku distinct lie senseth presence of spiritual energy. Now, has gained understanding of this quantity. Without hesitation, Su Tong softly commands, triplet the absorption of spiritual energy. Ash's word seko, the surrounding spiritual energy begins to surge even faster, each surge of spiritual energy flowing into Su Tong's body felt increasingly potent. Impossible, this fair exceeds the cultivation technique case of Jihong sect. Elder Su Zustud be, utterly astounded, rendered nearly speechless. How delightful! As Su Tong felt a torrent of spiritual energy inundate her, she was instant aware of a formidable power converging within your limbs and bones, wick crackled to be like kepoping beans. At that moment, Su Tong believed that with a mere punch, she cold Shatterstone. Just then, a figure floated gracefully from Jihong sect, landing not far from th. Itway Seungu Mankled in Nadla Kitellite blue gown, draped in a sheer white of tat fluttered in the breeze, imparting an ethereal quality. Her darker cascaded softly over her shoulders, lending her an air of gentle beauty. Sect Master. As the woman descended, Suzu promptly bow Eden reverence. Welcome, Sect Master. As Suzus words echoed, the young disciples from various dynasties below hastel yafared he respects. Up in hearing the commotion, Su Tongo Pined Hirias and Curious lies, scrutinized Thuman before her, surprised to discover that sect master of Jihong sect one infinity. Is thatralithe sect master of Jihong sect? How stunning! Why has Hecam out? Is it because Shaft hosts visitors from the lower dynasty? Surely not. At that moment, young individuals from various dynasties were captivated with sect master's beauty, yet too were a puzzled as to which it appeared. They had not commenced their cultivation, thus lacking Ghana perception of the spiritual energy, leaving them with questions. How did you achieve this? The sect master of Jihong sect disregarded the others, fixing her gaze in Su Tong, astonished. Asked the sect master, Shuas well first in the sect's cultivation methods, and it was soon fathomable fate would hint Jihong sect theory existed no technique capable of such rapid absorption of spiritual energy. Upon hearing the sect master's inquiry, both elder Sus want the disciples displayed expressions of anticipation. Su Tong pointed to the ancient divina language inscription and said, Look at this. These inscription outlines hemist fundamental cultivation technique height, cannot possibly account for such an intense absorption rate. Thetic ni Kesherfirin said ways indeed themist basiquit hint Jihong sect, and the sect master was well aware that Tevanophone could comprehend it. Such a formidable absorption of spiritual energy woudrima unattainable. Well, imity so mimidifications. Su Tong spoke he nonchalantly, her heart steady. After all, she could not reveal her timid traveling secrets, nor could she disclose her understanding of the ancient divina language, so it was better to proclaim she had improved it. Modified? To her surprise, Su Tong's statement left the beautiful sect master visiblistant. What Su Tong did not realize was that altering the cultivation technique was far more astonishing than her familiarity with the ancient divina language. Yes, it was quite simple. Su Tong insisted, unwavering in her assertion. Quite simple. Both sect master and elder Suju, along with the nearby disciples, were rendered fishless by Su Tong's audacity. Arrogant. One disciple, unaware of the speed at which Su Tong absorbed spiritual energy, deemed hermerly boastful. With a sharp command, he declared, Concentrate, blade. A sword materialized in Hishandasha spoke, slowly adding, Do not presume ethatmer lyra sitting the ancient divina language egrants eutherai to act brazen like can you comprehend this technique? Neither the sect master nor elder Suzu intervened, for the two were reager to witness Su Tong understanding. Su Tong, fully aware of Thelange, smiled serenely and declared, Disassemble. Incorrect. The pronunciation weighs entirely different. Shiko old no treplicate. Thes sound swaruder distinct. Indeed, it is simply impossible. The Chahong disciple, intent in ridiculing her further, found his spirit concentrated sword disintegrating an instant. Nuna could fathom how this transpired, save for the sect master, Hofi ked her gaze intently and moments ago, she had sensed a belief spiritual energy emanating from Su Tong, and it weighs at that very moment, that the disciples nerges were chittered. Is Thizalsi a manifestation of your understanding? The sect master scrutinized Su Tong, realizing that Tevin Shwood need considerable timata comprehend the ancient divina language before she could idiot. Could he truly grasp such a powerful ancient divina language independently? Sortoff, Immerli Reaver said he ancient divina language demonstrated. Su Tong replied ambiguously, adding a flourish as he gestured toward the disciple, concentrate, spear. Instantly, a spear coalesced in her hand, of course, a cold weapon, no tafararm. The spearhead hovered just above a disciple's throat. Gulp. Faced with Su Tong's enigmatic smile, the disciple nervously swallowed hard. Chapter 3. Becoming an elder. The disciples of the Qihang sect, witnessing Su Tong brandishing a spear against one of their own, hurriedly gathered around. What is happening? Who is that person? A member of a low-level dynasty? It seems so. Many wore expressions of shock. Even the higher-ranking members present would not dare treat a disciple of the Qihang sect in such a manner, primarily because they lacked the strength to do so. Yet here was a person from a low-level dynasty, daring to hold a spear to the throat of a disciple at the gates of the Qihang sect. Moreover, this individual from the low-level dynasty appeared to possess some cultivation. The members from the Shuayun dynasty looked utterly bewildered. They recognized Su Tong, having arrived together from their homeland. They were but a low-level dynasty, and having offended the Qihang sect, what would become of them? The Shuayun dynasty was doomed. This was the collective thought of all the young individuals from the Shuayun dynasty. Stand down. At that moment, the sect leader of the Qihang sect barked a command. Prompting the surrounding disciples to hastily sheath their weapons, Su Tong let out a cold chuckle, relaxing his grip, causing the spear formed from condensed spiritual energy to dissipate in the next instant. Today, I have witnessed what truly constitutes prodigious comprehension. The leader of the Qihang sect exhaled a sigh of relief, as he had indeed been taken aback. Would you be willing to join our Qihang sect? The sect leader inquired, followed by an additional remark, not as a disciple, but as an elder. Upon hearing the term elder, Su Zhu was momentarily stunned. An elder so young and of seemingly inferior strength. Yet, in the next moment, Su Zhu came to terms with it. With Su Tong's talent, though he may not possess sufficient power at present, given a year, he would undoubtedly surpass all the elders of the Qihang sect. Elder? Su Tong had not anticipated that the sect leader of the Qihang sect would extend such an offer to someone who had only recently begun to cultivate spiritual energy. Surely, it must be due to his extraordinary comprehension. The Qihang sect, while not particularly powerful within the entire Wenshan continent, was nonetheless a significant sect in this vicinity, relying on the support of higher-level dynasties and a few middle-level ones, as well as low-level dynasties akin to the Shuayun dynasty. There were no super dynasties present. For Su Tong, gaining the position of elder within the Qihang sect would serve as a valuable transition towards exploring the entirety of the Wenshan continent. As an elder, he would have the opportunity to better understand this land and the nature of the so-called ancient divine languages. Although Su Tong could invoke some formidable techniques by reciting ancient divine languages based on his own insights, thorough research might allow him to create even more powerful techniques. I have long heard of the illustrious name of the Qihang sect. I have come today with the intention of joining. Having passed the test, I am naturally willing to accept. His words, however, were merely courteous. Had it not been for the position of elder offered to Su Tong, he would not have chosen to remain. Very well. The sect leader of the Qihang sect nodded in agreement, then addressed the gathered disciples and the young individuals from various dynasties, announcing, "Today, we welcome a new elder to the Qihang sect. Su Tong from the Shuayun dynasty." Turning to Su Zhu, he added, "Elder Su Zhu, please make arrangements to provide elder-level resources to the Shuayun dynasty." "Yes, sect leader," Su Zhu replied, a resigned smile gracing his lips as he respectfully acknowledged the sect leader. "Elder Su Tong, I have further inquiries for you. Please follow me." The sect leader of the Qihang sect then turned his gaze to Su Tong and spoke slowly. Certainly, Su Tong nodded in agreement. He understood that the mention of providing elder-level resources to the Shuayun dynasty was meant for him, as it demonstrated the Qihang sect's sincerity, thereby securing his loyalty. However, Su Tong did not belong to this world and felt no particular attachment to the Shuayun dynasty. After all, upon his arrival, he found himself aboard a vessel, not upon water, but in the sky. Following 3 days of travel, he had arrived at the Qihang sect. The Shuiyun dynasty existed only in his memories, which he did not fully comprehend, as his was not a soul transfer, but a direct crossing. Nonetheless, Su Tong remained indifferent. The young individuals from the Shuiyun dynasty, upon hearing the sect leader's words, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in their eyes. Though many dynasties appeared to govern the Wentian continent, the true rulers were the sections. Each dynasty relied on the protection of a sect, sending suitable youths to them annually. If a youth was sufficiently talented and chosen as a disciple, the dynasty would receive valuable resources in return. Such resources were invaluable to a dynasty. The dynasties provided qualified disciples, and in return, the sects granted protection, allowing them to maintain a foothold in the Wentian continent. The Qihang sect had a stipulation. If a dynasty failed to provide qualified disciples within 5 years, they would cease to offer protection. The Shuiyun dynasty was such a dynasty that had not provided qualified disciples for 5 years. If this year's cohort failed to produce a suitable disciple, the Qihang sect would withdraw its protection from the Shuiyun dynasty. As a low-level dynasty, without the Qihang sect's protection, the surrounding rival dynasties would swiftly consume the Shuiyun dynasty. However, with Su Tong now an elder of the Qihang sect, the Shuiyun dynasty would enjoy elder-level resources. The potential for the Shuiyun dynasty's future growth was immense. Elder Su Tong, Elder Su Tong. At that moment, all the young individuals from the Shuiyun dynasty erupted in ecstatic cheers for Su Tong. The youths from other dynasties could only cast envious glances in his direction. Following the sect leader, Su Tong heard the shouts from his compatriots but paid them little mind. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall. Outside the hall hung an ancient plaque inscribed with the words Nailing Hall in an archaic script. If only these characters could be transformed into ancient divine script. Su Tong chuckled softly. The words Nailing Hall, if rendered in Hanzi, might indeed suggest a hall capable of nailing spirits. Ancient divine script? That would be exceedingly difficult. The sect leader gently shook her head and then stepped into the hall. Su Tong followed suit without further comment. The sect leader took a seat and casually addressed Su Tong. Elder Su, please take a seat. Su Tong, not one to stand on ceremony, promptly settled into a chair beside him. You must know why I have summoned you. Correct? I will be direct. The cultivation method you comprehended outside, could you share it with the Qihang sect? The sect leader of the Qihang sect wasted no time in getting to the point. You don't even know the name of your sect leader and yet expect me to relinquish my cultivation technique? Su Tong was taken aback by the directness of the Qihang sect leader. The sect leader immediately fixed her gaze upon him upon hearing Su Tong's words. Chapter 4. Can it become stronger? The sect leader of the Qihang sect scrutinized Su Tong, who remained unperturbed in his gaze. It appeared that there were still individuals from the Shuiyun dynasty who were unaware of the name of the Qihang sect leader. It seemed that Yu Hang should step down. The beautiful sect leader spoke in a measured tone. I am Luo Ziyin. Will you now divulge your cultivation method to me? Luo Ziyin, observing Su Tong's indifference, felt a pang of helplessness and could only speak slowly. It seemed this person harbored little emotional attachment to the Shuiyun dynasty. Luo Ziyin? A fine name. To Su Tong's surprise, he did not respond to Luo Ziyin, instead pondering the elegance of her name. Luo Ziyin was somewhat vexed. This elder appeared to be quite the maverick. Triple absorption of spiritual energy, Su Tong declared, and immediately, torrents of spiritual energy surged into his body. Initially irritated, Luo Ziyin's expression shifted as she felt the influx of spiritual energy. Upon careful reflection, she remarked, indeed, it has surpassed the mid-grade spiritual level cultivation method. Truly, it is worthy of being an ancient divine cultivation technique, yet it still falls short of the high-grade spiritual level methods. Can you recite it back to me? Su Tong inquired, having opened his eyes as the flowing spiritual energy dissipated. This task was undoubtedly effortless for Su Tong, yet it appeared to be exceedingly challenging for the individuals from this otherworldly realm. I shall give it a try. Luo Ziyin nodded, neither granting permission nor denying it, merely expressing her willingness to attempt. She closed her eyes in contemplation, and after a considerable duration, she spoke, triple absorption of spiritual energy. The initial 2 words were somewhat difficult to pronounce, but the last 4 words were articulated with striking clarity. As soon as Luo Ziyin's words fell, Su Tong felt waves of spiritual energy surge into her body. Moments later, Luo Xin slowly opened her eyes, her gaze alight with curiosity and joy. The phrase "you have comprehended" is sufficient to rival or even surpass the mid-grade spiritual level cultivation methods of the Qihong sect. At this moment, Luo Xin gazed at Su Tong with a complex expression. After all, it was astonishing that someone who had just taken their first steps into the realm of cultivation could comprehend a technique comparable to the mid-tier spiritual level cultivation methods from merely a rudimentary divine language illustration. Such a terrifying level of comprehension left Luo Xin profoundly astonished. A mid-tier spiritual level cultivation method. What distinctions does this technique hold in comparison to the ancient divine language? Su Tong, too, began to discern an underlying difference. Previously, he had assumed that the inhabitants of this world relied solely on the so-called ancient divine language for their cultivation, but according to Luo Xin, it appeared to be somewhat different. The ancient divine language was straightforward to understand. It was the language left behind by ancient deities, often encapsulated in a concise phrase that possessed immense power. Aware that Su Tong was a novice in cultivation and lacking in knowledge, Luo Xin proceeded to clarify. Not every cultivator can articulate the ancient divine language. Some, with lower comprehension, can only recite the most fundamental phrases. Yet as one's cultivation deepens, these basic phrases become insufficient, giving rise to the creation of cultivation techniques. These techniques are derived from the ancient divine language, designed to enable those with lower comprehension to enhance their strength. Cultivation techniques are categorized into 3 levels: mortal, spiritual, and divine, further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Currently, within the Qihong sect, the highest tier of cultivation technique is the mid-tier spiritual level, which is precisely comparable to your recent invocation of the ancient divine language. What Luo Xin spoke of this time was a technique that rivaled the ancient divine language Su Tong had just articulated. Su Tong came to realize that, indeed, the Chinese language possessed such elegance. The ancient divine language, in this realm, was regarded as a supreme entity. A mere phrase could instigate a considerable upheaval. Whoever could grasp it would gain strength. Cultivation techniques, evolving from the ancient divine language, are accessible to all, and the higher the level of the technique, the swifter the cultivation process. Though the speed cannot match that of the ancient divine language, it remains universally cultivable, provided one can acquire it. After all, even within the Qihong sect, only mid-tier spiritual cultivation techniques are available. Remarkably, Su Tong managed to suppress this mid-tier spiritual technique with merely 3 times the absorption of spiritual energy. Thus, Luo Xin was so eager to learn about Su Tong's comprehension of the ancient divine language. Even though your comprehension is remarkable, your current strength is 2 LOW.as a long elder within the Qihong sect. It is likely that many would seek to undermine you, Luo Xin gently cautioned. Indeed, I am well aware of this. Su Tong, having perused countless novels, was quite cognizant of this reality. Without strength yet occupying a high position, it is natural for envy and malice to arise. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to avoid direct confrontations with them until you reach the transformation of Qi stage, especially since you have yet to step into the foundational body refinement stage. Luo Xin reiterated her warning. Oh, body refinement stage? Transformation of Qi stage? Might the sect master enlighten me regarding the realms of cultivation? Su Tong inquired, nodding. The journey of cultivation genuinely begins at the body refinement stage. Following this, there are the refining essence stage, transformation of Qi stage, returning to void stage, spirit void stage, divine soul stage, divine spirit stage, and holy spirit stage. With the exception of the body refinement and holy spirit stages, all others are subdivided into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. Luo Xin supplemented Su Tong's understanding of the cultivation realms. Subsequently, she continued, given your current rate of absorbing spiritual energy, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to reach the body refinement stage within a month, thus becoming a true cultivator. A month? Su Tong furrowed his brow. A month's duration felt rather lengthy. For other intra-level disciples, not to mention a month, even the swiftest would require at least half a year to reach the body refinement stage, while the slower ones might take 2 to 3 years. Although the body refinement stage lacks tier distinctions, it remains exceedingly challenging to attain. Nevertheless, a few years is a manageable passage of time for cultivators. Luo Ziyin, aware of Su Tong's eagerness to cultivate, offered a gentle reminder. Such talent and comprehension are rare, so do not let your mindset lead you astray. Indeed, Su Tong nodded, realizing that the path to cultivation was not as swift as he had imagined. However, he suddenly pondered another question and asked, "What if I continue to enhance the ancient divine language?" What? As soon as Su Tong's words fell, Luo Ziyin was taken aback, her voice rising slightly in astonishment. "Further enhancement, you say?" A smile curved Su Tong's lips as he let out a cold chuckle. "If 3 times is insufficient, then what of 4 or 5? Observing Su Tong's grin, Luo Ziyin felt an overwhelming shock. Could it be that this fellow genuinely possesses the capacity for further enhancement? Su Tong's statement was undoubtedly akin to a thunderclap, leaving Luo Ziyin momentarily bewildered. "You have comprehended an even higher tier of the ancient divine language?" After a brief pause, Luo Ziyin regained her composure and inquired. Su Tong nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is now evident that the ancient divine language relates closely to comprehension ability." Thus, Su Tong felt reassured. Even if he were willing to teach, others must possess the capacity to learn and articulate it as well. Without sufficient comprehension, even if Su Tong repeated it 1,000 or 10,000 times, others would still be unable to recite it completely. It is akin to an ordinary individual devoid of comprehension attempting to grasp the ancient divine language. They may hear it clearly, yet when it comes time to recite, it becomes foreign, and they cannot remember it at all. Noticing Luo Ziyin's doubtful gaze, Su Tong declared, "For times the absorption of spiritual energy." No sooner had the words left his lips than Luo Ziyin was astonished to see the surrounding spiritual energy rush towards Su Tong. "This energy is too potent. No, Su Tong, your body cannot withstand it." After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Ziyin quickly reacted, attempting to stop him. Su Tong's strength had not yet reached the body refinement stage. If such a massive influx of spiritual energy were to surge in, he would likely face fatal consequences from his body being unable to endure it. But by then, it was already too late. As the spiritual energy surged into Su Tong's body, Su Tong had not anticipated that such an overwhelming influx of energy would cause him immense pain. Nevertheless, he pressed on, gritting his teeth and slowly uttering 2 additional words, "Refine." As soon as the words escaped his lips, a radiant white light emerged from within Su Tong's body. The vast spiritual energy that had surged into him transformed into a fine stream of energy upon passing through that white light. Yet, this slender stream of energy was no weaker than the original massive energy. This was the refined energy, now more condensed, with all impurities meticulously eliminated. How is this possible? At that moment, Luo Ziyin felt that her years of cultivation experience had been turned on its head. She had just witnessed Su Tong's agonized expression, but as he gradually uttered the 2 ancient divine language words, his suffering began to dissipate. Luo Ziyin was curious about the meaning of those words. As she was unable to articulate them herself, this implied that these 2 words even surpassed the previous 3 times the absorption of spiritual energy. Luo Ziyin was intensely curious. What exactly is Su Tong's background? She found herself deeply intrigued by Su Tong's origins. What kind of being could possess such extraordinary comprehension? Moments later, Su Tong emerged from his cultivation, apologizing, "I am sorry. I absorbed too much spiritual energy all at once, and refining it took some time." Su Tong expressed his regret, having not anticipated that absorbing spiritual energy at 4 times the normal rate would be so formidable. He was grateful for the years he spent reading novels, as they had prepared him for this critical moment, enabling him to utilize the concept of refinement. The spiritual energy, having undergone refinement, became more condensed and compliant, allowing Su Tong to absorb it flawlessly. Otherwise, he might have suffered serious harm from such potent energy. "It is of no consequence. Was the ancient divine language you just comprehended?" Initially, Luo Ziyin intended to ask Su Tong to repeat it once more, but she felt that doing so would undermine her authority as the sect master. "I shall inquire later." She decided to alter her approach. "Yes, it is quite simple," Su Tong nodded. This statement nearly drove Luo Ziyin to the brink of exasperation. Indeed, people could drive one to madness, asked the sect master of the Qi Hong sect. Her innate talent and comprehension were undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, she would not have attained such a position, yet, in that moment, Luo Xin felt utterly powerless. Ahem. Luo Xin cleared her throat awkwardly, preparing to shift the conversation when a voice rang out from outside the main hall. Sect Master, Elder Su's residence has been arranged. Understood, Luo Xin replied in a neutral tone before turning to Su Tong. Elder Su, our sect has instructed someone to tidy up your quarters. You may follow that disciple to inspect them. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Tong smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. He was indifferent, eager to explore the so-called techniques and skills within the Qihong sect. Upon exiting the main hall, a disciple awaited him. Greetings, Elder Su. Upon encountering Su Tong, the disciple respectfully remarked that he had been present during Su Tong's assessment and was acutely aware of the extraordinary aptitude that Su Tong possessed. Such a remarkable individual, he surmised, would inevitably cultivate formidable strength in due course. Thus, he harbored no traces of disrespect. On the contrary, he exhibited a demeanor of deference towards Su Tong, an elder who had yet to step into the realm of body tempering. Where is your residence? Su Tong inquired, nodding, devoid of any pretentiousness. After all, having traversed from a modern world, the notion of equality had deeply ingrained itself within Su Tong's psyche, rendering him incapable of looking down upon disciples. The residence of Elder Su is ahead. Allow me to lead the way. The disciple promptly responded, his attitude steeped in reverence, which left Su Tong feeling somewhat out of place. What is your name? Su Tong asked idly. The disciple replied with utmost respect, I am called Shirlei, a rather unremarkable name. Su Tong mused. Had it been Shirchue, it might have been more distinctive. Shirlei, how long have you been a member of the Qihong sect? What is your current cultivation level? Su Tong continued, nodding once more. I have been a disciple of the Qihong sect for 3 years, and I am currently at the body tempering stage. Shirlei promptly answered. Could this be the disciple with lamentably poor talent, as mentioned by Luo Xin, who had only reached the body tempering stage after 3 years? In that case, you must know where this sect's cultivation techniques and spiritual skills are stored. Please take me to see them. Su Tong expressed his desire to understand the cultivation methods and spiritual skills of this world. Only by comprehending these derived elements could he better harness his unique abilities. The cultivation techniques and spiritual skills are housed in the Spirit Hall, Shirlei explained, then gestured for Su Tong to follow him. Soon, they arrived at the so-called Spirit Hall, a grand edifice that loomed before Su Tong. Isn't that Shirlei, who has only reached the body tempering stage after 3 years? And who is this beside him? A newcomer who hasn't even reached that level. A voice laced with derision echoed as Shirlei was about to introduce the Spirit Hall to Su Tong. Upon hearing the voice, Su Tong observed 3 figures emerging from the Spirit Hall. Cheng Yin, this is a newly arrived elder of the Qihong sect. You must not be disrespectful, Shirlei exclaimed. Momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. Elder? Cheng Yin and his companions were taken aback and then burst into laughter. Elder? Shirlei, have you lost your mind? I can't see any strength in him. He hasn't even reached the body tempering stage. At that moment, Su Tong quietly interjected, Shirchue? Chapter 6. The cloud wave dominance. Cheng Yin quickly gathered his spiritual energy, forming a barrier before him. With a thunderous crash, everyone stood in stunned silence as Cheng Yin was sent flying. A massive stone hammer had appeared before him, striking him with tremendous force, condensing spirit into substance. The surrounding disciples of the Qihong sect gasped in astonishment. The concept of condensing spirit into substance was unmistakably clear, transforming spiritual energy into a tangible form. How is this possible? That is a spiritual level technique. They marveled, bewildered, for it was believed that only certain elders within the sect could wield such power. The manifestation of spiritual energy in such a concrete form required at least the cultivation level of the Qi transformation stage. And moreover, the technique just witnessed was unfamiliar, certainly not one belonging to the Qihong sect. Unbeknownst to them, Su Tong's actions did not stem from any spiritual technique, but rather from the language of ancient deities, which imposed no limitations, albeit with diminished potency. Coughing twice, Cheng Yin wiped the blood from his lips and gradually stood up, his eyes filled with trepidation. In that fleeting moment, He had genuinely believed he was facing death. Thankfully, he had survived. Brother Yin. The two companions rushed to support him, but Cheng Yin shrugged them off and strode purposefully towards Su Tong. His demeanor menacing, Su Tong furrowed his brow, poised to take action. Yet Cheng Yin clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. I was blind to your grandeur, esteemed elder. I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness and thank you for your mercy. Cheng Yan's unexpected humility left the surrounding disciples utterly astonished. Many recognized Cheng Yan, who had been a member of the sect for a number of years, boasting exceptional talent. Within just 3 years, he had already reached the 5th tier of the refinement stage and was rumored to be on the cusp of attaining the 6th tier. However, he had often leveraged his prowess to bully other disciples. To witness him display such reverence towards a fellow young individual was perplexing. As they absorbed Cheng Yan's words, they turned their astonished gazes towards Su Tong. Elder? Is he truly an elder of the Qi Hong sect? That cannot be. I have never encountered such a youthful elder. Moreover, regarding his strength, just as one disciple was about to voice his thoughts on the elder's apparent lack of prowess, his companion hastily covered his mouth. Sure, did you not see Cheng Yan being flung away? That was an act of restraint. What is Cheng Yan's cultivation level? He is at the 5th tier of the refinement stage. Yet he was dispatched effortlessly. Do you dare to speak carelessly? Clearly, the elder is concealing his true strength. With this reminder, the disciple's realization dawned upon him, and he broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, Su Tong nodded. His intention not to pursue vengeance against Cheng Yan. After all, he was merely a disciple, while Su Tong held the status of an elder. There was no need to quibble with a disciple, as it would be unbecoming of his dignity. This is Elder Su Tong, a newly appointed elder of the Qi Hong sect. Shirley interjected hastily. Long live Elder Su. The group of disciples, recognizing Shirley's words, were not to be taken lightly. After all, impersonating an elder within the Qi Hong sect would result in dire consequences, promptly greeted Su Tong with respect. Indeed. Su Tong nodded and proceeded into the spirit hall. Upon entering, he observed numerous disciples engrossed in their studies. Some were entirely absorbed in their cultivation, while others glanced curiously at Su Tong's arrival but did not speak. Being a newcomer, Su Tong was likely mistaken for a newly admitted disciple, especially since today seemed to coincide with the recruitment of new members from various kingdoms. Some of the disciples who had joined the Qi Hong sect the previous year were filled with joy, for the arduous tasks of maintaining the sect typically fell to the new entrants. After enduring a year, they now considered themselves senior disciples. Just as Shirley was about to call for the attention of all disciples to acknowledge Su Tong, the latter intervened. Let them continue their cultivation undisturbed. There was no need for him to announce his status as a newly appointed elder to everyone. In due time, all members of the Qi Hong sect would likely come to know of it. However, Su Tong was aware that this revelation would likely elicit discontent from some quarters. Very well, Shirley acquiesced quickly and elaborated. The first floor is dedicated to the most fundamental collection of cultivation techniques, while the second floor contains techniques of the ordinary level. It is only on the 3rd floor and above that spiritual level techniques and methods are stored, accessible only to those who have reached the Qi transformation stage. Su Tong nodded thoughtfully. Then I shall peruse the texts here. Currently, Su Tong had yet to even step into the body tempering stage, but his interest lay not in these techniques or spiritual skills. Rather, he sought to discern the distinctions between these methods and the language of ancient deities. Very well, Elder Su. I shall await your return over there. Shirley wisely recognized the need to avoid disturbing the elder and withdrew to a different area. Su Tong approached the shelves, casually pulling a volume from the collection. Cloud Wave Dominance? He read the title inscribed in 4 foreign characters, effortlessly deciphering the text, as the written language of this world was etched in his memory. While the name was indeed imposing, the technique itself was merely of the lowest ordinary tier. Su Tong chuckled softly. Although the name of the technique was grandiose, it belonged to the most basic category. Nevertheless, he held no disdain for it and commenced his study, eager to explore the differences between these techniques and the language of ancient deities. Quite complex, Su Tong observed, as he perused the content, finding it rather intricate. Yet, he could comprehend it, for as long as he understood the characters, he could cultivate. The timeline for mastering the technique and the degree of strength gained would depend on his own comprehension. As Su Tong flipped through the pages, he soon attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. Who was that? Why is he so engrossed in studying the techniques? They speculated, assuming he was a new disciple. Perhaps under the illusion that it was akin to reading a book. Cloudwave dominance. Though it is of the lowest ordinary tier, it is still challenging. One might even compare it to an ordinary mid-tier technique. He gazed at it, estimating that he would likely not succeed. Haha. Newcomers certainly need to endure some hardships. At that moment, several disciples of the Qihang sect were also discussing Su Tong. Indeed, Su Tong's speed of turning the pages was astonishingly swift. In no time, he had completed the entirety of the Yunlang Bajhuan. So many characters coalesced into a single thought. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tong spoke softly. The next instant, the disciples who were murmuring felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy sweep past them, prompting them to lift their heads in astonishment towards the source of this energy. Chapter 7. Half-day body refinement within the spirit hall. Everyone had grown accustomed to sensing spiritual energy. Just then, they felt a colossal force of spiritual energy converging from all directions into the center. Who is cultivating? How powerful? Is it a spiritual level technique? Quick, let us go take a look. Many disciples were captivated by this spectacle and hurried towards the place where the energy was gathering. Before long, they beheld a figure at the heart of the spiritual energy. This figure calmly perused a tome of techniques, one that many of the cultivating disciples were quite familiar with. As the figure flipped through the pages, it allowed the spiritual energy to continuously flow in, seemingly without any awareness. Yunlang Bajhuan. How can this be? A technique of the lower grade in the mundane category cannot possibly elicit such a disturbance. That person doesn't seem to have reached the body refinement stage, does he? It can't be. It appears he truly hasn't. Is he a newly admitted disciple? Surely not. If that were the case, he would indeed be a prodigy. Upon hearing the term prodigy, everyone silently nodded in agreement. Indeed. With such a rapid cultivation speed, a newcomer who had just entered the Qihang sect could comprehend the Yunlang Bajhuan. Almost everyone recognized that this was a prodigious level of comprehension. Su Tong naturally noticed the influx of spiritual energy and the crowd that had gathered around him, yet he paid them no mind. So that's how it is. At this moment, Su Tong was also deep in thought. After perusing the Yunlang Bajhuan, he had gained an understanding of this technique, which could be summarized in a single phrase. It absorbs water elemental spiritual energy. Su Tong then invoked the ancient divine language, and immediately, the surrounding water elemental spiritual energy began to converge towards him, flooding into his body. Su Tong understood everything. Spiritual energy was categorized into various attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the most fundamental. There were also various other elemental energies. The Yunlang Bajhuan specifically targeted the absorption of water elemental spiritual energy. Each individual possessed different attributes, and practicing distinct techniques would expedite their growth. He pondered what attribute he belonged to. At this moment, Su Tong realized that the cultivators of the Winnie-Yandao continent all possessed different attributes, and techniques also varied in attributes. Cultivating techniques that aligned with one's own attribute would yield faster results. Su Tong had never conducted a test and was uncertain of his own attribute, a technique of the mundane middle grade. Su Tong's gaze shifted to a book above him, which was a technique of the mundane middle grade titled Hua Wang Luo Shu. He took it down and glanced through it. Before long, a wave of fire elemental spiritual energy surged from all directions, converging towards Su Tong. The surrounding disciples were left dumbfounded. Is this fire elemental spiritual energy? Yes, I possess the fire attribute. This is indeed fire elemental spiritual energy, but I am of the water attribute. Just now, it was clearly water elemental spiritual energy. Indeed, it was water elemental spiritual energy. I could feel it too. It seems that the absorption speed of both types of spiritual energy is equally powerful. Some of the disciples had only been initiated for a year, while others had been in training for a while. They were somewhat adept at sensing spiritual energy. At this moment, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy, they were utterly astonished, particularly witnessing the rapid absorption of two types of spiritual energy, a sight they had never encountered before. However, as they were marveling, the next moment, The surrounding energy began to stir that wind elemental spiritual energy. How is this possible? The third type of elemental energy is manifesting, and it is no weaker than the previous two. Su Tong had now taken out a new technique of a different attribute to study. Finally, it converged into a phrase in the ancient divine language, thunder elemental spiritual energy, the fourth type, truly terrifying. Moreover, all four techniques were from this place. How could one possess such comprehension? The fifth type of elemental energy began to coalesce. This time it was even more formidable. It was a technique of the upper grade in the mundane category. Can one truly master it this quickly? As time gradually passed, the spiritual energy gathering around Su Tong became increasingly dense. Each type of elemental energy was devoured directly by Su Tong. He could also sense that the accumulated spiritual energy was growing ever more abundant. For every technique, he could condense a phrase in the ancient divine language. These phrases varied in strength. Nonetheless, they all attracted the gathering of celestial spiritual energy. All this energy converged into a point within Su Tong's body, and he felt that his own strength was steadily increasing. Feng Lei Hao Bin, Su Tong now held a technique and felt a surge of curiosity. Spiritual energy is categorized by attributes. Wind elemental energy is one type, while thunder elemental energy is another. Yet this Feng Lei Hao Bin technique indeed amalgamates the cultivation of two types of elemental energies into one. Let us take a look. Su Tong, intrigued, examined it further, soon discovering that some cultivators are born with two attributes, one strong and one weak. Generally, they only cultivate and absorb one type of elemental energy, but there are those who can absorb and cultivate both. Naturally, mastering two attributes is more powerful than mastering just one. However, the drawback is that cultivating both attributes requires achieving equal strength to complement each other, resulting in a significantly slower cultivation speed. The strong practitioner who comprehended Feng Lei Hao Bin was one who mastered both wind and thunder attributes simultaneously, commanding winds with thunder and using thunder to summon winds, swift as the tempest. After thoroughly reading the Feng Lei Hao Bin, Su Tong understood the concept of two attributes complementing each other, using wind elemental spiritual energy to transport thunder elemental energy while employing thunder elemental energy to guide wind elemental energy, achieving a state where the two attributes mutually restrain yet simultaneously erupt. Just as Su Tong's words fell, the surrounding energy began to shift. The thunder elemental energy was absorbed by Su Tong, drawing in the wind elemental energy, while the wind elemental energy harbored the thunder elemental energy. Instantly, the two types of elemental energies surged into Su Tong's body. Indeed, it is stronger than a single attribute. Su Tong felt as though some changes were occurring within him. A bottleneck was directly shattered, allowing more energy to flow in. This is the body refinement stage. How long has it been? He has broken through to the body refinement stage. How is this possible? Terrifying, truly terrifying. The onlooking disciples were almost brought to tears by Su Tong's astonishing comprehension. In less than half a day, he had directly stepped into the body refinement stage, a feat no one could achieve. Even Su Tong himself was quite astonished. Luo Zian had mentioned that one would require a month of cultivation to enter the body refinement stage and become a true cultivator. Yet now, Su Tong had accomplished it in merely half a day. Chapter 8. Spirit techniques are too simple. Su Tong sensed some differences within himself. Hearing the words of the surrounding Qihang sect disciples, he understood. So this is the body refinement stage? It's not difficult to attain. Su Tong smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. He had grasped the techniques sufficiently. They were indeed stronger than the ancient divine language he utilized. Yet when he transformed these techniques into the ancient divine language, they became even more formidable. Su Tong had also gained some understanding of the transformation between the ancient divine language and the techniques. Following the recent transformation, his cultivation speed had increased considerably. However, Su Tong was also somewhat curious. After he transformed the techniques into the ancient divine language, they only compared to a spiritual level lower grade technique. The Qihang sect should also have disciples who comprehend spiritual level lower grade techniques, yet he had never witnessed such rapid cultivation speed. How could Su Tong achieve this? He was uncertain, and of course, he did not wish to delve into it. Perhaps it was merely a misjudgment on his part. The ancient divine language is invincible. The Chinese language is invincible. Let us see the spirit techniques. Su Tong hesitated for a moment. He had nearly understood the techniques, so the next step should be spirit techniques. This was the essence of combat, golden light sacred method. Su Tong took out a mundane-level spirit technique to examine. It was somewhat akin to the golden bell shield, detailing the method of operation. By relying on spiritual energy and following a specific route, it could enhance the body's resilience. Boring. Su Tong glanced at it and immediately understood that this was a technique similar to the golden bell shield, which held no interest for him. He then took out another book titled Golden Flame Demon Slayer, a low-grade spiritual technique of the mortal class. The name was indeed imposing, employing fire attribute spiritual energy to condense flames that could incinerate anything. After a cursory glance, Su Tong comprehended that these spiritual techniques could also be utilized according to the inherent attributes of the user. However, even those with different attributes could cultivate them, yet fire attribute practitioners would find mastering Golden Flame Demon Slayer significantly easier, allowing them to unleash even greater power. Subsequently, Su Tong examined several other techniques, such as Heavenly Tiger Sword, Demonic Claw of Frost, Chilling Demon Seal, and Thunder Dragon Concealment, all fundamentally of the mortal class, ranging from low to high grade. He noted that these were considerably simpler than the martial arts techniques he had previously studied. When he had perused the martial arts, he had felt a hint of difficulty. Yet, upon reviewing the current spiritual techniques, he found them utterly devoid of challenge. In a wonder that Stone Hammer could render the body refinement realm's Chung Yin utterly impotent. How amusing! At this moment, Su Tong realized that what he was using were, in fact, authentic spiritual techniques. However, due to his current level of strength, the power he could wield was somewhat insufficient. Satisfied after further scrutiny, he nodded. Having grasped everything, he then directly sought out Shirley, who was engrossed in his own training. Naturally, Shirley had observed the commotion caused by Su Tong and held immense respect for this elder. Elder Su's comprehension truly was remarkable. Shirley couldn't help but flatter him. Su Tong, however, did not engage in conversation but simply stated, "Take me to my residence." At that moment, Su Tong wished to return to his quarters and experiment with the fastest methods of cultivation. Initially, he believed that absorbing spiritual energy at 10 or even 100 times the normal rate would suffice. But after observing those martial arts techniques, he was convinced there existed even swifter methods of cultivation. Yes, Shirley promptly nodded and led Su Tong to his residence. Before him stood an abode exuding ancient charm, reminiscent of ancient architecture, with an abundance of spiritual energy surrounding it. The density of the spiritual energy here is astonishing. Since coming into contact with spiritual energy, Su Tong had developed the ability to sense the energy around him. Indeed, elders' residences typically feature a minor spirit-gathering array that condenses the surrounding spiritual energy, thus enhancing its richness. Shirley quickly explained. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. Elder Su will take his rest. I shall take my leave for now." Shirley realized his task was complete and bowed in farewell. At the very least, he had left a lasting impression on Su Tong, establishing a potential support system within the Qihong sect. Perhaps others might find it amusing for Shirley to rely on an elder who had just entered the body refinement realm. Yet, only Shirley understood the true significance. A person who had just entered the Qihong sect could comprehend the ancient divine language and was appointed as an elder by the sect leader, had achieved the body refinement realm within half a day. What a terrifying level of comprehension! As long as he did not falter, his future strength was beyond imagination. After Shirley departed, Su Tong stepped directly into the elder's courtyard, which housed a single ancient building with 2 stories. The lower level served as a reception area for guests, while the upper level was designated for cultivation and rest. Not bad. Su Tong surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Having recently traversed into this realm, he had already secured a position as an elder within a sect. Although he anticipated opposition in the future, if he could maintain his footing, he could ensure his safety in this foreign world. After surveying the area, Su Tong ascended to the 2nd floor. He pushed open the door to find a room furnished with a table and a bed. On the table rested a kettle, teacups, and a badge. An elder's badge. Su Tong picked it up, feeling its icy coolness. Upon inspection, he noted the words elder inscribed upon it. This must be the badge of an elder. Presumably, there were certain areas within the Qihong sect that only elders could access. Regardless, Su Tong accepted it. Time to attempt cultivation. Without hesitation, Su Tong sat cross-legged on the bed and began experimenting with the new method of absorbing spiritual energy. In the Shuiyun dynasty, a middle-aged man with a troubled expression was none other than Yi Yuxing, the ruler of the Shuiyun dynasty, a peak practitioner of the refinement realm. Your Majesty, at that moment, a figure rushed in, flustered. What is it? Yi Yuxing furrowed his brow and barked. There is news from the Qihong sect, the person quickly replied. Upon hearing the name Qihong sect, Yi Yuxing inquired hastily. What news? Has anyone been selected as a disciple of the Qihong sect? And no one has been chosen as a disciple of the Qihong sect. The individual shook his head in response. Yi Yuxing spat out a mouthful of blood, closing his eyes in despair. Heaven has forsaken my Shuiyun dynasty. No, Your Majesty, it is heaven that has blessed my Shuiyun dynasty. The individual quickly interjected. At that moment, several figures entered from outside. Yi Yuxing looked over and recognized an old acquaintance, a representative of the Qihong sect, who had been delivering supplies to the Shuiyun dynasty for the past 5 years. But didn't they say no one was chosen? What is the meaning of these supplies? Yi Yuxing was utterly confused. Chapter 9. The exceptional cultivation technique. Yi Yuxing watched as the Qihong sect's disciples continuously transported boxes of supplies, his face revealing a look of astonishment. What does this mean? Yi Yuxing inquired of the Qihong sect representative, even 5 years ago, when 3 young individuals were chosen by the Qihong sect. There were not this many supplies. Congratulations! The representative of the Qihong sect smiled as he spoke. This greeting only deepened Yi Yuxing's confusion. The representative had always been responsible for the Shuiyun dynasty's supplies. Even when individuals were selected by the Qihong sect, he had never once offered congratulations. Yet now, this unexpected gesture left Yi Yuxing bewildered. What is there to celebrate? My Shuiyun dynasty is bereft of talent. Having failed to produce a single disciple for 5 consecutive years, Yi Yuxing gazed at the supplies still being brought in, increasingly perplexed. Who said my Shuiyun dynasty is devoid of talent? A rare gem has emerged from the Shuiyun dynasty. The representative of the Qihong sect was aware that the Shuiyun dynasty would likely no longer be considered a mere low-level dynasty. The emergence of an elder from the Qihong sect means that the Shuiyun dynasty's elevation to a higher status is merely a matter of time. A rare gem? Yi Yuxing frowned. Didn't you say there was not a single disciple? Indeed, Su Tong of the Shuiyun dynasty, due to his exceptional comprehension, has been invited by the sect leader to become an elder of the Qihong sect. The representative of the Qihong sect replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuxing was rendered speechless, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Elder? After a moment, Yi Yuxing finally grasped the situation but still found it hard to believe. A young man from the Shuiyun dynasty had been directly invited by the sect leader of the Qihong sect to become an elder? No, it wasn't merely an invitation. It was a promotion. Yes, for specific details, you only need to inquire with the returning young man. This is the resource allocation list for elders. Take a look. The representative of the Qihong sect handed Yi Yuxing a document. Yi Yuxing opened it to find a comprehensive record of resources, including cultivation techniques and spiritual skills. Though they were all low-grade, for a low-level dynasty like the Shuiyun dynasty, they were exceedingly rare. Thank you for the sect leader's generous gifts. Yi Yuxing hurriedly expressed his gratitude. With these resources, the Shuiyun dynasty's ascension to a mid-level or even high-level dynasty was imminent within the Qihong sect. Su Tong sat in meditation, surrounded by a continuous influx of spiritual energy converging upon him. The attributes of this spiritual energy frequently fluctuated. Sometimes it was fire attribute energy, while other times it was water attribute energy. This was Su Tong's ongoing experimentation. Uncertain of his own attribute, he sought to identify it through testing. After all, absorbing energy of the same attribute could significantly enhance one's cultivation. However, after half an hour of attempts, Su Tong discovered an anomaly. Why were all aspects increasing at a similar rate? He could not discern which was stronger or weaker. They were all remarkably consistent. Could it be that because I am using Mandarin, these distinctions are being masked? Su Tong hesitated momentarily before arriving at this conclusion. Whether it was accurate or not, he was uncertain. However, Since the absorption rates were consistent, he decided there was no need to worry about their compatibility. Devour all attribute spiritual energy, Su Tong exclaimed, as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, magnitude stronger than before, poured into his body. Purify. Su Tong spoke once more. Among all the words he had considered using in this half hour, he selected a few that felt most appropriate. The term devour carries a far greater weight than words like absorb or ingest, while purify conveys a sense of refinement beyond that of refine or extract, rendering spiritual energy more pristine. Thus, Su Tong chose to employ these two terms in lieu of others. However, he was unaware that upon uttering these ancient divine phrases, a multitude of colorful clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above his dwelling. If any elders or other powerful members of the Qi Hong sect were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for this was the manifestation of a divine-level technique. Yet, at that moment, only a few disciples bore witness to the phenomenon. "Those clouds are so beautiful," exclaimed a female disciple, her voice filled with excitement as she gazed from afar. "Wow, I see it too. It's absolutely stunning," enthused another female disciple from the Qi Hong sect. Regardless of the location, who does not appreciate a breathtaking view? Even in a foreign realm, beauty remains universally cherished. How refreshing! After an hour of continuous cultivation, Su Tong finally emerged from his meditative state, only to find that the celestial spectacle had long since dissipated. "Master Su." Just then, a voice called from outside. Upon hearing Shirley's voice, Su Tong rose and exited his room. "What is it?" he inquired. Glancing at Shirley, "The sect master requests your presence in the testing hall. The selection process for this year's disciples has concluded, and it is necessary to assess their innate attributes. The sect master suggests that you may also wish to undergo the assessment." Shirley conveyed earnestly, "Understood." "Lead the way," Su Tong nodded. Having not derived any insights from his previous self-assessment, he was eager to partake in the formal evaluation. Following Shirley, Su Tong made his way to the so-called testing hall, which was already brimming with people. Not only were there newly inducted disciples from today, but also others who were already members of the sect. These individuals could very well have been Su Tong's seniors. Yet now, he stood as an elder, his status and authority far exceeding theirs. "Master Su, you may enter through here," Shirley announced, halting at a specific spot. Su Tong nodded and proceeded inward, only to be halted by two disciples. "This is the passage designated for the elders of Qi Hong sect. Disciples are not permitted to enter," one disciple stated firmly. With a smile, Su Tong produced his elder's token. This elder, upon seeing the token, both disciples were momentarily taken aback, then hastily expressed their respect. They could hardly believe that anyone would be foolish enough to wield an elder's token to intrude into a restricted area meant solely for elders. Su Tong nodded and walked past them, leaving the two disciples exchanging puzzled glances. When had Qi Hong sect acquired such a young elder? Perhaps it was a case of an elder favoring a youthful appearance, which was certainly feasible. Upon entering through the door, Su Tong found himself in a corridor leading to another door. However, just as he was about to step through, he furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 10. The astonished elders as he approached the door. Su Tong overheard several voices from beyond. "Sect Master, how can we allow a newcomer who hasn't even reached the body refinement stage to become an elder of Qi Hong sect? Indeed, this is no laughing matter. How can someone so ill-informed be appointed as an elder?" The voices were evidently discussing Su Tong. Then, another voice chimed in. He recognized it as Elder Su Zheng. Su Tong possesses remarkable comprehension skills, having correctly pronounced the ancient divine language from the most rudimentary glyphs. Such talent and potential surely indicate a bright future. Su Tong felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this. He had not expected Elder Su Zhu to speak favorably of him. After all, they were both elders. Su Tong was not naive enough to believe there were no ulterior motives at play. For an elder to advocate for another elder was no trivial matter. Is it truly possible to read it so perfectly? Could it be that someone had taught him beforehand? Indeed, it's very plausible. Hearing Su Zhu's remarks, the other elders hesitated for a moment. How could such an extraordinary talent exist? It is true that Su Tong not only comprehends the ancient divine language but also enhances it. If one does not believe, I assure you, Within half a month, Su Tong will reach the body refinement stage. However, this matter is already settled and need not be further discussed. The voice that spoke next belonged to Sect Master Luo Ziyin. Upon hearing this, Su Tong felt reassured and stepped through the door. Inside, he was met with a diverse assembly of individuals. Some older, some younger. It became apparent to Su Tong that there were more elders in Qihong sect than just those who had spoken earlier. However, those few individuals likely held significant status among the sect's elders. Su Tong's entrance naturally drew many curious gazes. Greetings, Sect Master. Su Tong approached the center of the grand hall with confidence, directing a smile toward the beautiful woman seated above. Master Su has arrived. How is it possible for you to possess such strength? Luo Ziyin's expression shifted from one of warmth to sheer astonishment as she sensed the changes in Su Tong's power. How can this be? The second to notice was Elder Su Zhu, who was equally taken aback. What? What is happening? Is that really Su Tong? The other elders began to murmur among themselves, their attention shifting from Su Tong to the sect master and Elder Su Zhu. Ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Luo Ziyin burst into an unabashed laugh, a rare display for the leader of Qihong sect. Congratulations, Sect Master. Elder Su Zhu also wore a smile as he offered his congratulations to Luo Ziyin. The other elders exchanged glances, puzzled by the source of their joy. Sect Master. A familiar voice called out, belonging to one of the three individuals who had been discussing earlier. Su Tong turned to see an elderly man with snow-white hair. Ah, it's no trouble, TS, just that our sect hasn't experienced such joy in a long time. Luo Ziyin soon regained her composure. Noticing the perplexity among the elders, she spoke casually. Surely, you elders are unaware of the cause for my delight. Why not observe the prowess of Elder Su Tong? Prowess. How can that be? Impossible. What is happening? My heavens, what am I witnessing? Body refinement stage. With Luo Ziyin's prompting, the elders turned their attention to Su Tong, carefully assessing him. Their expressions quickly morphed into shock, for they sensed the power of the body refinement stage emanating from him. But Su Tong only just joined Qihong sect today. In a mere half-day, he has advanced from an ordinary person to the body refinement stage. How can this be? Congratulations, Elder Su. To reach the body refinement stage in just half a day is astounding. I had just assured the other elders that you would achieve it in a month. It seems I underestimated your comprehension. Luo Ziyin addressed Su Tong, her face betraying no outward emotion, yet internally, her astonishment matched that of the others. Ko reached the body refinement stage in half a day. This is no ordinary feat. This is truly monstrous. Thank you, Sect Master. It was merely a stroke of luck. Su Tong nodded appreciatively. The mere thought of ascending to the body refinement stage in half a day was enough to astound everyone. Yet, Su Tong did not share their sentiments. The body refinement stage is merely the starting point of cultivation. I have only just embarked on this path. Elder Su's innate talent is extraordinary. It cannot be attributed to mere luck. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Elder Su Zhu was equally excited. Su Tong was the one he had discovered during the assessment, and this connection could prove beneficial in the future. Although Su Tong was currently at the body refinement stage, it was evident that his progress would not be slow. It was only a matter of time before he caught up. The other elders remained silent, their minds reeling with astonishment. As seasoned practitioners, they understood just how challenging it was to reach the body refinement stage. The fastest among them had spent nearly 6 months to attain that level, making the contrast between 6 months and half a day almost unfathomable. Congratulations, Elder Su. Welcome to our ranks. Qihong sect is fortunate to have you. Some elders quickly expressed their gratitude, while Sect Master Luo Ziyin turned her attention to the 3 elders at the front. Do any of you have objections to Elder Su's appointment as an elder of Qihong sect? None whatsoever. We harbor no objections. Su Tong possesses extraordinary comprehension, and his ascension to the rank of elder within the Qihong sect is a boon for the sect itself. The 3 elders responded in unison, acknowledging that such an almost prodigious talent within the Qihong sect is indeed a blessing. The earlier flicker of resistance had vanished entirely after Su Tong demonstrated his remarkable aptitude. Luo Ziyin observed this scene and nodded slightly, initially believing that Su Tong would face some suppression from the elders. However, with his astonishing talent, Su Tong dissipated Luo Ziyi's concerns within half a day, allowing her to relax. Since there were no objections, preparations began for the upcoming test. Luo Ziyin stated, then turned to Su Tong. The purpose of inviting Elder Su today is to allow him to assess his own attributes, facilitating his future choice of cultivation path. Thank you, sect leader, Su Tong replied with a nod, as he too had this intention in mind. Understanding his own attributes would indeed enhance his cultivation. The elders also nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Su Tong still filled with astonishment. How was it possible to attain the body refinement realm in merely half a day? Chapter 11. The testing stone tablet. Before long, the testing was prepared. Luo Ziyin intended for Su Tong to serve as a representative, demonstrating for all the new disciples. Previously, Elder Suzhu had set the example, but today, as Su Tong had just arrived at the Qihang sect without prior testing, he would take on this role. Naturally, Su Tong had no objections. Soon, the new disciples entered the testing hall one after another, hailing from both high and low-tier dynasties. Elder Suzhu then began to speak. I trust that some of you were informed outside about the purpose of your visit. Spiritual energy is categorized into various attributes, and so too are individuals. Each attribute corresponds to specific cultivation techniques and spiritual skills. Selecting the appropriate methods can yield remarkable results. In truth, these concepts had already been conveyed to these young individuals by their respective dynasties prior to their arrival at the Qihang sect. Albeit not with great clarity, Elder Suzhu reiterated these points, and the young disciples listened attentively, keenly interested as they embarked on their cultivation journey. Su Tong absorbed the information as well. While he possessed some fragmented memories, they were insufficient, particularly regarding the issue of attributes. It remained unclear whether the Water Cloud dynasty had omitted this information, or if his memories were simply flawed. Prior to witnessing those techniques, Su Tong did not recall any mention of such matters. Before we commence the testing, we shall have an elder demonstrate, Elder Suzhu continued, and today, coincidentally, a new elder has joined the Qihang sect. As you are all aware, Elder Su Tong, who arrives alongside you. With Elder Suzhu's words concluding, it was time for the demonstration. He paused momentarily before adding, it is worth noting that Elder Su Tong achieved the body refinement realm in just half a day. You may consider him a target to aspire towards. Body refinement realm? Achieving it in half a day? I recall it being exceedingly difficult to attain, right? They say the fastest among us may take half a year to succeed. Upon hearing Elder Suzhu's declaration, the crowd erupted into astonished discussions. Though they had yet to cultivate, they were well aware of the challenges inherent in reaching the body refinement realm. Yet here was someone of their age, having accomplished it in mere hours. Many began to doubt the teachings they received at home. Now, let us invite Elder Su Tong to demonstrate for everyone. Elder Suzhu observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the new disciples. Nodding slightly as he spoke, at this moment, Su Tong stood up and walked directly to the central black stone tablet of the testing hall. Asked that Elder Su Tong? Yes, I saw him during the testing. Is he truly from a low-tier dynasty? Such terrifying comprehension. He is so handsome. Some of the new disciples whispered amongst themselves as they beheld Su Tong. I asked that the new elder of our Qihang sect? By what merit? Elder Suzhu just mentioned half a day to reach the body refinement realm. Is it truly possible for someone to achieve that? Did he perhaps begin cultivating long before? Some of the more seasoned disciples also engaged in discussion, unable to suppress their disbelief. How could a newcomer, barely initiated into the Qihang sect, be an elder at the body refinement realm? However, such opinions had little effect on Su Tong, who was now standing before the black stone tablet. This is the testing tablet, Su Tong mused, recalling Elder Suzhu's earlier words. Simply placing his hand upon the tablet would reveal his attributes without any further action required. This tablet could even ascertain the attributes of ordinary individuals incapable of cultivating. Could it truly be so miraculous? Su Tong wondered, curious about the material from which the testing tablet was crafted. He then gently placed his hand upon it, and a sudden chill enveloped his palms. Su Tong waited, anticipating a response from the tablet, having heard it would illuminate with corresponding colors. Indeed, moments later, a brilliant red light erupted from the black stone tablet. Red light? A fire attribute constitution? Elder Suzhu nodded approvingly. The red light signifies a fire attribute constitution. Yet in the next instant, a green light burst forth as well, a dual-attribute constitution of wood and fire. Exclaimed Elder Zhang Yi, the third elder of the Qihang sect, who had initially harbored reservations towards Su Tong. Such dual attributes were exceedingly rare, and the combination of wood and fire was particularly powerful. The wood attribute would amplify the strength of the fire attribute. However, just as Elder Zhang's words faded, a blue light appeared, growing increasingly radiant, matching the brilliance of the preceding red and green lights. A water attribute constitution. How is that possible? Water and fire are incompatible. How can one possess both water and fire attributes, along with wood attributes? A tri-attribute constitution? Elder Chu Hongwei, the second elder, struggled to comprehend the unfolding phenomenon. 3 attribute constitutions were a rarity even across the entire Wentiang continent, with only 3 individuals known to possess such distinction, legendary figures of immense power. Moreover, at that moment, the fourth elder, Elder Gong Qinyu, furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is impossible." Before Elder Chu could finish his thought, the testing tablet emitted a fourth radiant purple light, signifying the presence of a lightning attribute. A 4-attribute constitution? Impossible. How can this be? At this juncture, all the elders were left in shock. The disciples of the Qihang sect gaped in disbelief, while the newly selected entrants stared at Su Tong's display, dazed. The various colors of light were foreign to them. Yet witnessing the expressions of their senior brothers and sisters, coupled with those of the elders, they instinctively understood. These lights represented something extraordinary. At the highest vantage point, Luo Xin surveyed the radiant colors on the testing tablet, her brow furrowing in concern. Possessing 2 or 3 attributes was a powerful representation, yet if one were to have 4, 5, or even more, it became uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. After all, only by cultivating all attributes could one be of assistance. However, dedicating energy to mastering all attributes would greatly slow one's cultivation speed. Luo Xin was acutely aware of this, which is why her concern grew as Su Tong's attributes multiplied in number. As the testing tablet continued to reveal a total of 7 distinct lights, the brilliance illuminated the entire testing hall. Chapter 12. Naturally, all cultivations, the 7 colored lights shone throughout the testing hall, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. What kind of attributes are these? Su Tong withdrew his hand, uncertain if further lights would manifest. However, the current display was already sufficiently shocking. There was no need to continue. 7 attributes? A universal constitution? How is that possible? Alas, is this a blessing or a curse? Among the assembly of elders, many were well versed in such matters, and they recognized the rarity of Su Tong's attributes. Should he cultivate each attribute to its fullest potential, he would undoubtedly become invincible. However, if not, those attributes could become burdens, as one could typically only cultivate 2 attributes effectively. Attempting to master a third might lead to conflicts that would undermine one's strength. 7 attributes? Su Tong's lips curled into a gentle arc. For others, the cultivation of the 7 attributes might seem rather daunting. Attempting to cultivate all 7 attributes could indeed be deemed impossible, while choosing just 2 or 3 might lead to mutual restraint. However, Su Tong harbored no such concerns. For him, the cultivation of all 7 attributes was not a source of anxiety. Unlike others, he felt no trepidation. Is it not said that each attribute possesses a unique brilliance? What, then, does it signify to have so many? Perhaps it indicates the presence of multiple attributes. I recall hearing an elder mention that on the Wentiang continent, there exist powerful beings with 3 attributes. If one could master all 7, wouldn't that render one invincible? At this moment, the disciples of the Qihang sect began to murmur amongst themselves. They were more knowledgeable than the newly initiated disciples. Observing Su Tong's performance elicited a blend of shock, envy, and confusion across their faces. Elder Su Zhu continued to oversee the testing assembly, calling out, "Elder Su Tong, please come forward." After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xin added, "Elders Zhang, Er, and San, you 3 should accompany me as well." Yes. The 3 elders nodded in agreement with Su Tong. Subsequently, the 4 of them followed sect leader Luo Xin out of the testing hall. On the other side, Luo Xin took her seat at the head of the table, while Su Tong and the other 3 elders settled on either side. Silence enveloped the room as they seemed lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, sect leader Luo Xin finally spoke. The results of Elder Su Tong's recent test are evident to all. Do any of the elders have opinions to share? Being elders of the Qihang sect, they naturally possessed insight and understood the implications of Luo Xin's words. The convergence of 7 attributes within a single individual is indeed a rare phenomenon. It is not merely rare, Elder Sanjiang replied. His brow furrowed. In fact, no one on the Wenyang continent has ever been known to embody all 7 attributes. Elder Heir Chu Hongwei shook his head in resignation. At that moment, the previously silent Elder De Dan Shi slowly spoke. If only 3 attributes were to converge within one body, it would undoubtedly be a boon for our Qihang sect. However, possessing all 7 attributes may very well hinder Elder Su Tong. Upon hearing Elder Da's words, the other 2 elders and Luo Xin nodded in agreement. In their view, if it were 3 complementary attributes, Su Tong would undoubtedly rise to dominance on the Wenyang continent. Yet, with 7 attributes, while some may work in harmony, others may clash fiercely, making it exceedingly difficult to manage. Elder Su Tong, what are your thoughts? Luo Xin inquired, turning her gaze towards him. I shall cultivate them all simultaneously. Su Tong replied without a moment's hesitation. Wasn't he this self-evident? Naturally, he intended to master all 7, aiming for unparalleled strength in the future. Elder Su Tong, perhaps you are unaware of what these 7 attributes represent. While some may enhance your power, others may be fundamentally incompatible. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Elder Heir offered a well-meaning caution. Before Su Tong's arrival, he had vehemently opposed Su Tong's elevation to elder status. However, witnessing Su Tong's comprehension and formidable attributes, he recognized that should Su Tong flourish, it would undoubtedly benefit the Qihang sect. Thus, as the second elder, he felt compelled to elucidate the pros and cons for Su Tong's sake. I understand. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement. The concepts of mutual generation and restraint, they have always existed in my previous world. If there is a potential for conflict, there must also be a possibility for harmony, as long as I grasp the balance. That will suffice. This is no trifling matter. Elder San's brow remained furrowed. I believe Elder Su Tong should attempt to cultivate 3 of the attributes while minimizing the others. This would be the most prudent approach. Elder De concurred, asserting that this was indeed the safest course of action. Were it not for Su Tong's exceptional comprehension and remarkable talent, he likely would not be permitted to pursue 3 attributes. Elder Heir remarked, nodding in agreement. I too concur. Achieving balance among 7 attributes is exceedingly challenging, while mastering 3, given Elder Su Tong's gifts, would presumably be simpler. Elder San nodded. Regardless of whether one pursued 3 or 7 attributes, achieving balance was essential. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to the practitioner. Luo Xin remained silent, her gaze fixed on Su Tong. While she too believed that cultivating 3 attributes would undoubtedly lead to greatness, potentially allowing the Qihang sect to become a formidable force on the Wenyang continent, she was uncertain about the viability of pursuing all 7. Achieving balance among 7 attributes is not beyond reach. Su Tong replied with a confident smile. His tone was imbued with unwavering assurance. Arrogance, do you comprehend how exceedingly difficult it is to attain balance among 7 attributes? Elder De retorted, visibly exasperated. While acknowledging Su Tong's exceptional comprehension and talent, such hubris could undoubtedly lead him astray. Absorbing all attributes of spiritual energy, Su Tong declared vehemently. Hearing his words, the expressions of Luo Xin and the 3 elders shifted dramatically. Almost immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into Su Tong's body. This is a divine-level technique? Elder San exclaimed in astonishment. It resembles the ancient divine language comparable to divine-level techniques. Elder Heir interjected. No. Your body cannot withstand this. Elder Da, a seasoned leader of the Qihang sect, not only possessed formidable strength but also greater insight than the other elders. While he too was astonished by Su Tong's prowess, he immediately sought to halt the overwhelming influx of energy. Yet, in the next moment, Su Tong's voice resonated once more, softly uttering the ancient divine language. Purify. At that instant, Luo Xin and the 3 elders observed that the spiritual energy converging within Su Tong's body had inexplicably become exceedingly refined, leaving them in awe. Chapter 13. The entire sect mobilizes to support Su Tong Luo Ziyin, and the three elders of the Qihang sect stood, utterly stupefied, as they gazed at Su Tong before them. They were intimately familiar with the ancient divine language, yet the words spoken by Su Tong were beyond their ability to replicate. This was a profound disparity in comprehension. He can absorb spiritual energy from all attributes simultaneously. Elder San gasped in disbelief. Within his perception, the energy converging into Su Tong's body was comprised of various attributes, and the immense influx appeared remarkably pure, alleviating any concerns regarding explosive reactions or instability in his foundation. Elder Air nodded in agreement. This method of cultivation is unprecedented. The effects of the second invocation of the ancient divine language are unlike anything I've encountered, though I cannot ascertain its precise impact. Elder De remarked, his astonishment mingled with delight. Su Tong's display was nothing short of extraordinary. The ancient divine language, akin to a divine-level technique, was a potential key to unlocking the bottleneck that had long hindered him. Meanwhile, Luo Ziyin's countenance brightened with a radiant smile. She understood well how formidable the ancient divine language, comparable to divine-level techniques, could be. Furthermore, it appeared that Su Tong's invocation of the ancient divine language enabled him to absorb spiritual energy from all attributes, allowing him to cultivate all 7 attributes concurrently, something no one else could achieve. Exhaling deeply, Su Tong finally relaxed after purifying the absorbed energy. Elder Su Tong, how on earth did you accomplish this? Elder Da, now utterly convinced, regarded Su Tong with newfound respect. Such a remarkable level of comprehension was unmatched, not only within the Qihang sect but throughout the entire Wintiang continent. He recognized that once Su Tong matured, the Qihang sect's dominance on the Wintiang continent would be well within reach. Indeed, this ancient divine language is comparable to divine-level techniques. Even our Qihang sect lacks such knowledge. How did you come to possess it? Elder Air inquired with curiosity. I do not know. Su Tong shook his head, concealing the truth of having lived in a realm steeped in the ancient divine language. You do not know? The 3 elders exchanged concerned glances. Ha, surely Elder Su Tong must have comprehended this on his own? Luo Ziyin interjected. Can one truly comprehend the ancient divine language, which rivals divine-level techniques? Elder San expressed skepticism. That language is akin to a divine-level technique. It is improbable that even a novice in the body refinement stage could grasp it. Even a soul realm expert would struggle to comprehend it, Elder Air added. As Elder Air mentioned, the ancient divine language, comparable to divine-level techniques, is non-existent within our Qihang sect. Does Elder San suggest that Su Tong learned it during the Shuiyun dynasty? At this moment, Luo Ziyin spoke softly, and upon hearing her words, the 3rd elder fell silent. The Shuiyun dynasty was merely a low-level dynasty. It was unlikely that even the most basic martial arts techniques could be found there. Had they possessed divine-level techniques, Yuxing would have long since transformed the Shuiyun dynasty into a high-level dynasty, or even a super dynasty, without needing to rely on the Qihang sect. The sect master spoke wisely. With the ancient divine language comparable to divine-level techniques, it was believed that in no time, Elder Su Tong would surpass us all, and the Qihang sect would thereafter depend on Elder Su Tong. At that moment, the Grand Elder unexpectedly clasped his hands in respect towards Su Tong, which took Su Tong by surprise. Was it not said that within the sect, there were constant struggles, both overt and covert? Su Tong had initially prepared for such conflicts, so why had the attitude shifted so dramatically? The Grand Elder was being courteous. Su Tong was now also an elder of the Qihang sect, and should he achieve great success in the future, he would surely not forget the sect's nurturing. Such words were merely platitudes. Who could not utter them? Su Tong reciprocated with a polite gesture, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su Tong. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement, and the 2nd and 3rd elders echoed their thanks in unison. They too had once been disciples of the Qihang sect. Guided into the realm of cultivation, and naturally, they would not forget the sect's contributions to their current achievements. Seeing such a talented individual as Su Tong emerge from the Qihang sect, though a tinge of jealousy lingered in their hearts, they could not help but feel joy. Most importantly, the 3 elders had been stagnant at their current level for many years. If Su Tong were to grow in strength, Perhaps a few words of guidance from him today could facilitate their own breakthroughs in the future. Su Tong, too, clasped his hands in gratitude, uncertain of the sudden change in the three elders' demeanor. However, he believed it best to avoid conflict. Since the three most influential elders of the Qihong sect were treating him with such respect, he felt assured in his position as an elder. From this point forward, he could devote himself to his cultivation. Given that Elder Su Tong had resolved to cultivate all attributes, the Qihong sect would fully support him. Should Elder Su Tong have any needs, he was encouraged to voice them freely. Observing the three elders' statements, Luo Xin nodded in satisfaction. She had sensed Su Tong's formidable strength earlier and had initially intended to speak with him privately to convey the dangers he might face. However, reconsidering, she thought it better to bring the three elders along, allowing them to witness Su Tong's extraordinary comprehension firsthand. It seemed the outcome was exceedingly favorable. Yes, I shall relay the message, the Grand Elder nodded. This matter not only pertained to whether Su Tong could aid him in breaking through, but also concerned the future of the Qihong sect. Thus, he naturally agreed with Luo Xin's approach. This matter was soon finalized. Within half an hour, a decree was issued throughout the Qihong sect, commanding that all members exert their utmost effort to assist Elder Su Tong in any way he required. Opening all avenues for him, this directive extended not only to the disciples of the Qihong sect, but also to other elders and high-ranking officials. It implied that any need Elder Su Tong had within the Qihong sect would be met without reservation. Elder Su Tong? Who is that? I don't know. I know. He is the newly appointed elder of the Qihong sect. Oh, a newly appointed elder can receive such support from the Qihong sect. He must possess considerable strength, perhaps a formidable figure of the transformation stage. No, I heard he is merely at the body refinement stage. Some were aware of Su Tong, while others were not. Yet, following the issuance of this decree, the entire Qihong sect came to recognize Su Tong. Many began to gather information about him through various channels, and soon they were astonished as Su Tong, hailing from the Shuiyun dynasty, was the newly appointed elder of the Qihong sect. Boasting strength at the body refinement stage. What left them even more astounded was that this elder Su Tong had never even engaged in cultivation prior to today, a prodigy. His comprehension was extraordinary. Such rumors swiftly spread throughout the Qihong sect. As the disciples and elders of the Qihong sect were left in awe, Su Tong had already arrived at a mountain peak within the sect. This place should be quite suitable, Su Tong mused, feeling the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment, which was indeed conducive to cultivation. Although his dwelling had a small formation to condense spiritual energy, Su Tong found it insufficient. If he were to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth freely, the surrounding energy would soon be depleted. Cultivating a technique comparable to divine-level practices could hardly be confined to mere whispers. Thus, Su Tong hesitated to absorb too freely. He sought this location to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, observing the woods in front of him and a lake behind him, noting the absence of others engaged in cultivation nearby. It seemed that due to the formations present within the Qihong sect, most preferred to cultivate within those confines, as doing so allowed for greater absorption of spiritual energy. With the formations concentrating the energy, it was undoubtedly more potent. Finally, I can cultivate without disturbing others. Su Tong had long been concerned that his unrestrained absorption of the heavens and earth's spiritual energy would affect others. After all, the ancient divine language, comparable to divine-level techniques, could be terrifying when unleashed in full force. Moreover, Su Tong was indiscriminate in his absorption of all attributes of spiritual energy. Closing his eyes, Su Tong sat cross-legged on the ground and softly uttered a command. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, drawn in like a torrent, gathering around him and ultimately flooding into his body. Purification. At that moment, Su Tong employed purification to refine the spiritual energy within his body, enabling him to achieve the most pristine quality without the need for gradual refinement. The foundation in cultivation was of utmost importance, determining the heights a cultivator could attain. Su Tong understood this well. And thus the highly purified energy from the purification process was perfect for laying a solid foundation. Only by establishing a strong base could he aspire to reach greater heights. Gradually, the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred zhang began to converge towards Su Tong, forming a spiraling vortex of energy above his head, reaching for the heavens while descending to his crown. Were a common person to be inundated with such powerful spiritual energy, they would likely explode from the pressure or have their meridians shattered by the sheer force. However, Su Tong was different. He watched as the towering and domineering energy transformed into exceptionally gentle and pure spiritual energy after purification. As it circulated within Su Tong's body, it ultimately converged in his dantian. Thus, Su Tong cultivated atop this mountain for 7 days and nights. On the 7th day, he sensed the emergence of a constraint within his body. For some unknown reason, it significantly reduced the speed at which he could absorb spiritual energy. Was this a bottleneck? At this moment, Su Tong opened his eyes, noticing that the spiritual energy vortex above him had diminished considerably, yet it still remained. He sensed that he had reached his first bottleneck in life. The spiritual energy within him had reached a state of saturation. In other words, Su Tong had now attained the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. The body refinement stage lacked any graded divisions. Once he broke through this bottleneck, he would step into the refinement stage. Su Tong understood that if he could break through, he would enter the refinement stage. Yet, he had no experience in overcoming this bottleneck and was at a loss as to how to proceed. If he were to follow the novels he had read previously, it was said that with sufficient spiritual energy, one could directly shatter the bottleneck. Su Tong recalled the novels from his past life. Typically, when facing a bottleneck, one required immense spiritual energy or fighting spirit to breach it. Once this barrier was broken, one could ascend to the next realm. With this thought, Su Tong raised his gaze to the spiritual energy vortex in the sky. A smile creeping onto his lips. Perhaps I can give it a try. Determined, Su Tong closed his eyes once more and formed a hand gesture, one he had seen in a cultivation book. He had consistently employed this gesture during his training. Then, a simple yet profound command reverberated through the air. Breakthrough. In an instant, the spiritual energy above Su Tong surged, as if responding to his call, rapidly pouring into his body. The energy flowed within him, initially slow, but the influx of massive amounts of spiritual energy began to expand his previously narrow meridians. With such a vast quantity of energy, the once sluggish flow of spiritual energy quickened considerably. It's possible. In her heart, Su Tong mused that the spiritual energy surrounding her had not undergone purification and was immensely vast. Although this posed certain dangers, the prospect of breaking through into the refining essence realm was enticing enough to warrant the risk. The unrefined spiritual energy surged within Su Tong's body, and under her guidance, it continuously battered against an invisible barrier. Time and again, she sensed the barrier beginning to loosen. At a pivotal moment, as Su Tong directed the massive flow of spiritual energy against the barrier, a silent explosion resonated in her mind. In that instant, the overwhelming spiritual energy surged into her body like a flood breaking free from its constraints. Purification. At that moment, Su Tong scarcely had the chance to revel in her excitement. She urgently called out, if the modeled spiritual energy were to remain unpurified within her body, it would pose a significant threat to her well-being. Thus, she needed to purify it before it could enter her dantian. After a brief moment, the modeled spiritual energy was entirely purified by Su Tong. Once she had circulated it through her system and confirmed that there were no issues, she subsequently infused it into her dantian. Refining essence, first grade. Only then did Su Tong find the time to feel joy. Half a day's worth of body tempering and 7 days of refining essence. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be astounded, for even the most adept among them required at least half a year to enter the body tempering phase, and over a year to achieve the refining essence realm. Some individuals might spend their entire lives without ever stepping into the refining essence realm. It is not merely through cultivation that one achieves success. There are many who, despite their efforts, remain at the body tempering stage. Within the Qihang sect, numerous disciples linger in the body tempering realm throughout their lives. Some opt to return to their original kingdoms, where being at the body tempering stage might grant them considerable strength, while others stay within the Qihang sect, performing menial tasks in hopes of one day breaking through their barriers to reach the refining essence realm. Yet, Su Tong, having accomplished this in merely 7 days, was a rarity not just in the Qihong sect, but across the entire Tian continent. Chapter 15. Roaring wind blade. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. Atop a mountain peak, a young man sat upon a rock. Is this the refining essence realm? Su Tong felt the significantly more robust spiritual energy coursing through her body and was filled with excitement. Although she had only reached the first grade of the refining essence realm, her strength far surpassed that of the body tempering stage. Su Tong could discern that if she were to strike with the stone hammer technique now, its power would surely be sufficient to incapacitate a practitioner at the 9th grade of the refining essence realm. With her growing understanding of the power dynamics in this world, Su Tong could more clearly perceive the disparities in strength and appreciated just how formidable her previously employed stone hammer technique truly was. If she was not mistaken, it could rival mid-tier spiritual techniques. A smile crept across Su Tong's face. She had not anticipated that a casual utterance in Chinese could wield such immense power. However, she also noted some peculiarities. When she had previously attempted to exclaim, "I am invincible," the words had eluded her, as though something had restrained her. In retrospect, it might have been the laws or rules of this world at play. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. At her current rate of cultivation, how far could she be from invincibility? This abundant spiritual energy must not go to waste. Gazing at the energy above her, Su Tong resumed her meditative state. She dedicated the next 2 days to entirely absorbing the remaining spiritual energy, emerging from her cultivation with her strength firmly established at the 1st grade of the refining essence realm. I need to find a rival to test my strength. With this thought, Su Tong formed a new plan. Relying solely on cultivation could yield continual improvements, yet without practical experience, it was ultimately a flawed strategy. Thus, she decided to seek out an opponent to gauge the power of her newly attained refining essence. After a brief moment of hesitation, she strode purposefully toward a nearby forest, where the spiritual energy was dense. If her instincts were correct, there must be formidable beasts dwelling within. As Su Tong entered the forest, the fragrant scent of earth enveloped her. The land, nurtured by spiritual energy, was indeed remarkable. She inhaled deeply, realizing that even her breaths drew in a trace of spiritual energy. Walking along the forest path, she searched for beasts to engage in battle. What is this? At that moment, Su Tong noticed a distinct mark beneath her feet. Upon closer inspection, she smiled. This would be easy to track. Indeed, at her feet lay a massive footprint. If she was not mistaken, it was likely left by a creature of considerable size. With this revelation, she wasted no time in following the trail of prints. Roar. Moments later, a tiger's roar echoed through the air. A tiger? Su Tong was taken aback. It seemed this other world was home to tigers as well. Curiosity piqued, she approached to investigate. Sure enough, not far away stood a creature resembling a tiger. However, this tiger was unlike any she had seen in a zoo. Its fur was black, adorned with blue stripes, and it stood nearly 2 meters tall, its length even more impressive. This colossal creature presented a stark contrast to Su Tong's own height. What a magnificent beast! Su Tong marveled at its size. At that instant, she sensed the tiger's power, 3rd grade of the refining essence realm. Su Tong felt a twinge of exasperation. This tiger's realm was even slightly higher than her own, a 3rd grade refining essence tiger. If it were to venture into a lower kingdom, could likely decimate an entire dynasty. Yet, such a powerful being could only be encountered in areas rich with spiritual energy, not to mention lower kingdoms. Even higher ones might not give rise to beasts of the refining essence realm. However, a 3rd grade refining essence creature should pose no significant challenge. Su Tong felt a surge of confidence. After all, she had mastered the language of ancient deities, which granted her the ability to wield techniques comparable to spiritual level skills, regardless of her own level. Just as she had successfully employed the spiritual level stone hammer technique even before stepping into the body tempering realm. Observing from a distance, Su Tong noted a curious pattern. The tiger seemed to remain in one spot, displaying an unusual level of vigilance. It would occasionally lie still, then rise to pace a few steps. Its gaze scanning the surroundings with keen alertness. Su Tong grew intrigued. This tiger did not appear to be at leisure but rather as if it were guarding something. Surely, it could not be protecting some spiritual herb or treasure. In that instant, Su Tong recalled that many powerful beasts are known to guard spiritual herbs or treasures. Was this tiger, too, safeguarding something? She scrutinized the area closely but found nothing amiss. Upon her return, she resolved to seek out a book detailing spiritual herbs and treasures. Alas, Su Tong lamented her ignorance. Having been in this world for less than half a month, she had yet to acquire much knowledge. Initially, she had believed that strength alone would suffice, but now she was acutely aware of the drawbacks of her lack of culture. If she did not take the time to study, she might miss out on precious resources in the future. Roar! Just then, the tiger let out a low growl. Su Tong looked over to see the tiger fixated on her. Quite perceptive, to notice me from this distance, Su Tong chuckled softly. Although she had not actively concealed herself, there was still some distance between them. Yet, despite this, the imposing tiger had detected her presence and was now staring in her direction. At that moment, Su Tong furrowed her brow slightly, sensing a change in the surrounding spiritual energy. The wind attribute energy had noticeably thickened. Su Tong had become adept at discerning different attributes of spiritual energy. Roaring wind blade. A voice emanated from the tiger's mouth. Su Tong was stunned. Could it be that this tiger had transformed into a demon? In the next instant, countless wind blades shot forth from the tiger's body. However, Su Tong did not feel alarmed. With a swift movement, she shouted, "Accelerate!" Instantly, her body surged forward, deftly evading the multitude of wind blades. "Is that all you've got? Heh, allow me to show you what true spiritual techniques can do?" Su Tong sneered, turning her gaze toward the tiger. She called out, "Roaring wind blade." The tiger had spoken in the language of this world, while Su Tong invoked the language of ancient deities. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of wind blades surged toward the tiger, their power exponentially greater than those it had unleashed. The tiger, realizing the impending danger, attempted to evade, but in an instant, it was engulfed by the onslaught of wind blades. Roar! A pained cry echoed through the forest. Chapter 16. Spiritual herb. Su Tong gazed in astonishment at the tiger that had been reduced to mere fragments by his roaring wind blade. Was this spiritual technique truly so formidable? Su Tong could not ascertain the level of this technique, but the ability to shred a third-tier beast of the refinement realm suggested it was far from weak. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief. Had he not evaded the roaring wind blade, he might have ended up as mere meat himself. What was this tiger guarding, he wondered? Su Tong approached the spot where the tiger had previously lingered. Observing his surroundings but finding nothing particularly unusual, could it be that the tiger was merely resting here? Su Tong found this notion rather implausible. Was it truly just a case of the tiger being well-fed and restless, wandering about? It seemed unlikely, given its demeanor, which struck him as peculiar. After a moment of hesitation, Su Tong closed his eyes to attune himself to the surrounding spiritual energy. Having entered the refinement realm, his sensitivity to spiritual energy had become remarkably precise. With his eyes shut, the spiritual energy around him grew increasingly vivid. Every tree, every flower, every blade of grass became clear. At that moment, he sensed a flower nearby that appeared distinctly different from its surroundings. This flower exuded a faint aura of spiritual energy, appearing all the more enchanting within the realm of spiritual perception. This must be it. Opening his eyes, Su Tong focused on a flower not far from him. Though he did not recognize it, the richness of its spiritual energy was undeniable. He realized this strange flower was indeed the treasure the tiger had been guarding, as for the flower's peculiar properties or value, he was uncertain. Rare treasures of heaven and earth are often claimed by those fortunate enough to encounter them. Simply standing guard over it does not grant ownership. He glanced at the scattered remnants of flesh and shook his head, pondering, had the tiger not been stationed here, I might never have discovered this wondrous flower. This must be what they call a treasure of heaven and earth. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tong decided to take the flower with him, intending to investigate its nature and potential upon returning to the Red Rainbow sect. Having dealt with the third-tier tiger of the refinement realm and acquired a flower of unknown utility, Su Tong continued to meander through the forest. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he encountered no other ferocious beasts. With no choice but to leave the forest, he resolved to return to the Red Rainbow sect the following day. Having been away for quite some time, after a brief moment of reflection, Su Tong chose to head back, recognizing the importance of balancing work and rest. Furthermore, he was now considered an elder of the Red Rainbow sect. Although his strength was not particularly formidable at present, it was only a matter of time before he grew stronger in the realm of Wenyang. Who else could reach the refinement realm's first tier within half a month but him? A true prodigy? The next day, Su Tong departed from the back mountain and returned to the Red Rainbow sect. Upon entering, he noticed numerous disciples bustling about. However, none recognized him. After all, during the testing phase, apart from the newcomers, there had been few senior disciples present, so only a handful were aware of who Su Tong was. He did not mind, of course. He could hardly accost someone and demand, "Why do you not bow to this elder?" That would be rather juvenile, wouldn't it? Navigating through the crowded plaza, Su Tong made his way to the ancient hall where books were stored. Elder Su. Upon presenting his elder's token, the two guards immediately bowed in respect. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded straight into the grand hall. After a brief glance around, he moved toward the section containing ordinary texts. Treasures of Heaven and Earth. Su Tong searched until he located a book dedicated to the documentation of such treasures. After flipping through its pages and confirming its contents, he decided to borrow it. Of course, he needed to register it first, but that was no great inconvenience. Having borrowed the book titled Miscellaneous Treatise on Treasures of Heaven and Earth, Su Tong returned to his quarters. Let us see if this flower truly belongs among the treasures of heaven and earth. Su Tong took the flower out and placed it alongside the book, then began to compare the two. He diligently recorded all the treasures mentioned in the book. Perhaps due to his cultivation, Su Tong found his memory remarkably sharp and quickly memorized the details of the treasures. Nevertheless, it took him 2 full days to complete the reading. Wucheng Hualan? Su Tong held the flower in hand, scrutinizing it closely. After finishing the book on treasures of heaven and earth, he had gained some understanding of the various spiritual herbs in this world. The flower he held was known as Wucheng Hualan, a spiritual herb of modest quality. When refined and consumed, it could provide some benefits to those at the refinement realm, enhancing their cultivation. Though he was uncertain by how much, at this moment, Su Tong was tempted to try it. According to the book, the effects of Wucheng Hualan were indeed notable, but the extent of its potency varied from person to person. Some experienced only a minor increase in cultivation, while others might advance an entire tier. But how exactly should he refine it? Su Tong found himself at a loss. While it was stated that the herb could be consumed directly after refinement, the book did not provide instructions on the refinement process. Clearly, there was still much knowledge to acquire. Su Tong shook his head in exasperation. If he understood correctly, refining should be akin to alchemy, requiring the extraction of the essence from the spiritual herb to enable direct consumption. Therefore, he likely needed to study alchemy. He wondered if the Red Rainbow sect possessed any alchemical texts. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Su Tong pondered whether the sect offered instruction in alchemy. Should such resources exist, he would not hesitate to seek out a book for study. Refinement? Su Tong held the Wucheng Hualan, his brow furrowed. Just then, as he spoke, spiritual energy surged within his palm, coalescing into a flame that instantly enveloped the Wucheng Hualan. Watching the flower rapidly wither under the heat, it soon turned to powder, leaving a single droplet of liquid in Su Tong's palm. What is this? Su Tong was momentarily bewildered the next instant. Realization dawned upon him. Had he just spoken the word refine in Mandarin? Could that truly work? Feeling rather flustered, he thought, if the ancient divine language could serve as a technique to invoke spiritual abilities, that would make sense, but to refine with mere words? The ancient divine language was indeed formidable. Chapter 17. Accompanying Elder Su Tong gazed at the droplet of red liquid in his palm. Was this the essence remaining after refining the Wucheng Hualan? Since the ancient deities were so powerful, he decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. His curiosity about this droplet intensified. Could such a small amount elevate a practitioner in the refinement realm by an entire tier? With a sense of intrigue, Su Tong prodded the droplet but felt nothing. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the red liquid without further thought. Boom! The instant he ingested it, his ears rang momentarily, and he felt a warm, wave-like energy coursing through his body, gradually expanding. This energy was exponentially richer than spiritual energy. Yet it was gentle enough for him to comfortably absorb it as a practitioner of the refinement realm. This substance seemed remarkably easy to absorb, providing pure energy without the need for purification. Su Tong mused to himself that this energy was incredibly soothing. He felt as if his entire body was enveloped in warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. How wonderful it would be if cultivation could always feel this pleasant. Though absorbing spiritual energy was not painful, it lacked such delightful sensations. Clearly, utilizing spiritual herbs to enhance one's strength was the optimal approach. They were not only exceedingly pure but also devoid of any adverse effects, provided, of course, that one did not attempt to consume herbs unsuitable for their cultivation level, as that could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, the Wuchang Hualan was perfectly suited for practitioners of the refinement realm, which explains Su Tong's remarkably pleasant experience. After approximately an hour of cultivation, Su Tong completely absorbed the spiritual liquid derived from the Wuchang Hualan. That moment, his cultivation level unmistakably ascended to the second tier of the refinement realm. Was cultivation truly this effortless? Su Tong smiled. Yet if this statement were to reach the ears of others, it would likely infuriate them to the point of spitting blood. For they had all achieved the refinement stage. None of them in less than a year. Feeling the surge of power within her own body, Su Tong found herself increasingly captivated by strength. Her current level still felt too low. She wondered if there might still be spiritual herbs in the vicinity. At this moment, she felt a flicker of anticipation. If there were an abundance of spiritual herbs, enhancing her prowess would become considerably easier. However, Su Tong was not well acquainted with the growth and distribution of these herbs. Had Elder Su returned? Just then, a voice from outside caught her attention. It was none other than Shirley. Curiosity piqued, she pondered how he had sought her out so soon after her arrival. Nevertheless, she proceeded downstairs to investigate. "I'm here. Is there something you need?" Su Tong stepped out of her residence and inquired, glancing at Shirley. "Elder Su, I'm glad to find you here," Shirley responded with a hint of excitement upon seeing her. Indicating that there was indeed a matter at hand, Su Tong regarded him silently, not probing further, prompting Shirley to speak up. "The sect leader is looking for Elder Su. I've been sent to find you." The sect leader? Su Tong had not anticipated that. "Yes, the sect leader wishes to see Elder Su as soon as possible," Shirley affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I shall go at once." "Where is the sect leader?" Although uncertain of the nature of the matter, it was imperative to heed the sect leader's summons. "I in the conference hall," Shirley replied promptly. Nodding in understanding, Su Tong made her way directly to the conference hall. Over the past few days, she had familiarized herself with the Qihong sect, and it was not long before she arrived at the hall. After a disciple announced her presence, Su Tong entered. "The sect leader and several elders are present." Su Tong observed that not only was Luo Ziyin there, but also the Grand Elder and several influential elders. "Elder Su, we have been seeking your input regarding your strength." Luo Ziyin began, but abruptly halted, having sensed Su Tong's aura. "Refinement stage?" the Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. He could distinctly feel that Su Tong had indeed reached the refinement stage, although he was unaware of her exact rank within it. "Truly impressive," Su Tong smiled modestly, acknowledging the observation that confirmed her status. "It seems Elder Su has been with the Qihong sect for less than half a month," one elder remarked, recalling her name, Lu Zhua. "Half a month to reach the refinement stage. Elder Su's comprehension is truly extraordinary." Another elder added, shaking his head in disbelief. "It is rather disheartening to compare. It took me a year and 3 months to reach this stage. Having spent nearly a year in the body tempering stage. In total, it took me about 2.5 years. Yet now, Elder Su has surpassed the body tempering stage in merely 15 days. Clearly, there are no objections to this matter, esteemed elders." Luo Ziyin cast her gaze towards the other elders, a serene smile gracing her lips. "No objections. Elder Su is more than capable of this responsibility." Several elders voiced their agreement in unison, and Su Tong remained curious about the topic of their discussion. "Elder Su, are you aware of the new disciple trials?" Luo Ziyin inquired. "Not at all," Su Tong replied almost without hesitation, for she was indeed unfamiliar with the concept. "Ahem, Every year new disciples join the Qihong sect, and the previous year's disciples must undertake a trial to assess their achievements over the year. If they perform well, they shall continue to receive training. If not, most will be sent back, the third elder interjected, providing clarity. That's so. Su Tong had assumed that once one entered the Qihong sect, they would remain indefinitely. Of course, to remain, one must contribute to the Qihong sect. Many of the guards and cleaning disciples are those who failed the trials, the third elder added. And what does this have to do with me? Am I expected to participate as well? Su Tong was taken aback. This matter seemed unrelated to her. Could it be that she was to undertake the trials alongside those disciples? Indeed, the sect leader hopes that Elder Su will also attend. The third elder confirmed with a nod. Such a humbling experience, to endure trials alongside the disciples. Su Tong was incredulous. However, the sect leader intended for her to accompany them in the capacity of a supporting elder, to familiarize herself with the surrounding terrain and the sect itself. Initially, they had worried about Su Tong's strength, but seeing her capabilities now, it was clear she could participate. This is the sect leader Luo Xian's directive. And the third elder reiterated it. The third elder explained, a supporting elder. So it was not a trial alongside them? Chapter 18. Beast Spirit Techniques. After the elders elucidated the situation, Su Tong comprehended that each year new disciples entered the Qihong sect to evaluate the previous batch's accomplishments. 2 elders would lead the expedition, accompanied by 10 disciples who had achieved the refinement stage, guiding the newly initiated disciples through their trials. The journey would indeed be perilous, yet measures would be in place to ensure the disciples' safety. Should dangers arise, the accompanying elders and senior disciples would intervene. Performance during the trials would be the primary criteria for assessment. Participants could opt to withdraw midway, but doing so would forfeit their chances of remaining within the Qihong sect for further cultivation. Moreover, those who had not reached the body tempering stage within a year could choose to remain with those who failed the trials in the Qihong sect. Within 3 years, if they attained the body tempering stage, they would be eligible for the trials, though the standards would be significantly stricter given their extended training time. Previously, the elders had hesitated, concerned about her strength, as supporting elders were also responsible for safeguarding the disciples. However, in light of Su Tong's impressive capabilities, they now recognized her readiness to accompany them. Luo Xian regarded Su Tong with envy in her eyes, for her own talent had allowed her to ascend to the refinement stage within a year. Yet, in comparison to Su Tong, her achievement seemed paltry. Elder Su, have you had the opportunity to cultivate any spirit techniques? The Grand Elder inquired casually. I have mastered one, called the Roaring Wind Blade. Su Tong hesitated briefly, recalling that the only technique she had learned was indeed the Roaring Wind Blade from that tiger. She had observed other spirit techniques, but had not practiced them. The Roaring Wind Blade? Is such a technique present within the Qihong sect? Isn't that a natural technique of the Black Wind Tiger? One elder questioned, brow furrowing. Yes, indeed. It is the technique of that beast. After a brief discussion among the elders, they collectively recalled the matter, albeit with slight frowns upon their faces. Elder Su, are you referring to the natural technique of the Black Wind Tiger at the refinement stage? One elder asked, clearly surprised. As this technique was not typically associated with humans, that what you call beasts? I was unaware. I encountered a refinement stage tier 3 tiger on the back mountain. It attacked me with the Roaring Wind Blade, which I subsequently learned and used to slice it into pieces, Su Tong explained. Realizing the terminology discrepancy, beasts were referred to as monsters, and this particular one had a name, the Black Wind Tiger. What? You killed a refinement stage tier 3 Black Wind Tiger? The moment her words left her lips, the elder's expressions morphed into shock. Yes, I was merely testing my strength, and it turned out that creature was rather weak. There were no other beasts around. Su Tong shrugged, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why is it that you all react with such astonishment every time? Can't you maintain a semblance of composure? At this point, the elders found themselves at a loss for words. Though the Black Wind Tiger was a refinement stage tier 3 beast, its natural technique could rival low-grade spirit techniques. The fact that Su Tong had not only evaded it, but had also turned its own technique against it was astonishing. How extraordinary was Su Tong's comprehension? It's settled then. Elder Su will co-lead the expedition alongside Elder Fei Jing. Luo Xian decisively stated. Su Tong's displayed prowess was formidable, and this trial would surely benefit her. Indeed, Su Tong nodded in agreement. Elder Fei Jing, a woman of considerable age and a first-tier transforming Qi elder, also nodded, likely concerned that Su Tong might not yet fully harness her strength. Nevertheless, Su Tong was intrigued by the upcoming trials and inquired, "When do we depart?" "In 1 month," Luo Zian replied. "A month. That provides ample time for further growth." Su Tong mused. In just half a month, she had attained the second tier of the refinement stage. She wondered what heights she might reach in another month. Upon exiting the assembly hall, Su Tong did not return to his residence, but instead made his way directly to the forest within the Qihong sect. With a month remaining, he desired to engage in further cultivation. From what Su Tong had gathered over the past 2 days, advancing to the refinement stage was exceedingly challenging. Some individuals spent 2 years merely transitioning from initial contact with cultivation to entering the refinement stage, yet remained stagnant there for a lifetime, attempting to break through to the transformation stage countless times, only to fail. Within the Qihong sect, although there were numerous experts at the refinement stage, those above the transformation stage were few in number. The return to void stage was even more exclusive, with only the sect leader and the Grand Elder having attained it. However, your cultivation speed cannot possibly compare to mine. Su Tong smiled slightly, found a stone, and sat down to commence his training. Continuous streams of spiritual energy converged from all directions, coalescing around Su Tong before being absorbed by him. The passage of time during cultivation always seemed to fly by. And before long, a month had elapsed. On this day, Su Tong appeared within the Qihong sect. "You finally made your appearance." As soon as Su Tong returned to his quarters, a voice rang out. Turning to look, he beheld a graceful figure. It was Luo Zian, sect leader. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Tong wore a smile and remarked, "Since the sect leader has entrusted me with such an important task, I naturally shall not forget it. Follow me," Luo Zian replied, clearly having awaited Su Tong's return. Had he not returned, she would likely have been disappointed. However, knowing Su Tong would come back on time, Luo Zian felt reassured that he had not neglected the Qihong sect due to his prodigious talent. Such an individual was precisely the one she felt comfortable in trusting with significant responsibilities. Indeed, Su Tong nodded and followed closely behind Luo Zian. Soon, the two arrived at the square of the Qihong sect, which was now teeming with people. In the center of the square stood a group, which, if Su Tong guessed correctly, consisted of the disciples participating in this training expedition. The 10 individuals at the forefront were the accompanying disciples. At the very front, a few figures were elders of the Qihong sect. "The sect leader has arrived." The elders, noticing Luo Zian and Su Tong, expressed surprise at their joint appearance but did not inquire further. Sect leader, whether elders or disciples, all present offered their respects to Luo Zian. "Have all the arrangements been made?" Luo Zian inquired, to which the Grand Elder nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Luo Zian stood upon the platform, surveying the crowd below. "I believe this training expedition may not be entirely smooth sailing. Do you have confidence?" Her voice, though soft, resonated in the ears of every disciple. "Yes," a resounding chorus of responses echoed, with each disciple appearing invigorated. Chapter 19. An unattainable genius. Su Tong observed the disciples below, most of whom were brimming with excitement. However, 3 individuals remained relatively composed, 2 males and 1 female, who were likely among the accompanying senior disciples. This time, accompanying you are Elder Fei Jing, Elder Su Tong, and 10 senior disciples at the refinement stage, Luo Zian briefly introduced. Yet, Su Tong found little interest in this introduction, as Elder Fei Jing was quite elderly, and he felt a lack of enthusiasm. Among the 3 calm disciples, he found the female disciple particularly appealing. She was clad in red garments, her skin as pale as snow, and her youthful face bore an air of innocence. "Elder Fei Jing, who are those 3? Su Tong inquired of Elder Fei Jing beside him. "Those are Gu Zian, Lu Yang, and Ji Shiyu. Among the accompanying disciples, they possess the strongest abilities. The other 2 are at the 3rd tier of the refinement stage. While Ji Shiyu has reached the 5th tier," Elder Fei Jing explained, demonstrating familiarity with the disciples of the Qihong sect. He then added, "Notably, Ji Shiyu has only been in the Qihong sect for 3 years. 3 years to reach the 5th tier of the refinement stage." Su Tong expressed surprise upon hearing this. Elder Fei Jing nearly spat blood in exasperation at Su Tong's remark, but upon reflection, he realized Su Tong had only been in the Qi Hong sect for half a month before entering the refinement stage. Now, after another month, his strength had likely increased significantly, showcasing an astonishing cultivation speed that left others in the dust. Thus, Elder Fei Jing fell silent. Seeing that Elder Fei Jing had ceased speaking, Su Tong refrained from further inquiry. Before long, the group set off. Previously, Su Tong had learned that the primary training location was a forest teeming with demon beasts. Most of these beasts were at the body refinement stage, though some were at the refinement stage, necessitating the presence of accompanying elders and disciples for protection. As long as the beasts were not of the refinement stage, they need not intervene, unless it were a matter of life and death. Of course, if they could not even defeat beasts at the body refinement stage, that would equate to a failed assessment. Su Tong walked ahead with Elder Fei Jing, who was leading the group, as Su Tong was unfamiliar with the area. The 10 disciples at the refinement stage followed behind. Elder Su, this time the sect leader intends for you to familiarize yourself with the terrain. Do pay close attention, Elder Fei Jing remarked. Originally, this opportunity was not meant for Su Tong, but the sect leader had strongly advocated for his inclusion. Su Tong nodded. This marked his first departure from the Qi Hong sect since arriving in this world. Previously, he had awakened aboard a flying vessel en route to the Qi Hong sect. Such vessels, akin to ships at sea, simply navigated through the skies. At that time, Su Tong found it fascinating. Having now been in this world for over a month, he was gradually becoming accustomed to everything and was eager to explore the outside world. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Without needing others to say much, Su Tong was determined to savor this experience fully. Meanwhile, the 10 accompanying disciples were engaged in discussion. I asked that Elder Su. He looks rather young. One male disciple remarked to a female disciple beside him. Indeed. The female disciple nodded, gazing at Su Tong's back with a hint of admiration. This admiration did not go unnoticed by the male disciple, who casually remarked, I heard he was sent by the Shuiyun dynasty to compete for a spot as a disciple, but accidentally became an elder of the Qi Hong sect. What do you mean by accidentally? The female disciple frowned, her expression reflecting displeasure. Am I speaking out of turn? He merely happened to be acquainted with ancient divine scripts. I suspect that lowly dynasty invested considerable resources to teach him in advance. From what I see, his comprehension is inferior to mine. Shang Honghai retorted dismissively. Elder Su entered the body refinement stage in mere half a day. How can you compare? Upon hearing Shang Honghai's words, the female disciple shot him a disdainful glance, offering a sarcastic remark before walking away. Shang Honghai furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Su Tong's retreating figure with a hint of irritation. At the front, Gu Ziyan and Lu Yiyang began discussing Su Tong. Why do you think Elder Su, being so young, was able to become an elder? Lu Yiyang asked Gu Ziyan while observing Su Tong. Gu Ziyan replied after a moment's thought. He possesses exceptional talent and comprehension. This was something Gu Ziyan had heard from the elders within the Qi Hong sect. When the elders spoke of Su Tong's talent, their eyes gleamed with admiration, which Gu Ziyan had not missed. The elders of the Qi Hong sect were known for their high standards, and being recognized for one's talent was no small feat, let alone being deemed exceptional. I have heard that Elder Su's talent was evident upon entering the Qi Hong sect, first in the assessment, which prompted the sect leader to personally invite him to become an elder. Then, within the spirit hall, he comprehended the cultivation methods and entered the body refinement stage in just half a day, Lu Yang added. Such talent and comprehension evoked envy even among those who were often hailed as geniuses. Half a day. At that moment, the typically indifferent Ji Shiyu unexpectedly spoke up. She had not paid much attention to such matters, preferring to focus on her training. This time, she had encountered a bottleneck, and her instructing elder had suggested she participate in this expedition, prompting her involvement. Thus, she was not well versed in the affairs of the Qi Hong sect. Although reluctant to admit it, Lu Yang could only nod in acknowledgement. Not to mention, I heard from the third elder that he reached the refinement stage in just half a month. The third elder was Gu Ziyan's mentor and had shared this information with him. Upon hearing Gu Ziyan's words, both Lu Yiyang and Ji Shiyu displayed expressions of shock. Is that true? Lu Yiyang asked incredulously. They had cultivated in the Qihong sect for over a year and had only reached the refinement stage, which was already considered a remarkable achievement. Yet, Elder Su had accomplished the same in merely half a month. Who can say? However, if such a terrifying talent truly exists, then the position of Elder becomes quite understandable. At this moment, Gu Zian also shook his head. Initially, he believed his own comprehension and talent to be exceedingly remarkable, but upon encountering Elder Su Tong, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness emerged within him. Lui Yang and Ji Shiyu shared this sentiment. They recognized him as an insurmountable genius. They held no doubts. After all, these were the words of other elders, and the sect leader's decision to elevate Su Tong to elder was certainly not made lightly. Meanwhile, Ji Shiyu curiously fixed her gaze upon Su Tong. Half a day of body tempering, half a month of refining essence. Such achievements ignited a flicker of curiosity in Ji Shiyu, who typically regarded her peers with disdain. Chapter 20. Elder Su, please engage in sparring with the disciple. After half a day's journey, the group arrived at a forest. They now had to remain vigilant, for within this forest, demonic beasts roamed freely. We shall not intervene with the body-tempering stage demonic beasts. If one cannot even slay a body-tempering stage beast, the trial cannot be passed. Upon reaching this location, Elder Fei Jing spoke, subsequently adding, as a reminder, slaying 5 body-tempering stage demonic beasts is necessary for a successful passage. Understood. The disciples responded hastily, their voices tinged with a hint of fear, yet predominantly filled with excitement. As long as they could pass the trial, they would continue their cultivation within Qihong sect and be granted ample resources. Thus, they eagerly anticipated this trial. Upon entering the forest, the disciples heightened their alertness. Roar! At that moment, a demonic beast suddenly lunged forth from an unknown direction. Su Tong observed. Its strength was at the body-tempering stage, which meant it posed no concern for him. Who will go? Elder Fei Jing inquired. The group of disciples, evidently facing demonic beasts for the first time, exhibited some trepidation. However, one male disciple stepped forward, declaring, I shall deal with this demonic beast. He saluted both Su Tong and Elder Fei Jing. Very well. Fei Jing nodded in approval as the disciple approached. A palpable aura slowly emanated from him, revealing his body-tempering stage prowess. He then engaged in combat with the demonic beast. This disciple must possess considerable talent, for he displayed no fear in the face of the beast. Initially, the beast's attacks were quite fierce, yet gradually, it began to exhibit signs of defeat. Despite its relentless roars that suggested ferocity, it ultimately fell to the disciple's skillful strikes. Good. What is your name? Elder Fei Jing inquired, nodding in satisfaction at the successful slaying of the body-tempering stage demonic beast. After all, elders tend to favor disciples who display courage and commendable strength. I am Ji Qinglin, the disciple exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Very well, I shall remember your name, Elder Fei Jing noted, recording Ji Qinglin's name in her ledger. With this encouragement, the other disciples were eager to participate. As they continued their journey, they encountered numerous demonic beasts, primarily of the body-tempering stage. Occasionally, a refining essence stage beast appeared, swiftly dispatched by 2 of the refining essence stage disciples. Su Tong, initially intrigued, found himself growing bored. The journey had become somewhat monotonous. After half a day's time, night descended upon them. Let us halt here. The number of powerful demonic beasts increases at night. We shall rest here. Elder Fei Jing commanded. Nighttime was the prime hunting hour for demonic beasts, and pushing onward recklessly could prove perilous. Concerned for the body-tempering stage disciples, Elder Fei Jing decided to stop, set up tents and start a fire. As an elder, Su Tong was not required to partake in such tasks and thus observed his surroundings with a sense of boredom. Once preparations were complete, some disciples gathered to converse while others began their cultivation. Seeing the diligent disciples, Elder Fei Jing nodded in approval. At that moment, a refining essence stage disciple approached, making his way towards Su Tong. This individual was none other than Shang Honghai, Elder Su Tong. Shang Honghai greeted, bowing respectfully before him. There's something you need? Su Tong replied, having been lost in thought. Sensing an unusual stillness around him, I wish to spar with Elder Su Tong, Shang Honghai stated. Eyeing Su Tong intently. Preposterous. Before Su Tong could respond, Elder Fei Jing interjected sternly. The other disciples, curious about Shang Honghai's challenge to Su Tong, looked on with intrigue. Some questioned Su Tong's elevation to elder, as they were unaware of his true strength and the complexities behind it. They only knew that Su Tong had entered the Qihang sect and reached the body-tempering stage in mere half a day. But what of it? Every individual here, every disciple, had also attained the body-tempering stage. To them, Su Tong merely possessed a speedier advancement. Indeed, a few refining essence stage disciples shared this sentiment, with Shang Honghai among them. He felt a sense of defiance towards an elder whose cultivation was inferior to his own. I do not jest. I merely seek clarification on certain matters and wish to spar with Elder Su Tong for the sake of breakthrough. Shang Honghai expressed, showing great respect towards Elder Fei Jing, fully aware of her status as a first-tier transformation realm expert. Oh? You wish to spar? Then let us do so, Elder Fei Jing scoffed. She knew Su Tong had entered the refining essence stage. Yet Shang Honghai was a second-tier refining essence stage practitioner. If Su Tong could not decisively overpower him, the other disciples would surely be dissatisfied. Thus, Elder Fei Jing's anger was justified. Challenging an elder was tantamount to challenging the Qihang sect itself. Such behavior could not be tolerated. I would not dare. Shang Honghai quickly replied. Su Tong, overhearing, let out a cold laugh. Dare not? You would not challenge Elder Fei Jing, yet you dare to challenge me? That is not my intention. Although that was indeed his intention, Shang Honghai refrained from voicing it in front of Elder Fei Jing. Very well, if you wish to spar, then let us proceed. Su Tong recognized that to earn the respect of these disciples, he must set an example. However, he found Shang Honghai's strength rather lacking. A second-tier refining essence stage opponent seemed too weak to him. Elder Su Tong, Elder Fei Jing voiced her concern. Yet, Su Tong waved his hand dismissively. He is merely a second-tier refining essence stage practitioner. Elder Fei Jing paused, then nodded, recalling Su Tong's earlier mention of having slain a third-tier refining essence stage Black Wind Tiger. It was likely that dealing with Shang Honghai would pose no challenge for him. Please, Elder Su Tong, enlighten me, Shang Honghai said, bowing again. He aimed to defeat Su Tong before the other disciples, proclaiming, You are unworthy. With that, Shang Honghai cast a glance at a female disciple nearby with whom he had chatted earlier, only to find her eyes filled with disdain. This infuriated Shang Honghai, fueling his resolve to utterly defeat Su Tong. In an instant, a second-tier refining essence stage aura erupted from him. Self-degradation, the female disciple remarked coolly. Elder Su Tong, please. Shang Honghai suppressed his anger, addressing Su Tong. As Su Tong prepared to engage, a resounding roar pierced the air. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, a multitude of roars echoed through the forest, accompanied by the tremors of the ground. The disciples' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing these sounds. Elder Fei Jing remained composed, commanding, Do not panic, stay alert. At that moment, a demonic beast, approximately 10 feet tall, charged towards Su Tong and the others. Upon seeing this beast, Elder Fei Jing's pupils constricted. Chapter 21. 3 First-Tier Transformation Realm Demonic Beasts. The towering beast, now rushing toward them, was a first-tier Transformation Realm Demonic Beast. Elder Fei Jing's expression grew grave. Her own strength was at the first tier of Transformation Realm, and this forest, intended merely for trials, had not yielded any Transformation Realm beasts for years. Thus, she had felt secure allowing her disciples to venture here. Yet, unexpectedly, on the very first day, they encountered a beast of such formidable power. Even Elder Fei Jing knew she must give her all. A Transformation Realm beast? Su Tong regarded the monstrous beast before him with curiosity, never having anticipated that such a creature could have attained the first level of the Transformation Realm. At that moment, the disciples, upon hearing Elder Fei Jing's words, were taken aback but did not succumb to excessive fear. After all, Elder Fei Jing herself was a first-tier expert in the Transformation Realm, possessing numerous techniques and an array of spiritual arts. Thus she should have a fair chance of handling the situation. Consequently, the disciples remained relatively untroubled, even exhibiting a sense of eagerness. After all, witnessing a powerful Transformation Realm expert engage in combat with a beast of the same realm would undoubtedly be an invaluable experience for them. However, this excitement was short-lived. Roar. Just then, the roar of another beast echoed through the air. Was this yet another first-tier transformation realm beast? Upon witnessing the emergence of the second beast, Elder Fei Jing's expression darkened ominously. While she had confidence in confronting one first-tier transformation realm beast, the presence of two was a different matter entirely. She felt no assurance whatsoever. Another transformation realm beast? How could this be? Were there not only beasts from the body refinement and refinement realm? As the second transformation realm beast appeared, the faces of the Qihong sect disciples changed dramatically. Could Elder Fei Jing handle two transformation realm beasts, disciples of the refinement realm? Follow my orders and do your utmost to delay one of the transformation realm beasts. I shall swiftly deal with the other, Elder Fei Jing declared, not daring to underestimate the situation posed by the two first-tier transformation realm beasts. Yes, at that moment, the refinement realm disciples, including Gu Ziyan, Lu Yiyang, and Ji Shiyu, wore grave expressions. Although they ranked among the more powerful disciples of the Qihong sect, they were still merely at the refinement realm and possessed no chance against a transformation realm beast. Roar! Just as the group prepared for battle, another roar resonated through the air. Shortly thereafter, a third first-tier transformation realm beast appeared. This. Everyone's heart sank. 3 First-tier transformation realm beasts? Elder Fei Jing's face turned ashen. She had confidence in facing one beast, and could manage with two through the assistance of the refinement realm disciples. But against three, her chances were non-existent. The third transformation realm beast manifested. Despair washed over the faces of the Qihong sect disciples. 3 First-tier transformation realm beasts? Su Tong furrowed his brow at the sight of the three looming beasts, taken aback at the revelation that three such formidable creatures lay hidden within the forest. Elder, what do we do now? Gu Ziyan inquired, fully aware that three first-tier transformation realm beasts were far beyond their capacity to handle. I will do my utmost to delay them. You must lead the other disciples to evacuate the forest swiftly. Elder Fei Jing replied, recognizing that this was their only course of action. Confronting three first-tier transformation realm beasts alone was beyond her capabilities, and it seemed that today might mark her end. However, the other disciples were the lifeblood of the Qihong sect and needed to escape. Elder, allow me to stay and assist in delaying them. Though my strength may be lacking, I could buy you some time. Ji Shiyu offered, cognizant that Elder Fei Jing could not possibly contend with three first-tier transformation realm beasts, and remaining behind was likely a perilous choice. Elder, let us stay as well, Gu Ziyan and Lu Yiyang chimed in. Despite their lesser strength compared to Ji Shiyu, together they could still hold off one beast for a while. Nonsense. You are the future of the Qihong sect. Hasten and lead the other disciples away. I will delay them if you are swift enough. Perhaps you can fetch reinforcements, Elder Fei Jing insisted, knowing well that Gu Ziyan, Lu Yiyang, and Ji Shiyu were among the most talented disciples of the Qihong sect and could not afford to remain behind. Elder! The trio clearly expressed their reluctance to leave. Go quickly, Elder Fei Jing urged, her voice sharp to that poignant moment. An ill-timed voice broke through the tension. The group turned their furious gazes towards the source, only to find Su Tong casually munching on a spiritual fruit. Elder Su Tong, this matter is of utmost importance. Please lead the other disciples away at once. Elder Fei Jing suddenly recalled that Su Tong was among the accompanying elders. However, given his mere refinement realm strength, he was hardly equipped to face a first-tier transformation realm beast. Why leave? There are merely 3 first-tier transformation realm beasts, Su Tong replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the others were incensed. Elder Su Tong, I am aware of your exceptional insights, but these are transformation realm beasts. For the safety of the disciples, I implore you to depart at once, Elder Fei Jing urged, suppressing her anger. Gu Ziyan, Lu Yiyang, and Ji Shiyu exchanged concerned glances at Su Tong. Should you wish to leave, then by all means do so. These 3 beasts will serve as a perfect opportunity for me to hone my skills. Su Tong scoffed, stepping forward resolutely towards the trio of charging beasts. You? Elder Fei Jing felt a surge of frustration, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. Yet before she could voice her objections, she sensed Su Tong's aura rising steadily. With each step he took, his power escalated. Refinement Realm 5th tier. Refinement Realm 6th tier. Refinement Realm 7th tier. Transformation Realm, 1st tier Transformation Realm. Second-tier transformation realm. Until it finally stabilized. Second-tier transformation realm? Elder Fei Jing gasped, unable to comprehend how Su Tong's strength had soared to such heights. How had he managed to reach the second tier of the transformation realm in just 2 months since joining the Qihong sect? She had spent decades cultivating her own abilities. The surrounding disciples were equally astonished by Elder Fei Jing's revelation. The strength of a second-tier transformation realm expert? How could this be? No one could fathom that Su Tong had surpassed even Elder Fei Jing herself. Chapter 22. The power of the second-tier transformation realm. As they beheld Su Tong's surging aura, both the disciples and Elder Fei Jing were left in a state of utter shock. Only 2 months prior, Su Tong had been utterly ignorant of the ways of cultivation. Yet now he stood at the threshold of the transformation realm, ranking among the top 10 in the Qihong sect. Gulp! Someone audibly swallowed, and the group snapped back to reality. Ji Shiyu's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. Such innate talent stirred even her usually aloof heart. Though she would not have been astonished had any other elder of the Qihong sect achieved such prowess. The individual before her was not yet 20 and even younger than herself. How could she remain unmoved by such an achievement? In stark contrast, Shang Honghai was consumed by dread, realizing that he had foolishly challenged a second-tier transformation realm expert with his merely refinement realm strength. He was no match for even a single finger of Su Tong. Elder Su Tong, you have indeed reached the second tier of the transformation realm? Though she sensed it, Elder Fei Jing still could not hide her astonishment. Just a month ago, Su Tong had only been at the refinement realm. How could he have advanced a tier in such a short span? Did you not see? Protect the disciples. I will handle these 3 beasts, Su Tong replied coolly. Though all 3 beasts were of the transformation realm, they were merely first tier, while he was at the second tier, making them relatively easy prey for him. Perhaps I should hold one off while you deal with the others swiftly, Elder Fei Jing suggested. Her gaze fixed on the approaching beasts. However, Su Tong shook his head. There is no need. These 3 beasts presented an ideal opportunity for him to refine his power, though his spiritual energy had been purified to a remarkable degree. Without combat experience, he could never wield it with the same fluidity as an arm. Only through battle could he truly master the essence of the transformation realm, a feat unattainable even by the ancient deities. Therefore, he was unwilling to share this rare chance with anyone else. Please exercise caution, Elder Su Tong. After listening to Su Tong's words, Fei Jing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Although she had previously regarded Su Tong's comprehension as exceptionally strong, she was not entirely at ease. After all, in the face of the transformation Qi realm, the refining essence realm was but dross. However, now that Su Tong had advanced to the transformation Qi realm within a month, Fei Jing was genuinely impressed. Thus, she had developed a modicum of confidence in Su Tong's abilities. Su Tong nodded, and then turned his gaze toward the fastest-running demon beast, which was the first to charge in their direction. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Tong sprinted toward the beast. The onlookers were curious. Shouldn't one consolidate their spiritual techniques and prepare to attack in the face of such formidable demon beasts? After all, that was the instruction they had received upon entering the Qihong sect. Yet, they had forgotten that Su Tong had not spent a single day studying at the Qihong sect. Ever since he had demonstrated an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, the sect had allowed him to train independently. Thus, Su Tong had no particular thoughts on the matter. With a powerful leap, he launched himself forward, delivering a sweeping kick. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced around Su Tong's foot, and the kick struck the demon beast squarely on the head. Roar. The beast let out a low growl, attempting to resist, but was caught off guard and sent flying over 100 meters by Su Tong's kick. Hiss. That was a Tianluo illusion beast, known for its formidable physical defenses, yet it had been effortlessly kicked away by Elder Su Tong. At this moment, Fei Jing gasped, utterly astounded. These 3 demon beasts were renowned for their resilience. Elder Su Tong was indeed someone who could astonish even the 3rd elder. Gu Zian also nodded in acknowledgement. Such formidable strength left even him, a prodigy, feeling a sense of trepidation. Quite impressive. Su Tong looked at the Tianluo illusion beast that had merely been kicked 100 meters away and nodded slightly. He had exerted considerable force in that kick, and he hadn't anticipated that the beast could withstand it. However, the next encounter would not be so lenient. Su Tong had merely been testing the waters. At that moment, the second Tian Luo illusion beast approached Su Tong. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch. A resounding sonic boom echoed as spiritual energy gathered around Su Tong's fist, and the next moment, it crashed into the beast's head. The powerful punch sent the second beast hurtling several hundred meters away, its might surpassing that of his previous kick. The disciples of the Qihong sect were left in awe. When Su Tong faced the third Tian Luo illusion beast, he employed the same technique and delivered another punch, sending that beast soaring into the air. Was this truly a transformation Qi realm demon beast? At that moment, a voice exclaimed, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. After all, in their eyes, demon beasts of the transformation Qi realm were exceptionally formidable. Even among human cultivators of the same realm, battling them was a daunting task. Even with the mightiest spiritual techniques, the outcome remained uncertain. When had they ever witnessed a human cultivator, under similar circumstances, utterly overpowering three demon beasts known for their defensive prowess solely through their innate spiritual energy? Such strength! Elder Su Tong was truly remarkable. Watching the scene unfold, where the demon beasts continuously attacked yet found themselves bested, Fei Jing murmured. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. How utterly dull, after a while. Su Tong, having discovered that he could manipulate the spiritual energy within his body with ease, felt a sense of satisfaction. However, the three Tian Luo illusion beasts were thoroughly defeated. Tian Luo armor, with a low growl. The beasts manifested layers of crystalline scales upon their bodies. How could they speak? Su Tong found it curious. These Tian Luo illusion beasts, like the black wind tiger, typically only emitted growls, yet when employing spiritual techniques, they could articulate human speech. That was the Tian Luo beast's innate spiritual technique, the Tian Luo armor, known for its formidable defense. At that moment, Elder Fei Jing shouted out. She was far more familiar with these demon beasts than Su Tong. Howling Wind Blade. Su Tong looked at the three Tian Luo illusion beasts, now clad in crystalline scales, and shouted. The howling wind blade he unleashed now wielded far greater power than when he was in the refining essence realm. Hearing Su Tong's shout, Elder Fei Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. Comparable to a mid-tier spiritual technique of the spiritual level? Then, she sensed the wind attribute spiritual energy in the surrounding environment rapidly converging, ultimately forming wind blades that swiftly darted toward the three Tian Luo illusion beasts. Chapter 23. Who told you to get up? In the forest, a fierce wind howled, sending countless fallen leaves spiraling. However, this gale paled in comparison to the wind produced by Su Tong. His howling wind blade surged forward, targeting the three Tian Luo illusion beasts. Originally, the howling wind blade of the black wind tiger only possessed the power of a top-tier mortal technique. Yet in Su Tong's hands, it had reached the level of a mid-tier spiritual technique. Elder Fei Jing, having lived for quite some time, could discern this Su Tong's spiritual technique was indeed the innate technique of the black wind tiger. While the black wind tiger could occasionally exceed its limits, it could never reach the level of a mid-tier spiritual technique. Su Tong's comprehension once again left Elder Fei Jing in awe. Roar! Three roars echoed almost simultaneously as the crystalline scales on the Tian Luo illusion beasts glimmered with golden light. They seemed to sense the impending danger. Break! Su Tong shouted, and at that moment, the howling wind blade descended upon the Tian Luo illusion beasts. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic sounds rang out as the disciples of the Qihong sect watched in astonishment, witnessing the crystalline scales on the Tian Luo illusion beasts shatter. The wind blade sliced through the beasts, leaving them utterly defeated. Gulp! Several disciples swallowed hard at the sight. Those were demon beasts of the transformation Qi realm, and there were three of them. Yet, they could not withstand even a single spiritual technique attack from Elder Su Tong. Elder Su Tong's prowess was truly terrifying. Too weak. After resolving the three Tian Luo illusion beasts, Su Tong clapped his hands and ran over, directly sifting through the remains to retrieve three golden orbs. There truly are demon cores. Su Tong felt a sense of satisfaction as he pocketed the three golden orbs. He had previously read that demon beasts who entered the transformation Qi realm could condense demon cores within their heads. Now, it appeared to be true. What are you all staring at? Noticing the Qi Hong sect disciples staring in a daze, Su Tong called out, "We won." Elder Su Tong truly emerged victorious. Moreover, he did so with remarkable ease. Incredible, Elder Su Tong. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, the crowd erupted in cheers. Initially, they had thought they were doomed. Yet Su Tong single-handedly turned the tide. With unparalleled strength, he effortlessly defeated 3 transformation Qi realm demon beasts. Such might left the disciples in awe. Elder Su Tong, we owe you our lives this time. Elder Fei Jing bowed respectfully to Su Tong, expressing her gratitude. Had it not been for Su Tong, they would have been unable to resolve the dire situation. It was worth noting that just moments ago, Elder Fei Jing had resigned herself to the thought of certain death. She had never anticipated that Su Tong would possess the strength of the second tier of the transformation Qi realm, easily dispatching 3 first-tier transformation Qi realm Tianluo illusion beasts. These were demon beasts. Generally, even a human of the third tier of the transformation Qi realm would find it challenging to secure victory against a first-tier demon beast. Yet, Su Tong had faced 3 alone, and in a dominating manner. All for the Qi Hong sect. Su Tong waved his hand, feeling there was no need for excessive pride. After all, the novels he had read often featured battles against higher levels of power. However, Su Tong could not help his rapid progress in cultivation. It had inadvertently placed him above these 3 demon beasts. Elder Su Tong's righteousness, upon returning, I shall certainly report to the sect leader. Elder Fei Jing immediately declared. Su Tong nodded, saying, yes, it must be reported, and a thorough investigation is required. What does Elder Su Tong mean? Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Fei Jing was taken aback. Surely the Qi Hong sect had already surveyed this forest? Su Tong began to speak slowly. Yes, while they had not conducted a thorough investigation, they had indeed surveyed the area. Elder Fei Jing nodded in agreement. Although they conducted their training here every year, to be cautious, they would send disciples to scout the area. It was likely that those disciples were either inattentive, or that the demon beasts of the transformation Qi realm were beyond their detection. Since there has been a survey, even if the next group of people were careless and of lower strength, it would be impossible for 3 transformation Qi realm demon beasts to go unnoticed. This is no mere beast. It is a creature of the transformation realm. Even a cursory examination would reveal its presence. Su Tong continued, to take a step back, even if the investigator found nothing. Wouldn't Elder Fei Jing find it strange that 3 transformation realm beasts suddenly emerged in this forest? Upon hearing Su Tong's inquiry, Elder Fei Jing nodded in agreement and replied, what Elder Su Tong says is indeed correct. This likely indicates that someone is scheming in the shadows. Once we return, I shall report to the sect master and conduct a thorough investigation. With Su Tong's reminder, Fei Jing also felt the gravity of the situation. After all, the activities of the Qi Hong sect in this area were hardly a secret. It was merely that over the years, surrounding factions had refrained from taking action. Thus, Fei Jing had not considered this angle until now. It seems some sects can no longer hold back. Indeed, Su Tong nodded. Just then, a figure approached, revealing none other than Shang Honghai, who had earlier expressed a desire to spar with Su Tong. Upon seeing Shang Honghai, Su Tong casually remarked, I almost forgot. I still have a match to contend with this disciple. Hearing Su Tong's words, Shang Honghai abruptly knelt, exclaiming, disciple dares not. What is there to fear? It is merely a spar. Su Tong replied slowly. Disciple acknowledges his mistake. I beseech Elder Su for forgiveness. Shang Honghai hastily bowed his head in apology. Initially, he had thought Su Tong possessed little more than the strength of the refinement realm, emboldening him to speak disrespectfully. However, after witnessing Su Tong single-handedly battle 3 transformation realm beasts, a chill surged from his heart to his feet. Such power could easily crush him with a mere finger. Thus, he felt compelled to prostrate himself and apologize. Indeed, Su Tong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned to his tent to rest, contemplating the 3 beast cores he had just acquired. Elder Su, seeing Su Tong turn to enter the tent, Shang Honghai hurriedly rose to follow, but at that moment, Elder Fei Jing coldly interjected, Elder Su has not permitted you to rise. Do you dare to stand on your own? Thud. Fei Jing's words caused Sheng Honghai to kneel once more, quickly asserting, "Disciple dares not?" Elder Fei Jing, possessing the strength of the transformation realm, commanded respect, and Sheng Honghai dared not defy her. Hemph! With a cold snort, Elder Fei Jing returned to her tent, leaving Sheng Honghai kneeling in place, too afraid to rise or depart. Chapter 24. Consuming the beast core inside the tent, Su Tong gazed at the 3 icy beast cores of the Tianluo illusionary beast in his hands. According to records, these cores held the potential to enhance one's strength. Su Tong recalled that a tome from the Qihong sect also mentioned this. The beast core contains the essence of a beast's life force, making the energy within quite formidable and absorbable by humans. However, direct consumption would not only make it challenging to absorb the energy, but could also easily result in severed meridians due to the overwhelming power. To harness the energy from a beast core, one could utilize spiritual herbs to aid in concocting a pill, or one could opt to refine the core directly. Refining it, Su Tong pondered, considering that perhaps directly refining these 3 cores might enable him to consume them. With that thought, he selected one core and declared, "Refine." Instantly, an invisible force gathered in Su Tong's palm, forming a flame that enveloped the beast core. Su Tong meticulously observed the core's transformation as it spiraled in his palm. Yet it showed no signs of being refined. During the refining process, did the core's energy dissipate? After assessing the situation, Su Tong noted that the energy was indeed vanishing during the refinement. Moments later, the core was completely refined, leaving behind a viscous liquid. Su Tong frowned at the thick liquid before discarding it, for the energy had entirely dissipated. The method was flawed. Su Tong shook his head, realizing that his approach to refining was misguided. The records indicated that only through proper refinement could one gain the energy from the beast core. Yet, it was clear that Su Tong's understanding of refinement was not aligned with the intended process. However, if he could control the energy, direct consumption might still be feasible. At that moment, Su Tong hesitated. Although consuming the beast core directly posed risks of explosion or severed meridians, if he could manage the volatile energy, it could be ingested. Why not give it a try? Gritting his teeth, Su Tong decided to proceed. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable assurance that it would not harm him. He then placed one beast core into his mouth and swallowed it whole. As the core slid down his throat, a chilling sensation coursed through him, yet he felt no discomfort. Nevertheless, Su Tong remained vigilant, recalling the warnings of his ancestors. Once the energy of the beast core erupted, its power would be formidable. Suddenly, Su Tong sensed a shift within his body. Energy began to emanate from the core. "Purify," Su Tong commanded, and the energy released from the core began to circulate within him. Although only a trickle of energy escaped at the moment, Su Tong understood that it had not yet reached its explosive potential. Indeed, moments later, the energy pouring forth from the beast core intensified. "Humph! Purify for me." With a disdainful snort, Su Tong enveloped the energy in a white light, forcibly guiding it through his body. Ultimately, it transformed into spiritual energy, infusing his dantian. As the energy was refined, the core's power erupted forth, flooding Su Tong's body. If an outsider were present, they would witness Su Tong's form slowly swelling with the influx of energy. Such tremendous power could surely lead to an explosion for anyone else. At that moment, Su Tong felt immense satisfaction. The vast energy contained within the beast core could indeed result in catastrophic consequences for a transformation realm expert. Of course, that was the case for others. In comparison to the ancient deities, he still had much to learn. Observing the energy that had erupted from the core, it was swiftly enveloped by a peculiar white light, which then compelled it to circulate within his body for a complete cycle before settling in his dantian. As the beast core's energy was forcibly purified, Su Tong's body began to revert to its original state. Indeed, mastering the language of the ancients rendered him invincible. Su Tong chuckled coldly, feeling quite pleased as he absorbed the vast energy now being refined within him. His aura surged once more, climbing from the second tier of the transformation realm to the fourth tier. Su Tong was acutely aware that this was a direct result of forcibly absorbing the energy from the beast core. Had he diluted it with spiritual herbs, even a single tier increase would have proven challenging. Exhaling a breath of turbid energy, Su Tong nodded in satisfaction. he had successfully refined the first beast core. Naturally, he would not forego the second. However, just as he prepared to consume the second core, a passage of text surfaced in his mind. Beast core enters the body, condense its power, transform its form. The clarity of the text momentarily stunned Su Tong. What could it mean? Although he recognized all the characters, their combined significance eluded him. Furrowing his brow, Su Tong contemplated the matter and suddenly recalled his earlier battle with the Tianluo illusionary beast. Tianluo armor, he intoned, and his skin shimmered with a golden hue. Intricate patterns emerging within. Su Tong gazed at his now golden skin, excitement coursing through him as he prodded the skin on the back of his hand. Feeling its newfound hardness compared to before, so that is it. At this moment, Su Tong began to comprehend that he had previously encountered several formidable beastly creatures with robust defenses. Although they all belonged to the refinement stage, Su Tong harbored a deep curiosity about their defensive spiritual techniques and recounted them in his native tongue. While his attempts yielded some enhancement effects, they paled in comparison to those of the beasts, which only served to heighten Su Tong's intrigue. The spiritual techniques of the ancient divine beasts, when articulated in the language of the gods, demonstrated a potency surpassing that of the beasts themselves. However, the defensive techniques did not achieve the same remarkable results. Su Tong now understood that the defensive spiritual techniques of these beasts were inherently linked to their bloodlines. Achieving any effect in the absence of bloodline enhancement was already commendable. With the consumption of the demon core from the Tianluo illusion beast, he had acquired a trace of bloodline, enabling him to employ the innate spiritual techniques of the Tianluo illusion beast. Having grasped everything, Su Tong smiled with satisfaction and swallowed the second demon core, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Chapter 25. The trial concludes within the confines of the tent. Su Tong's aura surged once more, reaching the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Drawing on the experience from the first demon core, Su Tong's speed in refining the second core had notably increased. Furthermore, the elevation granted by the second demon core was limited to just 1 tier, at least it's slightly faster than my own cultivation. Su Tong mused. He sensed that while his cultivation pace was not slow, sitting cross-legged in one position for extended periods felt somewhat uncomfortable. For Su Tong, directly consuming demon cores to enhance his prowess was the most favorable method. However, for an ordinary individual, excessive consumption of spiritual herbs and pills could jeopardize their foundation, leaving lingering repercussions. Yet, Su Tong's purification ability was exceptional. He could absorb even the violent energy of demon cores without adverse effects. After swallowing the second demon core, Su Tong decided to experiment. A golden radiance enveloped him, revealing a thin layer of crystalline substance upon his skin, akin to the manifestation exhibited by the Tianluo illusion beast. Such formidable physical strength, Su Tong felt a sense of clarity regarding his newfound power. With the 5th tier of Qi transformation at his disposal, he could undoubtedly withstand an attack from a peak Qi transformation realm beast. However, the Tianluo illusion beast level was still somewhat lacking. He resolved to seek more powerful demon cores in the future. Su Tong had made a decision. This method, which not only enhanced physical resilience but also augmented spiritual energy, was certainly worth pursuing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose to rest. Even though reaching his current level meant he could go without rest for 10 days or half a month without any issues, he preferred to take breaks whenever possible. The following day, how refreshing. Su Tong emerged from the tent. Huh? Why are you still kneeling here? Su Tong was somewhat surprised to see Shang Honghai kneeling before his tent. Elder Su Tong did not allow me to rise. I dare not, Shang Honghai hurriedly replied, his face a mask of terror. He could not shake the memory of kneeling for an entire hour the previous night, feeling increasingly embarrassed about remaining in such a position. Just as he was about to rise and leave, a powerful aura erupted from Su Tong's tent. This aura escalated dramatically, ultimately surpassing the strength Su Tong had displayed when he vanquished the 3 Tianluo illusion beasts. Shang Honghai understood that Elder Su Tong had been at the 2nd tier of Qi transformation during the day. If it had grown stronger, it could only mean he had reached the 3rd or even 4th tier. Moreover, after approximately half an hour, Shang Honghai sensed an even more potent aura emanating from Su Tong's tent, one that was several times stronger than the previous outburst. This overwhelming energy caused Shang Honghai, who had initially intended to rise, to falter and remain kneeling. You may rise. Observing Shang Honghai's prolonged kneeling, Su Tong nodded. In truth, he had been aware of everything happening around him the previous night. When Shang Honghai prepared to stand, Su Tong had deliberately released a portion of his aura to instill a sense of trepidation in him. Otherwise, even Elder Fei Jing would not have detected the presence of Shang Honghai's refinement stage strength. Thank you, Elder Su Tong. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Shang Honghai felt a wave of relief and promptly prepared to stand. However, before he could rise, whether from kneeling too long or the psychological pressure, he suddenly collapsed back to his knees with a thud. Do you enjoy kneeling so much? Then remain in that position until we depart. Su Tong remarked with a slight frown upon witnessing Shang Honghai kneel once more. Shang Honghai's complexion changed instantly, but he dared not protest, merely nodding in acquiescence. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement and departed, leaving Shang Honghai kneeling in a state of despair. Before long, more disciples of the Qihong sect awakened. Upon noticing Shang Honghai still kneeling, they were taken aback but dared not comment. Several refinement stage disciples scoffed before returning to their own affairs. After all, Shang Honghai's provocative behavior the day prior warranted such a punishment. Enduring a night of kneeling was already quite lenient. Had it been another elder, he might have met a far harsher fate. Watching the surrounding disciples, Shang Honghai felt a deep sense of shame. Wishing to vanish into a hole, when everyone had finished packing and prepared to set off, Shang Honghai finally stood up with the assistance of two body-refining stage disciples. The group resumed their journey. Following Su Tong's impressive solo battle against 3 first-tier Qi transformation beasts the previous night, all the disciples regarded him with fervent admiration. Within the Qihong sect, there were not many elders who had reached the Qi transformation realm, and none were as young as Su Tong. Consequently, he became the object of adoration for this group of disciples, many of whom were of similar age or even younger than him. The subsequent trial proceeded smoothly. With the exception of 2 disciples who were unable to defeat even the body-refining stage beasts, the rest displayed commendable strength and performance. Even Elder Fei Jing nodded in satisfaction. Today's battles and levels of enthusiasm were far superior to yesterday's. In truth, Elder Fei Jing was well aware that this was all due to Su Tong's influence. Su Tong's performance the previous night had established him as a figure of admiration among the disciples, igniting their fervor for the trials. This is how disciples should conduct themselves during their trials. Elder Fei Jing remarked calmly before announcing, "All right, this trial has concluded." Upon Elder Fei Jing's declaration, all the disciples, except for the few who had not passed, erupted with excitement. Their performances had been commendable, ensuring their continued stay within the Qihong sect for further cultivation. Observing the young individuals of similar age to himself, Su Tong's lips curled into a slight smile, which quickly vanished as he frowned and gazed in another direction. There, he sensed a peculiar aura. "Elder Fei Jing, since the trial has concluded, I would appreciate it if you could escort the disciples back to the Qihong sect." Su Tong addressed Elder Fei Jing. Taken aback by Su Tong's request, Elder Fei Jing quickly recovered. "And what of you, Elder Su Tong?" "I wish to investigate the origins of those 3 Qi transformation beasts from last night," Su Tong replied nonchalantly. Without waiting for Elder Fei Jing to inquire further, he swiftly darted into the depths of the forest. Chapter 26. The fisherman prepares to reap. Watching Su Tong depart, Elder Fei Jing hesitated momentarily before gesturing to the disciples behind him. "Let us return to the Qihong sect." Elder Fei Jing also needed to report the occurrences here, as for Su Tong's intentions or discoveries. He decided not to pry. "Yes," the disciples responded in unison. After Su Tong left the group, he changed direction and sped deeper into the forest. Moments ago, he had sensed a strange fluctuation of energy, which seemed distinct from spiritual energy, piquing his curiosity. On the continent of Wentian, there were many bizarre phenomena he had yet to encounter, prompting his immediate investigation. Upon making this discovery, "It should be over here." Su Tong assessed the direction of the peculiar energy fluctuation, confirming that it lay ahead. As he proceeded, he suddenly noticed several figures not far away. Pausing momentarily to observe, he discerned 3 third-tier Qi transformation experts and 1 first-tier Qi transformation individual. Su Tong sensed the strength of those few individuals. Although somewhat formidable, they paled in comparison to his own prowess. At that moment, the four stood by the edge of a lake, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Their breaths erratic, indicating they had sustained injuries. Observing them closely, Su Tong could discern their wounds, suggesting that multiple waves of adversaries had encountered them. Such injuries could not have been inflicted by the three beastly entities from the previous night. Su Tong chose to remain hidden, observing from the shadows. After half an hour, a voice emerged from behind the fort. "We succeeded." With this proclamation, the guardians exhibited signs of excitement. "Young master, have we truly succeeded?" The leader of the four inquired eagerly. "Yes, we have finally achieved it." A young man stepped forward, appearing to be not much older than Su Tong. Yet he was at the first tier of the transformation realm. His pallid complexion betrayed a more severe state of injury than that of the others, but the thrill evident on his face piqued Su Tong's curiosity. "This time, we shall surely capture that beast," the young man declared ominously. The other four echoed his excitement, rising to venture deeper into the forest. Oblivious to Su Tong's presence nearby, it seemed they had uncovered a formidable beast in this vicinity. From their conversation, Su Tong deduced that a powerful creature lurked here, and their mission was undoubtedly to confront it. They had clearly engaged in battle with the beast, but had been overpowered and wounded. What manner of beast possesses such strength? 3 individuals at the third tier of the transformation realm and 2 at the first tier could not prevail against it. Su Tong's curiosity was further ignited. Such a powerful creature in this forest, yet the Qihong sect remained unaware and confidently sent a group of disciples to train. The more he pondered, the more intrigued he became, leading him to follow their trail. As they ventured deeper, they eventually halted at a particular spot. The concentration of lightning attribute spiritual energy here is remarkable. Su Tong felt the air charged with energy, which was unusual for a forest typically dominated by wood attribute energy. Here, it was overwhelmingly the opposite, lightning attribute. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the woods. It appeared that a conflict had erupted, and the beast seemed to have sustained injuries. The sound was chilling, prompting Su Tong to approach cautiously. Indeed, in the area where the lightning attribute energy was most potent, he beheld a peculiar beast. Its appearance was akin to a tiger, yet distinctly unlike one, with a coat of purple fur, and what amused Su Tong was the way lightning crackled around its form. Su Tong sensed that the beast was at the pinnacle of the transformation realm but appeared somewhat weakened, its strength barely at the 4th tier. Before the beast stood the 5 individuals, now even more beleaguered than when Su Tong first encountered them, indicating they had not gained a significant advantage in their recent skirmish. At that moment, the young leader produced a rope-like object, a spirit treasure. Su Tong realized, recognizing it as a potent artifact, stronger than ordinary weapons. So, the peculiar energy I sensed earlier emanated from this spirit treasure. The leader commanded, "The beast-binding rope requires time to activate. You must restrain it for me. This enhanced beast-binding rope will surely capture this creature, and my strength will surely ascend to a new level." Understood. The other 4 nodded vigorously, then without hesitation, charged toward the beast. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, yet they were met with a series of setbacks. Damn it! If those 3 transformation realm heavenly illusion beasts hadn't fled, we wouldn't be in this predicament, the young man seethed. Hastily channeling energy into the rope. It became clear to Su Tong that the 3 heavenly illusion beasts had been under their control, explaining the sudden emergence of 3 such beasts in the forest. The battle escalated to a fever pitch as the young man directed the rope toward the beast. However, just as a smile began to form on his lips, a deafening crack resounded. The beast roared in fury, and in an instant, bolts of lightning erupted. The spirit treasure binding the beast was violently torn away. How is this possible? The young man was taken aback, realizing that even a mid-tier spirit treasure should not have been so easily broken. "Be careful, young master. It's about to self-destruct," a voice cried out. Simultaneously, the lightning surrounding the beast intensified. With a thunderous explosion, torrents of lightning surged forth. Su Tong observed in horror as the weakest member of the group, at the first tier of the transformation realm, was instantly pierced by the lightning. Heavenly illusion armor. Su Tong exclaimed, as golden light enveloped him, crystalline barriers manifesting around his body. In that moment, the lightning surged towards Su Tong, striking him directly, yet it had no effect. The self-destruction of the beast was indeed powerful. Su Tong chuckled coldly and advanced forward, having noticed that the young man had somehow evaded being pierced by the lightning. Clearly, he was the one who would intervene. One cannot have other fishermen present when reaping the rewards. Chapter 27. The demise of the young master of the beast-taming sect in the forest. Chaos reigned as lightning crackled overhead. Su Tong observed the young man struggling to maintain his composure. Concentrating his spiritual energy, he declared, "The fisherman has come to reap the harvest." Startled, the young man turned in terror, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld Su Tong, moving with ease amidst the lightning. Impossible! Even a third-tier transformation realm warrior would be pierced by the lightning in this storm, yet here stood someone unfazed. At that moment, the young man noticed the crystalline armor encasing Su Tong. Heavenly illusion armor? Having dealt with beasts for so long, he recognized it well. However, Su Tong offered no chance for further words. Gathering his energy, he unleashed a claw that pierced through the young man's body. How would the disciples of the Qi Hong sect rejoice if they knew they had vanquished the young master of the beast-taming sect? Su Tong remarked coolly, watching his life slowly ebb from the young man's eyes. From the moment the skirmish began, Su Tong had recognized these individuals as members of the beast-taming sect, the sworn enemies of the Qi Hong sect. Every year, disciples from the Qi Hong sect would venture out only to be inexplicably surrounded by powerful beasts, with all evidence pointing to the beast-taming sect upon investigation. Of course, many of their own disciples had perished at the hands of the Qi Hong sect, which is why Su Tong refrained from intervening to aid them and instead chose to exacerbate their plight. "Who are you?" A voice rang out. Su Tong turned to see one of the 3 third-tier transformation realm warriors. Tio thinks someone could withstand this. The realization struck him. The young master of the beast-taming sect had only managed to withstand Su Tong due to a defensive artifact, but this transformation realm warrior was relying solely on his strength, though he found it increasingly difficult compared to Su Tong. "You killed the young master? The beast-taming sect will not forgive this." The words had barely left his lips when Su Tong pierced through his body as well. "Too much talk." Su Tong replied coolly, glancing around. The remaining 3 members of the beast-taming sect had perished in the explosion of the beast. The storm of lightning dissipated moments later, revealing the charred remains of the 3 who had fallen. The forest around them bore the scars of the battle, many trees still ablaze. The self-destructed beast had left nothing behind. That self-destructing beast truly had a vicious nature, Su Tong mused with a faint smile. Although he was unaware of the beast's identity, its mastery over lightning attribute energy was undeniably formidable, especially its resolute decision to self-destruct at the last moment. He began to search the bodies of the fallen, wondering what treasures they might possess. At this moment, Su Tong approached the young master of the beast-taming sect. Asked the young master, he must possess some commendable items. After a brief search, Su Tong discovered a small pouch on him, an interspatial pouch. Su Tong recognized it. It was indeed a type of spiritual treasure, albeit not even classified as a low-grade spiritual artifact. It contained its own space, capable of holding items. However, this pouch appeared to be the most rudimentary kind. It seemed the young master of the beast-taming sect was not particularly affluent. Su Tong shook his head helplessly and then opened it directly. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed there were over 10,000 spiritual stones inside, along with a low-grade spiritual artifact and some miscellaneous items. However, Su Tong was not particularly interested. Just as he was about to retract his spiritual sense, he noticed something in the corner that piqued his curiosity. With a flick of his hand, the item appeared in Su Tong's grasp. It seemed to be a manual. The title read Beast Taming Appraisal, and it emanated a faint aura reminiscent of demonic beasts. Intrigued, Su Tong opened it to find it contained methods for taming demonic beasts. Su Tong glanced at it and shook his head. Although it provided methods for taming demonic beasts, he felt no inclination towards it. Beasts tamed through such forceful means would not genuinely follow, and could easily flee, much like the 3 celestial illusion beasts had done earlier. Subsequently, Su Tong searched for the others and found they all possessed low-grade interspatial pouches as well, but contained nothing of value. Only a few spiritual stones that caught Su Tong's eye. Just as Su Tong was stowing the spiritual stones into his pouch, a sudden roar from a beast echoed through the air. The sound was strikingly similar to that of the previous demonic beast. Su Tong, on high alert, glanced around. Could there be another such beast? Roar! The sound came again, clearer this time, prompting Su Tong to follow its source. Soon, among the grass, he spotted a small demonic beast lying on the ground. However, it had not yet opened its eyes. So this beast had come to the forest to give birth. Su Tong furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that the members of the beast-taming sect had also noticed this, which explained their earlier aggression towards the beast. No wonder the beast seemed somewhat weak when he first encountered it. It had just given birth. At this moment, Su Tong understood why the beast had not reached its peak strength earlier. Roar. Just then, the beast let out another roar, and its eyes slowly opened. As the small demonic beast opened its eyes, lightning flickered across its body. Was it naturally endowed with such potent lightning attributes? Su Tong had not anticipated that this beast could control lightning upon birth. It seems we share a special bond. Come with me with that. Su Tong lifted the small demonic beast and headed straight towards the direction of the Qihong sect. Shortly after Su Tong departed, several figures appeared in the area. Young Master. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the young master of the beast-taming sect on the ground, their expressions turned grave. This was their young master, the son of the sect leader. Now reduced to a corpse. One middle-aged man, his face darkened, examined the 5 bodies and furrowed his brow slightly. The young master's inner armor is a low-grade spiritual artifact. How could it be shattered like this? And where is the interspatial pouch? The middle-aged man soon realized that the young master's pouch was missing as well. His already grim expression darkened further. He barked an order. Inform the beast-taming sect. Dispatch personnel to surround the forest and allow no one to enter or exit. Conduct a thorough search. Leave no corner unchecked. Yes. A disciple of the beast-taming sect quickly responded. Meanwhile, Su Tong had already exited the forest with the small demonic beast in hand. Chapter 28. The shocked elders at the Qihong sect. Elder Fei Jing had long since returned and was reporting to the sect leader and other elders. You mean to say you encountered 3 celestial illusion beasts at the first level of the Qi transformation realm? One elder raised his brow slightly and inquired. His own strength was also at the first level of the Qi transformation realm, and he understood all too well how formidable such beasts could be. Precisely, Elder Fei Jing nodded slightly. Were there any casualties among the disciples? The third elder also chimed in with a question. No disciples suffered any casualties? Elder Fei Jing shook her head. Well then, third elder, lead a group to eliminate those 3 celestial illusion beasts and reorganize the assessment. The sect leader nodded, issuing the command. He then turned to Elder Fei Jing. You did well this time. Encountering such dangerous beasts, it was wise to retreat back to the Qihong sect. But sect leader, those 3 beasts have already been slain, and the disciples have completed their assessment. Just as several elders nodded slightly, Elder Fei Jing helplessly interjected. What? Elder Su Tong. How is that possible? Isn't he at the refinement realm? Upon hearing Fei Jing's words, the elders expressed their astonishment. Elder Su Tong has already entered the 2nd level of the Qi transformation realm. When Fei Jing uttered these words, even she found it hard to believe. Yet, the truth was undeniable, and she could only report it as it was. Thus, Fei Jing anticipated that the elders would be even more astonished by this news. However, after a moment of silence, she glanced around to find everyone in the room, one and all, utterly dumbfounded. After a long while, they finally emerged from their shock. Impossible. Yes, Elder Su Tong has only been with the Qihong sect for 2 months. Surely there must be a mistake. Just 2 months ago, Elder Su Tong didn't even know what cultivation was. Now claiming he is at the 2nd level of the refinement realm is believable. But at the 2nd level of the Qi transformation realm? No way. Once they regained their senses, the elders began to chatter amongst themselves, yet none believed it. Only Luo Xin furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. So many people gathered. Just then, Su Tong walked in directly from outside. holding a small demonic beast in his hand. Elder Su Tong. Upon seeing Su Tong enter, the elders turned their attention towards him, attempting to discern something from his demeanor, but found nothing amiss. Elder Su Tong, Elder Fei Jing just reported some matters regarding your trials. You encountered 3 Qi Transformation Realm beasts? The Grand Elder could not help but inquire. Yes, but they were merely 3 celestial illusion beasts at the first level of the Qi Transformation Realm. Does that warrant a report? Su Tong nodded. To him, this was a trifling matter, considering those 3 beasts had escaped from the beast-taming sect. However, at the first level of the Qi Transformation Realm, those 3 celestial illusion beasts were slain by Elder Su Tong. The Grand Elder pressed further. Indeed, that is correct. Su Tong did not conceal the truth. Elder Su Tong is at the second level of the Qi Transformation Realm? The Grand Elder inquired, asking the most crucial question. Upon hearing this, the other elders swiftly turned their gazes towards Su Tong. However, Su Tong merely shook his head. Phew, it seems Elder Fei Jing made an error. The Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I thought it was impossible. Surely, Elder Su Tong possesses some other abilities. Indeed, being able to slay a first-level Qi Transformation Realm beast is quite impressive. The other elders nodded in agreement, relieved. They had spent decades cultivating to reach the Qi Transformation Realm. If Su Tong truly achieved the second level of the Qi Transformation Realm in just 2 months, they would surely be envious to the point of despair. Yet, the next words from Su Tong left them utterly speechless. I have already attained the 5th level of the Qi Transformation Realm. As Su Tong spoke, a powerful aura erupted from him, sending a gust of wind sweeping through the discussion hall, a manifestation of his might. The Qi Transformation Realm, 5th level. He truly has reached it. To ascend from an absolute novice to the 5th level of the Qi Transformation Realm in just 2 months is nothing short of astounding. Even the elders present could not help but exclaim in disbelief at Su Tong's remarkable talent. Indeed, such extraordinary aptitude could not merely be described as genius. It could only be characterized as monstrous. This cultivation is not particularly difficult. Su Tong shook his head. Is it truly necessary to be this astonished? Had he not found the training to be excessively tedious, his current strength would likely surpass even this. Yet, even so, to the elders, he remained a figure of terror. Su Tong, did you come here for a specific reason? At this moment, in order to prevent the elders from being further affected by Su Tong's remarks, Luo Xin forcibly shifted the topic of conversation. She feared that if Su Tong continued, these elders, who had spent decades or even centuries cultivating to reach the Qi Transformation Realm, might become so distressed that they would cough up blood and even question their very existence. Although Luo Xin herself was also somewhat disheartened, after all, it had taken her 7 years to attain the Qi Transformation Realm. Had she not been born into the Qihang sect, benefiting from the enhancement of rare treasures since childhood and having commenced her training at the tender age of 3, her current strength would likely not surpass that of Su Tong. I discovered this peculiar beast in the forest and thought it would be interesting for the esteemed elders to identify this young demon beast. Su Tong indeed came to inquire about this matter. Elder Fei Jing was sufficient for the report, as he was currently only interested in this diminutive demon beast. After all, it was a creature born with formidable lightning attributes. Second Elder, you are well versed in demon beasts. Could you please take a look? At this moment, Luo Xin also requested the Second Elder's assistance. The Second Elder nodded and approached Su Tong, examining the small demon beast in his hands. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. This, he began, scrutinizing it further before continuing, is a thunder crystal beast. What? Upon hearing the Second Elder's words, the group of elders displayed their astonishment. They were naturally familiar with the thunder crystal beast. Why such expressions? Is this creature truly powerful? Su Tong, observing the expressions of the crowd, understood that this thunder crystal beast was indeed extraordinary. If it were to mature, its peak strength could rival that of a Void Return Realm expert. The Second Elder explained. He then furrowed his brow. Elder Su Tong, from where did you capture this thunder crystal beast cub? If its mother detects it, the Qihang sect may find itself in peril. Rest assured, Elder, the mother of this thunder crystal beast has already been slain. Su Tong replied, shaking his head. As these words left his lips, the The crowd gazed at Su Tong in shock. Could it be that he had defeated the Thunder Crystal Beast that had reached the Void Return Realm? Chapter 29. Sustained by lightning. Su Tong's statement undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the hearts of the elders. Go protect this cub. It's self-destructed. Su Tong shook his head. If it were indeed my doing, I would certainly admit it, just as I never hide my own strength. I, Su Tong, am indeed this formidable. He pondered whether this remarkably strong cub might enhance his own capabilities if he consumed it. However, a voice of caution arose. This is a Thunder Crystal Beast. If it is nurtured properly, it could become a powerful Void Return Realm expert. The second elder hastily interjected, wishing to hold the Thunder Crystal Beast. Yet, the creature was ungrateful, letting out a roar directed at the second elder. Roar! Ah, this little Thunder Crystal Beast seems quite unappreciative. Very well, I shall keep it at my residence. It can serve as a guardian. Sect Master, esteemed elders, I shall take my leave. Su Tong chuckled. He had no genuine intent of consuming the little Thunder Crystal Beast. Luo Xin nodded helplessly. Indeed, Su Tong was unlike the other elders or disciples. Upon receiving the sect master's approval, Su Tong turned to depart. The guardian? What a waste of potential. The second elder was exasperated by Su Tong's words. That moment, Su Tong's voice echoed back. Can it reach the Void Return Realm at its peak? In a few days, I shall elevate myself to the Void Return Realm to demonstrate. He was addressing the little Thunder Crystal Beast in his hands, but to the elders, it sounded quite jarring. Half a day later, the news that the beast-taming sect had sealed off the entire forest reached the Qihang sect. Upon learning that the vice-master of the beast-taming sect and 4 elders had perished in the forest, the Qihang sect erupted in celebration. However, the subsequent revelation that they had been slain by the Thunder Crystal Beast led several elders to immediately associate the incident with the cub that Su Tong had brought back. This matter likely had some connection to Su Tong, though none dared to mention it. Upon returning to his residence, Su Tong carelessly tossed the Thunder Crystal Beast aside and retrieved the beast-taming sect's beast-taming manual. While he held no interest in controlling demon beasts, the manual contained numerous records of them, which piqued his curiosity. Flipping through the section on demon beasts, he began to study it meticulously. After all, in this world, Su Tong was not well versed in many aspects. Although he could easily enhance his strength through the language of ancient deities, there were still numerous areas where his understanding was lacking, such as the spiritual herbs and demon beasts of this world. These could not merely be acquired by uttering strange knowledge through the ancient deities' language. The Thunder Crystal Beast, native to the northern region of the Wentiang continent, possessed innate lightning attributes, boasting the strength of the refinement realm upon birth. As it matures, it could attain the strength of the Void Return Realm. After skimming through the information, Su Tong found the introduction to the Thunder Crystal Beast. The Wentiang continent was divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central, with the Qihang sect located in the north. This little fellow already possesses the strength of the refinement realm. Su Tong observed the small creature frolicking at his feet, feeling somewhat exasperated. The disciples of the Qihang sect had toiled diligently to reach the refinement realm, yet this little creature was born with such prowess. Does it feed on lightning? Su Tong noted that the manual contained descriptions of the dietary habits of demon beasts. The Thunder Crystal Beast, truly a being endowed with exceptional innate lightning attributes, even consumed lightning as sustenance. Lightning? Su Tong exclaimed in the ancient deity language. Instantly, a sphere of violet light materialized in his palm, composed of countless tiny lightning bolts. Roar. Just as the lightning coalesced, the little Thunder Crystal Beast let out a low growl, its small eyes fixated on Su Tong's hand, unable to avert its gaze. Let's see if this suits your taste, Su Tong chuckled, extending his hand. The little Thunder Crystal Beast was not shy. It lunged forward and bit into the sphere of lightning in Su Tong's grasp. Gulp! The next moment, it swallowed it whole. Roar! After devouring the lightning, the little Thunder Crystal Beast let out another low growl. Su Tong could detect a hint of excitement in its voice. It truly relishes lightning. Su Tong felt satisfied with the little Thunder Crystal Beast's performance and conjured another sphere of lightning to offer the creature, if others were to learn that Su Tong had comprehended the ancient deity language. not for cultivation or the creation of combat techniques, but solely to feed a demon beast, they would surely be infuriated. Roar. After consuming another sphere of lightning, the little thunder crystal beast let out another growl, and arcs of electricity danced across its body. Subsequently, it yawned, its eyes momentarily meeting Su Tong's before closing in slumber. Eat and then sleep. Su Tong shook his head, choosing not to further concern himself with the little thunder crystal beast and instead continued perusing the beast taming manual. Thus, Su Tong spent his time in seclusion with the little thunder crystal beast at his residence. Days turned into weeks, and soon a fortnight had passed. Su Tong continued to nourish the thunder crystal beast with lightning daily. By now, the beast had grown to half a meter tall, its violet fur becoming increasingly sleek, with occasional bolts of lightning flickering across its form. Just when Su Tong thought there was nothing more to do, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Qihang sect. Elder Su, a voice called from outside. Su Tong recognized it as Shi Lei's voice. During this time, he had been the one to convey messages within the sect. Upon hearing this voice, Su Tong leisurely descended the stairs. Elder Su, it's dire, Shi Lei exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Su Tong. What has you so flustered? Su Tong inquired. The beast taming sect has come looking for us. Shi Lei responded hastily. The beast taming sect? Su Tong's brow furrowed slightly, surprised that these individuals had managed to trace the Qihang sect. Yes, the sect master has requested that Elder Su attend, Shi Lei added. Su Tong nodded, not dilly-dallying, and made his way to the conference hall. Why had the beast taming sect suddenly arrived? Perhaps they had sensed the death of their vice master and connected it to Elder Su Tong. Was there truly a link between the two? That remained uncertain. At this moment, within the conference hall, several elders were in discussion. The sudden arrival of the beast taming sect had caught them off guard. Although the Qihang sect did not fear the beast taming sect, a confrontation could lead to mutual destruction. With only 2 months remaining until the 100 Sect War, the unexpected arrival of the beast taming sect posed a significant dilemma. One elder voiced his concerns. What are we to do? At that moment, Su Tong's voice resonated from outside the conference hall. Just kill them all. Chapter 30. The 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, the elders turned their gazes towards the entrance, where Su Tong himself had just walked in. Elder Su Tong. Several of the less powerful members respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. What are you elders so afraid of? My Red Rainbow sect is not inferior to that beast-taming sect. Su Tong scoffed disdainfully. Now that the beast-taming sect has come knocking, are you lot still dawdling here? Even if we do not kill them, we should at least drive them back. Haha, Elder Su Tong. It's not that we are fearful, but in 2 months, the battle of the 100 sects will commence. If we engage in a fierce conflict with the beast-taming sect now, any damage incurred would be detrimental to us. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly, offering an explanation. Su Tong furrowed his brow. The battle of the 100 sects? What is that? Are you not aware why those dynasties wish to ally with the Red Rainbow sect? The Grand Elder inquired. Su Tong nodded. For the resources of the Red Rainbow sect? And do you know the source of these resources? The Grand Elder pressed on. Are you referring to the battle of the 100 sects? Su Tong replied, understanding the Grand Elder's implication. Indeed, the battle of the 100 sects is a means for the factions in the northern region to vie for resources. Any sect that believes itself capable of contending for the resources may participate. The Grand Elder elucidated, then continued, though it is called the battle of the 100 sects, in truth, only 4 sects, 2 clans, and 1 sword sect possess the real strength to compete for valuable resources. 4 sects, 2 clans, and 1 sword sect. Su Tong was taken aback, realizing the presence of such formidable factions in the northern region. Indeed, the 4 sects are the Qimu sect, the Shinfeng sect, the beast-taming sect, and our own Red Rainbow sect. The 2 clans are the Bixia clan and the Anlei clan, while the sword sect is the Dija sword sect. The Grand Elder nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Su Tong comprehended that there existed numerous sects in the northern region that could rival the Red Rainbow sect. Hence, the Red Rainbow sect needed to contend with so many factions, which was why they hesitated to confront the beast-taming sect. Given that only 2 months remained, the second elder then spoke up. If the beast-taming sect were to be eliminated before the battle of the 100 sects, Would that not be for the best? Dealing with the beast-taming sect would require considerable manpower. In the meantime, other sects will be watching, waiting for us to weaken each other, the second elder reiterated. Then what if we could eliminate them without losing a single soldier? Su Tong remarked coolly. The elders were momentarily taken aback by Su Tong's words before one of them responded. If that were possible, it would certainly be ideal, but the beast-taming sect is not easily dealt with. Their sect leader, Di Shua, is a first-tier Return to Void Realm expert. Return to Void Realm? Su Tong nodded, not particularly surprised by the strength of the beast-taming sect's leader, especially since Luo Ziyin was also of the Return to Void Realm. Indeed, if we wish to defeat him, it would require the sect leader to take action. Moreover, Di Shua has a peak-level transformation realm beast accompanying him, the third elder added. He then continued, if the sect leader intervenes, even if victorious, there will still be injuries sustained. At that point, we would struggle to contend with the other two sects, and the one to suffer would ultimately be the Red Rainbow sect. Then I shall personally eliminate Di Shua and deal with that beast as well. Will that suffice? Su Tong waved his hand dismissively. Continuing this discussion seemed rather pointless. It would be far better to step outside and dispatch Di Shua, thus resolving the matter entirely. You have reached the Return to Void Realm? The elders stared at him in astonishment. Could it be that Su Tong had advanced to the Return to Void Realm in just half a month? Not at all. I remain at the 5th tier of the Transformation Realm. Su Tong shook his head. During the past month, he had not engaged in any cultivation but had instead been tinkering with various peculiar items, expanding his understanding of this continent. Besides, cultivation was tedious, and Su Tong naturally had no desire to partake in it. How then do you intend to defeat Di Shua? The Grand Elder shook his head. He is a powerful Return to Void Realm expert. Within the Red Rainbow sect, only sect leader Luo Ziyin has attained that level. Even I am merely at the pinnacle of the Transformation Realm. I have my methods, Grand Elder. Might I borrow the sword in your possession? Su Tong had formed his own plan. Although he had not recently cultivated and his strength had not increased, he felt more than capable of dealing with a Return to Void Realm expert. The Grand Elder hesitated, but at that moment, Luo Ziyin slowly spoke up. Su Tong, can you truly handle Di Shua? Absolutely. Su Tong nodded, exuding confidence in his assertion. Grand Elder, please lend the sword to Su Tong. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ziyin did not hesitate, directly looking at the Grand Elder. But the Grand Elder wanted to object, but seeing the determination in Luo Ziyin's gaze, he hesitated briefly before relinquishing his sword to Su Tong. A mid-grade spiritual treasure, not bad. Su Tong smiled, appreciating the quality of the weapon. This is a mid-grade spiritual treasure, incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud. After speaking, Su Tong strode purposefully towards the exit of the assembly hall. What technique should I utilize? Su Tong pondered, uncertain which technique would allow him to exhibit his full strength. Sect leader, is this wise? The Grand Elder watched Su Tong's departing figure, concerned. When Su Tong had first joined the ranks of the elders in the Red Rainbow sect, he had been the first to voice opposition. Yet now, given Su Tong's displayed talent and insight, he worried for the young man's safety. Luo Ziyin waved her hand dismissively. She had faith in Su Tong. Outside the Red Rainbow sect, a middle-aged man stood atop a giant eagle, surveying the area below. He bellowed, Luo Ziyin, if you do not surrender the murderer today, do not blame me for unleashing the beast army of the beast-taming sect. Who dares? Spare me the nonsense. If you have the valor, step 1 foot into my Red Rainbow sect. At that moment, a voice echoed back. Di Shua was incensed upon hearing this, turning to see a young man clad in white, sword in hand, approaching. Ha ha, has the Red Rainbow sect no one else to send? You send a mere disciple to confront me. Di Shua sneered coldly, then waved his hand, sending a strand of spiritual energy hurtling towards Su Tong. Su Tong drew his sword, effortlessly cleaving the strand of spiritual energy in two. What's this? Seeing Su Tong slice through his attack with a single stroke, Di Shua was momentarily taken aback. Although it was a casual strike, it was still the blow of a Return to Void Realm expert. Even someone at the pinnacle of the Transformation Realm should not have been able to handle it so easily. Did you not claim you wanted the murderer? Here I stand before you. Su Tong smiled lightly, fixing his gaze on Di Shua, who stood atop the giant eagle. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Di Shua's expression darkened. You claim to have killed Yuan? Indeed. A slight smile graced Su Tong's lips as he replied calmly. Chapter 31. Creation of a divine-level spiritual technique. A powerful aura descended from the sky, carrying an oppressive force that left the weaker disciples of the Red Rainbow sect gasping for breath. Ha ha! Su Tong chuckled lightly, his own aura rising gradually to counteract the pressure. Fifth tier of the transformation realm? No wonder you were able to kill Yuan. However, now that you've shown yourself, I shall take you back, cut off your limbs, and use you to guard Yuan's tomb. Di Shua sensed Su Tong's aura and became convinced that his son had likely been slain by the young man before him. In pursuit of the true murderer, Di Shua was filled with rage. The Red Rainbow sect and the beast-taming sect had always been at odds. Given the chance, would he not target the sect leader? Su Tong shook his head, stating, "Humph." Di Shua coldly snorted. If given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly strike at Luo Ziyin. He refrained from acting this time only because of the upcoming battle of the 100 sects. Otherwise, the pain of losing his son would have led him to demand that the entire Red Rainbow sect pay a heavy price. But now, Di Shua only wished to exact vengeance upon the one who had killed his son. With that thought, Di Shua gathered his spiritual energy, then reached out a hand towards Su Tong, summoning a giant tiger formed from condensed spiritual energy that charged toward him. Break. Su Tong swung his long sword upwards, issuing a low shout, invoking the ancient language of the gods. Spiritual energy surged forth, instantly coalescing into a spiritual sword that cleaved the charging spiritual tiger in two. The spiritual swords might remain undiminished as it descended upon Di Shua. Humph! Di Shua snorted coldly, his hand glowing with light as he summoned a red spiritual energy to clash against the spiritual sword, dissipating it. You possess some skill to withstand a blow from me at the 5th tier of the transformation realm. Yuan's death at your hands is indeed plausible. Though he spoke casually, Di Shua was inwardly astonished. From their brief exchange, he recognized Su Tong's strength. To withstand a strike from a return-to-void realm expert in counterattack was worthy of his respect. However, that respect was limited. Next, your luck may not hold out, Di Shua said coldly. Whether it is luck or not, you should know in your heart, it is merely about killing your son. Now, I shall also eliminate you and obliterate your beast-taming sect. Su Tong retorted fiercely. Upon hearing Di Shua's words, Su Tong coldly remarked, merely a stubborn little beast, receive my strike. As Di Shua spoke, the crimson glow in his hand intensified. 10,000 beasts' fist. A formidable voice resonated, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged from Di Shua, infusing the red aura in his grasp. Subsequently, that crimson energy transformed into a blazing beast. Roar. The fiery creature, birthed from Di Shua's spiritual might, emitted a low growl as if it truly existed. It then morphed into a streak of light, swiftly darting towards Su Tong. Di Shua, a formidable presence in the Void Return realm, though only one level above Su Tong, wielded methods not to be underestimated. However, in Su Tong's eyes, it was merely trivial. Break again. Su Tong resolutely swung his sword downwards. This time, the sword forged from spiritual energy was even larger. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Tong directed the spiritual sword towards the blazing beast. Roar. The fiery beast seemed to sense the threat and swiftly veered in another direction. It can turn. Su Tong observed this scene with mild astonishment, though it did not reach the level of surprise. With a flick of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the spiritual sword swept horizontally. Boom! Deafening sound reverberated through the air. Su Tong's strike cleaved the blazing beast in two, witnessing the fiery creature being split apart by Su Tong's sword. Di Shua's expression darkened considerably. He lightly tapped his foot on the giant eagle beneath him, unleashing the immense spiritual energy of a Void Return expert to its fullest extent, charging directly towards Su Tong alongside the peak-level beast. Die for me, Di Shua bellowed, unleashing a punch filled with spiritual energy towards Su Tong. Without hesitation, Su Tong raised his sword to defend. Even in close combat with a Void Return expert, a smile remained on his face. Infuriating, Di Shua seethed with rage at Su Tong's disdainful smile. He was a formidable presence in the Void Return realm, yet struggled to capture a mere Qi transformation junior. Yutong's strength was formidable. I did not expect a Qi transformation cultivator to engage in battle at this level. However, the density of Qi in the Qi transformation realm paled in comparison to that of the Void Return realm. Indeed, continuing this battle is disadvantageous for Su Tong. At that moment, a group of elders had gathered to spectate the clash between Su Tong and Di Shua. Witnessing the fierce exchange, they were utterly astonished. Boom! In a collision of spiritual energies, Su Tong took a half-step back, while Di Shua staggered back several steps. The disciples of the Qi Hong sect gasped in disbelief. That was the master of the beast-taming sect, a first-tier Void Return expert. Even the Qi Hong sect's master could not hope to gain such an advantage. Yet, Elder Su Tong, relying solely on his Qi transformation prowess, had managed to seize the upper hand. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. Su Tong appeared remarkably composed. Indeed, he is able to contend with Di Shua at this level. Let us not forget, Di Shua's beastly fire eagle also participated in the battle. Indeed, that is a peak-level beast of the Qi transformation realm. The elders were further astounded, for they understood the vast chasm that existed between the Qi transformation and Void Return realms. They simply could not fathom how Su Tong accomplished this. Only Luo Xin smiled faintly, knowing full well that Su Tong had not exerted his full strength. Alas, how tedious I thought suppressing my power and challenging a strong opponent would allow me to experience the thrill of battle. Yet you have disappointed me greatly, Su Tong remarked, shaking his head at Di Shua, who soared back into the sky. Upon hearing this, Di Shua's expression darkened. Little beast, do not be arrogant, boredom is boredom. Very well, I shan't play anymore, Su Tong replied, shaking his head. He then picked up the long sword he had borrowed from the Grand Elder, pondering for a moment. This will suffice. Seemingly having made a decision, Su Tong glanced at Di Shua above and declared, Demacia. As Su Tong's words echoed, the heavens shifted ominously. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. The divine-level spiritual technique was about to manifest. The Grand Elder was the first to react, incredulously exclaiming, this emergence is not merely a discovery. It is the creation of something from nothing, a self-created divine-level spiritual technique. The other elders' expressions shifted dramatically at the mention. The notion of independently crafting a divine-level technique was something they had never dared to contemplate. Meanwhile, Di Shua, sensing the cosmic shift, turned pale and attempted to flee. Yet it was too late. Chapter 32. A sword shatters all techniques. As Su Tong unleashed his sword, the very heavens changed hue. Spiritual energy surged across a vast expanse. What an overwhelming pressure! What level of spiritual technique is this from Elder Su Tong? Truly, he is the most perceptive individual in the Qi Hong sect. After merely 3 months of exposure to spiritual techniques, he has comprehended such a powerful one. The disciples of the Qi Hong sect marveled at Su Tong's prowess, while stronger disciples like Gu Zian displayed expressions of horror. Is that a divine-level technique? Gu Zian inquired, noticing his throat had gone dry. Must be, especially considering the extraordinary phenomenon it has summoned. It is undoubtedly Elder Su Tong's self-created divine-level technique. Ji Shiyu nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with astonishment. All present gazed skyward in a daze. The only one maintaining a semblance of calm was Luo Xin, whose heart was tumultuous. Outside the Qi Hong sect, nearby sects with cultivators at the Qi transformation realm and above were shocked, rushing out of their sects to witness the celestial anomaly. Is this a divine-level technique? Indeed, and it has been created. That direction seems to be the Qi Hong sect. The Qi Hong sect? How is that possible? Is there someone capable of comprehending a divine-level technique within the Qi Hong sect? This was inconceivable. There were no such prodigies in the Qi Hong sect. Could it be Luo Xin? How is that possible? Perhaps it is merely a strong cultivator who happened to achieve enlightenment near the Qi Hong sect. Each sect engaged in fervent discussions, all astonished by the implications. Considering the Qi Hong sect's standing as one of the 4 sects, it was also the weakest among them. Even if other sects could potentially produce divine-level techniques, the Qi Hong sect could not. Yet the evidence was before them, as the cosmic phenomenon scope and the overwhelming aura pointed unmistakably to the Qi Hong sect. Was the Qihong sect truly on the verge of rising? At that moment, many felt a sense of unease. The stronger their adversaries became, the more formidable the challenges they would face. This was not the outcome they desired. No, it is impossible. How could this little beast possibly wield a divine-level technique? In the sky, Di Shua attempted to flee, only to discover he could not move at all. He was already ensnared by Su Tong's aura. The beast beneath him was also rendered immobile, cursed. I will fight you, little beast, Di Shua. Realizing he could not escape Su Tong's binding aura, seethed with fury. 10,000 Beast Demon Claw, Di Shua roared, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. This skill was of mid-tier spiritual level, yet in the hands of the void-returned Di Shua, it became exceptionally formidable. Su Tong felt the incoming spiritual energy but remained utterly unfazed. The gathered spiritual energy in the sky coalesced into a colossal sword. Descending directly towards Di Shua in an instant, it cleaved through Di Shua's 10,000 Beast Demon Claw. The giant sword's might did not diminish as it continued its descent upon Di Shua. No, this is impossible, Di Shua shrieked, conjuring a massive shield of spiritual energy before him. Yet, before Su Tong's long sword, it was as fragile as paper, easily split apart. The ensuing attack struck Di Shua directly. Ah! A chilling scream echoed, and a tremendous explosion erupted from the heavens, engulfing everything in a tempest of spiritual fluctuations. What has happened, Master? What is the situation? Below, disciples from both the Qihong sect and the beast-taming sect gazed skyward, their expressions tense. Just then, a figure plummeted from the sky, followed closely by another shadow, Di Shua and his beastly eagle master. Upon witnessing the falling figures, the disciples and elders of the beast-taming sect erupted into a frenzy. They never anticipated their master would be defeated by this young man. Yet the truth lay bare before them. Their master had fallen at the hands of this youth. Divine-level techniques truly consume vast amounts of energy. Su Tong sensed his spiritual energy dwindling but felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Having never encountered a worthy opponent, he had not been able to fully unleash his power, leading to a degree of lethargy in his training. However, today he finally released the pent-up energy within his body, feeling invigorated. Su Tong turned around with satisfaction, only to find the Grand Elder staring at her in astonishment. The Grand Elder is also present. Perfect timing. Here is your sword back. As she spoke, Su Tong returned the sword she held to the Grand Elder, who remained silent, gazing blankly at her. Sect Master, I have fulfilled my duty. It is time for you to take action against the remnants of the beast-taming sect. At that moment, Su Tong approached Luo Ziyin with a gentle smile and said, Naturally, soon the beast-taming sect will be eradicated from the northern region. Luo Ziyin nodded slightly, although she felt shocked. She seemed to find it not too difficult to accept whatever Su Tong might do. Well then, I shall take my leave to rest. Su Tong nodded and bid farewell to Luo Ziyin. All right, Luo Ziyin responded. As Su Tong turned to depart, she made no mention of the divine-level spiritual technique she had just created. Wow, that was incredible. Elder Su is truly remarkable. How impressive, Elder Su, to have created a divine-level spiritual technique at such a young age. I believe Elder Su is even younger than us. After Su Tong left, an uproar erupted among the disciples of the Qihong sect. Each disciple's face was filled with extraordinary excitement. When Su Tong was first appointed as an elder, many among them were reluctant. However, as her strength grew, culminating in her creation of a divine-level spiritual technique today, they finally acknowledged this person, who was even younger than them, as a true elder of the Qihong sect. Feeling both proud and exhilarated because of her sect master, at this moment, the Grand Elder also regained his composure, looking at Luo Ziyin with a face full of excitement. Luo Ziyin nodded, saying, Disciples of the Qihong sect, heed my command. All disciples at the refinement stage and above quickly gather to eliminate the remnants of the beast-taming sect. The Grand Elder spoke calmly. His voice, though not loud, was imbued with spiritual energy, ensuring that all disciples of the Qihong sect could hear him. Yes. Responses rang out in unison. The disciples of the Qihong sect were now filled with fighting spirit, all due to the presence of the remarkable individual named Su Tong. In stark contrast, the disciples of the beast-taming sect, after their sect master Di Shua's crushing defeat, returned to their sect in a state of panic. Some had already packed their belongings to flee, while only a few elders and some capable disciples remained, preparing to face the impending threat from the Qihang sect. Chapter 33. Elder Su, please guide us in our cultivation. The Qihang sect spent 3 days completely eliminating the beast-taming sect, claiming all of its resources. Other sects looked on enviously, but given the emergence of a formidable figure capable of creating divine-level spiritual techniques within the Qihang sect, they dared not act rashly. At the residence of Su Tong, a group of young men and women waited eagerly for her appearance. Ever since Su Tong had demonstrated her extraordinary strength 3 days prior, these disciples of the Qihang sect had been watching with keen interest. Yes, Elder Su, please teach us. As Su Tong did not emerge, many began to call out urgently. Before long, the door to Su Tong's residence opened, and the disciples were thrilled to finally see Elder Su. Do you not already have an elder to instruct you? Su Tong began slowly, observing the young individuals before her, who were nearly of the same age as herself, seeking her guidance and cultivation. This was something she had not anticipated, nor had she ever considered teaching. Indeed, we do, but none possess the strength of Elder Su. One disciple replied. What constitutes strong strength? Su Tong countered. Creating a divine-level spiritual technique. The disciple pondered for a moment before responding. If other elders of the Qihang sect were to hear this, they would likely be furious. If one were not capable of creating a divine-level spiritual technique, they would be deemed unworthy of teaching. It seemed unlikely anyone in the northern region could teach these students. Actually, it's not that straightforward. A capable person serves as a teacher, and strength is respected. As long as your strength surpasses theirs, you ought to learn. Whether one can create divine-level spiritual techniques depends on comprehension. If your comprehension is sufficient, you could surpass the elders, and then you too could become a teacher. Su Tong shook her head at the disciples' words. These disciples seemed somewhat overambitious. However, she did not feel any resentment. As long as they possessed a spirit of progress, their strength would naturally improve. Yes, what Elder Su says is true, the disciple replied, looking somewhat ashamed. Well, it's not that I don't want to teach you. To be honest, what I teach may not necessarily be learned by you, Su Tong stated frankly, without any reservations. Upon hearing her words, several disciples frowned slightly, though they dared not show it. I know that some of you are not convinced. Su Tong smiled at the group. A few disciples lowered their heads. Yet none dared to speak. Su Tong continued. How about this? I will teach you an ancient divine language. If you can recite it back to me, I will instruct you, that if not, you shall return and obediently train with the other elders. Once you can recite it, you may return. Is that acceptable? Su Tong directly inquired, genuinely not wishing to teach, as she was not adept at teaching. The ancient divine language was not something just anyone could recite. Only those with extraordinary talent and comprehension could do so. All right, we shall follow Elder Su's guidance. Hearing Su Tong was willing to teach the ancient divine language, all the disciples quickly perked up. Filled with excitement, devour spiritual energy, Su Tong spoke slowly. Instantly, the disciples felt the spiritual energy in the surrounding environment surge towards her, rapidly flowing into her body. The sheer volume of energy astonished them. Wow, this is incredible. The spiritual energy is so dense. Is this the ancient divine language? Is this the strength of Elder Su? The disciples exclaimed in awe. They had not anticipated that a single phrase from Elder Su would elicit such a powerful reaction from the spiritual energy of the world. Their eyes sparkled. They could hardly believe that Elder Su had bestowed upon them such a formidable ancient divine language, which likely equated to a mid-tier spiritual technique. Now, you try it. Su Tong halted her absorption of spiritual energy. Simply asking them to recite it back, she had never intended to teach these disciples, so she had given them such a complex ancient divine language. If any disciple could recite it, she would consider their comprehension to be quite good and might then be willing to teach them further. Yes, the disciples quickly nodded in agreement and began their attempts. However, at that moment, they found that they had completely forgotten the ancient divine language they had just heard. Although they had clearly heard and understood it moments ago, they now had no recollection of it whatsoever. Does anyone remember? Eventually, a disciple helplessly gave up and looked at those beside them, inquiring. However, The others shook their heads in unison, clearly unable to recall the phrase that was akin to a mid-tier spiritual technique. What about you? Can anyone recite it? Su Tong asked again. At her words, the disciples all shook their heads. Although they had heard the ancient divine language clearly, they could not recite it and had no impression of it at all. Proving their lack of comprehension, it seems no one can recite it. This ancient divine language is exceedingly simple. If I were to teach you a more difficult one, you would surely not comprehend it. You may all return. Su Tong shook her head, displaying a look of disappointment. In truth, she felt immensely relieved, as it was quite pleasant not to have to teach disciples. Of course, you need not lose heart. Whenever you recall it, you may come to me, and I will teach you an even better ancient divine language. To prevent these disciples from losing their will to cultivate, Su Tong offered a reminder. Thank you, Elder Su. Several disciples expressed their gratitude before departing, still discussing the ancient divine language as they left. Phew, they finally left. Su Tong sighed in relief. Teaching disciples was a troublesome affair she had no desire to undertake. Elder Su. Just as Su Tong was about to return, several voices called out. Soon, a few more disciples from the Qihang sect approached. Elder Su, please teach us cultivation. Su Tong. After once again deflecting with the ancient divine language. After several such instances, she hesitated for a moment before conveying to all members of the Qihang sect. If you can recite the following ancient divine language, I shall accept you as my disciples. Devour. Spiritual. Energy. A language imbued with ancient charm reverberated throughout the entirety of the Qihang sect. Those who heard it, be they disciples or elders, engaged in deep contemplation, yet they were unable to grasp its true essence and failed to articulate it. Consequently, no one dared to disturb Su Tong any longer. Meanwhile, Su Tong made his way to the depths of the rear mountain of the Qihang sect, accompanied by the Thunder Crystal Beast. In preparation for the upcoming 100 Sect War 2 months hence, Chapter 34. Undercurrents. The ancient divine language imparted by Su Tong swiftly became a coveted technique within the Qihang sect. However, no one was able to successfully recite it. Can you recite it? No, I simply cannot remember. Ask others. Even recalling a single pronunciation would suffice. I did manage to remember one sound, tun, when this disciple uttered a single word. It stirred a slight influx of spiritual energy, yet it could only be compared to an ordinary upper-tier technique. The disciples of the Qihang sect practiced techniques that were naturally of at least an ordinary upper-tier caliber by the time they reached the refining essence stage, where they would typically cultivate at least a low-tier spiritual technique. Although managing to recite a single word indicated a level comparable to an ordinary upper-tier technique, it was not what the disciples desired. They yearned to comprehensively recite the language and receive Su Tong's teachings. Sure you? Can you recite it? A few exceptionally gifted disciples of the Qihang sect, including Gu Ziyan, gathered to discuss. In response to Gu Ziyan's inquiry, Ji Shiyu shook her head. Tun Shi. A massive surge of spiritual energy was invoked by these two words from Ji Shiyu, yet she could only recite those two characters. Other talented disciples like Gu Ziyan could manage no more than a single word. Not only the disciples of the Qihang sect, but also the elders were secretly attempting to recite Su Tong's ancient divine language. They soon discovered to their astonishment that the most they could manage was merely 3 words. Some elders could recite only 2 sounds. These elders cultivated upper-tier spiritual techniques, and while they could comprehend techniques and cultivate spiritual energy, they found themselves unable to recite the ancient divine language, which was akin to a mid-tier spiritual technique. This only served to highlight their lack of comprehension. Thus, the many elders of the Qihang sect were left in awe of Su Tong's remarkable insight. Devour spiritual energy. An ancient divine language resonated, instantly causing a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy. The direction from which this energy flowed was towards the residence of the sect leader, Luo Ziyin. How formidable! Luo Ziyin felt the influx of spiritual energy from all directions and was greatly astonished. She had not anticipated that such an ancient divine language could reach such heights. It was far quicker than spending countless hours cultivating techniques and expanding meridians. However, this was a significant test of one's comprehension. Naturally, Luo Ziyin had not practiced for long before she switched her cultivation method. After all, she had already expanded her meridians, and cultivating with that technique would be swifter than with the ancient divine language. Moreover, as the sect leader, she would not allow an elder to instruct her in cultivation. In the depths of the rear mountain of the Qihong sect, Su Tong was nourishing the thunder crystal beast with lightning when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Could it be that someone truly managed to recite that phrase? Su Tong was somewhat taken aback. However, after carefully sensing, he was relieved. It turned out to be her. Su Tong could discern that the one reciting the ancient divine language was none other than Luo Ziyin, which eased his mind. Luo Ziyin would not seek him out for instruction in cultivation. Eat up. Su Tong patted the head of the thunder crystal beast. At that moment, the beast, having been nurtured by Su Tong, sported even more vibrant purple fur. After satiating the thunder crystal beast, Su Tong gave its head a gentle pat, prompting the beast to dash into the forest behind. Su Tong then sat down on the spot. Devour all attributes of spiritual energy. Waves of spiritual energy surged from all directions. Although the ancient divine language he employed was only 3 words longer than the previous teachings, those 3 words elevated it to the level of a divine technique. However, the spiritual energy he absorbed was more modeled compared to that of others. Su Tong welcomed all that came, absorbing every bit of spiritual energy. Purify. As Su Tong's voice fell, the streams of spiritual energy were purified into pure spiritual energy, flowing into his dantian. As Su Tong delved into his cultivation, the surrounding world began to fade away. Outside, the world grew lively as the 100 sect war loomed closer. All sects, including the Qihong sect, were anxiously preparing. This was a matter of resources for the sects in the years to come. Of course, whether large or small sects, they all had fixed resources. The 100 sect war, however, was fought over variable resources, including fruits born from spiritual energy and the spiritual stone veins condensed by heaven and earth. These were the coveted prizes for all sections. Moreover, this time, there was not only that, there was also the vacant position among the 4 sects and 2 doors of the sword sect. Previously, all sects had their eyes keenly fixed on the Qihong sect's position among the 4 sects, seeking ways to pull the Qihong sect down from its last place. Yet no one anticipated that the Qihong sect, ranked last in strength, would annihilate the beast-taming sect, which was slightly stronger. This enabled the Qihong sect to possess enough strength to rival the other 2 sects overnight. The position left vacant by the annihilation of the beast-taming sect became the focal point of contention among all sects. After all, securing a position among the 4 sects not only conferred recognition of strength, but also allowed for the contention of greater resources, which would ultimately benefit the sect's development. On the surface, everything appeared tranquil. In reality, the undercurrents had already begun to stir. Those powerful sects began to mobilize, and all were caught up in a flurry of activity. The remaining 3 sects, 2 doors, and the sword sect also began to quietly take action. As for their aims, they were undoubtedly to choose the sects they deemed worthy and lend support, allowing them to become one of the 4 sects. In doing so, they would gain greater influence in the northern region. Naturally, Su Tong was unaware of these matters. After his discomfort surfaced following his battle with the beast-taming sect's leader, he had fully immersed himself in cultivation. The void-returning realm? 2 months should suffice. At this moment, Su Tong aspired to step into the void-returning realm. According to his own estimation, 2 months would be ample time to reach that stage. Should others learn of this, they would be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. For most, entering this realm would take a lifetime, if not several decades. Yet here was Su Tong, who sought to achieve it in merely 2 months. Truly, it was a case of comparison breeds resentment. He wondered how entertaining the 100 sect war would be. Su Tong mused inwardly. This 100 sect war was the only event he had looked forward to since arriving in this world. He hoped it would not disappoint him. He was determined to test his strength against the elites of the 100 sects. If possible, he would ensure that the Qihong sect emerged as the singularly strongest sect in the northern region. This was also the purpose of Su Tong's cultivation. In 2 months, the 100 sect war awaited Su Tong. Chapter 35. Leading the 100 sect war in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The 100 sect war was imminent. Little Lei, how is it that you grow so rapidly even while consuming lightning? Atop a mountain peak, a young man clad in white, with an air of elegance, stood beside a colossal beast with purple fur. At this moment, The young man was feeding the giant beast lightning. Roar! The thunder crystal beast let out a fierce cry at Su Tong. If you keep shouting, you won't get any more to eat. Su Tong waved his hand, causing the bolt of lightning to vanish. Roar! Just as the lightning disappeared, the thunder crystal beast emitted a plaintive roar. Su Tong looked at the nearly 1 meter tall beast with a sense of helplessness. However, he paid it no mind, placing one hand behind his back as he gazed in the direction of the Qihong sect. With 2 months approaching, the 100-sect war is surely about to begin. With this thought, Su Tong lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leapt into the air. Roar! The thunder crystal beast growled in displeasure behind him. Nonetheless, it transformed into a flash of lightning. Darting towards Su Tong in mid-air, it lifted Su Tong, spreading its lightning wings and flying directly toward the Qihong sect. Su Tong was puzzled as to why the thunder crystal beast seemed to have undergone a mutation. Upon reaching the Qi transformation stage, it had grown an additional pair of wings compared to the one he had previously defeated. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Su Tong had chosen the thunder crystal beast as his mount. Having attained 3rd-tier strength in the Qi transformation stage, the thunder crystal beast now soared with remarkable speed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, a bit noisy. Su Tong murmured as he stood atop the thunder crystal beast's back. Roar! The thunder crystal beast let out a discontented roar but did not resist. A moment later, the pair, one human and one beast, returned to the Qihong sect. Look, what is that? It seems to be a demon beast. What kind of demon beast is that? Be on guard. Be on guard. The disciples of the Qihong sect gazed anxiously at the monstrous beast soaring in the sky in the midst of their panic. A keen-eyed disciple suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, there's someone on that beast." Upon closer inspection, the figure appeared to be Elder Su Tong. The disciple hurriedly called out, and soon several others recognized the familiar figure. Indeed, it is Elder Su Tong. He has returned, they exclaimed in delight. But that creature is a beast, and Elder Su Tong stands atop it. Upon recognizing Elder Su Tong, many disciples erupted in joyful exclamations. It seemed that in just a few days, Elder Su Tong's prowess had significantly increased. Standing firmly atop the thunder crystal beast, regardless of how swiftly it flew, Su Tong remained steady. Observing the astonished disciples below, he merely smiled faintly before soaring towards the residence of the sect leader, Luo Ziyan. That Elder Su Tong's thunder crystal beast, how does it possess wings? Has it mutated? I never expected it to have advanced to the 3rd tier of the Qi transformation stage. The second elder gazed at the thunder crystal beast in the sky, sighing in wonder. When we first brought it back, it was merely at the refinement stage. To reach the Qi transformation stage would typically take a decade or more. Yet, under Elder Su Tong's care, it achieved the 3rd tier in just over 2 months. One cannot help but feel envious. Indeed, Elder Su Tong is truly remarkable. His innate talent is exceptional, and now even his pet has grown so powerful. Had I received guidance from him during my training, I certainly would not be stagnating at the 1st tier of the Qi transformation stage. At this moment, an elder spoke with a bitter expression. He had once been regarded as a genius among his peers, basking in glory until he remained at Qihong sect, eventually taking on the role of elder. If our master hears of this, he might scold you, senior brother, chuckled another elder. The 2 elders shared the same master within the Qihong sect and now addressed each other as brothers. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, Elder Su Tong arrived. Are the elders gathered here? He inquired, dismounting from the thunder crystal beast and noticing that they were all present at Luo Ziyan's residence. The elders nodded in acknowledgement. 2 months have passed. Your strength has grown yet again? Luo Ziyan observed Su Tong with surprise, realizing she could not see through his cultivation. Indeed, there has been some growth, Su Tong replied with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. The elders exchanged knowing glances. Please sit. Did you come to see me regarding something important? Luo Ziyan asked. Considering the impending 100-sects war, I came to gather information. If there is nothing I can assist with, I would like to take a stroll. Su Tong stated, gauging whether his help was needed. Upon learning it was unnecessary, he prepared to depart, feeling somewhat stifled by the confines of the mountain. The elders are indeed here to discuss this matter. Luo Ziyan smiled gently as the discussion not taking place in the assembly hall, but rather here. Su Tong was taken aback. Typically, discussions were held in the assembly hall, and the elders had arrived in staggered intervals. Yet they were all focused on the same issue. Luo Zian clarified, "It concerns the 100-Sects War." Without needing further explanation, Su Tong could surmise the matter at hand. "Yes and no," Luo Zian replied ambiguously. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke up. "We all believe you should lead the team for the 100-Sects War." Ah? Su Tong was taken aback. He had not anticipated this. "The elders all came to me because they believe you are the most suitable candidate." Luo Zian elaborated. "But I am unfamiliar with the rules of the 100-Sects War." Su Tong shook his head, acknowledging his ignorance regarding the event. The 100-Sects War involves the elders or the sect leader leading 100 refinement stage disciples to Yuling Island, where they compete to seize the tokens of other sects, ultimately striving to reach the center of the island, the Grand Elder explained, adding, "The 10 sects with the most tokens will compete to determine the strongest sect. 4 sects, 2 clans, and 1 sword faction. Is that so? What if no other sects or sword factions arrive?" Su Tong inquired, realizing the implications. "Then the strongest sect will designate them." The Grand Elder paused before responding to Su Tong's question, adding, however, "This scenario is unlikely." "What purpose do the 100 refinement stage disciples serve then?" Su Tong asked, feeling somewhat perplexed. "This clearly seems to be a contest between the sect leaders or elders. What role do these 100 disciples play?" "Merely a formality to showcase the sect's strength," the second elder answered, addressing Su Tong's confusion. "Truly, it seems that being part of a major sect means bringing along 100 disciples simply to flaunt one's power. Very well, I shall lead the team for this 100-Sects War, but I require the strengths and names of the strongest individuals from each sect," Su Tong declared, his intent clear. "Understood, but what will you do?" The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Su Tong smirked coldly. "I intend to ensure that none of them reach the finish line." Chapter 36. The prey appears. The wind rustled through the forest, shedding countless leaves. At the forest's edge, a group of individuals stood ready for action. "Are you all prepared?" an elder shouted. "Ready?" The disciples responded in unison. "This time, for the 100-Sects War, you will follow Elder Su Tong's commands." "Do you understand?" the elder reiterated. "Understood," the disciples replied once more. "Elder Su Tong, what do you think of this batch of disciples?" The elder turned to Su Tong for his opinion. They are all capable." Su Tong nodded. In truth, he could have chosen not to bring disciples along, but to showcase the Qihang sect's strength, he felt it necessary to include them. "Have you all remembered the regulations?" Luo Zian looked at Su Tong. Inquiring, Su Tong smiled. "I remember everything." "Then I entrust this to you," Luo Zian said. "All right, let us set out," Su Tong affirmed, turning to the 100 refinement stage disciples. "Let us go." Hearing Su Tong's words, the group of disciples became even more excited. Under Su Tong's leadership, they headed straight for Yuling Island. Watching them depart, Luo Zian spoke to the elders beside her. "Let us head towards the center of the island and wait for Elder Su Tong." "Yes," the elders nodded in agreement, following Luo Zian in another direction. Su Tong, leading the many disciples, stepped onto Yuling Island. Within the island, numerous sects were participating. Though it was termed the 100-Sects War, the number of sects involved was substantial. The choice of Yuling Island for the competition was not without reason. The island was perpetually infused with rich spiritual energy, allowing 1 day of cultivation there to equal 10 days elsewhere. Thus, even if sects could not acquire many resources, they would still take 100 disciples to Yuling Island to cultivate for a time. You have 3 days to cultivate within Yuling Island. The concentration of spiritual energy here is 10 times that of the outside world. Make sure to utilize this time wisely, understood? Su Tong addressed the disciples behind him. Yes. The disciples eagerly nodded in affirmation. For the young elder Su Tong, he had become a figure of admiration among the disciples. Just 2 months ago, his recitation of ancient divine language had brought numerous benefits to the disciples of Qihang sect, even if they could not fully recall it. Thus, Su Tong's reputation among the elders of Qihang sect was unparalleled, and his influence was remarkable. Yet, Su Tong remained unaware of this. As Su Tong led the disciples towards Yuling Island, he soon discovered that the spiritual energy here was indeed far more abundant than elsewhere. Upon stepping onto Yuling Island, he immediately noticed the richness of the spiritual energy surrounding him, which surpassed that of the island's exterior. All right, you may cultivate here. Su Tong assessed the environment and confirmed that the spiritual energy present was at least 10 times denser than in other locations. He had not anticipated finding such a remarkable place in the northern region. Yes, the disciples, feeling the intensity of the spiritual energy, were eager to begin. Following Su Tong's instruction, they seated themselves on the ground and commenced their cultivation. Elder Su Tong, to participate in the 100 Sects War. We need to obtain the identity tokens from other sects to enter the final competition. At this moment, Ji Shiyu reminded Su Tong, concerned he might forget. She was knowledgeable about the 100 Sects War. Indeed, while you all cultivate here, I shall go and seize the identity tokens. Once the time is right, I will return to gather you and proceed together. Su Tong replied. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement. Naturally, he remembered this matter. Only with a sufficient identity token could one qualify to enter the final showdown. Elder Su Tong is going alone. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Ji Shiyu expressed a hint of surprise. In this grand battle of 100 sects, other sects had also brought disciples. Although their strengths were insufficient, if they formed formations, they could still present a commendable fighting force. Indeed, one is sufficient, Su Tong affirmed. Then continued, you need not worry. Regardless of the means, as long as one possesses formidable strength, it can all be easily vanquished. Moreover, you all need to enhance your prowess. I will impart to you an ancient divine language that will aid you in absorbing spiritual energy more swiftly. This time, Su Tong sought to bolster the strength of the Red Rainbow sect, and this group of disciples had been selected for their commendable comprehension. From the last ancient divine language, they could at least recite 2 characters. Ancient divine language. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, many disciples were filled with astonishment and delight. Listen closely. Su Tong nodded and then proclaimed, absorb, purify. This time, it consisted of merely 2 characters, half the length of the previous instruction, making it even easier to grasp. As Su Tong's voice faded, streams of spiritual energy surged from all directions. However, compared to the previous commotion, it was significantly diminished, akin to the power of a low-grade spiritual technique. This is comparable to a low-grade spiritual technique. I cultivate a mid-grade spiritual technique. So do I. Many disciples expressed their bewilderment, for numerous among them practiced mid-grade spiritual techniques. After all, they were elite disciples of the Red Rainbow sect. And the techniques they cultivated were of a higher caliber. Some did practice low-grade techniques, yet if they had already cultivated a technique, there seemed little reason to waste time on an ancient divine language that resembled a low-grade technique. Give it a try, Su Tong urged. Though the disciples were somewhat perplexed, they were well aware of Su Tong's strength, so they tentatively complied. Absorb, purify. True to their high comprehension, these seemingly simple 2 characters were easily repeated by them. However, at that moment, their expressions transformed into ones of astonishment, for they discovered that the absorbed spiritual energy was the purest form, requiring no refinement. It dawned on them how ignorant they had been. Is it really akin to a low-grade spiritual technique? No need for cultivation? My mid-grade spiritual technique is superior? Nonsense. Even a high-grade spiritual technique requires refinement after absorbing spiritual energy. They realized that the ancient divine language could save them at least half the time. In that instant, their admiration for Su Tong deepened. There is a foreign aura over there. I shall investigate. You all continue your cultivation here and prepare to depart for the center in 2 days. At this moment, Su Tong sensed an unfamiliar presence not far away, likely from another sect. Disciples, obey. The group of disciples promptly cupped their hands in response. Su Tong nodded slightly and with a few swift movements vanished from their sight. Pray, at last, it has appeared. Chapter 37. The Hard Hammer Tiger Wolf Formation on Lingling Island. Within the forest, a figure darted swiftly among the trees. This figure was Su Tong, having sensed the presence of unfamiliar auras. It should be just ahead, Su Tong thought, focusing on the source of the energy. Soon, he spotted several figures not far off. Tiger Wolf sect. Upon recognizing the leader, Su Tong identified him as the Grand Elder of the Tiger Wolf sect. A figure of considerable strength at the 8th level of the transformation realm. While formidable, this was insufficient compared to the power of the 4 sections Elder Zhao. Su Tong approached steadily. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Tiger Wolf sect halted, warily observing Su Tong. However, upon noticing Su Tong's youth and that he was alone, he relaxed slightly. "Who are you?" he inquired, adopting an air of superiority as he scrutinized Su Tong. "Su Tong of the Red Rainbow Sect," Su Tong replied calmly. "Red Rainbow Sect? You are a disciple of the Red Rainbow Sect? What brings you to my Tiger Wolf Sect?" Elder Zhao clearly did not recognize Su Tong, presuming him to be merely a disciple. After all, who would suspect that such a young individual could be an elder? Not even those who fancied altering their appearance would dare make themselves appear so juvenile. However, upon learning that Su Tong was from the Red Rainbow Sect, Elder Zhao's wariness increased. With a disciple from the Red Rainbow Sect present, it was plausible that the Grand Elder of the Red Rainbow Sect could also be nearby. Placing him in a precarious position, Elder Zhao need not worry. I am the only one from the Red Rainbow Sect. I have come to borrow something from the Tiger Wolf Sect. Su Tong chuckled lightly, harboring little fondness for the Tiger Wolf Sect, as they were not supportive of the Red Rainbow Sect. Borrow something? What? Elder Zhao furrowed his brow. And of course, I seek to borrow the identity token of the Tiger Wolf Sect. Su Tong responded with a casual smile. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Grand Elder of the Tiger Wolf Sect darkened instantly. He then coldly retorted, "You Red Rainbow Sect show no respect to the Tiger Wolf Sect. Sending a disciple to demand an identity token. Even if your Grand Elder were here, it would not be easily granted. I am attempting to converse amicably with you. If you refuse, do not blame me for being impolite." Su Tong shot a cold smile at Elder Zhao. Hearing Su Tong's words, Elder Zhao laughed heartily. "Ha! Just you? You Red Rainbow Sect truly underestimates my Tiger Wolf Sect." As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted, emanating from him. A force of the 8th level of the transformation realm. "Ha ha ha! The Red Rainbow Sect is truly amusing. You send a disciple to demand an identity token? The Grand Elder is at the 8th level of the transformation realm." At this moment, the disciples of the Tiger Wolf Sect joined in the laughter. However, just then, an even more formidable aura erupted, instantly suppressing Elder Zhao's presence, and the laughter of the disciples was abruptly cut off. As if a duck's throat had been crushed. "Yes, just me," Su Tong stated matter-of-factly. "Disciples of the Tiger Wolf Sect, prepare the formation." Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Tong, Elder Zhao grew anxious and hurriedly instructed his disciples to form the formation. The disciples hastily set to work, and in an instant, the formation was established. Su Tong, however, did not rush to strike. As the formation was completed, he felt the spiritual energy of all the disciples seem to coalesce into one. Should this formation unleash an attack, it could rival a peak-level strike of the transformation realm. A commendable formation indeed. It appeared he could learn from it in the future. Observing the assembled formation, Su Tong nodded approvingly. He then noticed that Elder Zhao had seated himself in the empty position within the formation. At that moment, all the disciples' spiritual energy began to converge upon him, causing the spiritual energy fluctuations to rise dramatically, culminating in the manifestation of a wolf's figure. "Go!" Elder Zhao commanded, pointing at the wolf formed from the collective spiritual energy of the Tiger Wolf Sect's disciples, which surged towards Su Tong. Break. Su Tong observed the approaching wolf, its energy comparable to a peak-level strike of the transformation realm. Yet, without uttering much, he slowly opened his palm toward the oncoming wolf. "Break!" he shouted decisively, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual energy. In response, a hand formed from spiritual energy struck down upon the wolf. Boom! The clash of energies resonated, and the Grand Elder of the Tiger Wolf Sect, along with his disciples, were horrified to discover that the spiritual wolf was shattered in an instant. Su Tong had not even employed the ancient divine language, relying solely on his own formidable spiritual power. He had effortlessly dismantled the combined attack of all the Tiger Wolf Sect's disciples. Puff! Several disciples, unable to withstand the backlash, spat out blood, their energies waning. "Quickly swallow." At this moment, Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf Sect waved his sleeve, causing a multitude of elixirs to soar before the group of disciples. Originally, these had been prepared for the final contest, but now they were put to immediate use. The disciples hastily grasped the elixirs and swallowed them down. In mere moments, they felt a surge of spiritual energy, their complexions becoming noticeably more vibrant. Elder Zhao, observing Su Tong, who awaited the disciples' consumption of the elixirs with an air of nonchalance, felt a chill run through him. To remain so unfazed while they restored their spiritual energy could only signify either immense strength or sheer foolishness. Judging by Su Tong's previous display, he was far from a fool. Rather, it indicated that he was wholly unconcerned about their recovery with the elixirs. "Form the array," Elder Zhao commanded as he noted the disciples had nearly regained their strength. He then initiated the formation, causing spiritual energy to surge once more, and a spiritual energy tiger emerged from the array. With a flick of his finger, Elder Zhao directed the tiger towards Su Tong. Its massive jaws agape, as if to devour him whole, "Break," he shouted, unleashing a more powerful wave of spiritual energy. Forming a spiritual energy fist that shattered the tiger, its momentum undiminished as it hurtled towards the tiger-wolf sect. With a loud thud, the fist struck, and everyone from the tiger-wolf sect, including Elder Zhao, spat out blood, their faces filled with terror as they gazed at Su Tong. They had not anticipated that even summoning the tiger-wolf sect's formation would not suffice against this individual. When had the Qi Hong sect produced such a formidable young talent? "Elder Zhao, will you lend me your identity token?" Su Tong inquired again. Elder Zhao's eyes flared with anger, yet he found himself powerless, ultimately retrieving the identity token and tossing it towards Su Tong. Chapter 38. Qi Hong Su Tong comes to borrow an identity token. The identity token was smooth and cool to the touch. Su Tong glanced at it, noticing the 3 characters inscribed, Tiger Wolf Sect. This was indeed the token of the Tiger Wolf Sect. "Thank you." Su Tong smiled lightly before departing. As Su Tong left, Elder Zhao once again coughed up blood. "Elder." The disciples rushed forward. Elder Zhao waved them off, shaking his head. When did the Qi Hong sect produce such a powerful figure? One of the Tiger Wolf disciples furrowed his brow as he watched Su Tong's departing figure. The formation they had conjured had its heart in their elder, a being of the 8th tier of the Qi transformation realm. A single strike from him could rival that of the Void returning realm. Yet, even so, they had been utterly defeated by this young man. What kind of strength did he possess? Recently, a figure had emerged from the Qi Hong sect who had created a divine-level spiritual technique. This young man must surely be that individual. Elder Zhao's energy waned, but he slowly spoke. "What? A divine-level spiritual technique? Is such a feat truly achievable?" Upon hearing this, the Tiger Wolf disciples watched in astonishment as Su Tong disappeared from view. "All right, let us resume our training. Our bid for the 100-sect war has come to an end." Elder Zhao gestured for them to continue their cultivation. They had lost their chance to compete in the 100-sect war, but they could remain and train until the event concluded. With a sense of resignation, Elder Zhao acknowledged that this was the fastest defeat the Tiger Wolf sect had experienced in many years. The Qi Hong sect could not be underestimated. As discussions among the crowd ensued, Su Tong's figure had already materialized in another location. Approximately 80 sects were participating in this 100-sect war. It seemed he needed to find a few laborers. Su Tong calculated that approaching each sect individually would be a waste of time. However, he was not the only one interested in the identity tokens. Other sects were equally keen. Therefore, he decided to start with the smaller sections. After some contemplation, Su Tong realized that the larger sects would inevitably target the smaller ones, at which point he could strike directly at the larger sections. Meanwhile, he could first clear out some of the smaller sections. With this plan in mind, Su Tong swiftly traversed the forest. Upon sensing a relatively weak aura, Su Tong deduced that it must belong to a minor sect. A few flashes later, he arrived at the small sect's location. Recognizing the individuals before him, he identified Elder Li of the Sword Entanglement sect. As Su Tong appeared before the group, he inquired, "You are?" Elder Li's strength was only at the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm, considerably weaker than Elder Zhao of the Tiger Wolf sect. "I am Su Tong of the Qi Hong sect, here to borrow an identity token from Elder Li," Su Tong said with a smile, causing the expressions of the others to shift dramatically. "If the Qi Hong sect seeks our identity token, come and take it. Do not insult us." Elder Li's demeanor changed, and he coldly commanded his disciples to prepare for battle. Looks like I have no choice but to take it by force, Su Tong sighed, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Minutes later, he departed with a second identity token, leaving the Sword Entanglement sect members in stunned silence. Their elder had been utterly defeated without even managing to exchange a single blow. Indeed, it was a complete rout. Elderly was filled with despair. Had he lost to some other elder from the Qi Hong sect? He might have accepted it, however. Losing to a young man without even a single exchange made him feel as though all his decades of cultivation had been for naught. Seeing Elderly in such a state of despondency, the disciples dared not utter a word. After departing from that location, Su Tong set his sights on the next target. Throughout the day on Lingyun Island, Su Tong's voice echoed repeatedly, "I, Su Tong of the Qi Hong sect. Come to borrow an identity token from your esteemed sect." Naturally, he had yet to succeed even once. After each failed attempt, a sect would find itself unable to participate in the 100-sect war. Now, within Lingyun Island, even the other sects were aware of the presence of a figure from the Qi Hong sect who was systematically plundering identity tokens from other sects in a certain part of the forest. Over 100 figures were advancing when suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Is this the leader of the Windfire sect? The figure began to speak. Before the individual could finish, the others shouted in alarm. Su Tong of the Qi Hong sect has arrived. Form the array. The leader of the Windfire sect immediately commanded his disciples to prepare the formation. Su Tong, observing the group before him, felt somewhat puzzled. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you already forming an array? Su Tong, let me make it clear, my Windfire sect is not to be trifled with. If you wish to take our identity token, prepare to face my attack. The leader of the Windfire sect shouted, as wind attribute spiritual energy began to coalesce around him. Su Tong watched calmly as the leader assembled his formation, choosing not to interrupt but simply observing. Are you done yet? Your assembly time is exceedingly long. This is the longest I've ever seen a sect take to gather their formation. Su Tong's patience began to wear thin. With a sudden burst of anger, the leader of the Windfire sect spat out blood, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to spiral into chaos. The massive spiritual energy within the formation began to flee in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Sounds of blood spattering echoed as the formation destabilized and rebounded against its creators, causing them to cough up blood. Curse you! The leader of the Windfire sect cried out in agony. Su Tong had not anticipated that the formation would collapse so easily without him even lifting a finger. Realizing he was outmatched, the leader of the Windfire sect begrudgingly tossed the identity token to Su Tong. You really need to improve your formation. It's far too slow, Su Tong remarked casually before turning to leave. Elder, the Windfire sect descended into chaos, for the leader had been so incensed by Su Tong's words that he fainted from rage. Which sect shall I target next? Su Tong pondered. Just then, a signal streaked across the sky. Su Tong recognized it as the Qi Hong sect signal. Ji Shiyu? Has something happened to the Qi Hong sect? Su Tong's brow furrowed as he swiftly made his way towards the Qi Hong sect's location. If anyone dared to lay a hand on the Qi Hong sect, Su Tong would not let them off lightly. Chapter 39. Despicable Tactics. Su Tong hurried towards the direction of the Qi Hong sect. How dare they attack the disciples of my Qi Hong sect? They are seeking death. At this moment, a fierce glint flickered in Su Tong's eyes. Previously, Su Tong had believed that the Qi Hong sect, being one of the 4 major sects, would not be foolish enough to provoke the Qi Hong sect, which is why he felt secure leaving the other disciples behind. However, he never anticipated that someone would actually take action against them. Nonetheless, there are regulations in the 100-sect battle that prohibit lethal force. Otherwise, after the battle, all the sects would unite to retaliate. Even the second-rate sects like the Aegean sect would not dare to act recklessly on Yuling Island. After all, the united power of all the sects in the Northern Territory is not something a single sect can withstand. From a distance, Su Tong observed over 100 figures surrounding all the disciples of the Qi Hong sect. Were those members of the Kongchan sect and the Xinglua sect actually teaming up? Recognizing the attire of those encircling the Qi Hong sect disciples, Su Tong realized that these were clearly 2 distinct sects. At this moment, he understood that the strength of these 2 sects was not to be underestimated. If they joined forces, They would not be weaker than one of the four major sections the Kongchan sect and Xinglua sect have actually allied to take action against my Qihang sect? Slowly, Su Tong emerged from the forest, casting a glance at the elders of the two sects not far away, and smiled faintly. You must be Su Tong of the Qihang sect. Upon seeing Su Tong's arrival, the elder of the Xinglua sect spoke slowly. With the cultivation level of the 9th stage of the Qi transformation realm, he was indeed quite formidable. The elder of the Kongchan sect possessed similar strength. I wonder what your intentions are, esteemed elders. Su Tong nodded slightly, and then questioned, the name of Elder Su Tong has certainly caught the attention of the people from the 100 sects today. The elder of the Kongchan sect chuckled lightly. Single-handedly seizing the identity tokens from numerous sects has indeed garnered quite a reputation for you. However, we demand all your identity tokens in exchange for the disciples of the Qihang sect. The elder of the Xinglua sect added ominously. Su Tong coldly regarded the two elders, never expecting them to resort to such despicable tactics. Elder Su Tong, you must not comply with them, at this moment. Ji Shiyu also shouted, Indeed, on Yuling Island, killing is prohibited. That's right, it is merely a matter of inflicting minor injuries. As long as the identity tokens are sufficient, Elder Su Tong will undoubtedly secure the top spot among the 100 sects. Other disciples chimed in, their collective sense of honor evidently strong. Elder Su Tong, although killing is not permitted on Yuling Island, one could inadvertently sustain severe injuries, and then there would be no recourse. The elder of the Kongchan sect sneered. They were acutely aware that the Qihang sect was strong, and a direct confrontation would be futile. However, if they collaborated, even the Qihang sect would have to exercise caution. Thus, upon learning that the elder of the Qihang sect had brazenly seized identity tokens from other sects, they decided to team up against the disciples of the Qihang sect. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Qihang sect once you leave here? Su Tong observed them calmly, not in a hurry. Although the Qihang sect is powerful, should they dare to act against us, the Kongchan sect and Xinglua sect will naturally join forces to counter them. The elder of the Kongchan sect responded to Su Tong's words. They had already made up their minds that if they could seize the positions of the four major sects, the accumulation of powerful resources would ensure they were not weaker than the Qihang sect. Is that so? Then take these identity tokens. Su Tong nodded, then produced the 23 tokens he had seized and tossed them directly to the Kongchan sect. 23 tokens. I never expected that in just half a day's time, you would acquire so many. The elder of the Kongchan sect was astonished upon receiving the tokens. The 100 sect battle had only begun for half a day, and Su Tong had already seized 23 tokens from various sections. Exchanging glances with the elder of the Xinglua sect, they turned to leave. The disciples of the two sects quickly retreated. Elder Su Tong, it is our failure. As they watched the members of the two sects withdraw, the disciples of the Qihang sect felt relieved but did not dare to relax, immediately kneeling on the ground in apology. It's nothing. You are all injured, right? Just cultivate in place. What I, Su Tong, possess is not so easily taken. Su Tong shook his head. The earlier elder of the Kongchan sect had reminded him that while killing was forbidden on Yuling Island, it seemed no one cared about severe injuries. Elder Su Tong. The disciples of the Qihang sect gazed at him excitedly, understanding the implication of Su Tong's words. You can rest here. I will handle the rest. Su Tong smiled and then directly pursued the direction the two sects had departed. Since they wished to use such methods to seize the identity tokens from Su Tong, they would naturally have to pay a price. Quickly, if Su Tong catches up, we are finished, the elder of the Kongchan sect shouted anxiously. What is there to fear? With the two of us joining forces, even if he is at the return to Void Realm, we can escape unscathed. Moreover, the formation created by these disciples is not weak. The elder of the Xinglua sect replied nonchalantly. After all, there were two experts at the 9th stage of the Qi transformation realm present. Even if they could not defeat someone at the return to Void Realm, escaping would not be a problem. Is that so? It seems the elder of the Xinglua sect is exceedingly confident in his abilities. Just then, a voice rang out from above them. Upon hearing this voice, the faces of the elders from the Kongchan sect and Xinglua sect changed drastically. Su Tong. Both were shocked to discover that Su Tong had indeed appeared before them. Having taken my belongings, leaving seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Su Tong coldly stared at the two before him. Although seizing identity tokens from others on Yuling Island was not without precedent, using such underhanded tactics, especially from two sects that were only slightly inferior to the four major sects, was somewhat excessive. What do you want? The Qihang sect has already lost its identity tokens. This conflict does not concern you. The elder of the Kongchan sect coldly retorted. However, Su Tong merely smiled. The regulations state that if identity tokens are taken away, one cannot act against other sects without tokens, but it does not say one cannot reclaim them. You, the elder of the Kongchan sect, was momentarily at a loss for words. The regulations indeed contain that stipulation. Do you really think we would fear you? You are merely at the first stage of the return to Void Realm. You have no reason to be so arrogant, the elder of the Xinglua sect said dismissively. Not fearing you is best. Just moments ago, you mentioned that killing is not allowed on Yuling Island, but severe injuries seem to go unregulated. Su Tong stepped forward, and immediately, an overwhelming aura pressed down upon the two sections. Feeling the immense pressure from Su Tong, the elders of the two sects exclaimed in disbelief. Third stage of the return to Void Realm, Chapter 40. Self-destruction within the forest. The members of the two sects were all rendered immobile by the aura emanating from the young man before them. Third stage of the return to Void Realm. The elders of the Kongchan sect and Xinglua sect were both taken aback. They had never anticipated that Su Tong of the Qihang sect had reached such a formidable level of cultivation. Weren't you saying he was only at the first stage of the return to Void Realm? The elder of the Kongchan sect ground his teeth as he spoke to the elder of the Xinglua sect beside him. I had no idea. The leader of the Inu sect told me so. The elder of the Xinglua sect was equally fearful. He had always believed Su Tong to be at the first stage of the return to Void Realm, which is why he felt emboldened to act so brazenly. Had he known that Su Tong had reached the third stage, he certainly would not have dared to employ such despicable means. To deal with someone of lower strength, there's no need to go all out. Su Tong scoffed at their remarks at that moment. The expressions of both elders, along with the 200 disciples from the Kongchan sect and Xinglua sect, turned extremely grim. Elder Su Tong, it was all a misunderstanding. We had no intention of harming the disciples of the Qihang sect. I will return these identity tokens to you right now. The elder of the Kongchan sect hastily spoke, quickly returning the 28 identity tokens that Su Tong had previously seized. Su Tong accepted the tokens and turned his gaze back to the two elders, sensing the malice in Su Tong's eyes. The elder of the Kongchan sect gritted his teeth and produced the identity tokens of the Kongchan sect, handing them over to Su Tong. These are the identity tokens of my Kongchan sect. This matter truly has nothing to do with us. It was instigated by the Xinglua sect. Elder Su Tong, I am also willing to surrender the identity tokens of the Xinglua sect to you. This matter is genuinely unrelated to me. It was the idea of the leader of the Inu sect. The elder of the Xinglua sect hurriedly shifted the blame onto the leader of the Inu sect. Hee. Su Tong stored away the identity tokens from the two sects and then calmly stated, to be honest, I initially intended to incapacitate both of you. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, the two elders turned pale, their expressions darkening. Yet, they found themselves unable to refute him. If Su Tong possessed merely the strength of a first-grade return to Void Realm, they might have dared to attempt an escape. However, with his prowess at the third-grade return to Void Realm, they knew they were no match for him. In the face of Su Tong's overwhelming might, they did not even dare to engage in combat. Nevertheless, since both had surrendered their sect identity tokens, I shall refrain from intervening. Su Tong spoke once more. Thank you, Elder Su Tong. The two elders quickly expressed their gratitude, only to see Su Tong shake his head. However, today, only one sect shall leave. The remaining sect must either crawl out or be carried out. The choice is yours. Upon hearing Su Tong's declaration, the expressions of the two sects members shifted dramatically. This was tantamount to inciting them to mutually annihilate each other, even if they managed to escape. The two sects would undoubtedly become fierce adversaries henceforth, a clever ploy to incite discord. At this moment, the elder of the Kongchan sect, feeling cornered, spoke up, then I must take matters into my own hands. As Su Tong regarded the two men before him, spiritual energy began to surge around him. Let us engage together. We may yet test the might of the return to Void Realm, observing the energy emanating from Su Tong. The elder of the Xinglua sect responded with a sharp command, "Very well." Hearing his words, the elder of the Kongchan sect nodded in agreement. Subsequently, both their energies surged forth, with the elder of the Kongchan sect charging directly towards Su Tong. At that moment, the elder of the Xinglua sect unleashed an attack, striking the back of the Kongchan sect elder. Himph! The elder of the Kongchan sect coughed up blood, stabilizing himself before abruptly turning. His face dark. "Old dog, you dare to ambush me? Heh!" The elder of the Xinglua sect wasted no words, casting another wave of spiritual energy towards the Kongchan sect elder. In an instant, the energy transformed into a starry light. Hurtling towards the Kongchan sect elder, Kongchan, the elder of the Kongchan sect was not to be trifled with. With a sharp utterance, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, distorting the space to engulf the starry light. "Is this space?" Su Tong observed the scene before him, intrigued. Only those of the Lingshu realm could manipulate space. Even Su Tong, at present, could not wield spatial abilities. No. While it bore some resemblance, it was too feeble. Suitable only for defense. After watching for a moment, Su Tong shook his head. This application of space could only serve a defensive purpose and could not truly carve out a spatial domain. Nevertheless, it showcased some capability. Acknowledging the Kongchan sect's talent, Su Tong conceded that such an ability was indeed commendable. The battle between the two elders of the Kongchan sect and Xinglua sect commenced. Their disciples also fell into conflict. Initially appearing as one cohesive group, they now resembled bitter enemies. Waves of spiritual techniques were cast, and sect members fell one after another. Meanwhile, Su Tong sat aside as if a spectator, observing the clash and absorbing the techniques from both sections. Though Su Tong could easily eliminate all members of both sects with a mere flick of his wrist, this playful mockery proved to be an entertaining affair. The two sects, once allied, now turned against each other under Su Tong's undeniable strength. Should word of this spread, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. However, the situation had escalated to such a point that they could no longer afford to care about their dignity. If Su Tong intervened, the outcome would only be more catastrophic. The battle raged on for half an hour, gradually reaching an intense peak. To Su Tong's surprise, the elder of the Kongchan sect had gained the upper hand. After being ambushed, he managed to turn the tide, displaying considerable strength. Piffed! Just then, a technique from the Kongchan sect elder struck the Xinglua sect elder. The latter immediately spewed blood, his face paling. Moments later, he was defeated, collapsing into unconsciousness after a single blow from the Kongchan sect elder. The elder then proceeded to vanquish the disciples of the Xinglua sect. Cough, cough. The elder of the Kongchan sect now turned to Su Tong. "Elder Su Tong, having won now, you must honor your promise." Naturally, the Kongchan sect made a part. Su Tong nodded in agreement. At this point, the elder of the Kongchan sect was gravely injured, and even if Su Tong chose to act, he could not kill him. However, sensing the elder's gaze filled with resentment, Su Tong understood they would not relent. But what of it? Once the battle among the 100 sects concluded, it would be the time for the demise of these two sects. Chapter 41. The time to reap. The members of the Kongchan sect, dragging their weary bodies, made their way toward the edge of the Lingyun Island. Su Tong observed the unconscious disciples of the Xinglua sect. Resembling dead dogs? Humph! He scoffed coldly, then directed a wave of spiritual energy that splintered into four, landing on the limbs of the Xinglua sect elder. Boom! A resounding crash echoed. The unconscious elder of the Xinglua sect let out a wretched scream as his limbs were rendered useless by Su Tong's force. "Su Tong, my Xinglua sect will not let this go." The elder roared in anger, rendered as powerless as a mere husk. "I await your vengeance." Su Tong replied with a cold smile before turning to leave. Leaving the elder of the Xinglua sect to rage helplessly in place, before long, Su Tong reunited with the many disciples of the Qihang sect. "How fare you?" he inquired. "We have all recovered," Ji Shiyu responded. "Very well. Let us seek a secure location to cultivate. I must admit, I was remiss." Su Tong nodded. Previously, he had not anticipated that someone would dare to conspire against him using the disciples of the Qihang sect as leverage. He then led the Qihang sect members in another direction. After walking for some time, the disciples of the Qihang sect spotted the members of the Xinglua sect approaching. Qihang sect, Su Tong, I shall not let you escape. The elder of the Xinglua sect shouted in fury upon seeing Su Tong. However, Su Tong paid him no mind, continuing onward. Isn't that the elder of the Xinglua sect? It appears so. Why does he look as though he has been crippled? Indeed, it seems that way. The disciples of the Qihang sect began discussing the matter. They had just observed the disciples of the Kongchan sect in a state of disarray, but it was merely that disarray, far better than the fate that had befallen the elder of the Xinglua sect, who appeared utterly incapacitated. Reflecting on this, several disciples of the Qihang sect cast glances at Su Tong. However, he remained silent, seemingly aware of his destination as he walked with purpose. The disciples of the Qihang sect dared not inquire further. Simply following in Su Tong's wake, before long, Su Tong came to a halt. This location was quite concealed. Had it not been for Su Tong's guidance, the disciples of the Qihang sect might never have found it. This place is relatively hidden. I passed by earlier and noted its seclusion. You should be undisturbed here while you cultivate, Su Tong stated calmly. Yes, we shall obey, master. The disciples of the Qihang sect responded promptly. Su Tong nodded, issued a few instructions, and then took his leave. Now I possess 30 identity tokens. There remain over 50, likely having been collected by other sects, after seizing the tokens from the Xinglua sect and Kongchan sect. Su Tong's collection had increased to 30. What puzzled him was the lack of surplus tokens in the possession of the Xinglua and Kongchan sects, indicating they had been the first to strike at the Qihang sect. However, it was expected that other sects had acquired at least 2 or more tokens by now, considering the time that had elapsed. The other 2 sects among the 4, along with the Ermin and Ijin sect, should have procured a significant number of identity tokens as well. At this juncture, Su Tong contemplated making a move against these 5 sections. He had no intention of acting against those sects that maintained amicable relations with the Qihang sect. Nor had he encountered others. Calculating the time, it seemed nearly ripe for an assault on those major sections. The individuals from the Dija sword sect had previously been in this vicinity. Su Tong had previously encountered members of the Earth Fiend Sword sect from a distance, observing them without taking action. This was because Su Tong intended to provoke them into action first, to collect their identity tokens. Once he had acquired their tokens, he would be able to seize both theirs and others' identity tokens with ease. After meticulously discerning the route, Su Tong swiftly darted in a particular direction, leaping from tree to tree until he soon came upon a group of individuals. This group appeared to be injured, bearing what seemed to be sword wounds, their garments tattered. A few female disciples appeared to have been treated with particular disregard, their clothing in an even more deplorable state. Elder Feng, Su Tong descended directly, recognizing that these were members of the Red Moon sect. The relationship between the Red Moon sect and the Scarlet Rainbow sect was not unfavorable. It was said that the founders of the Red Moon sect and the Scarlet Rainbow sect were fellow disciples of the same master. Who are you? Upon seeing someone approach, the members of the Red Moon sect immediately became vigilant. Su Tong from the Scarlet Rainbow sect. Su Tong introduced himself. You are Su Tong? Elder Feng scrutinized the young man before him, clearly having heard of Su Tong's name. Indeed. Su Tong nodded slightly. At this moment, the disciples of the Red Moon sect also regarded Su Tong with curiosity. Over the past half-day, they had heard much of his renowned exploits. In previous years' 100 sect tournament, unless one encountered another immediately upon entering, participants would typically wait to converge at a central location before beginning their skirmishes for identity tokens. However, this year, Su Tong from the Scarlet Rainbow sect had single-handedly seized countless tokens in a mere half-day. His name had spread widely, and it was rumored that he was still quite young. Now, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was indeed a mere youth. Elder Feng, what is the situation? Su Tong refrained from directly inquiring about who had robbed them. The Earth Fiend Sword sect. Elder Feng shook his head in resignation. They were unfortunate enough to encounter the Earth Fiend Sword sect. Despite the familial ties between the founders of the Red Moon sect and the Scarlet Rainbow sect, the strength of the Red Moon sect pales in comparison to that of the Scarlet Rainbow sect. Naturally, they stood little chance against the Earth Fiend Sword sect. And where are they now? Though Su Tong had his suspicions, hearing it confirmed by Elder Feng solidified his understanding. Head east, not far from here. Elder Feng pointed towards the east. Then, realizing something, he added, Elder Su Tong, are you planning to? The unspoken words were clear to anyone. Having allowed them ample time, it was undoubtedly time to collect. With a gentle smile, Su Tong replied, this time, the Earth Fiend Sword Sect is led by their Grand Elder, who has reached the pinnacle of the Qi transformation stage, and their disciples have formed a formidable Earth Fiend Sword Array. Elder Feng offered a warning. Thank you, Elder Feng. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement before darting off in another direction. The Scarlet Rainbow Sect is truly fortunate to have such a talent. After Su Tong departed, Elder Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although they had only exchanged a few words, the subtle pressure emanating from Su Tong had instilled a sense of dread within Elder Feng. At this moment, Su Tong had caught up with the advancing members of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. Indeed, their strength was noticeably superior to that of other sects. At the very least, their disciples were no less formidable than those of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect. However, Su Tong remained unperturbed, boldly proclaiming, Su Tong of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect, here to borrow identity tokens from the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. Chapter 42. Why he wields Earth Fiend Sword Qi as the members of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect traversed. A sudden voice rang out, Su Tong. The elderly man at the forefront, with white hair, immediately became alert, akin to a sword on the verge of being drawn, scanning the surroundings warily. No need to look around. I am right here, Su Tong declared, leaping down from the tree before the Earth Fiend Sword Sect members. Upon seeing Su Tong, the white-haired elder raised an eyebrow, certain that the tree had been empty moments ago. How could Su Tong have appeared there? Ah, so you are Elder Su Tong from the Scarlet Rainbow Sect. The elder, unable to gauge Su Tong's strength, chose to temper his arrogance. Observing their Grand Elder treating a young man with such courtesy left the disciples bewildered. They were all too familiar with their Grand Elder's temperament, and could not fathom why he would exhibit such deference to this youth. I wish to borrow the identity tokens of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. And in passing, I would also like to procure the tokens you have gathered for the Scarlet Rainbow Sect. What say you? Su Tong stated directly, offering no regard for the pride of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. After all, he had heard of their notoriously arrogant disposition, evidenced by their recent actions against the Red Moon Sect and their apparent lack of consideration for the female disciples' attire. Su Tong. I hold the Scarlet Rainbow Sect in high esteem as one of the 4 sects, which is why I have been polite. Do not push your luck, the white-haired elder retorted coldly. Then let us engage. Su Tong replied indifferently, choosing not to waste further words on someone like him. Humph! The white-haired elder scoffed disdainfully, drawing his sword in a flash. Form the array. Clearly, the elder was wary of Su Tong. After summoning his spiritual treasure, he commanded the disciples behind him. The disciples, however, were taken aback. They had not faced such caution even when dealing with the Scarlet Rainbow Sect. Was it truly necessary to be so meticulous when confronting a mere youth? Yet, they had no choice but to heed their elder's orders. Yes, the command echoed, and they began to form the array. Su Tong observed the individuals before him, unfazed by their preparations. I shall not wait for you to complete your array, he stated calmly. With that, spiritual energy surged, coalescing before Su Tong into a colossal hand that lunged directly at the Grand Elder of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect. Earth Fiend Sword Qi. The Grand Elder of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect shouted in response, unleashing a powerful aura as he swung his sword downward from the sky. With a thunderous crash, the disciples of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect stood in shock as they witnessed their seemingly invincible Grand Elder being sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing into the ground and shattering a rock beneath him. Ugh! Someone swallowed nervously. The disciples of the Earth Fiend Sword Sect stared in horror at Su Tong, completely forgetting their array formation. Cough, cough. The Grand Elder finally managed to cough as he struggled to rise from the ground. His gaze filled with terror as he looked towards Su Tong. He had assumed that even if Su Tong were slightly stronger than him, he would be able to hold his own. Yet, the reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face. The powerful blow he had unleashed with all his might was effortlessly countered by a casual flick of Su Tong's wrist. The stark contrast was utterly demoralizing. Within the Earth Fiend Sword Sect, He held the position of the second most powerful individual. Now, does the Earth Fiend Sword sect wish to lend me the identity tokens? Su Tong inquired, observing the disheveled elder who no longer resembled the confident figure from moments ago. However, the elder remained silent. If you refuse to comply, I have no qualms about incapacitating you all and taking them myself. You should be aware that I possess the capability to do so, Su Tong continued, unyielding. After a moment's hesitation, the white-haired elder weighed his options and reluctantly tossed a token to Su Tong. Receiving the token, Su Tong glanced at it, noting the 4 characters inscribed, Earth Fiend Sword Sect. What of the other tokens you have seized? Naturally, Su Tong sought those as well. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the Earth Fiend Sword Sect to linger for so long. He needed to ensure absolute certainty, gathering all identity tokens from every sect. In doing so, the Scarlet Rainbow sect would ultimately emerge victorious, paving the way for the establishment of a new 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. The sects that rose under the aegis of the Scarlet Rainbow sect would subsequently serve its interests. In this way, the Scarlet Rainbow sect's influence in the Northern Territory would only strengthen. Do not push your luck, the white-haired elder seethed, gritting his teeth. With no further words, Su Tong pointed a finger, sending a surge of spiritual energy hurtling toward the elder. Clang! The elder quickly raised his sword to defend. But the overwhelming force sent him staggering backward until he collided with a stone, blood spurting from his mouth. Su Tong merely watched coldly, remaining silent. He had already made his intentions abundantly clear, leaving no need for repetition. Very well, very well. The elderly man with white hair clutched his chest, his expression fierce as he spoke. However, he proceeded to produce the identity tokens and toss them to Su Tong. Upon receiving the tokens, Su Tong examined them, discovering a total of 10. He was well aware of the strength of the Di Sha Sword Sect. Gathering 10 identity tokens in just over half a day was a natural feat. With the addition of the sect's own tokens, the total amounted to 11. At this moment, Su Tong possessed a total of 41 identity tokens. Thank you. In that case, I must present you with a gift, Su Tong remarked with a cold chuckle. Subsequently, he gathered his spiritual energy to form a sword. The white-haired elder observed Su Tong's action with alarm and quickly interjected, You've received what you wanted. What more do you seek? Di Sha Sword Chi? Su Tong exclaimed sharply, unleashing the very technique the elder had just employed, but he invoked it through the ancient divine tongue. In an instant, his spiritual energy coalesced into countless sharp sword energies that surged toward everyone from the Di Sha Sword Sect. This is for avenging the Chi Yu sect. Should you feel unsatisfied, you are welcome to seek me out at any time. Su Tong sneered, then leaped onto a nearby tree and vanished from sight. His voice lingered in the air. How infuriating! The elder of the Di Sha Sword Sect bellowed in rage, exerting his full strength to deflect Su Tong's sword energies. Still reeling from his earlier injury, he found it challenging to fend off the attack, sustaining considerable injuries from the sword energies. The other disciples of the Di Sha Sword Sect fared no better. While some managed to evade, many were left in a state of utter disarray as they attempted to counter the onslaught. The fear in their eyes was unmistakable. Their minds were undoubtedly shaken. Why did the disciples of the Chi Hong sect possess Di Sha Sword Chi? Chapter 43. Let your disciples form a formation. The confusion of the Di Sha Sword Sect went unanswered as Su Tong moved toward another direction. In that direction, he sensed a notably strong aura. No, it seemed there were several. Su Tong furrowed his brow. Other sects could not possibly possess such potent auras. Only the 2 sects and 2 schools could exude such strength. Were 3 sects congregating together? Su Tong realized that not far off, 3 sects were indeed gathered. Though somewhat coincidental, it was not outside the realm of possibility. Not far away, 3 groups of individuals, each donned in distinct attire, were assembled. They were from the Shenfeng sect, Bai Xia sect, and Enlai sect. Is Su Tong truly so formidable? A youthful-looking woman, who appeared slightly older than a typical girl, stood at the forefront of her group. Gazing intently at the other 2, she was the leader of the Bai Xia sect on this occasion. Indeed, it is said that the Xing Luo sect and Kong Chan sect joined forces. Yet they were no match for him. The elder of the Xing Luo sect was even incapacitated by Su Tong. A robust man, the leading elder of the Enlai sect, Spoke up. Ha, his methods are indeed ruthless. The final speaker was a scholar-like man, the leader of the Shenfeng sect. What strength does he possess, do you know? The elder of the Bai Xia sect hesitated before responding. Uncertain, but he should have reached the returning void realm. The elder of the Enlai sect shook his head, indicating their lack of clarity regarding Su Tong's true strength. They could only deduce from the information that his power had undoubtedly reached the returning void realm. His comprehension is truly terrifying, the elder of the Bai Xia sect remarked, somewhat awestruck. She had heard that Su Tong was relatively young, yet she never anticipated that his cultivation would surpass theirs. How frightening! If only he could join our Enlai sect. The elder of the Enlai sect sighed wistfully. Such a remarkable level of comprehension, emerging from the Qihong sect, would undoubtedly elevate its standing even further. Such a person, if he cannot be utilized, must be eliminated. That would be the most reassuring course of action. At that moment, the elder of the Shenfeng sect scoffed coldly. If Su Tong were to grow into his potential, he would undoubtedly propel the Qihong sect to the pinnacle among the four sects, a reality the Shenfeng sect would never allow. Are you of a mind to kill him outright? The elder of the Enlai sect furrowed his brow slightly. While they also felt that Su Tong's presence in the Qihong sect was somewhat regrettable, it did not warrant outright assassination. As such an act would violate the rules, naturally, we would not resort to such measures, but incapacitating him seems quite feasible. The elder of the Shenfeng sect replied nonchalantly, embodying the Shenfeng sect's typical modus operandi. The elder of the Bai Xia sect expressed her discontent with the Shenfeng sect's approach. Are you then waiting for Su Tong to grow stronger before systematically exterminating our sects? The Beast Tamer sect serves as a cautionary tale, the elder of the Shenfeng sect responded, causing the elders of the Bai Xia sect and Enlai sect to narrow their eyes. After a moment, the elder of the Bai Xia sect slowly spoke. The Beast Tamer sect was destroyed by Su Tong, but Di Shua was a strong practitioner of the returning void realm. The elder of the Enlai sect appeared skeptical as well. While there is no evidence directly linking him, he is undoubtedly involved, especially considering that prior to that incident, the overall strength of the Qihong sect was certainly inferior to the Beast Tamer sect. The elder of the Shenfeng sect continued. The elders of the Bai Xia sect and Enlai sect hesitated. If Su Tong was indeed responsible, he would pose a genuine threat. The downfall of the Beast Tamer sect was their own doing. It has nothing to do with me. As the three conversed, a voice suddenly pierced through the it was Su Tong. The elder of the Shenfeng sect was the first to react, immediately casting a wary glance in the direction from which the voice emanated. The elders of the Bai Xia sect and Enlai sect followed suit. I was just pondering where to find you three, and fortuitously passed by. Su Tong of the Qihong sect, wish to borrow your esteemed sect's identity tokens, if I may? As his words fell, the members of the three sects beheld a figure emerging from the nearby forest, gradually coming into view. They could now see that the speaker was a remarkably young man, exuding a vibrant and invigorating energy. Are you Su Tong? The elder of the Bai Xia sect scrutinized Su Tong for a moment before speaking. Indeed, Su Tong nodded. Despite their youthful appearances, these three individuals represented the strongest forces Su Tong had encountered in this grand competition among the 100 sects, even surpassing the white-haired elder from the Di Sha sword sect. I am Bai Lan, the grand elder of the Bai Xia sect. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and today, I see that you are indeed a hero among youths, the grand elder of the Bai Xia sect. Bai Lan bowed courteously to Su Tong. Tong Huai of the Enlai sect has also heard much about your esteemed name. The elder of the Enlai sect, Tong Huai, also offered a polite salute. It is an honor to finally meet the esteemed Bai Lan and Tong Huai elders. Su Tong reciprocated their courtesy. Bai and Tong, do not forget, we are all in this together, the elder of the Shenfeng sect interjected ominously. Li Zitao, we are merely cooperating to prevent the identity tokens from being seized. We are not colluding to eliminate Elder Su Tong, Tong Huai retorted coolly in response to the elder of the Shenfeng sect. Humph, that is self-evident. Li Zitao of the Shenfeng sect nodded, though his gaze towards Tong Huai was somewhat unfriendly. It seems you intend to join forces. Su Tong discerned their intentions. However, for him, the difference between contending with one sect and three was negligible. We are well aware of our inferior strength. We merely seek to preserve our identity tokens. Elder Sutong, please do not take offense. The elder Bai Lan smiled, offering an explanation that did little to please Li Zitao. Since that is the case, let us act in unison. Sutong nodded. He found the two elders from the Bai Xia sect and Enlai sect quite agreeable. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining control for the Qihong sect, he would have had no need to engage in battle. Yet, the elder of the Shen Feng sect cast him a gaze that seemed subtly malicious. I regret to offend. The elders Bai Lan and Tong Huai expressed their politeness. And then the three of them unleashed their formidable auras, all at the half-step returning void realm. As Sutong sensed their strength, he merely smiled and said, "Have your disciples form a formation." Chapter 44. The little spiritual energy ball Sutong, feeling the three powerful auras approaching, remained entirely unfazed. Sutong, although I am aware your strength lies in the returning void realm, we three are all formidable figures at the half-step returning void. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Upon hearing Sutong's words, Bai Lan smiled and reminded, "Indeed. Although Bai Lan and I have no desire to confront you and only wish to preserve our identity tokens, some individuals harbor different intentions, so do not underestimate the situation." Elder Tong Huai also interjected, and upon hearing his words, Elder Li Zitao of the Shenfeng sect wore a sullen expression. The implication of his statement was clear. The Shenfeng sect intended to take action against Sutong. However, despite their intentions being evident, it was somewhat displeasing to have it openly acknowledged. This is an opportunity for the three of you. I possess a total of 41 identity tokens. Do not let your concerns for status lead you to lose all your tokens to me. Sutong nodded. Naturally, he was unaware of the schemes that the Bixia sect and the Enlai sect were concocting against him. Nonetheless, he harbored doubts about their words, as the relationship between these two sects and the Qihong sect was far from amicable. As members of the 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect, it was only natural for them to vie for resources. 41 identity tokens. Upon hearing Sutong's declaration, the 3 elders were taken aback. In less than a day, had Sutong truly seized 40 tokens from various sects? After all, only 80 to 90 sects were participating in the 100 sects war. Indeed, I recently encountered the Dija sword sect, and they gifted me quite a few, Sutong confirmed with a nod. The 3 elders displayed renewed astonishment at this revelation. You mean to say that Chang Yin, that old fellow, was also defeated by you? Bai Lan asked incredulously. Yes, he was quite weak, Sutong replied with a nonchalant tone. Weak. The 3 elders exchanged grave expressions. Although Chang Yin of the Dija sword sect was not as powerful as the 3 of them, he was by no means weak. They understood that Sutong was not joking. Individuals of such strength did not indulge in trivial banter. Thus, it followed that in Sutong's eyes, Elder Chang Yin was indeed quite feeble. Form the formation. The 3 elders commanded in unison, their voices resonating with authority. Regardless of whether they were disciples of the Shenfeng sect, Bixia sect, or Enlai sect, they swiftly began to establish their formations. Sutong remained still, awaiting the successful convergence of their array. Before long, 3 distinct formations were successfully erected: the Shenfeng formation, the Bixia formation, and the Enlai formation. Each formation possessed unique attributes, and the 3 elders, all of whom had reached the threshold of the half-step returning void, commanded a formidable presence. In the northern region, no one dared to underestimate such a formidable assembly. Only Sutong regarded the formations with satisfaction. Nodding appreciatively, such strength is indeed worthy of my attention. Sutong, come forth to battle. With the Shenfeng formation solidified, Li Zitao issued a cold challenge, exuding newfound confidence with the aid of the formation. Meanwhile, Elder Bai Lan of the Bixia sect and Elder Tong Huai of the Enlai sect stood steadfastly within the heart of their respective formations. Let us test the might of Elder Sutong. They chanted in unison, and in an instant, 3 powerful auras erupted forth. Following the enhancement of their formations, the trio's auras surged, reaching the first level of returning void. For anyone in the northern region, 3 returning void experts represented an overwhelming force. Shenfeng dominance. Elder Li Zitao of the Shenfeng sect shouted, as countless wind attributes coalesced into a spiritual palm, aimed directly at Sutong, Bixia's infinite waters. Elder Bai Lan of the Bixia sect conjured her spiritual energy, invoking the water attribute. Countless water spirits gathered, eventually forming a river descending from the heavens, within which lay numerous concealed swords. Thunderous might. As the other two elders unleashed their attacks, Elder Tong Huai of the Anlai sect was equally unyielding. Streams of lightning energy began to coalesce in the air, darkening the skies with ominous clouds and booming thunder. An impressive display of might. Su Tong nodded in satisfaction. These three, bolstered by the power of their formations, had indeed reached the first level of returning void, and the techniques they crafted were formidable. They represented the most powerful adversaries Su Tong had encountered since entering the 100 Sects War. Receive my strike. If I cannot break your formation, I shall forfeit all my identity tokens, Su Tong declared with a cold smile, as energy gathered in his hand. This was not merely one elemental attribute, but a confluence of all attributes converging upon his palm. As the energies surged, the power within Su Tong's grasp intensified. That is lightning attribute energy. Elder Tong Huai of the Anlai sect recognized the energy's essence, while Bai Lan too sensed a familiar force and water attribute energy. And how could it possibly include wind attribute? Li Zitao exclaimed, astonished by the amalgamation of energies in Su Tong's hand. 3 attributes? No wonder you could ascend to such heights in such a short time. Elder Li Huai remarked, equally astounded. And there is more. Bai Lan's pupils constricted as she beheld the swirling energy in Su Tong's hand. While others might rejoice at witnessing an opponent wield multiple attributes, Su Tong's display instilled a sense of dread, proving his strength was far from trivial. Devour, Su Tong declared with a chilling grin, as the energies within his grasp began to whirl at an accelerated pace. Without hesitation, he hurled the swirling orb of energy toward the trio's attacks. The palm-sized sphere spun rapidly, and at that moment, the 3 powerful attacks were inexplicably drawn toward the spiraling energy. This was a skill Su Tong had comprehended over the past 2 months. Why technique cannot be? Li Zitao's heart raced in shock as he witnessed his own skill being forcibly drawn in. The Shenfeng dominance, a premier spiritual technique of the Shenfeng sect, was unexpectedly absorbed by that small sphere of energy, a scenario he had never anticipated. Naturally, Bai Lan and Tong Huai were equally taken aback. They had unleashed their most potent techniques, yet Su Tong's prowess rendered their formidable skills seemingly unsteady, on the brink of collapse. Break. As the 3 pondered their predicament, Su Tong's voice rang out, and in that instant, the wavering and unstable powerful techniques shattered before their eyes. Chapter 45. The final target, Chimu sect. The 3 formidable attacks shattered, transforming into distinct attributes, as they were instantaneously engulfed by the small sphere of energy conjured from a myriad of spiritual forces. Thunderous might, Su Tong shouted once more, as an amalgamation of various attributes surged forth from that small sphere, coalescing into a vibrant cloud in the sky, crackling with electricity. How is this possible? If mere astonishment characterized their earlier reactions, Tong Huai was now utterly astounded. Gazing at the familiar yet strange spiritual technique, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Bixia's infinite waters. Another incantation escaped Su Tong's lips as another stream of energy erupted from the small sphere, forming a colorful river imbued with hidden blades, cascading toward the Bixia sect. Defend? Elder Bai Lan of the Bixia sect now found herself in a state of panic. She was acutely aware of the devastating power of her sect's technique. Thus, amidst her shock, she shouted, summoning a defensive barrier from the formation's energies. Shenfeng dominance. Su Tong called out one final time, harnessing the remaining energies, still a substantial amount, into a vibrant hand, hurtling it toward the Shenfeng sect. Clearly, Su Tong was demonstrating a degree of consideration for the Shenfeng sect. Boom, boom, boom. A resounding series of explosions erupted, as Su Tong's 3 strikes landed upon the Shenfeng sect, Bixia sect, and Anlai sect, instantly raising an immense cloud of dust. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Su Tong summoned a gust of wind that whisked away the countless particles, revealing the 3 sects beneath. At that moment, both Bixia sect and Anlai sect appeared somewhat disheveled. Bai Lan and Tong Huai bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, evidently injured from the recent clash. In contrast, Li Zitao of the Shinkong sect seemed to have fared a bit better. However, he was still in tatters, covered in numerous wounds, blood streaming down his body, a sight that was truly shocking. The other disciples of the Shinkong sect were equally in a pitiful state, while Bixia sect and Anlei sect appeared relatively unscathed, as though they had merely sustained minor injuries from a friendly spar. Cough, truly impressive for one so young, Bai Lan remarked with admiration. This is the identity token of my Bixia sect, along with 8 others that I have seized. I present them to you. After a brief cough, the elder from Bixia sect spoke, recognizing the dismal state of the Shinkong sect, and thus willingly surrendered all the identity tokens to Su Tong. Thank you, Elder Bai Lan. Su Tong accepted the 9 identity tokens, inspected them thoroughly, and then carefully stored them away. Here is the identity token of my Anlei sect, along with the 9 I have taken. I appreciate your leniency. Upon witnessing Bixia sect hand over their tokens, Tong Hui felt compelled to do the same. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of respect, having been defeated by his sect's most formidable spiritual technique, no less, at the hands of an adversary. This was something he had never anticipated. Thank you. Su Tong once again examined the tokens before expressing his gratitude. With this, he had collected 19 identity tokens, which, when added to the 41 he had previously acquired, brought his total to 60 tokens. Elderly, does your Shinkong sect still wish to continue this fight? Su Tong inquired, directing his gaze towards the sullen-faced Li Zitao. Were it not for certain regulations, Su Tong would have relished the opportunity to annihilate the Shinkong sect. However, he knew that such an act on Yuling Island would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the other sects, which even he could not withstand, let alone the Qihang sect. Thus, Su Tong resolved to wait until the great conflict among the sects had concluded before taking action. After a moment's hesitation, Li Zitao begrudgingly tossed an identity token to Su Tong. Upon inspection, Su Tong noted it was from the Shinkong sect, along with tokens from 12 other sections. This brought his total to 72 tokens, and with the addition of the Qihang sects, it amounted to 73. Su Tong, you have secretly learned the spiritual techniques of our sect. I will certainly report this to the sect master, and then the Qihang sect shall face dire consequences. Li Zitao spat venomously. Naturally, he dared not confront Su Tong directly. His only recourse was to issue a threat. That was taught to me by you, elderly, Su Tong retorted with a cold smile. Pfft. Li Zitao could not contain himself. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he was painfully aware that Su Tong could not have mastered the Shinkong sect's techniques prior to this encounter. He had undoubtedly learned them in that fleeting moment. Yet, to insist that he had taught them was infuriatingly plausible. How exasperating. Ha ha, I thank the 3 of you for your generous offerings. By the way, do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Chimu sect? Su Tong chose to disregard Li Zitao's outburst. His final objective remained to confront the Chimu sect, the strongest among the 4. You seek the Chimu sect? Bai Lan replied, surprised. She had expected Su Tong to wait 3 days to face them at the central point. Not to attack them here. If you know their location, I hope you will share it. The Chimu sect has maintained a fixed position on Yuling Island for many years, which is to the northwest. Tong Hui indicated, pointing in that direction. Thank you. Su Tong nodded in gratitude before turning to leave. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind. With your strength, do you truly think you can contend with the Chimu sect? The speaker was none other than Li Zitao. As one of the 4 sects, do you find it amusing to grovel like this? Su Tong sneered, moving swiftly towards the northwest. Li Zitao, stung by Su Tong's words, spat out another mouthful of blood. The elders of Bixia sect and Anlei sect paid him no mind, their gazes fixed on Su Tong's departing figure. At that moment, both felt an urge to foster a closer relationship with the Qihang sect. A shared thought resonated in their minds. We must report back to the sect master. Following Tong Hui's directions, Su Tong sped towards the northwest of Yuling Island. His pace was swift. In mere moments, he covered a distance of over a kilometer, arriving in the northwestern region in less than half an hour. From afar, Su Tong sensed a powerful aura. Surely that must be the Chimu sect. He frowned slightly, for the aura he felt was remarkably intense. According to the information provided by the Qihang sect, the Chimu sect's expedition was led by their second elder, Wu He, a formidable half-step return to Void Realm practitioner. Yet, the aura he sensed felt somewhat different. Haha, since you are already here, there is no need to hide. As Su Tong pondered, a voice reached his ears. How perceptive! Su Tong's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that amidst this battle among the 100 sects, he had encountered a true adversary. Indeed, all previous opponents have paled in comparison. This individual before me is formidable. Chapter 46. Withered wood and resurgent life. The sound of rustling leaves filled the air as a figure stepped forth, moving with deliberate grace. Surely you are Wu He, the second elder of the Chimu sect. Your keen senses are impressive. Su Tong emerged from behind the trees. Upon his arrival, Wu He had already sensed him. The man before Su Tong appeared somewhat frail, yet he emanated a strength far surpassing that of Li Zitao and his companions. The cultivation of my Chimu sect is closely tied to the wood element. In this forest, for 100 miles around, every movement is laid bare. Wu He replied earnestly, acknowledging Su Tong's presence. Su Tong nodded in approval. A commendable ability indeed. You must be Su Tong of the Qihong sect. Here to request identity tokens from my Chimu sect? Precisely. Su Tong affirmed, fully aware that this adversary would not be easily subdued. Nevertheless, he held confidence in his own strength. Very well. Should you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you not only the identity token of my Chimu sect, but also those from 15 other sects, Wu He declared, a spark of battle intent igniting in his eyes. Agreed. However, do your disciples not rely on the sect's formations to enhance their power? Where are they? Su Tong inquired, curious about the absence of Chimu sect disciples. Wu He, undeterred, responded coolly, clearly confident in his own prowess. Then let us commence. Su Tong nodded, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Wu He, who seemed more agreeable compared to Bai Lan and Tong Hui. I am aware of your strength. Withstand my strike, and I shall concede defeat, Wu He proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Your confidence is commendable, Su Tong refrained from retorting, sensing Wu He's self-assuredness igniting a desire to teach him a lesson. Do not assume that your attainment of the first level of return to Void Realm makes you the only formidable opponent here. I too have reached that pinnacle, Wu He casually remarked, and as his words fell, an aura that surpassed that of Li Zitao and his companions erupted forth. So, the second elder of the Chimu sect has indeed entered the return to Void Realm. It was no wonder that the Chimu sect, as the foremost among the four, possessed such substantial resources, and their overall strength was significantly superior to the other three sections, with the sect master and the grand elder also being returned to Void Realm experts. The Chimu sect boasted 3 such formidable practitioners, enough to dominate all sects in the northern region. Su Tong, unleash your full power and receive my strike. After the surge of energy erupted, Wu He spoke with newfound confidence. With a low growl, the wood attribute spiritual energy surged forth, invoking the ancient incantation. Withered wood, decayed trunk. Instantly, strands of spiritual energy flowed from the surroundings towards Wu He's body. Su Tong observed in astonishment as the trees nearby began to wither at a rapid pace. The ability to harness the spiritual energy of the surrounding trees was indeed remarkable, yet it felt somewhat inappropriate. As Su Tong watched the trees quickly decay, waves of wood attribute spiritual energy surged into Wu He's body. With the influx of this energy, Wu He's hair gradually transformed from black to green. Go! Wu He bellowed, pointing a finger towards the sky. A stream of black, spiritual energy shot towards Su Tong. This black energy, reminiscent of desiccated trees, flew straight at Su Tong. Who told you that my strength is merely at the first level of the Void Return Realm? Su Tong remained unperturbed as he felt the incoming energy. Then, a much more formidable aura erupted from him. My strength is at the 3rd level of the Void Return Realm. The revelation of Su Tong's formidable prowess left Wu He, who had maintained a calm demeanor until now, visibly shocked. He had not anticipated that Su Tong's strength had already reached the 3rd level of the Void Return Realm, a fact that completely exceeded his expectations. Such overwhelming power was already comparable to that of the Grand Elder of the Chimu sect. Withered would encounter spring. Su Tong's voice resonated once more, this time employing the language of the ancient deities. The 4 simple characters caused Wu He to feel the surrounding spiritual energy stir with urgency. This energy was indeed of the wood attribute. As it surged, the trees that had just been drained of energy by Wu He began to sprout anew, swiftly bursting with vitality. The influx of spiritual energy prompted the trees to grow rapidly, flourishing more abundantly than before in mere moments. How is this possible? Wu He was clearly incredulous at the scene before him. The technique he had utilized was a high-grade spiritual skill from the Chimu sect, adept at swiftly absorbing the spiritual energy of surrounding trees for personal use. The concentration of this energy was exponentially superior to his own. Aware of Su Tong's formidable strength, Wu He had chosen this particular skill. Yet he never expected Su Tong's technique to summon the heavens' spiritual energy, forcibly infusing it into the withered trees, allowing them to flourish. Amidst Wu He's astonishment, the newly sprouted trees gradually coalesced into streams of green spiritual energy, which ultimately converged towards the black energy Wu He had summoned. Could these trees truly initiate an attack on their own? Witnessing this spectacle, Wu He was utterly astounded. The Chimu sect, which had long been in communion with trees, knew that these trees possessed no autonomous consciousness. Although they could gather spiritual energy, they could not wield it. The Chimu sect capitalized on this energy for its own gain. Yet, he had not foreseen that Su Tong's technique could endow these trees with the ability to autonomously attack. As the green energy collided with the black, the anticipated thunderous crash did not occur. Instead, the black energy was assimilated upon contact with the green energy. The once desolate black energy now radiated a vibrant vitality, surging directly towards Wu He. How is this possible? Wu He was clearly unable to accept this turn of events. The spiritual skill that the Chimu sect prided itself on had proven to be so easily vanquished before Su Tong. Chapter 47. Seeking the secrets of Yuling Island. The green energy continued to surge towards Wu He. This cannot be. Wu He was evidently in disbelief. Although he had not anticipated Su Tong's strength to reach the third level of the Void Return realm, it was still inconceivable for him to so effortlessly withstand his assault. Even the Grand Elder of the sect could not have handled this technique with such ease. Yet, the scene unfolding before him made it clear that some individuals were indeed capable of such feats. As the wood's spiritual energy surged, a barrier formed before Wu He. Boom! Su Tong's attack struck Wu He directly. A resounding crash echoed as Wu He's body was sent flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Wu He stood, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet his expression bore no resentment. "You have won," he conceded graciously. He understood that, after Su Tong demonstrated such power, even the Grand Elder's presence would not suffice to change the outcome. At such a young age, possessing such strength was enough to evoke envy from Wu He. "Thank you," Su Tong replied, finding Wu He to be quite agreeable, at least in terms of character. "It is merely a testament to your own strength." "There is no need for gratitude," Wu He chuckled, then produced his identity token and tossed it to Su Tong. "Thank you." Su Tong accepted the token, confident that Wu He would not resort to any trickery. After all, there were a total of 89 sects participating in the sect battle, and Su Tong now possessed 89 identity tokens. "Your strength is indeed remarkable." Wu He shook his head, acknowledging that even if he assembled the disciples of the Chimu sect, he would still be unable to secure victory. Thus, he felt no resentment. Su Tong nodded in silence. The sect battle spanned 3 days, and since the first day had yet to conclude, Su Tong had already collected the identity tokens from all participating sections. He intended to spend the remaining 2 days exploring Yuling Island, seeking to understand why the spiritual energy here was so concentrated and enduring. Su Tong, why have you taken all the identity tokens from the sects? Wu He suddenly inquired. "I aim to provide the Qihang sect with sufficient resources," Su Tong replied candidly. His primary objective was to bolster the Qihang sect's strength, ensuring it would not be crushed by other sections. During his time in the Qihang sect, he had been treated fairly well, and thus he wished to reciprocate. "Is it truly that simple? By doing this, you have offended nearly all sects in the northern region. Do you not fear a combined assault on the Qihang sect?" Wu He was taken aback. He had assumed Su Tong's actions were intended to showcase the Qihang sect's strength and command respect from the other sections. "A combined assault? In just half a year, I have progressed from not practicing cultivation at all to the 3rd level of the Void Return realm. If the sects dare to attack the Qihang sect, I am confident that within another 6 months, I will reach the spirit void realm, at which point the sects will vanish from the northern region. Su Tong chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant, yet it sent a shiver down Wu He's spine. This young man had only been practicing for half a year. Wu He had assumed Su Tong had been immersed in cultivation since childhood within the Qihang sect, yet here he was claiming to have only begun 6 months prior. What an extraordinary talent! If Su Tong's words held any truth, then with another 6 months, reaching the spirit void realm would not seem insurmountable. Well then, now that I have collected the identity tokens, I shall take my leave, Su Tong informed Wu He before disregarding the still astonished Wu He and departing. After Su Tong had left for some time, Wu He finally regained his senses, letting out a sigh. If the sects truly decide to take action against the Qihang sect, it would be a calamity. With that, Wu He made his exit as well, deciding it was time to investigate the central area. At this moment, Su Tong was also swiftly moving in another direction, his destination being the true northern position of Yuling Island. Before setting off, Su Tong had inquired with Luo Ziyin about the reason behind the immense concentration of spiritual energy on Yuling Island. It was said that Yuling Island opened only once every 3 years, each time for a duration of 3 days. Thus, the Grand Battle of the 100 Sects also occurred once every 3 years, lasting 3 days each time. Although Luo Ziyin was uncertain, she informed Su Tong that if time permitted, he could explore the true northern position of Yuling Island. It was rumored that when Yuling Island first opened, various sects sought to uncover the mystery, dispatching powerful individuals to investigate. They discovered some clues indicating that in the true northern position of Yuling Island, the spiritual energy was thinner than elsewhere, and they even found a passage. However, this passage was guarded by a barrier, rendering it impassable. Even those at the void return stage could not breach the barrier. Consequently, speculation arose that a secret lay hidden beyond the barrier. Yet, what that secret entailed remained unknown to this day. For the past decade or so, no one had sought to investigate further. Su Tong's current objective was to find sufficient time to attempt entry into that barrier. If there was a barrier, could it be that Yuling Island was artificially constructed? Curiosity welled up within Su Tong. If Yuling Island was indeed man-made, it would signify an extraordinary undertaking. As night fell, Su Tong had spent the entire day collecting identity tokens, leaving him no time to rest. Now, he was determined to reach the true northern position of Yuling Island without pausing for respite. Fortunately, Su Tong's spiritual energy was quite abundant, and even at this moment, he did not feel particularly fatigued. However, he noticed that the spiritual energy in this area was indeed somewhat sparse. Feeling the diminishing spiritual energy around him, Su Tong discerned the direction of the thinnest energy and swiftly made his way towards it. According to Luo Ziyin, the barrier passage was located where the spiritual energy was most scarce. The thinness of the spiritual energy here clearly indicated that few had ventured into this region, for cultivating on Yuling Island for a day equated to 10 days elsewhere. Naturally, practitioners sought locations abundant in spiritual energy for their training. Due to the rarity of visitors, the vegetation here was also particularly lush. As Su Tong weaved between the trees, he soon spotted a cave. The thin spiritual energy here was likely because it all flowed into the cave. Realizing this, Su Tong quickly darted towards the cave. However, after traversing merely 100 meters, he sensed a barrier before him. Was this the barrier guarding the secrets of Yuling Island? Chapter 48. The Ancient Sect of Yuling Inside the Cave. Darkness prevailed. Fortunately, Su Tong's cultivation had reached the void return stage, allowing him to see even in such dim surroundings. Before him stood a barrier, which he perceived more through sensation than sight. The spiritual energy from outside had vanished at this location. Su Tong could also feel that spiritual energy could penetrate the barrier before him. Although he was unsure whether the barrier was man-made or natural, he sensed that even with his full strength, he would be unable to break through it. There must be a way to unlock it. Su Tong understood that while this barrier was formidable, as long as it was not naturally occurring, there must be a method to open it. Of course, if it were a naturally formed barrier, it would be unnecessary to enter, as it would imply that nothing lay beyond. The various sects of the northern region had ceased their inquiries, believing that the wonders of Yuling Island and the barrier were naturally formed. If they were indeed natural, it seemed rather coincidental. Gazing at the barrier before him, Su Tong pondered for a moment before delivering a punch against it. Boom! With a resounding crash, a ripple emanated from Su Tong's fist, spreading towards the barrier, yet it remained unresponsive. Indeed, this had nothing to do with brute strength. Su Tong had realized from the outset that it was not about power. Otherwise, the strongest practitioners from various sects, who were not weak themselves, would have had no trouble shattering this barrier. Subsequently, Su Tong searched the surroundings for any mechanisms that might trigger an opening, but alas, he found none. Without a mechanism to breach it, was it truly impossible to enter? Furrowing his brow, Su Tong contemplated for a moment before recalling something. If this barrier was man-made, it must have been established with formidable power, which could only stem from two sources: a barrier created by someone or the language of ancient deities. Su Tong's thoughts were remarkably clear at this moment. He continued to analyze. On the continent of Wenyang, all techniques and spiritual skills originated from the language of ancient deities, which was akin to the Chinese language I know. Hence, the method to create this barrier must also derive from the language of ancient deities. Perhaps utilizing the language of ancient deities could unlock it. Placing his hand against the barrier, Su Tong slowly spoke. With my spiritual energy, I shall open the barrier. At that instant, Su Tong felt as if his spiritual energy had been completely drained. All of it surging into the barrier, a faint glow appeared upon the barrier, although it was exceedingly dim. There was a reaction. Witnessing this, Su Tong felt a surge of joy. Absorbing spiritual energy, Su Tong understood that the spiritual energy of the Void Return stage was insufficient to unlock this barrier. He had no choice but to forcibly absorb spiritual energy from the surrounding environment to condense sufficient power to open the barrier. Sure enough, as Su Tong's spiritual energy continued to flow into the barrier, it finally began to respond, the faint glow gradually brightening, albeit at a slow pace. However, Su Tong was not anxious. Having discovered the method to unlock the barrier, it was merely a matter of time. This infusion lasted for an hour. After an hour, the barrier before him reached a considerable brightness. That moment, Su Tong's hand passed through the barrier. He had succeeded. Seeing his hand successfully cross the barrier, Su Tong hesitated not a moment and stepped directly inside. Upon entering the barrier, Su Tong found himself in a well-lit space. What was this? Observing the peculiar surroundings, Su Tong felt a sense of curiosity. Inside this cave, it was remarkably spacious, with a luminous orb suspended in the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was entirely composed of condensed spiritual energy. The majority of the spiritual energy flowing in from outside was directed towards that glowing orb, while the light surrounding him emanated from it was akin to a man-made sun. To his astonishment, there were structures. Su Tong noticed a cluster of buildings beneath his feet, as though they had been constructed underground. Yet, at that moment, he sensed no vitality emanating from these structures, indicating that no living beings resided within. Should he explore further? After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Tong leaped down. Using the momentum, he landed on the ground below. Observing the ancient architecture around him, Su Tong fell into contemplation. These structures bore a resemblance to a sect. He had not anticipated that beneath Yuling Island lay a concealed sect. This sect must have some age to it. Examining his surroundings, certain areas exuded an aura of antiquity. Su Tong surmised that this sect had likely existed for an extensive period, perhaps several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. An ancient sect buried deep underground? With a few swift movements, Su Tong arrived at the main entrance of the ancient sect. There, he beheld 3 characters intricately carved above the entrance. These characters caused Su Tong to momentarily lose his train of thought, for they were not the script of the Wenyang continent, but rather 3 small seal scripts. Yuling sect. Recognizing the familiar characters, Su Tong murmured them aloud. Yet, just as he finished uttering the 3 characters, a sudden change occurred around him. In a fleeting moment, figures began to materialize before Su Tong. Su Tong initially believed that the members of the sect had all appeared. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that this was not underground. This was Yuling Island? The entire Yuling sect was actually enveloping the entirety of Yuling Island. At this moment, Su Tong also realized that everything before him was merely an illusion. Perhaps it was triggered by his utterance of the three characters Yunling Zong in Mandarin. However, Su Tong had not anticipated that what he had just witnessed underground, which he believed to be a minor sect, was in fact a grand sect encompassing the entirety of Yunling Island. Within Yunling Zong, figures flitted about, some engaged in casual conversation, while many others were engrossed in their cultivation. Su Tong could not discern their strength, yet it was evident that those surrounding him were disciples of Yunling Zong, each one possessing power surpassing the Void Return realm. Even the disciples were of such formidable strength. What then must the elders and the sect master be like? Su Tong pondered why such a powerful sect would remain hidden beneath the earth. Just then, everyone suddenly turned their grave expressions skyward. Su Tong followed their gaze, and upon doing so, he was momentarily stunned. Eye in the sky. A river of blood surged forth, and from it emanated an overwhelming aura of killing intent that sent a chill down his spine. What could that be? At that moment, Su Tong observed figures emerging from the blood-red river, though their faces remained obscured. All he could sense was an unending malevolence emanating from them. What exactly were they? Su Tong fixed his gaze on the figures in the sky, uncertain whether they belonged to a particular race or sect within the realm of Wentiang. Perhaps they did not even hail from Wentiang at all. While Su Tong contemplated this, the disciples of Yunling Zong had already entered a state of vigilance, and several figures soared forth from the sect, standing resolutely in the void without the aid of any artifacts. Among them was an elder with flowing white hair. Although merely an illusion, the pressure radiating from this elder was formidable. If such an apparition could exude such might, what level of terrifying power must the elder possess? Su Tong felt a surge of curiosity. Nevertheless, being part of an ancient sect where disciples were already at the Void Return level, it was only natural for the sect master to be exceptionally powerful. It appeared that the sect master of Yunling Zong was conversing with the figures in the blood-red river. Although it was just an illusion, Su Tong could discern that the dialogue seemed to be rather unpleasant. Soon, the formation of Yunling Zong sprang to life, and the surrounding spiritual energy was swiftly siphoned away. A formidable attack was then unleashed towards the figures in the blood-red river. In that instant, one of the figures waved its sleeve, and an attack coalesced from the blood-red river, colliding with the assault from Yunling Zong's formation. Moments later, the attack infused with the spiritual energy surrounding Yunling Zong crumbled into dust. While the blood-red attack surged forth unabated, landing squarely within the sect and the blink of an eye, countless disciples of Yunling Zong perished beneath the weight of this single onslaught, a casual strike. And so many Void Return powerhouses were slain. Su Tong's brows furrowed deeply. Could it be that Yunling Zong was extinguished by such an effortless attack? No, that couldn't be, if they had been obliterated. How could they possibly exist underground? Just then, the sect master of Yunling Zong formed a hand seal, and as the seal coalesced, a massive black ink-colored beast's phantom appeared behind him. Was that a Qilin? Upon closer inspection, Su Tong recognized the beast. It was indeed a Qilin. Although he had never seen one in person, he had read about them in ancient texts. The black ink-colored beast's phantom was unmistakably a Qilin. With its emergence, the sect master of Yunling Zong's lips moved, but Su Tong could not hear what was being said. At that moment, the ink-colored Qilin opened its mouth, sending an attack hurtling towards the blood-red river. The figures above the blood-red river seemed to regard this attack from the Qilin with great trepidation, no longer behaving as casually as before. They collaborated to conjure a powerful counterattack from the blood-red river. Yet this attack was swiftly shattered upon encountering the Qilin's strike. Following this, the Qilin's attack plunged into the blood-red river, and moments later, the river vanished entirely, revealing several blood-colored figures. It appeared that these figures had sustained considerable injuries from the Qilin's assault. How powerful was the ink-colored Qilin? Su Tong marveled at its might. At that moment, the hand seal of the sect master of Yunling Zong shifted once more, and the blood-colored figures, seeing this, did not hesitate to flee into the void. With their disappearance, Su Tong observed the sect master of Yunling Zong stagger, nearly tumbling from the sky. Simultaneously, the ink-colored Qilin behind him transformed into a streak of light and entered the body of the sect master. So, he too had reached the end of his strength. Su Tong grasped the situation. Had the blood-colored figures not retreated, It was likely that the sect master of Yunling Zong would have been unable to unleash another such powerful attack. However, the might of the ink-colored Qilin was indeed impressive. Su Tong couldn't help but express his admiration. Just then, the sect master of Yunling Zong turned to assess the disheveled state of his sect, and his gaze unexpectedly fell upon Su Tong. Could he sense my presence? Su Tong was taken aback. This was merely an illusion. Could the man truly see him? Perhaps it was just a coincidence? As Su Tong furrowed his brow, the sect master of Yunling Zong pointed a finger, and a beam of ink-colored light flew towards Su Tong. Caught off guard, Su Tong was unable to evade, and the ink-colored light struck directly at his forehead. In that instant, the surrounding illusion crumbled into dust. Phew, how formidable! Exiting the illusion, Su Tong let out a sigh of relief, though the events he had witnessed left him in a state of astonishment. Who were the figures that emerged from the blood-red river? And what exactly was the ink-colored Qilin? Su Tong found himself deeply intrigued by both, for they embodied tremendous power. Under such might, even the strongest of the Void Return realm could only serve as cannon fodder. Yet, unable to comprehend further, Su Tong decided to shift his focus. He would explore the ancient sect for any treasures that might remain. With that thought, he began to search within the sect. The present state of Yunling Zong stood in stark contrast to what Su Tong had seen in the illusion. It appeared significantly diminished, perhaps due to the return of those blood-colored figures or the passage of time. After searching through several rooms, all of which served as disciples' quarters, Su Tong's gaze fell upon a room marked with the words Yunlingdan Hall. He pushed the door open, and an aromatic wave of medicinal fragrance wafted towards him. This scent was unlike that of traditional Chinese medicine. It was infused with the essence of elixirs. Were these all medicinal pills? Upon inspection, he discovered an array of small jade vials inside. He picked one up to examine. Yunlingdan? The inscription was in the ancient language of the divine beings. Su Tong uncorked the vial, revealing a slightly off-white pill that exuded a fragrant aroma and appeared smooth and round. He could also sense a powerful spiritual energy emanating from it. He then picked up several other vials. Qinglei Dan? Ru Su Dan? Guji Dan? There were various types of medicinal pills, some of which were duplicates, while others were singular. To his astonishment, there were over 100 small jade vials before him, indicating that he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of medicinal pills. What a windfall! Although Su Tong was unfamiliar with the uses of some of these pills, it was evident that those preserved by this ancient sect would not be of inferior quality. Without a moment's hesitation, he collected them all into his spatial pouch. What is this? After gathering the pills, Su Tong suddenly noticed something else. Within the Yunlingdan Hall, after stowing away the 100 or so small jade vials, he uncovered a small, unadorned box. What could that be? The box appeared exceedingly simple, devoid of any embellishments or carvings, yet it was entirely free of dust, unlike the surrounding items that bore a layer of grime. Only the small jade vials containing the pills remained pristine, and this little box was equally immaculate. It must be something special. Without hesitation, Su Tong picked up the box for a closer inspection. To his surprise, he found that there were no seams on the box. It simply could not be opened. Was it locked? He studied it more closely but still could not find a way to open it. Did it require the infusion of spiritual energy? Subsequently, Su Tong directly infused spiritual energy into the small box, yet it remained utterly still. Never mind. I shall put it away for now and study it slowly later. After a moment's hesitation, Su Tong placed the small box into his spatial pouch. The Yunling sect, once a formidable supersect that encompassed the entire Yunling Island, now merely huddled in this small area. With only a mere 100 vials of elixirs remaining, Su Tong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Once a powerful sect, every disciple had attained the Void Return realm. Such a formidable sect, not to mention in the northern region, could stand tall even in the central region, where powerful figures abound. Yet now, it lurked beneath the ground. How truly lamentable. After a brief moment, Su Tong exited the Yunling Pill Hall and continued his search from room to room. Is that a spirit stone? Just then, upon opening a door, he was greeted by a rich emanation of spiritual energy. To his astonishment, he found a heap of spirit stones within. While these spirit stones were not exceedingly rare, They served as the common currency of the Wintiang continent. With a sufficient quantity of spirit stones, one could purchase anything desired, even divine-level techniques and abilities, albeit the required quantity was quite substantial. Moreover, most individuals tended to exchange them for other goods, engaging in barter. After all, at that level of power, those capable of offering divine techniques or abilities were hardly in need of spirit stones. Before Su Tong lay what appeared to be the entire cache of the Yunling sect. Without hesitation, he swiftly collected them all. Upon inspection, he discovered a total of 238,000 spirit stones. It is worth noting that Su Tong had only managed to seize a mere 10 to 20,000 spirit stones from the deputy master of the beast-taming sect, a quantity that was already quite enviable. Yet here, he had amassed 238,000 spirit stones. Not only could these spirit stones be utilized as currency to procure items, but they also contained spiritual energy that could be absorbed directly, requiring no refinement. Surely, the Yunling sect must possess techniques and abilities as well? Su Tong pondered. The most crucial aspects of any sect are its techniques and abilities. The stronger the techniques and abilities, the greater the overall strength of the sect. Thus, Su Tong was eager to seek out the repository of the Yunling sect's techniques and abilities. According to sect customs, these were typically stored in a central location. Su Tong made his way towards the center and soon beheld a magnificent grand hall. It was evident that this hall had once been extraordinarily imposing, but now it lay covered in layers of dust. What a pity! This was not the first time Su Tong had felt such a sentiment. Powerful sects inevitably fall into decline. Su Tong was uncertain and had no desire to dwell on it. The grand hall bore no plaques, appearing both ancient and simplistic. Su Tong pushed open the door, and indeed, there lay the techniques and abilities. Su Tong surveyed the hall, which was densely filled with countless techniques and abilities. He approached and casually picked up a tome, the Crimson Serpent Celestial Scroll, a mid-grade spiritual technique. This random selection was already a mid-grade spiritual technique. He then glanced at a few more. The Azure Light Celestial Art, a mid-grade spiritual technique. The Tiger Roar Dominance Record, a superior grade spiritual technique. The spiritual abilities were similarly impressive. The Alchemical Divine Slash, a mid-grade spiritual ability. The Dragon Whisker Divine Spear, a mid-grade spiritual ability. The Crimson Sky Dragon Burst, a superior grade spiritual ability. Every variety of spiritual ability was at least of mid-grade quality. Without a second thought, Su Tong collected them all into his spatial pouch. Fortunately, after defeating the master of the beast-taming sect, Su Tong had upgraded to a higher-grade spatial pouch. Otherwise, he would have been unable to accommodate such a vast collection of elixirs, spirit stones, and techniques. At that moment, Su Tong noticed two glowing orbs positioned at the far end of the grand hall. He stepped closer, and upon inspection, he discovered that within each orb lay a scroll. Su Tong reached out towards the glowing orbs, but just as his hand was about to grasp them, the orbs suddenly darted away as if sensing his approach. Could they possess a hint of sentience? Such evasion was sufficient to indicate that what lay within was indeed extraordinary. Without hesitation, Su Tong pursued them once more. With a swift motion, he positioned himself before one of the orbs and reached out towards it. Whoosh! In an instant, the orb dashed away in another direction, remarkably fast. Su Tong chuckled, then increased his speed, chasing after the orb once more. The orb attempted to evade again, but at that moment, Su Tong seemed to discern its trajectory and appeared directly in its path. Reaching out with one hand, "Surely, I can grasp you now," Su Tong sneered. The scroll within the orb struggled incessantly, but in Su Tong's grasp, it was of no avail. "Shatter!" Su Tong commanded, his spiritual energy surging forth. In the next moment, the orb surrounding the scroll was crushed, revealing a rather ancient-looking scroll within. Without examining it closely, Su Tong stored the scroll in his spatial pouch and proceeded to seize the other orb in the same manner. This time, the struggle was even more intense. However, once it fell into Su Tong's hands, no amount of resistance would prove effective. He held it firmly and crushed the orb, revealing a strikingly beautiful scroll. The two scrolls presented Su Tong with entirely different sensations. What could these be? Curiosity piqued, he glanced at the inscriptions atop them, which were not in Chinese but in the language of the Wintiang continent. Chapter 51. Shadows in the secret passage. The scroll in his hand emanated a sense of dominance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the words written in the Wentiang language. Golden Radiance Divine Seal? A mid-grade divine ability. Su Tong was astonished that this scroll was, in fact, a mid-grade divine ability. He then retrieved the second scroll, revealing the Yunling Scroll, a low-grade divine technique. This was a technique. It seemed that the Yunling sect practiced this particular technique. However, it remained unclear whether the sect was founded upon this technique, or if it had been created by a powerful figure within the sect. Su Tong leaned towards the former speculation. Believing that the first master of the Yunling sect had cultivated the Yunling Scroll, thereby establishing the sect, shall collect this as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tong stored both scrolls away. Whoosh! Just then, a beam of light zipped past him, darting swiftly towards the entrance of the grand hall. What was that? Su Tong had not anticipated the existence of a third orb hidden within the hall. Without a moment's pause, he took off in pursuit of the glowing orb. Accelerate. The language of ancient deities flowed from his lips, and Su Tong's speed increased several-fold. However, the orb proved to be exceedingly swift, far surpassing the two scrolls in speed. Constrain. Another invocation of the ancient deity language. As soon as Su Tong finished speaking, a peculiar wave emanated from him, quickly catching up to the fleeting orb and trapping it in place. Despite the orb's frantic attempts to escape, it was in vain. Without hesitation, Su Tong extended his hand. Reaching into the orb, a swift yank revealed a long spear in his grasp. This was a spear? In Su Tong's hand rested a long spear, its shaft black and adorned with intricate flame carvings. Clearly, this was a spiritual treasure. As for its grade, it appeared to be a superior grade spiritual treasure. Su Tong was astounded to discover a superior grade spiritual treasure within the now declined Yunling sect. Spiritual treasures are classified into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower, with upper grade being the finest. Beyond that, there are the 4 grades of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Who could have imagined that within the fallen Yunling sect, there existed a scroll of divine technique, a scroll of divine ability, and a superior grade spiritual treasure? For Su Tong, this was nothing short of a bountiful harvest. The Flame Shadow Spiritual Spear. Su Tong observed that inscribed upon the spiritual treasure were 4 characters, which unmistakably indicated its name. Possessing an extensive array of skills, Su Tong wielded the ancient language of the deities, rivaling even divine-level techniques and spiritual arts. However, he was not adept at forging high-grade spiritual treasures. Thus, acquiring this exquisite spiritual artifact was akin to gaining wings for Su Tong. At that moment, the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear trembled, seemingly responding to an unseen force, as if it yearned to break free from Su Tong's grasp. What could possibly be in that direction? This thought caused Su Tong to furrow his brow slightly. Only the master of the spiritual treasure could control it. Given the current circumstances of the Yunling sect, it was evident that its inhabitants had perished, and the original owner of this spiritual treasure would not be present here. Yet, the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear exuded an aura of seeking its master. Without further hesitation, Su Tong stowed the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear away in his spatial pouch. Such a possessed spiritual item required the elimination of the former owner's spiritual imprint before a new one could be inscribed. A process that demanded time. Therefore, Su Tong, pressed for time, could only secure it within his spatial pouch. Satisfied to feel the spear settle quietly within, he then lightly tapped the ground and leapt toward the direction indicated by the spear. Was this not the main hall of the Yunling sect? Su Tong discerned that he had indeed arrived at the main hall of the sect, though it appeared deserted, devoid of any peculiar entities. Cautiously, he pushed open the grand doors and stepped inside. After all, this was an ancient sect capable of producing disciples who could reach the Void Return realm, allowing no room for negligence on his part. It was empty. After a brief inspection, Su Tong confirmed the absence of any presence within the hall. Yet, what could have elicited a reaction from the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear? His brow furrowed again. If nothing inside was summoning the spear, it would not have reacted so. With a swift motion, he summoned the Fire Shadow Spirit Spear into his hand. Just then, a sound echoed, and the spear darted toward the back of the hall. Su Tong did not retract it. Instead, He held on and followed as it glided a considerable distance. There was no path ahead. The spear, undeterred, surged straight toward the wall. Yutong gritted his teeth and did not halt. Allowing the fire shadow spirit spear to collide with the wall, boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the wall crumbled under the impact of the spear, revealing a hidden scene behind it. Could there be a secret passage within? At this moment, Su Tong withdrew the fire shadow spirit spear into his spatial pouch and examined the wall behind it. Confirming it was indeed a secret passage, he projected a surge of spiritual energy forward. Boom! Another resounding explosion ensued as the wall was shattered, unveiling the secret passage beyond. Although termed a secret passage, it was not dark within. Luminous pearls embedded in the walls illuminated the corridor. Exercising caution, Su Tong ventured inside. The passage was not lengthy, and soon, he spotted a figure seated cross-legged at the far end. Was that an apparition of an elderly man? Su Tong recognized him as none other than the sect leader of the Yunling sect. To his astonishment, the sect leader was still alive after all these years. Never could Su Tong have anticipated that the leader of the Yunling sect had endured through the ages. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to leave. However, at that instant, a voice resonated from behind him. The tone was soft, yet within the confines of the passage, it was strikingly clear. Heh, after countless millennia, someone has finally arrived here. The voice sent shivers down Su Tong's spine. The power of the sect leader's apparition was formidable, and if he had indeed survived for over 10,000 years, what kind of terrifying existence had he become? The elderly man's voice, though quiet, radiated an overwhelming pressure, a sensation Su Tong had never encountered before. Feeling the weight of the figure's gaze upon him, Su Tong reluctantly turned around. With a slight bow, a gesture of basic courtesy toward an elder, he spoke, "Junior Su Tong, I mean no disturbance to your cultivation and shall take my leave." After speaking, he attempted to slip away, but the apparition spoke again. "You carry many familiar scents, Yunling scroll, golden radiance divine seal." Su Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing the elder's words. He had indeed appropriated the sect's techniques and spiritual arts. Yet, he could not be blamed, as he had believed all the sect's powerful members had perished. "Ah, the fire shadow spirit spear?" the elder exclaimed softly. Extending a hand, Su Tong felt the spear soar from his spatial pouch, returning to the elder. "Unaware of your existence, I took it. I now return it to its rightful owner." He knew he could not overpower the apparition, which was undoubtedly at least at the soul realm, possibly having transcended to the divine soul realm after millennia of cultivation. Thus, he had no intention of forcibly reclaiming it. "Heh, no matter. My sect has been fallen for over 10,000 years. Just as Su Tong finished speaking, the figure spoke again. Su Tong was taken aback, staring at the apparition. "Fallen for over 10,000 years? Yet you stand before me." The immense pressure emanating from the elder was almost overwhelming. "Heh, this is merely a fragment of my soul, long since perished," the elder stated nonchalantly. Astounded, Su Tong marveled at the lingering power of a soul that had been lost for millennia. His curiosity regarding the mysterious realm only intensified. However, how could the fire shadow spirit spear have degraded to a high-grade spiritual treasure over such a long time? The elder spoke once more. "Ah?" Su Tong was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. "You mean to say the fire shadow spirit spear should be even more powerful? It was originally classified as a yellow-grade spiritual treasure, and it seemed that the passage of time had diminished its quality." The elder nodded slightly, explaining, "Indeed." A surge of joy filled Su Tong. He had not anticipated the fire shadow spirit spear to be a yellow-grade treasure. Though only a single rank apart, the difference could be monumental. Even 1,000 high-grade spiritual treasures could not compare to the worth of a single yellow-grade treasure. Is there a way to restore it? Su Tong inquired after a moment of contemplation. "Heh, as long as there are sufficient spiritual stones, it can be restored." The elder chuckled, waving his hand. Instantly, Su Tong felt his spatial pouch stir as an abundance of spiritual stones surged forth. Flying toward the elder, "Since our paths have crossed, it is fate. Allow my sect to assist you in restoring the fire shadow spirit spear." The elder stated calmly. Yutong felt a pang of regret as he watched the spiritual stones, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, depart. Yet, restoring the fire shadow spirit spear to its yellow-grade status was worth the cost. He would have no qualms offering all his spiritual stones for this purpose. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su Tong expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Afterward, he ventured to inquire, Elder, what transpired within the Yunling sect? Though he felt it was somewhat inappropriate to ask, his curiosity got the better of him. Destroyed by those fiends, the elder replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Su Tong's brow furrowed slightly. Was it the blood-colored figures? Did you not drive them away? They can escape, but they can also return, the elder replied again. From this, Su Tong discerned the elder's evident apprehension toward those blood-colored figures. What manner of beings could instill such dread in a powerful entity? Your ability to perceive the apparition indicates a profound understanding of the ancient language of deities. You are indeed well suited, the elder interjected before Su Tong could respond. Su Tong nodded slightly. I can comprehend. He believed this to be a modest admission, yet, at that moment, the elder's hand, which was repairing the fire shadow spirit spear, trembled slightly. You can understand? The elder's voice quivered with astonishment. Su Tong, uncertain of the elder's sudden shock, nodded. Indeed. Can you recognize these two ancient divine languages? The elder did not readily accept Su Tong's claim, but instead conjured two ancient divine characters before him. Qilin, Su Tong spoke, not in the language of the asking heaven continent, but in Chinese. Excellent, excellent. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, the elder's face unexpectedly revealed a look of gratification, followed by the utterance of 3 good words. Su Tong was puzzled. Usually, when the ancient divine language was employed, something significant would occur. Yet this time, upon speaking the word Qilin, nothing transpired. Are you aware of the ancient 9 spirit beasts? Just as Su Tong contemplated this, the elder spoke again. Su Tong shook his head and replied, I am not familiar with them. Indeed? That is understandable. Your current strength is not yet sufficient to comprehend them. The elder nodded, then continued, you should have seen them within the illusion. Is it the one condensed by the senior? Su Tong recalled that in the illusion, the elder had manifested a black Qilin to repel the blood-colored figure. Hee, that was not my manifestation. It is a truly existing ancient spirit beast. The elder slightly shook his head in response to Su Tong's words. Truly existing? Su Tong had not anticipated that such a creature as the Qilin existed in this otherworldly land. Yes, it is one of the ancient 9 spirit beasts. Known as the Qilin, the elder elaborated, then fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Where is the Qilin spirit beast now? Su Tong inquired, curious to witness its presence if it truly existed. In order to vanquish that group of foes, I harnessed the entire strength of the Yunling sect, commanding the Qilin at the cost of my own demise, thereby ensuring that they remained here. However, the Yunling sect subsequently exhausted all its fortune and gradually declined, ultimately forced to relocate underground. Yet still unable to escape the fate of annihilation, the elder spoke slowly. After my fall, I severed my connection with the Qilin, and now I do not know its whereabouts. I see. What a pity. Su Tong nodded. He had initially believed that the destruction of the Yunling sect was due to the arrival of stronger foes, only to discover that it was the elder who, at the cost of his own life, had sealed them away using the sect's fortune. Since there is a fate between us, I shall bestow upon you another opportunity. The elder suddenly smiled, then with a gentle flick of his finger, a black light pierced into Su Tong's forehead. This scene bore a striking resemblance to an earlier moment in the illusion. Chapter 53. Encounter. No mercy. The elder's fingertip touched lightly, and a black light entered Su Tong's brow, whereupon a dark rune appeared, slowly fading until it vanished from his forehead. Su Tong touched his brow but felt nothing unusual or any surge of knowledge. What is this? Su Tong inquired. The elder shook his head. Do not concern yourself with it now. Should you encounter the ancient spirit beast in the future, you will understand. Thank you for the gift. Senior. Su Tong expressed his gratitude, though uncertain of its significance. However, the elder's demeanor suggested he bore no ill intent, and the gift would likely be beneficial rather than harmful. It is merely a fragment of fortune. Whether it proves fruitful depends on your own destiny. The elder waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the fire shadow spirit spear emitted a series of fiery red glows, appearing strikingly vivid against the dark spear body. Yet, in the next instant, all the fiery red light began to retract, ultimately transforming into faint black flame patterns. "All right," the elder spoke again, now holding the fire shadow spirit spear, successfully restoring it to the level of a yellow-grade spirit treasure. He then pointed his finger, causing the spear to tremble slightly before tossing it to Su Tong. "I have erased the spiritual imprint upon it. You may now inscribe your own imprint, and henceforth, this fire shadow spirit spear shall belong to you. Thank you for your generosity, senior." Su Tong expressed his gratitude once more, promptly inscribing his spiritual mark upon the fire shadow spirit spear. Should it have been Su Tong's task to erase the elder's imprint, it would have taken an immense amount of time. After all, given the elder's strength, even a single spiritual imprint would likely take Su Tong an entire day to eliminate. Once he inscribed his spiritual mark, the fire shadow spirit spear became his spirit treasure. Without hesitation, Su Tong stowed it away in his spatial pouch. "Well then, I have completed what I needed to do. My spirit will soon fade." The elder surveyed his surroundings. If this spirit were to vanish, then the elder would truly have fallen. At this moment, Su Tong found himself at a loss for words, for the elder had bestowed upon him numerous gifts. And now he was on the verge of departure. Sometimes leaving behind a legacy for posterity is indeed a blessing, but you must promise me one thing. The elder seemed to perceive Su Tong's inner thoughts and spoke slowly. "Please, senior, go ahead." Su Tong nodded. "When you encounter that group of people, do not hold back." As the elder uttered these words, a sudden aura of murderous intent erupted from him, powerful enough to stir Su Tong's heart. "Senior, who exactly are those people?" Su Tong couldn't help but voice his lingering curiosity. "They do not belong to the Wentiang continent." The elder did not elaborate further, yet Su Tong understood. Being a traveler himself, he could ascertain that those individuals likely hailed from another time or dimension. However, he kept this insight to himself. "Yes, I shall remember. Upon encountering that blood-colored figure, I will show no mercy," Su Tong declared, his own aura of murderous intent surging forth. Good. Ha 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 ha." The elder, sensing Su Tong's resolve, erupted into laughter. With his laughter, the elder's figure gradually faded away, the once mighty sect leader of the Yuling sect vanishing completely from existence. Su Tong bowed deeply toward the spot where the elder had disappeared, then exited the passage, striding directly toward the Great Hall's exit. Having taken all he could, he chose not to linger further in the disciples' quarters. As Su Tong stepped outside, the barrier slowly began to restore itself, astonishing him with its ability to self-repair. This was fortuitous, for sealing the Yuling sect within would prevent any disturbances. Upon reaching the outside, he found that night still enveloped the land, though a full day had passed. Tomorrow marked the final day of the 100 Sects competition, as well as the closing of Yuling Island. After discerning the direction, Su Tong headed straight toward the location of the Qihong sect. Along his path, he sensed numerous unfamiliar auras, undoubtedly belonging to individuals from other sections. For them, cultivating on Yuling Island offered significant benefits. Before long, Su Tong located the disciples of the Qihong sect. Their auras were notably stronger than the previous day. Indeed, a day here was worth 10 elsewhere. Observing the group of disciples, Su Tong nodded in satisfaction, noticing several of them exhibiting signs of imminent breakthroughs. After watching for a while, Su Tong also entered a state of cultivation. The next day at noon, in the central location of Yuling Island, representatives from 89 sects gathered, some being elders while others were sect leaders. Each sect occupied its designated position, with the 4 major sects and 2 prominent factions at the forefront. Among the 4 major sects, only 3 were present: the Qihong sect, the Qimu sect, and the Shenfeng sect. The leaders of the Qimu and Shenfeng sects were both middle-aged men, while the 2 prominent factions were the Bixia sect and the Anlei sect, with the leader of the Bixia sect being of similar age to Luo Ziyin. The leader of the Anlei sect was a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, while the head of the Disha Jian sect was a white-haired elder. Luo Ziyin, I did not expect your Qihong sect to have truly devoured the beast-taming sect. At that moment, Qin Jingyun, the leader of the Shenfeng sect, suddenly sneered, directing his gaze at Luo Ziyin. Indeed, they trespassed upon my Qihang sect and were eliminated by my elder, Luo Ziyin replied coolly, her words eliciting astonishment from several nearby sect leaders. An elder? Was it not you who acted? The one to speak next was Su Tianxuo, the leader of the Anlai sect. Naturally, Luo Ziyin nodded. He. It seems the elders of the Qihang sect have yet to step into the return to Void Realm, Qian Jingyun continued, his voice laced with skepticism. Being one of the four major sects, the Shenfeng sect was well aware that even the Grand Elder of the Qihang sect had not yet reached the return to Void Realm. How could he have slain the leader of the beast-taming sect? You shall find out shortly, Qian sect leader, that the elder leading our expedition is indeed of that caliber. Luo Ziyin let out a cold chuckle before speaking again. If nothing unexpected occurs, it seems that the only sect capable of successfully entering here this time will be my Qihang sect. As soon as Luo Ziyin's words fell, the leaders of the Di Sha sword sect, Bai Xia sect, and Enlai sect furrowed their brows. If there truly is an elder within the Qihang sect capable of slaying the Beast Master sect's leader, then their chances of emerging unscathed are slim. Meanwhile, the leader of the Shenfeng sect wore an expression of disdain, while the leader of the Qimu sect smiled as he observed the unfolding scene. Chapter 54. Sect Leader, you are being petty, taking note of everyone's expressions. Luo Ziyin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If they were aware of just how monstrous Su Tong truly is, their expressions would surely change. It appears that sect leader Luo has considerable confidence in that elder. After a brief pause, Qi Jingyun finally spoke. Naturally, he found Luo Ziyin's claims hard to believe, yet the sword energy emanating from the Qihang sect that day had left a profound impression on him. However, whether it was genuinely related to the fall of the Beast Master sect's leader remains uncertain. Moreover, if Luo Ziyin had indeed comprehended a divine-level spiritual technique, Qi Jingyun might entertain a sliver of belief. But he absolutely did not trust the notion of an elder from the Qihang sect being involved. Of course, Luo Ziyin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Why not wager with me, sect leader Luo? Qi Jingyun spoke again. Clearly, as long as it wasn't Luo Ziyin personally leading, he held no fear. If it came to losing a battle here, Qi Jingyun might concede a bit, but losing his identity token was simply out of the question. Oh, what kind of wager does sect leader Qi have in mind? Luo Ziyin countered. If no one from my Shenfeng sect arrives here with an identity token, I will give you 100,000 spiritual stones. However, if someone from my sect makes it here, you will owe me 100,000 spiritual stones. How does that sound? Qi Jingyun stated without a trace of hesitation. As soon as he voiced this, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. 100,000 spiritual stones is no trivial amount. Some sects struggle to gather such a sum in an entire year. Qi Jingyun's audacity to wager that amount demonstrates his considerable boldness. Consequently, many eyes turned to Luo Ziyin, eager to see her response. Would she agree? Could the Qihang sect truly possess such formidable individuals? Or would she refuse, thus losing face? After a moment, Luo Ziyin shook her head. What? Are you afraid? Qi Jingyun sneered. It was evident that everything Luo Ziyin had just claimed was insincere. 100,000 spiritual stones is too modest. Let's raise the stakes to 500,000 spiritual stones. Luo Ziyin responded slowly, gasp. Upon hearing Luo Ziyin's words, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. 500,000 spiritual stones. Even for a powerful sect like the Qihang sect, accumulating such a sum in a year would be impossible. To propose such a wager was undeniably audacious. 500,000. Qi Jingyun furrowed his brow, feeling a flicker of doubt. Could it be that there truly exists an elder of such strength within the Qihang sect? No, Luo Ziyin is merely attempting to intimidate me. What, are you afraid? Luo Ziyin scoffed, casting a glance at Qi Jingyun. Very well, 500,000 spiritual stones it is. Although he was unsure whether Luo Ziyin was speaking the truth, he realized that to refuse in front of so many sects would tarnish the reputation of the Shenfeng sect. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Qi Jingyun acquiesced. Excellent, let us await the outcome, Luo Ziyin replied with a faint smile. The crowd fell silent, anticipating the arrival of the sects shortly. Indeed, half an hour later, a group of individuals approached, prompting everyone to look on in astonishment. The attire of the disciples unmistakably indicated they were from the Qihang sect. Who had arrived first? However, the absence of any elders raised eyebrows. Could it be that the elder had been incapacitated, sending the disciples to deliver the news? Cackles of laughter erupted in the crowd. Although they had not anticipated the Qihong sect to be the first to arrive, the absence of their elder led many sects with grievances against the Qihong sect to speculate that a team without an elder could not possibly possess an identity token. Thus, the Qihong sect would likely miss out on the impending competition, effectively disqualifying them from the 4 sect positions. Many sects had been envious of the vacancy left by the Beastmaster sect, and with the Qihong sect out of the running, a new opportunity presented itself. It seems that although your Qihong sect arrived first, you have lost the chance to compete, Qi Jingyun remarked with a cold smirk, his spirits soaring at the thought of earning 500,000 spiritual stones. Do not forget about that 500,000 spiritual stones, sect leader Luo, Qi Jingyun called out, his laughter unabashed. His words went unmasked, drawing the attention of the nearby sections. Some expressed regret, while others relished in the misfortune. Oh? What 500,000 spiritual stones? At that moment, a voice interjected. The sect leaders and elders turned to see a young man approaching, their brows furrowing in displeasure. Who invited this disciple to interrupt a conversation between sect leaders? One elder admonished, a member of a sect with a poor relationship with the Qihong sect. Xu Tong regarded the elder with a furrowed brow, then stepped forward, landing directly before him. With a resounding smack, infused with potent spiritual energy, he struck the elder's face. With a crash, the elder flew back several meters, spitting blood. How dare a mere small sect dictate terms to a member of the Qihong sect? Even if he is but a disciple, you are unworthy to speak, Su Tong stated coolly before returning to his original position. The scene unfolded too swiftly for the onlookers to comprehend. It wasn't until Su Tong resumed his spot that they realized the speaking elder now lay unconscious on the ground. How is this possible? Wasn't that the leader of the Baohu sect, a peak practitioner of the transformation realm? Indeed. Even if he ranks low among sect leaders, he should not be easily subdued by a disciple of the Qihong sect. Sect leader. After a moment of shock, the crowd finally reacted. Heh. My sect has wagered 500,000 spiritual stones against sect leader Qi, betting that you can bring the Shun Feng sect's identity token here. Luo Ziyin appeared unfazed, directly addressing Su Tong's inquiry. However, Su Tong shook his head. Sect leader, you are being rather petty. What? Luo Ziyin was taken aback, not expecting such a response. 500,000 spiritual stones is far too little. If we are to wager, let us wager 5 million spiritual stones, Su Tong said with a smile, leaving the surrounding crowd momentarily dumbfounded. 500,000 spiritual stones was insufficient. 5 million spiritual stones? Surely this person has lost his mind. Is the Qihong sect truly so brazen now? They mused. Who is this person? He just knocked out a peak transformation realm practitioner with a single slap. The onlookers regarded Su Tong as though he were a lunatic, while only Luo Ziyin beamed with genuine amusement at his words. Chapter 55. The identity token that shocks all. Qi Jingyun did not respond to Su Tong's words, but instead turned to Luo Ziyin and said. However, at this moment, Luo Ziyin smiled and shook her head, saying, Please do not misunderstand, Sect Master Qi. Su Tong is not a disciple of the Qihong sect, but rather an elder of the Qihong sect. As soon as Luo Ziyin uttered these words, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. An elder? This person's aura does not resemble that of an old man. Is it possible? This young individual is actually an elder of the Qihong sect? They had never heard of such a young elder within the Qihong sect before. Hee. Elder Su Tong has only been with the Qihong sect for half a year. He will soon become familiar. Luo Ziyin chuckled and then turned to Su Tong, asking, Elder Su, have you brought the identity token of the Shinfeng sect? Upon hearing Luo Ziyin's inquiry, everyone turned their gaze towards Su Tong, eager to discover the outcome of this wager. Who had emerged victorious, the Qihong sect or the Shinfeng sect? Naturally, Su Tong nodded, and with a flick of his hand, an identity token appeared in his grasp, which he casually tossed to Luo Ziyin. At the sight of that identity token, Qi Jingyun's heart trembled. Could it truly be the identity token of the Shinfeng sect? Sect Master Qi. Take a good look. This is indeed the identity token of the Shinfeng sect. After catching it, Luo Xin examined it briefly before handing it to Qi Jingyun. Qi Jingyun accepted the token, scrutinized it, and his expression darkened. Ha 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 ha. Sect Master Qi, you must prepare the 500,000 spirit stones. Seeing Qi Jingyun's countenance, Luo Xin could not help but laugh. This was truly delightful. Although the Qihang sect was one of the 4 sects, it had always lingered at the bottom. The Shenfeng sect had consistently overshadowed the Qihang sect, but now the tides had turned, and they had finally been pressed down. Qi Jingyun's face was as dark as storm clouds. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a few words. Rest assured, Sect Master Luo, the Shenfeng sect can indeed produce the 500,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing Qi Jingyun's words, the other sect members' expressions shifted slightly. They turned their gazes towards Su Tong, astonished that he had truly managed to seize the identity token of the Shenfeng sect. Just as everyone was in disbelief, Su Tong spoke again. Does the sect master have any wagers with other sects? None at all. Why does Elder Su inquire so? Luo Xin was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Su Tong's reasoning. Oh dear, what a pity it is! If the sect master were a bit more generous and wagered 500,000 with all the sects here, the Qihang sect would make a tremendous profit. Su Tong feigned surprise as he spoke. Even if you wagered with the Qimu sect and the Yijian sect, you could still rake in an additional 20 million spirit stones. Su Tong shook his head. Upon hearing his words, even Luo Xin was momentarily stunned. The surrounding sects were equally puzzled by Su Tong's statements. Yet, in the next moment, they all grasped his meaning. What did he imply? That by wagering with the Qimu sect and the Yijian sect, one could earn an additional 20 million spirit stones. Was he suggesting that he had also seized the identity tokens from the other sects? No, his implication was clear. He had claimed the identity tokens of all the sects present. How could this be possible? No one around believed it. Since the onset of the 100 Sects War, no single sect had ever obtained the identity tokens from all the other sections, not even the Shenfeng sect. Nor the mightiest of them all, the Qimu sect, had achieved such a feat. Hee. These are the identity tokens from all the participating sects in this 100 Sects War. Please review them, Sect Master. Su Tong's voice rang out, elevated enough for all nearby sects to hear. Following that, a multitude of identity tokens flew toward Luo Xin, finally hovering before her. Upon witnessing the pile of identity tokens, all the sects stared in disbelief. Even the Qimu sect's leader, who had previously dismissed the matter, now furrowed his brow. All right. After examining the tokens, Luo Xin's voice resounded, followed by countless identity tokens soaring toward their respective sections. The leaders and elders of those sects received their tokens, and astonishment overtook their expressions. This was undoubtedly their identity tokens. When the leaders of the Bixia sect and the Anlai sect received their tokens, their brows were similarly furrowed. They clearly had not expected that not only the Shenfeng sect, but also the identity tokens of the Bixia and Anlai sects were in the hands of the Qihang sect. This indicated that they might be excluded from the 2 sections. The elder of the Dija sword sect slammed his seat in fury, veins bulging in his hand as he clutched the token. The leader of the Qimu sect, upon seeing the identity token, could only shake his head helplessly before passing it to an elder beside him. The elder glanced at it and quietly murmured, "Wu, he actually lost." He then turned to the leader of the Qimu sect. And gradually, many began to look towards Su Tong, their expressions a mixture of resignation, envy, anger, and resentment. At that moment, Luo Xin's earlier words echoed in their ears. If all goes as expected, it seems that only our Qihang sect will successfully step into this place. What had initially been perceived as a jest had now become a reality. And the individual responsible for this was the young man named Su Tong, standing in the midst of it all. The name Su Tong would now be etched in the memories of all the sects, representing the pinnacle of power in the northern region. Chapter 56. Annihilate your entire sect. The atmosphere was silent. All the most elite figures among the powers gazed intently at Su Tong. The 100 Sects War had persisted for several hundred years, and never before had there been an occurrence quite like this one. 89 sects participated, yet only one sect had made it this far. The subsequent highlight, where the sects with the most identity tokens competed for the top position, had been entirely monopolized by the Qihang sect. Hee. It appears that the ensuing competition can be dispensed with. The 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect will be determined by the Qihang sect. Luo Xin also smiled as she surveyed all the sects present. This marked the second time in hundreds of years that the Qihang sect had reached such heights. The first was when the previous sect master single-handedly battled 3 sects to secure a position among the 4 sects. This time, it was Su Tong, who, with his own strength, had faced 88 sects, granting the Qihang sect the authority to appoint the 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. Upon hearing Luo Xin's words, some sects felt indifferent, while a few others were somewhat excited, as they were affiliates of the Qihang sect. However, many sects wore expressions of uncertainty. These individuals had previously fostered good relations with the other 3 sects and the 2 gates and 1 sword sect, and they were unclear about how the Qihang sect would proceed. This was unprecedented. Even if the Qihang sect secured the top position among the 4 sects, the other 3 sects and the 2 gates and 1 sword sect would still need to compete for their places. Just then, a sect master, upon noticing Qi Jingyun's gaze, spoke up. There has never been a precedent for this. As soon as he finished speaking, several other sects echoed his sentiments. Indeed, there is no such precedent. Although there are regulations, rules are rigid and people are dynamic. Precisely, that is unfair. It is far better to determine this through battle. Many began to voice their agreement, as the decree from the Qihang sect would undoubtedly not serve their interests. What? Are you all dissatisfied? Luo Xin had naturally anticipated such a scenario. If the Qihang sect were to issue appointments, it would undoubtedly infringe upon many people's interests, and these sects would certainly not acquiesce. And what if we are dissatisfied? The very sect master who had initially opposed her responded to Luo Xin's query. If you are dissatisfied, then tomorrow I will annihilate your entire sect. Before Luo Xin could respond, Su Tong's voice resonated throughout the space. The sect master turned to Su Tong, sneering, "Just based on you?" "Haha, yes, just based on me. Do you believe you are stronger than Di Shuo, or that your sect is mightier than the beast-taming sect?" Upon hearing the sect master's words, Su Tong let out a cold laugh and continued, "I can kill Di Shuo and annihilate the beast-taming sect. You, a mere master of the Zhan Tai sect, dare to boast here?" Hearing Su Tong's declaration, the master of the Zhan Tai sect turned ashen but dared not speak. The leaders of the surrounding sects were equally astonished. The beast-taming sect's Di Shuo had actually been slain by this young man. As they hesitated, Luo Xin slowly spoke. "If any of you have objections, feel free to voice them. Elder Su's words reflect what our sect wishes to convey. This time, Luo Xin was no longer modest. Everyone was taken aback, expecting her to retract Su Tong's earlier statements, only to find her reinforcing them. What Su Tong said is precisely what Luo Xin intends to express. "I have no objections." At that moment, a voice gradually resonated, and the crowd looked over in surprise. The speaker was none other than Mui Chen, the leader of the Qimu sect. "Since Sect Master Mu has no objections, I shall naturally have none either." At this moment, the master of the Dark Thunder sect, Su Tianxua, also expressed his stance, while the master of the Bixia sect, Xin Yun, slightly nodded in agreement. No objections. The fact that both sects and the Sword sect had expressed their lack of dissent was indeed unexpected. However, upon further reflection, it was clear that there was no other option. The rules of the 100 sects war stipulate that if a single sect acquires the identity tokens of all other sects, it shall become the true foremost sect of the northern region, appointed to lead the other sections. Moreover, if a conflict were to arise with the Qihang sect, regardless of the outcome, victory would only lead to mutual destruction. Other sects were merely waiting for an opportunity. So, do Sect Master Qi and Sword Master Sun have any objections? At this moment, Luo Xin turned her gaze toward the only 2 sects that had yet to voice their opinions. The Divine Wind sect and the Earth Fiend Sword sect. Upon hearing Luo Xin's words, both remained silent, merely scoffing in disdain. "Do any other sects have objections?" Noticing their silence, Luo Xin spoke again, her gaze sweeping over the other sections. "No objections? The Qihang sect can appoint other sects. The regulations are clear. Indeed, we have no objections." At this juncture, many voiced their agreement, while those who were initially hesitant ultimately nodded in silence after careful consideration. All of this stemmed from the proclamation of that young man. If you are unconvinced, tomorrow I shall annihilate your entire sect. Everyone understood that this statement was no jest, for the beast-taming sect served as a cautionary tale. The might of Su Tong alone was enough to instill fear across the 100 sections. All disciples of the Qihang sect gazed at Su Tong with fervent admiration. He was their idol, an elder of the Qihang sect. Since there were no objections, the appointment of the 4 sects was thus entrusted to the Qihang sect. Elder Su Tong, do you have any suggestions? Luo Ziyin then looked towards Su Tong. It was evident that she had unexpectedly delegated such authority to an elder. I believe that the Qimu sect, Bixia sect, and Dark Thunder sect possess commendable strength, while the rest should yield to other more capable sects. Su Tong stated slowly, surveying the Qimu sect, Divine Wind sect, Bixia sect, Dark Thunder sect, and Earth Fiend Sword sect. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, the members of the Divine Wind sect and Earth Fiend Sword sect immediately darkened in countenance. Their gazes towards Su Tong filled with animosity. What did it mean to say that the Qimu sect, Bixia sect, and Dark Thunder sect were commendable, while the others should yield to more capable sects? Was this not an implication that the Divine Wind sect and Earth Fiend Sword sect were unworthy? Very well, then the Qihang sect shall select 2 more sects, the Sword sect to replace the Divine Wind sect, and the Beast Taming sect to replace the Earth Fiend Sword sect. Luo Ziyin nodded slightly, subsequently announcing, as these words left her lips, many sects wore grim expressions, for these were sects that had maintained amicable relations with the Divine Wind sect, Beast Taming sect, and Earth Fiend Sword sect. Humph, the Qihang sect will regret this, as will you, Su Tong. Hearing this, Qi Jingyun's expression darkened, and after uttering a single remark, he turned to leave. The Earth Fiend Sword sect and other sects with strained relations to the Qihang sect also departed one after another. Su Tong coldly laughed, taking note of everyone's expressions. This forthcoming 100 sects war would undoubtedly attract ire from some. Thus Su Tong had retained the relatively unoffensive Qimu sect, Bixia sect, and Dark Thunder sect. At least in future confrontations, they would not have too many enemies. Otherwise, while Su Tong was unafraid, it would be a calamity for the Qihang sect. After this, certain sects would need to be eradicated. Chapter 57. The moment of offending other sects. Following the conclusion of the 100 sects war, the sects had dispersed somewhat, with a portion still adhering to the 3 sects that had been ousted. Some hesitated extensively but ultimately chose to remain. Unless relations were exceedingly poor, they could still maintain amicable ties with other sections even if they had previously allied with the beast-taming sect. Divine Wind sect, or Earth Fiend Sword sect, they were still able to engage with other sections thus. The Chiwe sect would replace the Divine Wind sect, the Baiyu sect would replace the beast-taming sect, and the Wunshin Sword sect would replace the Earth Fiend Sword sect. At this moment, Luo Ziyin also proclaimed. These 2 sects and the Sword sect maintained excellent relations with the Qihang sect. Notably, the Chiwe sect had a shared origin with the Qihang sect, being considered as disciples from the same lineage. Therefore, the presence of these 2 sects and the Sword sect would further bolster the strength of the Qihang sect. After all, while these sects sought to develop, they would require considerable time. Yet the resources they could obtain would be sufficient to elevate them to a level comparable to that of the Divine Wind sect, Beast Taming sect, and Earth Fiend Sword sect. Thus, the 100 sects war concluded, giving rise to the new 4 sects, 2 doors, and 1 sword sect, the Qihang sect, Qimu sect, Chiwe sect, and Baiyu sect as the 4 sects, while the Bixia sect and Dark Thunder sect remained as the 2 doors, with the remaining sword sect being the Wunshin Sword sect. Thank you, Sect Master Luo, for allowing the Qimu sect to remain among these 4 sects. At this moment, the master of the Qimu sect, Muichen, stood up and bowed respectfully to Luo Ziyin. Sect Master Mu, you flatter me. It would be a regret for the Qimu sect not to be included among these 4 sects given its strength. Luo Ziyin replied, in truth, even had Su Tong not spoken, she would have retained the Qimu sect. After all, becoming one of the 4 sects, 2 doors, and 1 sword sect entailed the responsibility of safeguarding the northern region. If all were to be replaced during the time of growth for other sects, should a formidable sect from another domain arrive, they might be unable to withstand the pressure. Thus, it was preferable for the Qimu sect to maintain amicable relations rather than fostering enmity. I did not expect Elder Su Tong, at such a young age, To defeat Wu He, I would like to seek your guidance at some point. Muichin turned his gaze towards Su Tong. Genuinely astonished that someone of Wu He's caliber, a first-level void returner, had fallen to this young man, I would be glad to assist, Su Tong nodded. Although he was uncertain of Muichin's exact prowess, he remained unperturbed. The Chimu sect shall take its leave, Muichin smiled, then bid farewell before departing. The masters of the Bixia sect and Dark Thunder sect also expressed their gratitude to Luo Ziyin and exchanged a few words with Su Tong. They understood that had it not been for Su Tong's intervention, it was likely that only one of the two doors would have remained. While they were unaware of the underlying reasons, they recognized that they owed him a debt of gratitude. The curtain fell on the 100 Sects War, with jubilation echoing throughout the Qihong sect. Su Tong's name stirred excitement among all members of the Qihong sect. With the strength of a single individual, he had seized the identity tokens of 88 sects, forcibly altering the standing of the Qihong sect in the northern region. Elder Su Tong, having achieved such great merit. Do you have any requests? Luo Ziyin, seated at the head of the assembly, gazed at Su Tong with a smile, while the other elders of the Qihong sect also looked at him with beaming expressions. At this moment, they all genuinely admired Su Tong from the depths of their hearts. If it had been any of them, could they have achieved such results? The answer was evidently no, I have no requests. Su Tong shook his head. Having acquired much from the Yuling sect, he held no particular aspirations for the Qihong sect, as expected of Elder Su Tong, achieving great merit yet asking for nothing in return. The Grand Elder chuckled, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Little did they know that Su Tong's lack of requests stemmed from his disdain for the Qihong sect's poverty. One could only wonder what thoughts would cross their minds if they realized this. By the way, during my exploration of Yuling Island, I discovered the ancient sect, Yuling sect, and obtained some items. At this moment, Su Tong slowly spoke. What? You found the Yuling sect? As soon as Su Tong's words fell, Luo Ziyin exclaimed in astonishment, while the other elders also displayed looks of shock. What about the barrier? Did you manage to enter? Haha, by a stroke of luck, I did, Su Tong replied with a smile. Hiss! At this moment, gasps of astonishment echoed around them. This revelation was more shocking than the Qihong sect claiming the top position among the 100 sects. It was well known that many sects were aware of the barrier surrounding Yuling Island and had made various attempts to breach it. Yet none had succeeded for hundreds of years. In truth, the initial 100 sects war had arisen from these sects seeking ways to enter the barrier on Yuling Island, but their efforts had ultimately proven fruitless, leading to a cessation of attempts. Think that Su Tong had managed to enter. What was the Yuling sect like? Luo Ziyin inquired softly. Once a grand sect now fallen, buried deep beneath the earth. With no survivors, Su Tong shook his head. He then asked, Does the sect master know about the Yuling sect? Having observed their expressions earlier, Su Tong realized they were all aware of the Yuling sect's existence. There were rumors that 10,000 years ago in the northern region, there were no 100 sects, only one sect, the Yuling sect, and that Yuling Island was indeed the territory of the Yuling sect. Luo Ziyin explained, Elder Su Tong, what did you obtain within the Yuling sect? At this moment, the Grand Elder, filled with curiosity, inquired about the others, who all turned their gazes towards Su Tong. Su Tong smiled gently, producing a spatial pouch, from which numerous tomes of cultivation techniques and spiritual skills soared forth, cascading before the assembly. Cultivation techniques? Spiritual skills. So many. These are of medium and high-grade spirit levels. At this moment, the multitude of elders were utterly astounded. The collection of cultivation techniques and spiritual skills before them amounted to over 1,000, all classified as spirit level. Observing the elated expressions of the elders, Su Tong offered a faint smile, and 2 scrolls materialized in his hands. He directly handed them to Luo Ziyin. Divine-grade cultivation techniques? Divine-grade spiritual skills? As Luo Ziyin accepted the scrolls from Su Tong, her delicate features displayed profound astonishment. She was utterly taken aback by the 2 scrolls bestowed upon her by Su Tong. Upon hearing Luo Ziyin's exclamation, the elders, still immersed in the multitude of spirit-level techniques, were momentarily stunned. What? The elders were at a loss for words. Only upon seeing the inscriptions on the 2 scrolls did they finally grasp the magnitude of the fortune Su Tong had brought to the Red Rainbow sect. Had these scrolls been available earlier, the Red Rainbow sect would have long dominated the northern region. Nevertheless, it was not too late. The reason Su Tong entrusted these two scrolls to Luo Ziyin was twofold. Firstly, as a gesture of gratitude for her having appointed him as an elder of the Red Rainbow sect when he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. In contrast, other sects would never bestow such a title solely based on innate potential. Secondly, Su Tong was capable of creating divine-grade cultivation techniques and spiritual skills himself, rendering the scrolls unnecessary for him. Moreover, he had observed that he could utilize them if he wished. Additionally, Su Tong retained many other items he would not share with the Red Rainbow sect. Luo Ziyin was aware of this, but refrained from inquiring further. The efforts Su Tong had invested for the Red Rainbow sect far surpassed the contributions made by her, the sect leader. By countless measures, Chapter 58. Unlocking the mysterious box. 3 days had elapsed since the 100 Sect War. During this time, the Red Rainbow sect remained in a state of exhilaration, only resuming cultivation after 3 days. Su Tong returned to his quarters, where he began to examine the small box acquired from the spirit-infusing sect. How does one open this object? Su Tong pondered for a considerable time, unable to discern its material or method of opening. Even his attempts at brute force left it unscathed. Initially, he contemplated asking the sect leader about this item in the spirit-infusing sect, but reconsidered, deeming it inappropriate to inquire about their sect's possession. He could only research it himself. A sudden roar of a beast pierced the air, followed by a flash of purple light that darted into Su Tong's embrace. It was the thunder crystal beast he had raised previously. Down! Do you still think you are that little creature from before? Over the course of several months, the thunder crystal beast had grown considerably, now large enough for Su Tong to ride as it nestled in his arms. It appeared somewhat comical. Roar! The thunder crystal beast voiced its displeasure and settled obediently beside Su Tong's feet. Infusing it with spiritual energy seemed futile. Su Tong experimented with various types of spiritual energy, even attempting to mix them, but the small box remained immobile. Could it be mental energy? After a moment's hesitation, Su Tong decided to try using his mental energy. An invisible wave emanated from him. Penetrating the small box, it worked. Su Tong noticed that the surface of the box began to shimmer with a faint glow. As his mental energy seeped in, the luminescence grew brighter. Moments later, a trace began to etch itself upon the box's surface. The markings became increasingly distinct, and soon, he discerned a character inscribed upon the small box, Su Tong. Gazing at the character on the box, Su Tong felt somewhat helpless. It was clearly the character for open in a small seal script. Click! At this moment, the box emitted a soft sound, followed by a beam of light radiating from within it. Su Tong's vision blurred, and he found himself in a realm of darkness. Is this the space within the small box? Su Tong realized that he was not in a physical form, but rather that his mental energy had entered the box. As he stood in a daze amid the darkness, a glimmer of brightness began to take shape. This flicker of light gradually formed into a complex pattern, as if a series of luminous lines were connecting before him. What is this? Su Tong observed with curiosity as the lines traced out a formation. Is this an array? At this moment, Su Tong finally understood. The bright lines were delineating an array. However, he was unclear about its purpose. Nonetheless, he clearly recognized every stroke of the array, committing it to memory. As the luminous lines continued to sketch, the array gradually took shape. With the final stroke, the array was complete. A flash of light erupted, revealing a scene before Su Tong. That spirit-infusing island. Su Tong recognized it immediately as spirit-infusing island. As the island materialized, the array began to shift, moving closer to the island until they fused into one. Hiss! It fit perfectly. The reason spirit-infusing island could possess tenfold spiritual energy was due to this array. At that moment, Su Tong comprehended. Luo Ziyin had mentioned that spirit-infusing island was the seat of the spirit-infusing sect. Thus, it was only natural for a sect to establish an array to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. Similar to the arrays present within the Red Rainbow sect, albeit limited to the residences of the elders. Such a grand undertaking, deploying an array across the entirety of spirit-infusing island, could only be accomplished by the spirit-infusing sect. Su Tong now grasped the essence of it all. the marvel of spirit-infusing island was indeed a human endeavor. An array constructed by a sect for the cultivation of its disciples. Su Tong also understood why the disciples of the spirit-infusing sect had all reached the void-returning realm. To cultivate in an environment infused with tenfold spiritual energy without advancing to the void-returning realm would be the mark of true mediocrity. The spirit-infusing island seamlessly merged with the array. It vanished from sight. A beam of light reappeared, tracing out the array anew. Having comprehended all of this, Su Tong withdrew his mental energy from the small box. His mental energy retracted. The small box reverted to its original form, devoid of any seams or openings. The spirit-infusing array. Su Tong gazed at the small box before him, feeling a surge of excitement. While deploying an array across spirit-infusing island might prove challenging, establishing one within the Red Rainbow sect was certainly worth considering. At this moment, Su Tong harbored a bold idea. However, he needed to ascertain whether Luo Ziyin and the other elders possessed the resolve to undertake such an endeavor. The resources required to set up an array were substantial. And naturally, Su Tong could not shoulder the costs alone. He would have to let the Red Rainbow sect invest in this venture. Yet, even if they were to disagree, Su Tong would not press the matter. For he intended to leave the Red Rainbow sect, and perhaps even the northern region, in the not-too-distant future. With this thought in mind, Su Tong stored the small box away and called out to the thunder crystal beast resting on the ground. "Little Lei, let us go to the conference hall, roar." The thunder crystal beast understood Su Tong's command, rising to its feet and carrying him toward the Red Rainbow sect's conference hall. Before long, sect leader Luo Ziyin and the other elders were summoned. Although they were puzzled, they treated Su Tong with utmost respect, given the immense contributions he had made to the Red Rainbow sect. "Elder Su Tong has gathered so many of us for a meeting. Could it be that there is urgent business to discuss?" Luo Ziyin smiled as she inquired, while the other elders turned their attention to Su Tong. The sect leader and the elders were well aware of the current strength of the Red Rainbow sect's disciples. Su Tong did not respond directly but instead posed a question. "Are you aware of the number of disciples in the refinement realm?" 175, an elder replied. "The others are all in the body refinement realm." This elder had been compiling statistics to allocate resources monthly based on their strength. "Have any of you considered elevating these disciples of the Red Rainbow sect to the Qi transformation realm? Or even the void returning realm?" Su Tong's audacious statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. Of course, they had contemplated it. If all disciples within the Red Rainbow sect attained the void returning realm, the sect could rival the spirit-infusing sect and dominate the northern region. The Grand Elder responded to Su Tong's inquiry, adding, "However, no one can elevate them all in such a short time." The other elders nodded in agreement. Not only the disciples, but many of the elders themselves had yet to reach the void-returning realm. Su Tong surveyed the elders and suddenly spoke softly. "I can," with a gentle utterance, akin to a clap of thunder. Chapter 59, 10 Million Spiritual Stones. Within the conference hall, a single sentence from Su Tong rendered the atmosphere utterly still. "What did you just say?" Luo Ziyin appeared to have not heard Su Tong clearly. Posing a question in return, "I can enable the disciples of the Qihong sect to ascend to the Qi transformation realm or even the void return realm within a few years." Su Tong spoke with an air of calmness, yet his words were suffocating in their implication. The Qihong sect, after years of cultivation and abundant resources, had a considerable number of disciples, over 100 of whom had reached the refinement stage. Nevertheless, none had yet attained the Qi transformation realm, let alone the void return realm. Even many elders merely possessed peak strength at the Qi transformation realm. Thus, the notion that Su Tong could facilitate the ascension of the Qihong sect's disciples to such heights was almost impossible to fathom. However, the fact that it was Su Tong who made this statement instilled a modicum of belief in the audience. After all, Su Tong's displayed prowess was already astonishing. If he claimed it, there might indeed be a possibility. "What method do you have?" the Grand Elder inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Arrange a formation in the Qihong sect akin to the spirit-nurturing island, which amplifies spiritual energy tenfold, Su Tong answered. Such a formation, capable of enhancing spiritual energy tenfold, has likely never been established in the northern region. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, an elder expressed his disappointment. It's not that other sects haven't considered arranging a formation to boost spiritual energy within their domains, but such aspirations have yet to materialize. The costs associated with setting up a formation are exorbitant, and no one in the northern region possesses the capability to establish such a powerful array. For a formation to envelop the entirety of the Qihong sect, at least a third-tier formation master would be required, and not a single one can be found in the entire northern region. Su Tong, upon hearing the elder's remarks, merely chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Elder Su Tong must possess some level of confidence, Luo Zian remarked, casting her gaze towards him. Since their acquaintance, she had never witnessed Su Tong lacking assurance. Thus, if he dared to assert such a claim, there surely existed a means. Following Luo Zian's words, the other elders also turned their attention to Su Tong. Could it be that Su Tong indeed held the ability to establish a formation within the Qihong sect comparable to the Spirit-Nurturing Island? In truth, the Spirit-Nurturing Island is not a natural phenomenon but rather a grand formation known as the Spirit-Nurturing Array. Su Tong finally smiled and spoke. The exploration of the Spirit-Nurturing Island had yielded significant insights. What? The entire Spirit-Nurturing Island is a formation. It was conceivable, for the Spirit-Nurturing Island was indeed the stronghold of the Spirit-Nurturing sect, a formation encompassing the entire sect that the Spirit-Nurturing sect could manage to set up. Elder Su Tong, do you mean to imply that you have mastered the formation of the Spirit-Nurturing Island and can transpose it to the Qihong sect? Exactly. At that moment, the elders began to murmur among themselves, astonished that the Spirit-Nurturing Island was, in fact, a formation capable of amplifying spiritual energy tenfold. This indicated that their cultivation speed within it could potentially increase by at least tenfold, if such a formation were indeed to exist within the Qihong sect. Then within a few years, its overall strength would reach a terrifying level. However, the Spirit-Nurturing Array is situated on the Spirit-Nurturing Island. Unless the Qihong sect relocates there, it is impossible. Upon hearing the discussions among the elders, Su Tong sighed in exasperation. If formations could be so easily relocated, they wouldn't be so challenging to establish. Thus, utilizing the Spirit-Nurturing Array as it stands is entirely unfeasible. Then what does Elder Su Tong imply? The second elder inquired. Of course, I shall arrange a similar formation within the Qihong sect, Su Tong declared with utmost confidence. Although he had never set it up before, the formation was vividly etched in his mind, and all the materials required for its arrangement appeared within his mental landscape. Thus, Su Tong brimmed with self-assurance. You can set up the Spirit-Nurturing Array. At this moment, Luo Zian expressed her astonishment in questioning Su Tong. Should he truly be capable of establishing an identical formation within the Qihong sect, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits without a single drawback. I can indeed. Su Tong nodded. If I were unable to do so, I wouldn't have made such a claim. Wonderful, simply marvelous. Several elders were equally exhilarated. They had not anticipated that Su Tong could indeed establish the Spirit-Nurturing Array, which would significantly bolster the overall strength of the Qihong sect. However, I require a sum of spiritual stones. Setting up the formation is not particularly arduous, but activating it necessitates a substantial quantity of spiritual stones. How much? Luo Zian inquired. 10 million spiritual stones. Su Tong hesitated briefly before responding slowly. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Luo Zian's brow furrowed, and the expressions of the other elders grew awkward. Surely the Qihong sect can't be unable to procure such a sum, Su Tong sighed. Surely we are not that impoverished. It's not that we can't manage it. Previously, we did acquire some from the Beast Tamer sect, and combined with the Qihong sect's savings over the years, it should be barely sufficient. The third elder spoke, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. 10 million spiritual stones indeed represented a significant fortune for the Qihong sect. The third elder then added, however, the Qihong sect also has expenses. We cannot allocate all our spiritual stones to setting up the formation. If we did, all other operations would falter. I understand. Su Tong nodded, comprehending their predicament. He then turned to Luo Zian, for she was the sect leader. What are the odds of successfully establishing the Spirit-Nurturing Array? Luo Zian asked Su Tong. 60%. Su Tong replied, albeit somewhat modestly, given he had never set it up before. However, this figure already stirred Luo Zian's interest, prompting her to nod in agreement. Provide Elder Su Tong with 10 million spiritual stones to arrange the spirit nurturing array. Sect leader, could this be too reckless? What if it fails? The Qihong sect, one elder expressed reservations. After all, success was not guaranteed, and the Qihong sect required spiritual stones for its operations. Demand the Xinfeng sect to redeem that 5 million spiritual stones within 3 days. If not, we shall directly declare war, Luo Xin stated coldly. She was acutely aware of the immense benefits a spirit-nurturing array would confer upon the Qihong sect. Indeed, at that moment, the numerous elders nodded in agreement. Having momentarily forgotten that the Xinfeng sect owed them 5 million spiritual stones, Elder Su Tong, we shall rely on you, Luo Xin said, casting her gaze upon Su Tong. I shall not disappoint your trust. Su Tong nodded, acknowledging the confidence the Qihong sect placed in him. Chapter 60. Initiating the cultivation of spiritual energy. Within half a day's time, the sum of 10 million spiritual stones found its way into Su Tong's possession. Naturally, this sum did not belong to Su Tong. Establishing the formation required formidable spiritual energy, yet Su Tong sensed his spiritual energy was insufficient, as he meticulously simulated the intricate details of the spirit-nurturing array. He felt that while he had a 60% chance of success, it was still too low, and aspired to enhance it further. I wonder if there exists any technique within the Qihong sect to augment spiritual energy. Su Tong pondered, deliberating on the need to bolster his spiritual energy for greater assurance. With that thought in mind, Su Tong summoned the Thunder Crystal Beast and headed straight for the location where the techniques and spiritual skills were concealed. Elder Su Tong, Elder Su. Presently, Su Tong was a well-known figure within the Qihong sect. His reputation solidified during the 100 Sects War. Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement as he greeted those who recognized him. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the spiritual hall. Within the hall, an elder was responsible for managing the records of disciples borrowing techniques and spiritual skills. Otherwise, if the technique manuals were borrowed and subsequently sold, it would pose a significant problem. Elder Su. Upon seeing Su Tong, the managing elder stood and greeted him warmly. Su Tong had returned with over 1,000 technique manuals from the spirit-nurturing sect, all of which were housed here. Naturally, the elder, tasked with overseeing these techniques, was delighted to see Su Tong. Elder Mu, I wish to inquire if there are any techniques for cultivating spiritual energy available here? Su Tong, feeling disinclined to search on his own, knew that Elder Mu would not respond to other disciples' inquiries. They would have to seek out what they needed themselves, but Su Tong was different. He was not only an elder, but also held a place of special respect in Elder Mu's eyes. There are indeed techniques for cultivating spiritual energy, but their level is rather low. Merely of the mundane grade intermediate. Elder Mu hesitated for a moment before speaking. The Red Rainbow sect primarily focuses on spiritual energy, with little emphasis on mental strength. Furthermore, the techniques for cultivating mental strength are vastly more precious than those for spiritual energy, making them exceedingly rare. The Red Rainbow sect possesses only a handful of such texts, all of which are of common grade, medium quality, or below. Common grade? That's acceptable. Where can I find them? Su Tong nodded. Although the quality was somewhat low, it could be improved upon if translated into the ancient language. I shall fetch them for Elder Su. Elder Mu did not respond, turning directly to retrieve the texts. This was Su Tong's special privilege, a treatment not afforded to other elders. Elder Su Tong? A voice called out as Su Tong waited. She turned to see a familiar face, bringing a smile to her lips. It was Cheng Yin. He was the individual Su Tong encountered upon her arrival at the Red Rainbow sect at that time. Cheng Yin's strength was commendable, being at the 5th level of the refinement realm, placing him among the top tier of disciples within the sect. Elder Su Tong remembers me? Cheng Yin exclaimed, clearly astonished. Of course, you bullied me when I first arrived at the Red Rainbow sect. Su Tong replied, her tone nonchalant. In truth, she was considerably younger than Cheng Yin. Ahem, that was due to my ignorance, Cheng Yin said, feeling quite embarrassed. Do you still bully newcomers? Su Tong inquired once more. Not at all. Cheng Yin quickly replied as Su Tong nodded, and then glanced at Cheng Yin. Impressive. You've reached the 7th level of the refinement realm. This unexpected progress surprised Su Tong. When she first arrived at the Red Rainbow sect, Cheng Yin was merely at the 5th level, and now he had advanced to the 7th. His cultivation speed was notably rapid compared to other disciples, thanks to the ancient divine language you imparted. Elder Sutong. Although I could not fully comprehend it, the benefits have been immense, Cheng Yin explained eagerly. His remarkable advancement was largely due to the 3 characters he had grasped from Sutong's teachings. Propelling his cultivation speed significantly, continue to cultivate diligently. The future of the Red Rainbow sect depends on you all, Sutong affirmed, impressed by Cheng Yan's aptitude. Yes, I shall faithfully adhere to Elder Sutong's guidance. Cheng Yin responded with a respectful bow. Very well, off you go, Sutong replied. Just then, Elder Mu returned, holding 2 books. Here are the 2 mental cultivation texts from the Red Rainbow sect. Elder Mu handed the books to Sutong. The true text should ideally be scrolls, but as scrolls wear down after a single reading and require considerable time to copy, we have opted to reproduce them as books for easier access and lending. Thank you, Elder Mu. Sutong expressed her gratitude before departing with the mental cultivation texts. The Heart and Mind Method, Common Grade, Medium Quality Mental Text. The Resolute Mysterious Copy, Common Grade, Medium Quality Mental Text. These were the 2 mental texts from the Red Rainbow sect. Sutong began to peruse the Heart and Mind Method in just 2 days. Sutong completed her study of both texts and summarized her findings. In the realm of tranquility, thoughts dissipate, spirit and energy harmonize. Transcending the self, using the ancient divine language, Sutong encapsulated her insights in the next moment. A unique force surged from the cosmos into Sutong's sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness, a vital space within the mind, serves as the reservoir for mental strength. As the extraordinary force flowed into it, Sutong's sea of consciousness began to transform. The continuous influx of mental strength fortified her own, rendering it even more formidable. Half a month later, sect leader, Elder Sutong has been in seclusion for half a month. Several elders were discussing matters of the sect with Luo Ziyin. Constructing a formation in half a month is indeed a brief span. Luo Ziyin perceived no issue with this timeline. However, she recalled that Elder Sutong had borrowed 2 mental texts from Elder Mu a fortnight prior. One elder remarked helplessly, "It's not that I doubt Elder Sutong, but this seems precarious." Are you suggesting that he has only just begun to cultivate mental strength? Luo Ziyin momentarily forgot that constructing a formation necessitates considerable mental strength, and Sutong primarily focused on spiritual energy. Mental strength and spiritual energy are not the same. It seems so. The elder coughed lightly and nodded. Luo Ziyin and the other elders felt a sense of unease. After all, handing over 10 million spirit stones to someone who had never trained in mental strength seemed reckless. Just then, a powerful force surged forth, causing everyone present to change their expressions drastically. This was not the pressure of spiritual energy, but that of mental strength, instilling a sense of dread in their hearts. How could his mental strength be so formidable? The Grand Elder, recovering from the shock, wore an expression of astonishment. It must be Elder Sutong. Luo Ziyin also looked astonished. Moments ago, they were discussing Sutong, and suddenly, an overwhelming wave of mental pressure enveloped them. Quick, let us go see, Luo Ziyin commanded, stepping out of the council hall. Outside, many disciples were still reeling from the earlier surge of mental strength, barely daring to breathe. Fortunately, as they regained their composure, fear was evident on their faces. The earlier mental pressure had forced many to their knees. Sect leader, look at that moment, a voice exclaimed in surprise. Hearing this, Luo Ziyin turned towards the direction indicated by the elder. Her expression transformed into one of bewilderment. After a brief pause, she regained her composure. Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, join me in shielding against external prying. Understood. The 3 elders responded promptly. Together, they unleashed their energies, creating a barrier that concealed the Red Rainbow sect from outside observation. From the outside, no signs of disturbance were apparent within the sect, while the powerful mental force was contained within. Once everything was in place, they all exhaled in relief and looked up at the sky. At that moment, a beam of light appeared in the sky above the Red Rainbow sect, tracing intricate patterns. With each stroke, a formidable pressure emanated, revealing the immense power contained within. Elder Sutong constructing a formation. One elder spoke slowly. They had all been rendered speechless by the astonishing revelation that Su Tong's mental strength had reached such a terrifying level. At least equivalent to a third-tier formation master. It was astonishing to consider that just half a month prior, Su Tong had not even begun to train in mental strength, yet in such a short time, he had attained the capabilities of a third-tier formation master. It was truly remarkable. What is that? Uncertain. It appears to be emanating from Elder Su Tong's residence. Is that a formation? It seems to be. At this moment, some disciples recognized it as a formation, though they were unclear about its purpose. All eyes were fixed skyward, captivated by the glowing patterns forming above them, each stroke imbued with a profound mystery. This scene persisted for a full 7 days. During this time, all members of the Red Rainbow sect remained entranced, gazing at the sky, neglecting their cultivation and even their meals. After all, cultivators could survive for days without food. Over the course of these 7 days, the formation in the sky evolved from simple strokes into a complex design. A mysterious array suspended in the AI art. No one could decipher the intricacies of the formation, as it transcended their understanding. Finally, it is nearing completion. At this moment, Su Tong exhaled a sigh of relief. The construction of this formation had exceeded the difficulty he had anticipated. This spirit-nourishing formation was undoubtedly a fourth-tier array, while Su Tong's spiritual power was merely at the third tier. Nevertheless, he had managed to forcibly construct this fourth-tier spirit-nourishing formation. If other formation masters were to learn of this, they would likely be infuriated. After all, it was a fourth-tier formation that even fourth-tier formation masters might struggle to complete, yet it had been constructed by a mere third-tier formation master. It was the final step. Su Tong gazed at the formation suspended in the sky, which was now fully constructed but had yet to be activated. Whether it would succeed hinged on the 10 million spirit stones. At this moment, with a flick of his hand, 10 million spirit stones flew directly from his spatial pouch into the spirit-nourishing formation above. Was this truly the last step? As the spirit stones soared into the formation, Luo Ziyin clenched her hands tightly. Should it succeed, the Qihang sect might become the second spirit-nourishing sect and dominate the northern region. However, if it failed, who knew how long it would be before another formation could be constructed? As the spirit stones flowed in, a white beam of light emerged from the center of the spirit-nourishing formation. Following its appearance, the white light began to swirl along the formation's drawn patterns. Moments later, the entire spirit-nourishing formation was enveloped in this white radiance. At that moment, the formation began to swell, instantly surrounding the entire Qihang sect. Go. With a light tap of his fingertip in the air, the formation seamlessly integrated into the Qihang sect as if observed within a small box. Once the formation merged with the Qihang sect, everyone could sense that the spiritual energy within the sect began to surge. The aura was so rich. Heaven above, how could the spiritual energy of the Qihang sect have become so dense? How could this be possible? At this moment, the disciples of the Qihang sect felt the spiritual energy continually rising. Even those at the body refinement stage could perceive it was still increasing. The spiritual energy was already 3 times stronger than before. My heavens, what on earth is happening? Is it due to the formation? Some disciples suddenly came to this realization. The surge in spiritual energy was likely connected to the formation. Had it succeeded? The elders above were equally ecstatic. It should have succeeded. Another elder, feeling the continuously rising spiritual energy, responded with a quivering voice. The excitement among the other elders was hardly less than that of the disciples. 7 times, the third elder exclaimed excitedly. 8 times. The second elder's face radiated joy. 9 times. The grand elder's hands trembled slightly. 10 times the density of spiritual energy. He had truly succeeded. Luo Ziyin, feeling the intensity of the spiritual energy surrounding her, turned her gaze towards Su Tong's residence. Her eyes slightly reddened. He did it. He truly did it. Su Tong had remarkably increased the spiritual energy density of the entire Qihang sect by a full 10-fold. This meant that cultivating within the Qihang sect now equated to 10 days of practice in the past. Su Tong Elder. At this moment, someone shouted, Su Tong Elder. Su Tong Elder. Countless voices joined in. Even some typically stern elders shouted along with the disciples. In an instant, The name Su Tong Elder resonated throughout the entire Qihang sect. Chapter 62. The unreasonable aspects of the spirit-nourishing sect. With the formation complete, the spiritual energy within the Qihang sect surged to a terrifying degree. The disciples wasted no time and entered a state of cultivation. They understood that all of this was thanks to Su Tong, and thus, they needed to cultivate diligently. Tenfold spiritual energy? Su Tong's brow furrowed slightly. This formation had been extraordinarily successful. After all, over the past half-month, he had forcibly elevated his first-tier spiritual power to the third tier, enhancing the probability of successfully setting up the spirit-nourishing formation. Before the setup, Su Tong had been 90% confident in its success, so he felt no pressure. Yet, upon completing the formation, Su Tong sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy was nearly as rich as that of the spirit-nourishing island. Moreover, this formation covered the entirety of the Qihang sect. However, Su Tong still felt that something was amiss. Su Tong Elder. Just as Su Tong was deep in thought, a voice called out. It was the Grand Elder. Su Tong stepped outside to find Luo Ziyin and the Grand Elder waiting at his door. Master, Elders. Su Tong clasped his hands in greeting. This formation was a labor of love from Su Tong Elder. At this moment, Luo Ziyin also bowed to Su Tong, representing the gratitude of the entire Qihang sect. After all, the significance of this formation was far beyond what it appeared to be at present. Just look at the strength of the spirit-nourishing sect to understand how crucial this spirit-nourishing formation was for the entire sect. There is no need for such formality, Master. Had it not been for your insistence on sending Su Tong to the spirit-nourishing island, I would not have obtained such a formation, Su Tong humbly replied. After a brief conversation, the group departed from Su Tong's residence, as several elders were eager to experience the effects of the formation firsthand. Few were allowed to venture to the spirit-nourishing island, and many among the elders had never experienced the effect of a day of cultivation equating to 10 days. After seeing them off, Su Tong fell into contemplation once more. If the foundation of the spirit-nourishing sect consisted solely of a single divine-level cultivation technique, a divine-level spiritual skill, and a spirit-nourishing formation, it could not possibly stand as the strongest sect in the northern region. Nor could it withstand the mysterious figures. At this moment, Su Tong also came to a clear realization. The sect master of the spirit-nourishing sect was a formidable being, potentially at the spirit-soul realm or even the soul realm. The residual spirit of the former sect master had exerted an immense pressure on Su Tong. Yet, the spirit-nourishing sect could only present these two divine-level cultivation techniques and skills. If that were truly the case, the entire strength of the spirit-nourishing sect could not be that formidable. Where exactly had the discrepancy arisen? Su Tong furrowed his brow in confusion. He could not comprehend the many contradictions present. The realms matched. Only such immense power could fend off those blood-colored figures. What he had seen in the illusion was indeed real. All ordinary disciples of the spirit-nourishing sect were at the Void Return realm. Su Tong analyzed further. Presently, a sect with 3 Void Return realm experts could secure a place among the top powers in the northern region, even potentially leading all sections, just as the former Chimu sect, with 2 Void Return realm experts, had been the first sect in the northern region. Later, with the addition of Wu He, had it not been for the emergence of Su Tong's incident within the Qihang sect, they would still have dominated the upcoming 100 Sects War. Yet, within the spirit-nourishing sect, all disciples were at least at the Void Return realm. They could not all be cultivating divine-level techniques since that required innate talent. Otherwise, the spiritual-level techniques would be rendered utterly useless. Nevertheless, even so, the cultivation of spiritual-level techniques had enabled each disciple to reach the Void Return realm. The techniques and skills were incompatible. At this moment, Su Tong was certain of one thing. If spiritual-level techniques could elevate all disciples to the Void Return realm, then the Qihang sect would not only have Luo Ziyin as its sole Void Return realm expert. At least several elders should also be at that level. Yet, the reality was otherwise. Could it be due to elixirs? Another thought crossed Su Tong's mind. If the disciples of the spirit-nourishing sect had access to a plethora of elixirs, it was indeed possible. However, it was implausible for a sect occupying the entirety of spirit-nourishing island, with disciples numbering in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, to rely solely on elixirs for enhancement. Su Tong dismissed his own thought. If the spirit-nourishing sect depended entirely on elixirs for their disciples' advancement, they would surely face financial ruin. Thus, the issue must lie within the techniques and skills themselves. But where exactly was the problem? Su Tong was still unable to pinpoint the source of the issue. The techniques and skills were not fundamentally flawed. The problem lay in their quantity. If there were multiple divine-level techniques, it would make sense. If one could not comprehend one, they could delve into another. This way, the entire strength of the spirit-nourishing sect would be at least above the void return realm. Which would be reasonable, however, as Su Tong had observed previously, the spirit-nourishing sect possessed only a singular divine-level technique and skill, which was utterly incongruous with the style of a super sect. If it were said that the spirit-nourishing sect was gradually declining, that could be acceptable, yet, the elder had earlier stated that the spirit-nourishing sect had become what Su Tong witnessed solely because it had mobilized the entire sect's strength to fend off those blood-colored figures. It seemed necessary to thoroughly investigate the detailed circumstances of the spirit-nourishing sect. The previous sect master had mentioned that the Qihang sect appeared to have some understanding of the spirit-nourishing sect. At this moment, although Su Tong possessed some inkling of understanding, she found herself unable to organize her thoughts clearly. She could only hope that Luo Ziyin would provide some useful clues. With this in mind, Su Tong summoned the Thunder Crystal Beast, mounting it as she made her way towards Luo Ziyin's residence. A moment later, as she arrived, Luo Ziyin looked at the hurriedly approaching Su Tong with a hint of confusion. Is there something the elder Su wishes to discuss? Could it be that there is an issue with the spirit-nourishing formation? Did the sect leader have prior knowledge of the existence of the spirit-nourishing sect? Su Tong cut straight to the chase with her inquiry. Indeed, it is not just myself, but also the Grand Elder and several others, including those from the long-standing sects such as the Qimu sect and the Shenfeng sect, who are aware of the spirit-nourishing sect's existence. Luo Ziyin nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, how is it that you, who have never set foot in the spirit-nourishing sect, are aware of its existence? Su Tong inquired with curiosity. They are even oblivious to the situation on Spirit-Nourishing Island. How could they know of the Spirit-Nourishing sect? It is recorded in an ancient tome, Luo Ziyin replied. Addressing Su Tong's doubts. An ancient tome? Su Tong's brow furrowed slightly. I have yet to encounter such a tome at the Qihang sect. Indeed, thousands of years ago, there were no sects in the northern region. A number of exceptionally gifted youths from various dynasties entered the body refinement realm through the self-absorption of the spiritual energy present in the world, Luo Ziyin reminisced, casting a glance at Su Tong as she recounted events of the past. These were tales Su Tong had never heard before, stories of the northern region and the myriad sects that once existed. Chapter 63. The so-called ancient tome. Thousands of years ago, the spirit-nourishing sect fell into decline. In the northern region, there was not a single sect, nor even a solitary person. The dynasties possessed some spiritual energy, albeit significantly less than that of the northern region. Nevertheless, within those dynasties, there were still gifted individuals. Lacking knowledge of cultivation, they relied solely on their bodies to autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to step into the body refinement realm. In the northern region, there existed various demonic beasts. By sheer coincidence, these beasts traversed spatial channels into those dynasties. However, most of these beasts were of low strength, barely reaching the body refinement realm. The intruding demonic beasts were swiftly subdued by human cultivators at the body refinement level. Eventually, they discovered that consuming these beasts could enhance their own power. Thus, demonic beasts became the exclusive sustenance for body refinement cultivators. However, this arrangement did not last long, as the number of demonic beasts that accidentally wandered through spatial channels was limited. The humans, accustomed to using these beasts to bolster their strength, could not resist the allure and, after capturing more beasts, ventured into the northern region under their guidance. Thus, humanity once again graced the northern region with their presence. Of course, those who initially arrived in the northern region knew nothing of cultivation, and many perished at the hands of formidable demonic beasts. Luo Ziyin continued. These were revelations Su Tong had never encountered before. Yet, those individuals were indeed gifted, Luo Ziyin lamented. Many who survived did so by absorbing more spiritual energy, thus stepping into the refinement realm. There were indeed numerous prodigies in those days. Later on, some discovered the techniques left behind by the spirit-nourishing sect. And on Spirit-Nourishing Island, Those already gifted found ways to cultivate these techniques, consequently becoming immensely powerful. In just a few hundred years, countless sects were established, with individuals seeking them from various dynasties. Eventually, many sects clashed, leading to the destruction of some, causing their respective dynasties to seek refuge with other sects for protection. As Luo Xin spoke, Su Tong listened attentively, refraining from interjecting. It was only when someone stumbled upon that ancient tome that they learned of the existence of a super sect in the northern region, the spirit-nourishing sect. Luo Xin elucidated. Moreover, much information was gleaned from that tome, such as the classifications of strength, techniques, and spiritual skills. Luo Xin clarified to Su Tong. So, all this knowledge originated from that ancient tome, Su Tong pondered. Before the discovery of the tome, had no one ever left the northern region? Not at all. The people of that time were completely unaware that beyond the northern region lay the eastern, southern, western, and central regions. Luo Xin shook her head. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, it seems quite difficult to return once one departs from the northern region. Till this day, no one who has left has ever returned. Nobody returned? This revelation took Su Tong completely by surprise indeed. Since the awareness of the existence of the other four regions, many powerful individuals have left the northern region, yet not a single one has returned. Luo Xin affirmed with a nod. Su Tong's brow furrowed tightly. This was indeed more than she had anticipated. Logically, this place was the foundation for those powerful individuals. Even if they departed, they would eventually return. Unless they all perished outside. Could that truly be the case? What has become of that ancient tome? At this moment, Su Tong contemplated the intricate connections between that tome and her desire to learn more about the spirit-nourishing sect. Hee, I happen to have a copy. Luo Xin chuckled, pausing briefly before continuing. However, the true ancient tome is actually a pillar left behind by the spirit-nourishing sect. A pillar left by the spirit-nourishing sect? Su Tong suddenly sensed that this tome might be far from ordinary. Yes, it is said that the pillar bears inscriptions in the language of ancient deities, yet many cannot fully comprehend it. Therefore, if you wish to know the most detailed information, you must visit the pillar yourself, Luo Xin explained. For others, she would merely provide the ancient tome, as even visiting the pillar might yield less understanding than the tome itself. But Su Tong was different. She possessed an innate talent for the language of ancient deities. Luo Xin believed that if Su Tong were to go, she might uncover additional insights. The language of ancient deities? Su Tong had not anticipated that this ancient tome was inscribed upon a pillar, and it contains the language of ancient deities. Indeed, thus I believe that if you were to go, you might grasp its meaning. Luo Xin concurred with a nod. Where is this pillar located? Su Tong inquired, her interest piqued regarding the so-called ancient tome pillar. The pillar is situated at the very center of the northern region. Luo Xin replied. The center of the northern region? Su Tong nodded. The center of the northern region was not particularly far from the Qihang sect, nor from several other major sections. Well, if you prefer not to go, I can provide you with the ancient tome. Luo Xin turned her hand, producing a weathered book that appeared in her grasp before handing it to Su Tong. Thank you, sect leader. Su Tong nodded in appreciation, accepting the book from Luo Xin without excessive formality. Though she intended to investigate the center of the northern region and the pillar, it might be prudent to first familiarize herself with the contents of the tome. Su Tong felt that the answers to her lingering questions might well be found inscribed upon that pillar. Although I am unaware of your intentions or why you are so eager to learn about the spirit-nourishing sect. If you wish to pursue it, then by all means, Luo Xin observed, her perceptive nature revealing her awareness of Su Tong's withheld matters, though she refrained from probing further. It is just that after arranging the spirit-nourishing formation, I feel an immense curiosity about how such a powerful sect could have perished in such a short span of time. Su Tong fabricated, unwilling to disclose specifics until she had a clearer understanding. Indeed, I too am curious. If you uncover any clues, do remember to share them with me. Luo Xin nodded slightly, her words reflecting a youthful enthusiasm. Of course. Su Tong nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, she took her leave. Upon returning to her residence, Su Tong opened the ancient tome and began to read. However, as she perused, her brow furrowed in concern. This does not seem quite right. Su Tong scrutinized the records within the tome. Noting numerous inconsistencies that piqued her curiosity, it appeared truly necessary to investigate that pillar. After perusing the tome, Su Tong's doubts only deepened. Concerning that pillar, which purportedly contained all knowledge, she felt compelled to pay it a visit. Chapter 64. The purpose of establishing the Yuling sect. The next day, Su Tong bid farewell to Luo Ziyin and set off towards the Yuling pillar. The journey was not particularly long. Accompanied by the Thunder Crystal Beast, Su Tong could reach his destination in just half a day thanks to its swift speed. Along the way, he encountered no obstacles. The ferocious beasts, overwhelmed by his formidable aura, dared not show themselves eye in the sky. A violet light streaked past, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed like a bolt from the blue. It was the Thunder Crystal Beast soaring through the heavens. Su Tong stood atop its back, and despite the beast's incredible speed, he remained perfectly still. In half a day, he finally beheld the Yuling pillar, as described by Luo Ziyin. Is that the Yuling pillar? Su Tong murmured to himself as he gazed at the distant structure from the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast. The Yuling pillar, originally nameless, acquired its title due to the historical records of the Yuling sect inscribed upon it. The pillar stood 100 meters tall, its surface an inky black, devoid of any inscriptions. Could this pillar truly be a spiritual treasure? It was only upon approaching that Su Tong discerned it was indeed a spiritual artifact, and a superior grade one at that. The spiritual energy emanating from it was remarkably dense, revealing that this superior grade treasure could autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. At this moment, Su Tong felt the Yuling pillar actively drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, a feat only achievable by a superior grade artifact. He moved closer, placing his hand upon the Yuling pillar. The records were not merely surface level but lay within the very core of the pillar itself. Only by delving his mental energy into the Yuling pillar could he access its contents. As anticipated, once his mental energy permeated the pillar, a vast expanse of information unfolded before his eyes, composed entirely in the ancient language of the gods. Su Tong was astonished as he beheld the intricate characters. Realizing he had previously only glimpsed fragments of this language, the initial records chronicled the history of the Yuling sect. The founder of the Yuling sect was named Shi Yun, a millennium ago. Shi Yun journeyed to this place, establishing the sect in the Northern Territory over the course of 3 years, transforming it from a solitary entity into the most powerful sect in the region. Subsequently, he spent another decade swallowing up all the established sects in the Northern Territory, ultimately reigning as the sole sect. The sect was established on Yuling Island, just as recorded in ancient texts. Su Tong was not surprised by this account, having already encountered it in historical tomes. Shi Yun was indeed the elder he had seen within the Yuling sect, a prodigious talent in his own right. Although Su Tong knew not from whence he came, he understood that Shi Yun was not originally from the Northern Territory. He had suddenly appeared, wielding immense power to forge the Yuling sect. In a remarkably short span, the Yuling sect had expelled or absorbed all venerable sects in the Northern Territory, leaving only itself in existence. Afterward, Shi Yun departed the Northern Territory for 2 decades. Upon his return, he led the Yuling sect during its most prosperous era. It was then that he began to lay out various formations, with the Yuling formation being one of them, seemingly preparing for an impending threat. The records then entered a blank period. Why was there a gap here? What transpired during those 2 decades? This period bore no documentation on the Yuling pillar. Yet, Su Tong recognized familiar elements, the blood-colored shadows. The introduction here was not particularly detailed, indicating that after Shi Yun's return, several formidable blood-colored figures invaded the Northern Territory. Though their strength was terrifying, they were ultimately vanquished by Shi Yun alone. This event was also noted in the ancient tomes, albeit in the obscure language of the ancient gods, rendering it indecipherable to most. The record spoke of a powerful enemy invading the Northern Territory. Ultimately defeated by Shi Yun, Su Tong discerned that these formidable foes were indeed the blood-colored shadows. It turned out that Shi Yun had entangled himself with these shadows long ago. Recalling the blood-colored figures now left Su Tong somewhat shaken. Their power was frightfully overwhelming. Just then, he discovered another detail. After completing the formations, Shi Yun had summoned several strong individuals from elsewhere and attracted even more powerful blood-colored entities. After a month of fierce battles, he successfully sealed these shadows away. Attracted, Su Tong's brow furrowed slightly, followed by a look of astonishment. I see now. Shi Yun had previously engaged with these blood-colored figures, and his arrival in the Northern Territory was to seal them away. This realization left Su Tong in awe. Somewhere in the Northern Territory lay a powerful being sealed away. He pondered whether, after thousands of years, that blood-colored shadow had perished, been rescued, or still lingered in some corner of the Northern Territory. Awaiting its release, Su Tong understood that Shi Yun's arrival in the Northern Territory was no mere coincidence. He had sought a place to confine the blood-colored shadows. Continuing to read, he discovered records of the battle he had witnessed in the illusion. The blood-colored figures had come seeking the sealed powerful entity but were ultimately slain by Shi Yun. Subsequently, even more formidable beings appeared, and Shi Yun, sacrificing the entirety of the Yuling sect, managed to contain them. This segment was also recorded in ancient texts, which referenced the return of powerful enemies but omitted the sealing aspect. The records concluded abruptly, likely due to Shi Yun's demise. What became of the sealed blood-colored figures remained unclear. Further along, there were additional inscriptions, though not pertaining to the Yuling sect. They detailed cultivation realms, techniques, and spiritual skills. As Su Tong perused these texts, he suddenly realized that the truth he sought was not contained within the records of the Yuling sect, but rather here. Chapter 65. A return to the Yuling sect in the heart of the Northern Territory, before the Black Pillar. Su Tong now comprehended the full truth of the matter. How enlightening it was to discover that for millennia, the Northern Territory had been in error. He understood why the sects of the Northern Territory were so weak. Even among the exalted, few had attained the return to Void Realm. Beyond that, realms such as the Spirit Void, Divine Spirit, Soul, Spirit God, and Holy Spirit had never been seen in the Northern Territory. From the Yuling Pillar, Su Tong grasped everything. The mistakes had begun from the very start. He realized why no sects, aside from the Yuling sect, had produced strong individuals capable of breaking into the Spirit Void Realm, and why all disciples of the Yuling sect had attained the return to Void Realm. It was due to erroneous cultivation practices. Shaking his head in resignation, Su Tong mused that had he not been able to comprehend the ancient divine script, he might have shared the same misconceptions as the other powerful beings of the Northern Territory. Yet, he pondered whether this situation was a result of Shi Yun's deliberate concealment or a consensus reached by the newcomers to the region. Uncertain of the reasons behind the current predicament, Su Tong speculated that perhaps both scenarios coexisted. Shi Yun intentionally obscured the truth while others agreed to maintain the ruse. It seemed imperative to visit the Yuling sect once more. Though Yuling Island had vanished from sight, Su Tong was confident he could locate it. After all, the small box contained the connection to the Yuling Formation and Yuling Island. Having mastered the arrangement of the Yuling Formation, he believed it would not be difficult to uncover the island's whereabouts. With this thought, Su Tong closed his eyes, attuning himself to his surroundings. This place, he realized, had not lost the Yuling Island. Rather, it was simply invisible to others. Su Tong sensed that the spirit concealment array remained in its original location. However, another array had been activated, shrouding the entire spirit concealment island from view. With this array in place, even formidable beings such as Luo Ziyin and others at the Void Return Realm could not perceive the existence of Spirit Concealment Island, resulting in its disappearance from the northern domain. The Thunder Crystal Beast departed. Su Tong opened his eyes and called out to the Thunder Crystal Beast in the distance. Roar! The Thunder Crystal Beast responded with a roar, then transformed into a streak of violet light, swiftly approaching as it passed by. Su Tong leaped onto its back, and in an instant, they vanished into the horizon. At that moment, a flicker of black light emanated from the spirit pillar. And after a brief pause, additional text appeared. Today, a young individual arrived here. He had previously infiltrated the spirit concealment sect and witnessed the presence of a blood-colored figure. He seems capable of comprehending everything. And in the near future, the northern domain may undergo changes because of him. He is now heading towards the spirit concealment sect, having gained a clear understanding of all. Su Tong was unaware of the newly added text within the spirit pillar. As he was en route to the location of Spirit Concealment Island, If his conjecture were correct, there was a secret within the spirit concealment sect, a secret unknown even to powerful sect leaders like Luo Ziyin. Riding atop the Thunder Crystal Beast, Su Tong traveled at great speed, reaching his destination in just an hour. Indeed, there was nothing visible. Upon arrival, Su Tong surveyed the area below. It was devoid of anything. Only lush greenery. Whether viewed from above or traversed by foot, even a Void Return Realm expert would fail to detect the presence of an array here. However, Su Tong was not merely a Void Return Realm expert, but also a third-tier array master. Most importantly, he was quite familiar with the Spirit Concealment Array. Thus, even with the obstructive array in place, Su Tong could still sense its presence. He then extended his spiritual energy, meticulously searching every flower, grass, and tree in the vicinity. What Su Tong sought was not the Spirit Concealment Array itself, but the center of the shielding array. For he was certain that the array lay within this location. As he concentrated his spiritual energy to search slowly, the process proved to be exceedingly lengthy, taking a full half-day. Here, Su Tong suddenly opened his eyes wide in his recent sensation. He had successfully located the core of the array, which served as its principal nexus. With a firm step upon the ground, Su Tong propelled himself forward and shortly thereafter came to a halt beneath a towering tree. The Spirit Concealment sect was indeed cautious. As the array was concealed within this grand tree, observing the towering tree before him, Su Tong noted the intricate runes etched within its trunk, which constructed the entire array's nexus. Since no third-tier array masters had ever appeared in the northern domain, this array had gone undetected. Boom! A surge of immense spiritual energy erupted from Su Tong's mind palace, enveloping the towering tree. Go enter Spirit Concealment Island. Su Tong needed to decipher this array. However, he did not intend to dismantle it outright, as he was uncertain of the specific purpose behind the Spirit Concealment sect's elaborate arrangement. Nonetheless, Su Tong was confident that it was not due to the ongoing conflict among the 100 sections. Thus, he merely utilized his spiritual energy to slightly obscure the array's center. Instantly, the scene before him shifted, and Su Tong reappeared on Spirit Concealment Island. Roar! Observing the transformation in his surroundings, the Thunder Crystal Beast emitted a low growl. Warily scanning the area, Su Tong gently patted its head, signaling it to remain calm. Indeed, this was still the place. A smile graced Su Tong's lips, and without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded towards the location of the Spirit Concealment sect. Before long, he discovered a cave. Breaking through the barrier, he once again entered the Spirit Concealment sect. Where could it be? Su Tong furrowed his brow slightly, then unleashed his spiritual energy unreservedly from his mind palace. Beginning to search the entirety of the Spirit Concealment sect inch by inch. This place is not it. Not here, nor here. Is this the plaza? Ah, so it is here. At last, Su Tong found a different location within the Spirit Concealment sect. Moments later, he stood within the plaza of the Spirit Concealment sect. Thunder Crystal Beast. Su Tong called out softly, and the Thunder Crystal Beast lifted him high into the AIRD. All esteemed elders of the Spirit Concealment sect. I, the junior Su Tong, have committed many offenses, Su Tong proclaimed with a respectful bow to those around him. Subsequently, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into a formidable attack that struck the ground of the plaza. Boom! Moments later, a massive crack appeared on the plaza's surface. Su Tong glanced down at the fissure and instructed the Thunder Crystal Beast, descend. Chapter 66. The Truth of the Northern Domain Beneath the Plaza of the Spirit Concealment Sect. Su Tong wasted no time, urging the Thunder Crystal Beast to continue its descent. Surrounding them was an impenetrable darkness, rendering everything invisible. However, the fur of the Thunder Crystal Beast emitted a violet glow, unexpectedly serving as a source of illumination. Su Tong chuckled softly. Roar! The Thunder Crystal Beast let out a disgruntled roar at Su Tong but continued to obey his command, diving downward. As they ventured deeper, Su Tong's expression grew increasingly solemn. Who could have imagined that hidden within the depths of the Spirit Concealment sect lay the secrets of the entire northern domain? Almost there, Su Tong observed below. The previously pitch-black space was now illuminated by some light. It emanated from luminous pearls embedded in the walls. Roar! Moments later, the thunder crystal beast landed on the ground. This is spirit essence pill? Su Tong exclaimed in surprise at the sight before him. Mountains of spirit essence pills floated in midair. Previously, he had assumed that the spirit concealment sect had exhausted all of its medicinal resources. To his astonishment, here lay tens of thousands of spirit essence pills. I shall not be polite. Su Tong smiled, gathering all the spirit essence pills into his possession before proceeding forward. Not far ahead lay a pile of spirit stones. However, Su Tong chose not to collect them. Spirit stones had lost their significance to him. Even if there were millions of spirit stones here, Su Tong had little desire for them. A single spirit essence pill was worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. In his possession were already tens of thousands of spirit essence pills. Those items must be further ahead. Su Tong disregarded the spirit stones and continued onward. Soon, he came across a cluster of luminous orbs floating before him. This scene resembled the divine-level techniques and skills he had acquired within the spirit concealment sect. Indeed, these orbs contained scrolls of divine-level techniques and skills. Su Tong gazed at the floating orbs, unleashing his spiritual energy to envelop one. With a slight exertion, the orb vanished from sight, leaving a scroll in Su Tong's hand. The Unification Phantom Tome, a mortal grade 8th tier technique? Su Tong scoffed as he read the text. Indeed, the scrolls contained within these orbs were not divine-level techniques, but rather mere mortal grade 8th tier techniques. Su Tong tossed the scroll aside, which was promptly enveloped by another orb and hovered in midair. He once more grasped another orb, Frost Blade Silk Palm, a mortal grade 7th tier skill. Su Tong once again confirmed that these luminous orbs bore no distinction from the so-called divine-level techniques he had previously encountered. In fact, several of them were even more formidable than those he had seen before. This revelation stemmed from his understanding atop the spirit pillar. The classification of techniques does not conform to a simple hierarchy of divine, spiritual, or mundane levels, but rather spans from the 1st to the 9th rank within each category. Mundane, spiritual, and divine. In total, there are 27 ranks. The so-called mundane levels circulating in the northern domain, categorized as upper, middle, and lower, actually correspond to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd ranks of the mundane category. Similarly, the spiritual levels referred to as upper, middle, and lower in the northern domain correspond to the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks of the mundane category. The remaining divine levels, categorized as upper, middle, and lower, thus equate to the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks of the mundane category. This implies that all techniques within the northern domain are merely classified as mundane on the continent of Wenyang. Consequently, the spiritual techniques cultivated by the leaders and elders of various sects in the northern domain should rightfully be designated as mundane 6th rank techniques. This has resulted in the strongest individuals in the northern domain reaching only the Return to Void realm, while those from other domains attain higher realms due to their cultivation of authentic spiritual techniques. The disciples of the Yunling sect, all of whom can achieve the Return to Void realm, owe this capability to their training in techniques above the mundane 7th rank, which are now referred to as divine-level techniques in the northern domain. One can only imagine the strength of an entire sect where the disciples begin their cultivation with what are termed divine-level techniques by Luo Xin and her peers. All of this is attributed to a singular reason: the Yunling sect's manipulations to seal those powerful crimson figures within this realm, employing a massive formation to confine the very essence of the northern domain. Such a terrifying method. Su Tong was struck by the realization that despite the northern domain's modest size, it remains one of the 5 domains. Yet, someone has managed to imprison the entirety of the northern domain with a single formation. This confinement formation restricts the spiritual energy of the northern domain, leaving behind techniques that are solely the handiwork of the Yunling sect. These techniques, at their highest, reach only the 9th rank of the mundane category, never exceeding this threshold. Should they surpass this level, there exists the potential for powerful individuals to breach the formation from within, which would allow those crimson figures to regain their freedom, resulting in calamity for both the northern domain and Wenyang continent. No wonder some powerful beings have departed the northern domain and never returned. This confinement formation likely permits exit but denies entry. At this moment, Su Tong understood everything. Those who had already left the northern domain may have grasped the entirety of this situation, choosing not to return. Imagine their dismay upon discovering that the so-called divine-level techniques they had cultivated over the years, along with the divine-level spiritual techniques they employed, were merely of the ninth rank in the mundane category on the Wentiang continent. How frustrating that must be, moreover, given the confinement of spiritual energy in this realm. Returning here would be futile. One can only surmise that the richness of spiritual energy in the outside world is comparable to that of Yunling Island. At this moment, Su Tong felt an even stronger yearning for the world beyond. What is this? Just then, Su Tong noticed some lines etched into the wall. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a map. Specifically, a map of the northern domain. What do these points signify? After studying it intently for a moment, Su Tong deduced. This should be the location where the crimson figures are sealed, at the spirit pillar. He had not anticipated that the site of the seal for those crimson figures would be located at the spirit pillar, situated quite close to several sects. The spirit pillar lies at the very center of the northern domain, while sects such as the Qihang sect and the Chimu sect are positioned nearby. Wait, is this the formation's core? As Su Tong observed, he began to notice some clues. The distribution of these sects, when interconnected, resembles the shape of a formation. It appears that guardians must be stationed at the formation's core to maintain the seal on those crimson figures. Now a third-rank formation master, Su Tong recognized this immediately. This revelation also explained the secret that the Yunling Island appears only once every few years. Consequently, all powerful sects would choose to establish themselves in proximity to Yunling Island, thereby achieving the effect of suppressing the crimson figures. Su Tong sighed, realizing that the entirety of the northern domain was under the control of the Yunling sect. Chapter 67. The guardian beast of the tomb beneath the Yunling sect. Su Tong unraveled everything before him. The entire northern domain was indeed under a veil of control. He mused that perhaps the inhabitants of the northern domain remain oblivious to the fact that, after thousands of years, they are still mere pawns in the hands of the Yunling sect. What they perceive as coincidences are merely the meticulous arrangements of the Yunling sect. With these sects guarding the formation's core, there should be no issues. Su Tong shook his head, but he found himself increasingly curious about those crimson figures and the world beyond the northern domain. It seems the time has come to explore the outside world. At this moment, Su Tong conceived new ideas. Initially, he had intended to resolve some sect issues before departing. However, if doing so were to disturb the formation, it would be best to abandon that plan. Currently, the Qihang sect possesses the Yunling formation and mundane 8th rank techniques and spiritual skills, which should be sufficient to contend with the Shinfeng sect and the Dishajian sect. Not to mention the Chimu sect. The Qihang sect, under Su Tong's deployment of the Yunling formation, may not achieve a full return to Void Realm, but entering the refining realm is certainly within reach. Moreover, the techniques and spiritual skill scrolls Su Tong acquired previously have all reached the 8th rank of the mundane category. Provided the talent is adequate, mastering these two steps could lead to entry into the return to Void Realm. At that moment, the strength of the Qihang sect would truly position it as the foremost sect in the northern domain. Becoming the leading sect in the northern domain is merely a matter of time. It is time to prepare to leave the northern domain. Su Tong glanced at the floating luminous orbs, all of which were mundane techniques and spiritual skills of the 7th rank or higher. Had it been in the past, Su Tong would have undoubtedly sought to collect them all, yet now, with the knowledge that these are merely the lowest tier techniques and skills on the Wentiang continent, he felt no inclination toward them. Roar. Just as Su Tong was lost in thought, a roar echoed from the depths. It was the sound made by the Lei Jing beast. What could it be? Su Tong knew well that the Lei Jing beast would not roar without cause. It must have discovered something in the depths below. Roar! The Lei Jing beast did not speak, but simply roared towards a nearby direction. Although puzzled, Su Tong proceeded towards the source of the sound. Is there a passage here? Su Tong observed that not far away, there lay a passageway beneath the ground. Previously, he had been captivated by the spirit pill and had overlooked it. The direction of the Lei Jing beast's roar pointed directly to this passage. Roar! Just as Su Tong prepared to investigate, a roar emanated from within the passage. Are there other beasts inside? Su Tong had not anticipated the presence of beasts in the depths below. It remained unclear whether they had been left behind by the Yunling sect or had inadvertently wandered in. Once the roar subsided, Su Tong sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Moments later, a surge of red spiritual energy burst forth from the passage. Boom! The attack did not strike Su Tong but crashed into the wall, producing a tremendous roar. What is that? As the dust from the attack settled, Su Tong glimpsed two crimson eyes emerging from the passage. Step, step. It approached Su Tong, one deliberate step at a time. That moment. Su Tong discerned the true nature of the creature before him. It was a beast, entirely black, resembling a bull, yet with red eyes and a single horn atop its head, reminiscent of white bone. The guardian beast of the tomb? Su Tong recognized it at once. This beast, known as the guardian beast of the tomb, can be tamed to guard graves and prevent desecration. Its presence here indicates that a burial site must lie beyond. Su Tong surmised that the passage likely leads to a burial site, as for who is interred there. It is highly probable that it is the former leader of the Yunling sect, Shi Yun. Given that the tomb of Elder Shi Yun is located here, as a junior, it would be fitting to pay my respects. After all, Su Tong had received considerable benefits from the Yunling sect. Now aware that the tomb of the Yunling sect's leader, Shi Yun, lies within, Su Tong felt compelled to bow in reverence. Roar. Before Su Tong could make a move, the guardian beast of the tomb emitted a roar. Subsequently, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted forth. Third rank of the Return to Void realm? Have you also been confined? Su Tong sensed the spiritual power of the tomb guardian beast. Generally speaking, the strength of such a beast could reach the realm of Lingshu. Yet the one before him was merely at the third tier of the Fanshu realm. Clearly, the confinement of spiritual energy in this realm affected not only humans but also the beasts. Even this formidable tomb guardian beast was not exempt from its influence. Roar. The tomb guardian beast could not comprehend Su Tong's words. It merely roared in his direction, followed by a direct onslaught. With a swift motion, Su Tong summoned forth a surge of spiritual energy, vastly superior to that of the tomb guardian beast. Boom. The two forces collided and erupted in an explosion. The powerful impact did not cause Su Tong to falter. He remained steadfast in his position. In contrast, the tomb guardian beast was sent flying by Su Tong's attack. Heh! With a cold chuckle, Su Tong resumed his stride towards the passage. Roar! The tomb guardian beast let out another roar directed at Su Tong. As the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce, flames materialized before him, hurtling towards Su Tong with great speed. Break! Su Tong called out, and a wave of spiritual energy surged forth to intercept the fiery assault. You cannot best me. I merely wish to take a look, Su Tong declared to the tomb guardian beast. Roar. Yet the beast paid him no heed. After another roar, it charged directly at Su Tong. Its bony horn crackled with spiritual energy, indicating that the tomb guardian beast intended to use it against him. Sigh, do you not understand? Su Tong lamented. Although the tomb guardian beast possessed formidable strength, its intelligence was evidently inferior to that of the thunder crystal beast. Whether this was due to its innate nature or the protracted imprisonment underground remained uncertain. Confinement. Su Tong helplessly extended his hand and spoke in the ancient language of the deities. As his words resonated, the surrounding spiritual energy surged and entwined around the tomb guardian beast. Roar. The beast, now tainted by the spiritual energy, let out a desperate cry and began to struggle, but to no avail. I have already stated that I only wish to take a look. Su Tong shook his head, disregarding the incessant roaring of the tomb guardian beast. He had no intention of slaying it. After all, it could continue to guard this place. Having subdued the tomb guardian beast, Su Tong stepped into the passage. After advancing a few paces, he beheld a vast chamber filled with an array of ominous white bones. Chapter 68. Su Tong's seclusion. Su Tong stared at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback. Within this chamber lay numerous skeletons, all seated upon the ground as if in meditation. Is this a formation? Su Tong pondered, gradually unraveling the mystery. These skeletons had seemingly been arranged to form a formation. They must be disciples of the Yunling sect. As Su Tong observed the eerie white bones, he realized that these were likely the elders and disciples of the Yunling sect. The sect's leader had once mentioned that he wagered the entire sect to eliminate that group of blood-colored figures. These must be the disciples who perished in the effort to repel those ominous beings. I do not wish to disturb you, esteemed predecessors. I shall now take my leave, Su Tong declared, bowing deeply in respect. He then turned to depart. Release. In that moment, Su Tong lifted the seal on the tomb guardian beast and swiftly exited the chamber. Roar! The tomb guardian beast let out a low growl but did not pursue him. Its duty was to guard the tomb. Thus, as long as it did not disturb those interred within, it would refrain from attacking. As Su Tong stood upon the back of the thunder crystal beast, he found himself deep in thought. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The northern region had sealed away many formidable blood-colored figures. Although Su Tong was unclear about their origins, he had witnessed their terrifying power in visions. Therefore, the northern region was fraught with peril, if one day those blood-colored figures were to break free from their seals. The northern region would be the first to bear the brunt of their wrath. Due to the confinement, even the most powerful beings in the northern region could not break free from their shackles. Su Tong was an exception, as he did not rely on conventional cultivation methods. He could create his own ancient divine language. Thus, the restrictions of the northern region held no sway over him. Should those blood-colored figures appear in the northern region, none would be able to withstand them. At this moment, Su Tong found himself in a state of inner conflict. He had grasped the entire truth, yet hesitated to disclose it to Luo Ziyin and the others. If all the sects in the northern region were to vacate, would the formation lack sufficient power to restrain those entities? This was the crux of Su Tong's dilemma. Not informing Luo Ziyin seemed unwise. However, revealing the truth could alter the seals of this realm due to the departure of the Qihang sect. If the blood-colored figures were to emerge prematurely, it would undermine the efforts of the esteemed predecessors. Su Tong furrowed his brow, troubled by these matters. Yunling Island was not particularly distant from the Qihang sect. Before long, Su Tong returned to the Qihang sect but refrained from seeking out Luo Ziyin immediately, opting instead to return to his quarters. He instructed the guards, I wish to enter seclusion. Regardless of who comes seeking me, do not inform them and instruct them to leave, including the sect leader. Su Tong imparted these words to the two guarding disciples. Understood. The two disciples nodded, though they appeared perplexed as Su Tong returned to his quarters and closed the door. He drew in the spiritual energy of the world, directing it into his body through the shoulder well and the wind gate. This was the cultivation method he acquired from the Yunling sect. Following the prescribed mental techniques, Su Tong began his training, a method he had never attempted before. After approximately an hour, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. The essence of Yunling entered his being. A low exclamation escaped his lips, and 4 phrases of the ancient divine language flowed forth. Instantly, the spiritual energy of the world surged, flooding into Su Tong's body. This was the culmination of Su Tong's insights into the Yunling scroll. Just 4 simple words caused the surrounding spiritual energy to surge uncontrollably. Indeed, this method of cultivation far surpassed any so-called divine-level technique. After another hour, Su Tong exhaled a breath of stagnant energy. This session of training proved to be exponentially faster than the conventional use of the Yunling scroll. It confirmed that the spiritual energy of this realm was indeed confined, while the techniques available in the northern region were merely inferior to those of the Wenyang continent. The entire northern region had been kept in the dark. Su Tong shook his head and closed his eyes once more, commencing his training in his own unique manner. The cultivation derived from the ancient divine language was incomparable to any existing techniques. This was why the confinement of this realm had no effect on Su Tong, and no matter how formidable the formation, it could not restrain the ancient divine language. This session of training was aimed at preparing for his departure from the northern region. Within the northern region, the highest attainment was likely the peak of the Fanshu realm. Su Tong aspired to break through to the Lingshu realm here, which was impossible. Thus, he engaged in training for 3 months. 3 months later, a voice called from outside. Elder Su Tong, the sect leader seeks you. One of the guarding disciples announced. Su Tong reluctantly exited his state of cultivation, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke. Did we not agree that anyone seeking me would be turned away without notification, including the sect leader? However, this was the sect leader's 100th request to see the elder. It was simply unavoidable. After a moment's hesitation, the voice outside replied, Elder Su Tong, the sect leader has come to seek you once again. Has it truly been 100 times in 3 months? She must be quite persistent. Su Tong mused. Elder Su Tong, will you not even see the sect leader? Just then, Luo Xian's voice reached him. With no other options, Su Tong rose. Heh, sect leader. I am in the midst of seclusion. Su Tong smiled, revealing no pretense. Outside the door stood not only sect leader Luo Xian, but also several elders. It seemed that Su Tong's status within the Qihang sect had reached an unparalleled height. Elder Su Tong, your sudden seclusion upon your return has caused us great concern. We merely wish to check on your well-being, the Grand Elder spoke with a hint of exasperation. Thank you, sect leader and esteemed elders. For your concern, I am merely in seclusion to break through. Su Tong offered a respectful bow. At that moment, the expression of Luo Xian, initially tinged with ire, gradually transformed into one of astonishment. Your strength? Su Tong. At that moment, the Grand Elder seemed to sense something, rendered momentarily speechless by an overwhelming astonishment. What an incredible pressure! Just what level of power has Elder Su Tong achieved? Such terrifying strength. Truly deserving of being the foremost genius of the Qihang sect. Not only within the Qihang sect, but throughout the entire Northern Territory, there is no one who can compare. At this juncture, several other elders also began to feel it. My apologies, I have just broken through and am unable to control my power fully yet. Elder Su Tong remarked, observing the expressions on everyone's faces with a hint of helplessness. Due to his recent breakthrough, he struggled to master the immense power within him, causing the released spiritual energy to exert considerable pressure on Luo Xian and the others. Chapter 69. Luo Xian's choice in Su Tong's residence. The other elders had already taken their leave, leaving only Su Tong and Luo Xian. Did the elders return because there was something you wished to discuss with me? Luo Xian inquired, gazing at Su Tong. Yes, there are a few matters I wish to bring to your attention. Su Tong nodded affirmatively. I said about the Northern Territory. Luo Xian seemed to anticipate Su Tong's intent. Indeed, he confirmed. During my recent visit to the Spirit Nurturing Pillar, I uncovered certain revelations. Subsequently, Su Tong disclosed everything he had discovered, including the fact that the Northern Territory was ensnared by a formidable confinement. After listening to Su Tong's words, Luo Xian fell into a prolonged silence. And Su Tong refrained from interrupting, fully aware that such significant news would be challenging for her to digest. So this is the truth. After a considerable while, Luo Xian exhaled slowly. Accepting these revelations was indeed difficult for her. Yet she managed to come to terms with them. Su Tong remained silent, patiently awaiting her further comments. Long ago, when my master was still present, he mentioned that this realm seemed to lack something essential. No matter how he cultivated, he could never break through that bottleneck, and the techniques he practiced felt increasingly inadequate. Luo Xian finally spoke again. Su Tong nodded, recognizing that Luo Xian's master was the previous leader of the Qihang sect. It was remarkable that he could sense the deficiency in the realm. Who would have thought it was a matter of cultivation techniques? Your master had always regarded the mortal grade 6th tier techniques as superior spiritual grade techniques, which is why, upon reaching the pinnacle of the void realm, he could advance no further, Luo Xian reflected, seemingly recalling the past. After a brief pause, she continued, now it finally makes sense. It was indeed a problem with the techniques. Not a deficiency in my master's strength. Achieving the pinnacle of the void realm with a mortal grade technique is already commendable. Indeed, Su Tong agreed. The previous leader of the Qihang sect had faced unfortunate circumstances. He possessed the potential to continue advancing, yet ultimately fell short. If you wish to leave the Northern Territory, I will find a way to take the entire Qihang sect with us, Su Tong declared, revealing his intention to Luo Xian. His decision to clarify matters with her stemmed from this very plan. Should Luo Xian desire to exit the Northern Territory and venture elsewhere, Su Tong would endeavor to facilitate the departure of the entire Qihang sect. I naturally wish to leave, for this place is sealed with terrifying entities. Luo Xian smiled, her laughter momentarily causing Su Tong to lose his train of thought. Noticing his distraction, she continued, however, if the Qihang sect were to depart, those dreadful beings might awaken once more, rendering the sacrifices made by my master and the predecessors who fell into regret over the years utterly futile. Su Tong fell silent, taken aback by Luo Xian's perspective. My master merely needed to leave the Northern Territory to understand everything and enhance his strength, yet he never entertained such thoughts, as his roots lay within the Northern Territory and the Qihang sect. Luo Xian seemed reluctant to revisit the past, her head bowed. After a moment, she looked at Su Tong and added, "Thus, I do not wish to leave. The Qihang sect belongs to the Northern Territory, and I belong to the Qihang sect. I still desire to remain here. Are you not afraid that those terrifying entities may one day breach their confinement and descend upon the Northern Territory?" Su Tong asked, observing the determination in Luo Xian's eyes, and he nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course I'm afraid. Therefore, after you leave the Northern Territory, cultivate diligently. When you return, we will release those beings and eliminate them one by one. Then aid the Northern Territory in breaking the seal. Remember to bring back some genuine divine-grade techniques." Luo Xian nodded and smiled, understood. Seeing her demeanor, Su Tong grinned, "Very well. Aren't they merely a group of peculiar individuals? At my current pace of cultivation, it will only take a few years to be why then. I will come back and deal with them all." Although leaving the Northern Territory meant never returning, if one possessed sufficient strength to shatter the confinement array, returning would still be feasible. However, this likely required reaching the Divine Soul Realm or even higher. After all, even someone as formidable as Yun could only muster the full strength of their sect when confronting those crimson figures, resulting in the annihilation of the entire spirit-nurturing sect. Indeed, Luo Xian expressed her confidence in Su Tong's cultivation speed. After all, in less than a year, Su Tong's strength had nearly matched that of her master. "What level of power do you currently possess?" Given that Su Tong's strength had now far surpassed Luo Xian's, she was unable to discern his true realm. "I am at the 9th tier of the Void Realm. Had it not been for your interruptions, I might have remained in seclusion until reaching the pinnacle of the Void Realm." During this period of seclusion, Su Tong had successfully stepped into the 9th tier of the Void Realm. Mere steps away from the pinnacle, such remarkable talent. Asking you is akin to inviting self-inflicted wounds. Luo Xian shook her head in exasperation. Su Tong's prowess now eclipsed hers by a significant margin. Reflecting on her own 20-plus years of cultivation, she found herself falling short compared to Su Tong's mere year of training. Once convinced of her exceptional talent, she now compared herself and felt utterly inadequate. "Hee, I will leave behind some ancient divine language for you to attempt to comprehend." Su Tong chuckled. The ancient divine language was something he could readily access, thus providing Luo Xian with some simpler texts would not pose a challenge. However, she would need to invest effort into understanding them. "Then I shall express my gratitude, Elder Su Tong." Luo Xian nodded, not refusing the offer. Given her awareness of the Qihang sect's techniques, the best option remained the spirit-nurturing scroll brought back by Su Tong. However, on the Wentiang continent, it could only be considered a mortal-grade 9th-tier technique. It would be wiser to cultivate some ancient divine language instead. Even so, with time, Luo Xian could reach the pinnacle of the Void Realm through the spirit-nurturing scroll. As her comprehension was not lacking, "Very well, I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer, Elder Su Tong." Luo Xian rose to take her leave, and Su Tong nodded in agreement, accompanying Luo Xian to the door. He added, "As the leader of a sect, should you decide to leave, do inform me in advance." With a sigh, Luo Xian replied, "I suddenly find myself somewhat eager to see how you will fare in other realms. Likewise, I too am filled with anticipation." Su Tong nodded. At this moment, he found himself looking forward to the possibilities ahead. The Northern Territory may be vast, yet it was bound by confinement. What scenes awaited him in realms unshackled? Chapter 70. Pinnacle of the Void Realm. 1 month later, on a certain day, a formidable aura surged forth from Su Tong's residence, soaring into the sky. What a terrifying presence! That must be the dwelling of Elder Su Tong. Just to what extent has he ascended? How many times more powerful than the sect leader could he be? The disciples of the Qihang sect, who had been immersed in their own cultivation, were now startled by this overwhelming aura. Feeling the immense pressure, their hearts trembled. Within the Qihang sect, the strongest had always been sect leader Luo Xian, yet Elder Su Tong had surpassed her in just 1 year. And the extent of this surpassing was nothing short of remarkable. In the square of the Qihang sect, several figures darted forth. It was Luo Xian and several other elders. At this moment, apart from Luo Ziyin. The remaining elders had also stepped into the Void Realm, thanks to the spirit-nurturing scroll brought back by Su Tong. The Qihang sect now boasted 5 Void Realm powerhouses. Even when viewed across the entire northern territory, they stood as the mightiest sect. That aura belongs to Elder Su Tong. How powerful! It seems he has reached the realm of the former sect leader. Are you suggesting he has attained the pinnacle of the Void Realm? Is that truly possible at such a young age? At this point, the elders began to discuss amongst themselves. After all, it had only been a year since Su Tong joined the Qihang sect. And yet he had already reached such heights. Many found it hard to believe that his power now surpassed even that of their sect leader at her peak, feeling the ominous aura surrounding her. Luo Ziyin slowly began to speak. The other elders, upon hearing her words, fell silent. Everyone was acutely aware of the strength of the old sect master, and as his direct disciple, Luo Ziyin had been raised by him, treating him like her own father. Consequently, she often leaned towards his perspective. The gravity of her statement hinted at the formidable power of Su Tong. The Qimu sect, the sect master and several elders were in deliberation. This powerful aura must belong to Su Tong from the Qihang sect, the sect master mused, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his usually composed face, only to be swiftly suppressed. I have clashed with Su Tong before. I recognize his aura well. However, he was not nearly this powerful back then. At that moment, Wu He was equally astounded. Had Su Tong possessed such formidable strength previously, he could have crushed Wu He with a mere finger. As it stood, the current Su Tong could indeed do so. Back then, he was merely at the 3rd tier of the Void Return realm. Now he must have reached its pinnacle. The sect master nodded in agreement. Such immense strength could only be attained at the peak of the Void Return realm. How is this possible? It has only been half a year since the conclusion of the 100 Sect War. The Great Elder, too, bore an expression of disbelief. The Qimu sect's leader, despite his exceptional comprehension, took over 30 years to ascend to the 3rd tier of the Void Return realm. Su Tong, on the other hand, was still under 20. Moreover, to advance from the 3rd tier to the pinnacle in just 6 months seemed implausible. Su Tong's talent is unparalleled in the northern domain. To my knowledge, he has only been here for a year. The sect master slowly articulated. Ever since their loss in the 100 Sect War, he had conducted an investigation into Su Tong. The findings were surprising. It appeared that Su Tong's dominance over the 100 sects was no mere stroke of luck. A year? At this revelation, everyone fell into stunned silence. Tio reached the pinnacle of the Void Return realm in just 1 year of cultivation was unfathomable. The entire conference hall of the Qimu sect was enveloped in a heavy silence. Similarly, other sects such as the Bai Xia sect and the Enlai sect were equally dumbfounded, their powerful members wearing expressions of shock. They felt a sense of relief, realizing that although they had clashed with Su Tong during the 100 Sect War, the ultimate outcome had not been disastrous. At least it hadn't escalated to mutual annihilation. However, others held a far graver outlook, particularly the Shen Feng sect and the Disha Sword sect. Unbelievable. How can this be? The pinnacle of the Void Return realm. How can that be possible? The sect master of the Shen Feng sect overturned the table in frustration. He, too, had sensed Su Tong's terrifying aura, one that was overwhelmingly powerful. Emanating from the pinnacle of the Void Return realm, a sense of helplessness washed over him. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, summoned the Grand Elder. Su Tong cannot be left alive. Also, contact the Disha Sword sect. The sect master of the Shen Feng sect issued commands resolutely. Such a formidable adversary could not be permitted to exist. Otherwise, the Shen Feng sect would never regain its standing. Unlike the Qimu sect, both the Shen Feng sect and the Disha Sword sect had Grand Elders among them. These 3 sects were the stalwarts of the northern domain, possessing a depth of heritage unmatched by other sections. Understood, replied one of the nearby disciples, hastily bowing before departing. The situation within the Disha Sword sect was similarly urgent. Summon the Grand Elder, the sword master of the Disha Sword sect declared with a grim expression. He had never anticipated that Su Tong would achieve the pinnacle of the Void Return realm. If allowed to continue growing unchecked, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Disha Sword sect. A moment later, a disciple arrived. Sword Master, There are disciples from the Shun Feng sect here with a message. Speak, commanded the swordmaster. The Shun Feng sect wishes to ally with the Disha sword sect to eliminate the Qihong sect. They request the swordmaster to come and discuss this matter, the disciple replied. Very well, you may leave. The swordmaster of the Disha sword sect nodded, waving his hand dismissively. The Shin Feng sect? Now is indeed the time for an alliance. After a brief hesitation, he continued, prepare to head to the Shun Feng sect. Although the Grand Elder of the Disha sword sect was merely at the 9th tier of the Void Return realm, the spiritual techniques they practiced were of mid-grade divine quality. Thus, even against a peak Void Return realm expert, they could hold their own. However, an alliance with the Shun Feng sect would significantly enhance their chances of victory, especially considering the presence of a Grand Elder within the Shun Feng sect. While the Shin Feng sect and the Disha sword sect were plotting, the Qihong sect was filled with jubilation. Su Tong's ascension to the pinnacle of the Void Return realm signified that the Qihong sect's strength now surpassed even the ancient powers of the Northern Domain. With one peak Void Return realm expert and 5 other Void Return experts, the Qihong sect could dominate other sections. Only Luo Xin understood that Su Tong had truly broken through to the pinnacle of the Void Return realm, indicating that his departure from the Qihong sect and the Northern Domain was imminent. After years of seclusion, the Northern Domain has gained another formidable powerhouse. However, I have heard that he once covertly struck against my Shin Feng sect, leading to our exclusion from the 4 sects. Today, I shall seek justice. At that moment, a voice brimming with potent spiritual energy reverberated through the Qihong sect. Chapter 71. What is this? The joyous atmosphere of the Qihong sect was abruptly shattered by the voice. Soon, everyone beheld an elderly man with white hair and beard, standing atop a spiritual treasure, hovering above the Qihong sect. Who is that old man? Su Tong inquired, gazing curiously at the figure in the sky, intrigued by how such an arrogant individual had managed to survive until now. That is Ji Dongfeng, the Grand Elder of the Shin Feng sect. Luo Xin slowly responded, her expression darkening. The Shin Feng sect had crossed the line, openly challenging them. The Shin Feng sect possesses such a figure. It seems their strength is not to be underestimated, Su Tong remarked, nodding. The existence of a Grand Elder within the Shin Feng sect, who had reached the pinnacle of the Void Return realm, was indeed significant. However, it would be the limit of their capabilities. Actually, it's not just the Shin Feng sect. Both the Disha sword sect and the Qimu sect also have Grand Elders. Luo Xin clarified. These Grand Elders were typically among the previous generation of elders, the most powerful within the sect. Now in their advanced years, they secluded themselves within the sect, seeking breakthroughs. The Disha sword sect has one as well? Su Tong was not surprised by the Qimu sect, but found it astonishing that the Disha sword sect also had a Grand Elder. Indeed, although it is officially recognized as the 4 sects and 2 gates. In truth, the Disha sword sect's heritage and strength surpass those of the Qihong sect and the previous beast-taming sect, as well as the Bai Xia sect and the Enlai sect. Luo Xin affirmed, nodding. If they were to rename themselves as the Disha sect, they would certainly hold a position among the 4 sects. So they are at the bottom of the list solely because of their name? Su Tong mused, realizing that the Disha sword sect was not the weakest among the 4 sects and 2 gates. On the contrary, they could rank among the top 3. Is that not the old man Dongfeng? Have you come to settle the score with the Qihong sect? Just then, another voice rang out. Su Tong and the others turned to see a figure clad in black, soaring through the air on a flying sword. That was the Grand Elder of the Disha sword sect, Jian Xian Shang. Upon seeing the black-clad woman, Luo Xin's eyes turned icy. The sudden arrival of both elders at the Qihong sect was surely premeditated. Jian Xian Shang, you have also come, Ji Dongfeng remarked. Glancing at the elderly woman, it was evident that they were well acquainted. Indeed. I heard that the Disha sword sect was removed from the 100 sect war through underhanded means. I came out to seek justice for my sect, Jian Xian Shang declared, her voice carrying clearly, ensuring that all present could hear her. The disciples of the Qihong sect exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. 2 esteemed elders, it is not appropriate to slander the Qihong sect without understanding the facts. We legitimately defeated your sect in a fair manner. Luo Xin addressed the 2 figures in the sky with a respectful bow. Fair and square? I have heard quite the opposite, that you conspired with the Qiyu sect, Baiyu sect, and several other sects to strike against us, Ji Dongfeng retorted with a mocking smile. What? The Qihong sect conspired with other sects? Many who were unaware of the truth began to murmur among themselves, including several from the Xinfeng sect and the Disha sword sect. The Xinfeng sect truly had no shame. At this moment, Su Tong let out a cold laugh. I believe the two of you are certainly mistaken. Luo Ziyin, ready to explain, was abruptly interrupted by Jian Xinshang. You, girl, are quite the talkative one. Do we not know whether there is a misunderstanding or not? Moreover, what gives you the right to speak to us in such a manner? Even if Luo Chun were still alive, he would not possess such privilege. Luo Chun was indeed Luo Ziyin's master and the previous sect leader of the Qihong sect. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, pressing down on Luo Ziyin. As she felt the terrifying energy, her body instinctively trembled. Heh, you old fool. What right do you have to act recklessly in the Qihong sect? Is it due to your 9th grade strength in the returning void realm? Su Tong scoffed, stepping forward, unleashing a formidable aura that immediately suppressed Jian Xinshang. Indeed, it was the pinnacle of the returning void realm. Sensing Su Tong's overwhelming presence, Jian Xinshang's expression darkened. Heh, to reach the pinnacle of the returning void realm at such a young age is truly not to be underestimated. However, you must have forcibly enhanced your strength with pills, have you not? At that moment, Ji Dongfeng also unleashed a powerful aura, matching Su Tong's peak strength in the returning void realm, but he had cultivated for nearly a century, unlike Su Tong, who had only trained for a year. Nevertheless, Ji Dongfeng found it hard to believe that Su Tong's strength was self-made. It must have relied on some sort of elixir. If that is the case, then I invite both of you to help me assess whether my elixir is indeed wasted. Su Tong sneered again, and his aura surged once more, instantly suppressing the energies of Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang. Feeling Su Tong's immense pressure, both Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang exchanged glances, their faces grim. This young man must not be allowed to live. After a silent agreement, they resolved to demonstrate what true strength looks like. For mere trickery was not the foundation of arrogance, Ji Dongfeng declared, releasing a green light from his body as he punched forward, wind feather fist. With a low shout, a massive fist formed from gathered spiritual energy surged towards Su Tong without any warning. Is that all? Su Tong scoffed, casually reaching into the air. Instantly, spiritual energy coalesced, and similarly, wind attribute energy condensed into a gigantic hand that grasped Ji Dongfeng's spiritual fist. With a thunderous crash, Ji Dongfeng's fist was obliterated within Su Tong's palm. This caught Ji Dongfeng off guard. He had not expected his spiritual technique to be so easily crushed. I had no intention of engaging with the Divine Wind sect or the Earth Fiend Sword sect. But since you have come with hostility, I shall take your lives. After shattering Ji Dongfeng's attack, Su Tong chuckled coldly and added, "Let us commence with your lives." His tone was remarkably calm, yet it sent shivers through the hearts of the powerful beings observing from the shadows. Chapter 72. The Perfect Beast Spirit Technique. Su Tong's words left everyone in shock. To confront two formidable beings of the returning void realm, one at its pinnacle, and yet dare to utter such statements was astonishing. Ichen, is this the junior you mentioned who would shine at the 100th sect conference? In the Chimu sect, Muichen observed the Qihong sect from a short distance, accompanied by an elder who stood slightly ahead of him, exuding the aura of a pinnacle returning void practitioner. Indeed, Muichen nodded. The elder beside him was the grand elder of the Chimu sect, who had sensed the energies of Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang and rushed out. Very well, though he is quite arrogant, I find that character rather appealing. Upon Muichen's confirmation, the grand elder laughed heartily. Yet, facing Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang, Su Tong was undeniably in danger. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the returning void realm, both Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang had long since entered this domain. An elder from the Chimu sect chimed in, indeed, and according to Ji Dongfeng, Su Tong's strength is supported by pills. Another elder nodded slightly. If his power is truly reliant on elixirs, then even at the pinnacle of the returning void realm, he would be significantly weaker than those who have genuinely reached that peak over the years. Who claimed that Su Tong relied on elixirs? Can an elixir shatter the wind feather fist of the Eastern Elder? The Grand Elder of the Chimu sect sneered. Are you implying that Su Tong has attained this level through his own abilities? The crowd was taken aback. They had investigated and discovered that Su Tong had only begun cultivating a year prior. If he truly relied on his innate talent, how extraordinary must his comprehension be? The Grand Elder remained silent, merely observing the Qihang sect's direction. At that moment, Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang's expressions changed dramatically upon hearing Su Tong's words. You boast too much, young one. Do not think that just because you managed to withstand my casual punch, you should feel proud, Ji Dongfeng remarked coldly, realizing that he had not unleashed his full strength. In a wonder Su Tong managed to hold up against it. After all, Ji Dongfeng had been at the pinnacle of the returning Void Realm for decades. Clearly, true combat was about to commence. Many present began to grasp the implications of Ji Dongfeng's words. His previous attack had merely been a casual effort. Yet only Ji Dongfeng understood the truth. It was far from a mere casual strike. Even if it was not his full power, it still encompassed at least 70% of his strength. To think that such a young upstart could so easily neutralize it was indeed troubling. Jian Xinshang, let us strike together and eliminate this young brat. Ji Dongfeng turned to Jian Xinshang, who nodded in agreement, having discerned that Su Tong was not to be trifled with. Wind blade slash. Ji Dongfeng shouted, as spiritual energy began to gather around him, forming numerous wind blades. These blades were a manifestation of Ji Dongfeng's spiritual technique, categorized as superior grade in the northern region, Thunderbolt Sword. Simultaneously, Jian Xinshang unleashed her own spiritual technique, causing spiritual energy to coalesce into sword energy, a unique form of energy that defied any elemental classification. Both of their techniques were superior grade, posing a formidable challenge to many powerful beings present. However, to Su Tong, they appeared trivial. Howling Wind Blade. Su Tong shouted, invoking the ancient language of deities. The technique he had learned from the beast now surged forth, exponentially more powerful than before. The might displayed by Su Tong, coupled with the ancient divine language, rendered his technique immensely formidable. As Su Tong's spiritual technique activated, the very heavens began to darken. The previously bright sunshine turned ominous. This is a divine-level spiritual technique? The Grand Elder of the Chimu sect's expression shifted slightly. Only divine-level techniques could invoke such a celestial phenomenon. One had anticipated that Su Tong would possess a divine-level technique. Wait, does that divine-level technique seem somewhat familiar? Another elder furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. What do you mean? Others were taken aback, caught off guard by the remark. It bears a resemblance to the howling wind blade of the Black Wind Tiger. After contemplation, the elder exclaimed, No way! That lowly beast skill. How could it possibly invoke a celestial phenomenon? Yet, it did indeed resemble it. No, that cannot be. The howling wind blade of the Black Wind Tiger is a divine-level technique? Many began to recognize the truth yet struggled to accept it was undoubtedly the howling wind blade of the Black Wind Tiger, and it seemed Su Tong had perfected it. The Grand Elder of the Chimu sect spoke again, eliciting astonishment from the crowd. To enhance a beast's spiritual technique to divine level? What extraordinary comprehension must that require? Not only the Chimu sect but other sects also recognized the technique, yet disbelief lingered. Even the elders of the Qihang sect were taken aback. Could it be that Su Tong had learned the Howling Wind Blade before? Indeed, it seems so. But is the Howling Wind Blade truly a divine-level technique? Who knows? You are well aware of Su Tong's exceptional talent, true. At this moment, numerous elders were gazing at Su Tong with astonishment, eye in the sky. The two figures, Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang, were equally taken aback. However, after a brief moment, they steadied their minds. For Su Tong's attack had already descended, boom. A tremendous roar echoed as Su Tong's howling wind blade collided with the spirit techniques of Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang, resulting in a piercing explosion. Subsequently, the onlookers witnessed two figures being sent reeling backward in midair. They struggled to stabilize their magical artifacts, and upon recognizing the two individuals, they were rendered speechless with shock. Those figures were none other than Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang, who appeared extremely disheveled. Hair in disarray, bodies marred by numerous wounds, as if sliced by sharp blades, with blood gushing forth continuously. The surrounding powerful beings involuntarily swallowed hard. realizing with a start that they themselves had become a bit parched. None had anticipated that in this confrontation, despite facing two opponents, Su Tong would still maintain a complete advantage. Chapter 73. Absolute domination and strength. The space fell silent due to the sight of the two battered figures. They had never imagined that the spirit technique of the Black Wind Tiger could be wielded by Su Tong with such godly prowess. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed throughout the realm. As these formidable beings were left clueless as to how Su Tong had achieved such a feat, what they did understand, however, was that Su Tong was indeed terrifying at this moment. Returning to the Void Realm. Ninth grade, and the pinnacle of the returning to the Void Realm represented the most formidable strength in the Northern Domain. Yet, even so, Su Tong still exhibited an overwhelming dominance, devoid of any hint of suspense, an absolute crushing superiority. "Is this the strength you two take pride in?" Su Tong remarked with a cold smirk at the sight of the two beleaguered figures. Their strength was not insignificant, yet before him, they amounted to nothing. "Pooh!" Ji Dongfeng, infuriated by Su Tong, spat out a mouthful of blood. "Don't get too cocky, you little beast," Jian Xinshang admonished, his voice icy. Although their expressions remained composed, their hearts were tumultuous. They had not anticipated that this individual, who had just recently entered the pinnacle of the returning to the Void Realm, could possess such overwhelming power. However, they had not yet revealed all their trump cards, initially holding back upon witnessing Su Tong's strength. They could no longer afford to do so. "Don't think you are the only one capable of godly spirit techniques," Ji Dongfeng declared without hesitation, promptly unleashing the only inferior-grade godly spirit technique of the Godwind sect. Although this technique was considered low-tier among inferior-grade godly techniques, it was still a godly spirit technique, Cold Wind technique. As Ji Dongfeng spoke, the surrounding spiritual energy surged rapidly, gradually forming a colossal tornado that connected heaven and earth behind him. Yuan Yin Dragon Slash. Just as Ji Dongfeng's spirit technique began to coalesce, Jin Xinshang beside him also invoked a godly spirit technique. However, his technique appeared even weaker in comparison to Ji Dongfeng's. How could they possess godly spirit techniques? It seems that the Red Rainbow sect is truly impoverished, Su Tong mused, recognizing the celestial phenomena. He understood that although these spirit techniques were feeble, they were nonetheless godly techniques. It was only natural. Given that the Godwind sect and the Earth Fiend Sword sect possessed far deeper foundations than the Red Rainbow sect, which was merely a fledgling sect in comparison. "If you wish to continue this play, then I shall oblige," Su Tong sneered, and the surrounding spiritual energy was then mobilized by him. "Golden Radiance Divine Seal," Su Tong exclaimed, invoking a mid-grade godly spirit technique he had acquired within the Spirit Cultivation sect. Yet, when he employed it through the tongue of ancient deities, it manifested with unparalleled ferocity. Another godly spirit technique. How could there be so many godly spirit techniques within the Red Rainbow sect? I have never heard of this before. Could it be that Su Tong comprehended them himself? Impossible. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Yet, the current situation was already fearsome enough. At this moment, many onlookers wore expressions of shock, witnessing an abundance of godly spirit techniques that were previously almost unseen. As Su Tong's godly spirit technique was activated, the clouds overhead transformed into a brilliant golden hue, radiating a resplendent glow that appeared utterly magnificent. However, the powerful beings of the Northern Domain sensed a chilling aura emanating from the beautiful golden clouds. What a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power! Many formidable individuals within the Godwind sect were aghast at the horrifying presence of the godly spirit technique. They had never anticipated that Su Tong's strength could be so daunting. "Is the Grand Elder all right?" At this moment, someone ventured to voice their concerns, and the atmosphere around them turned palpably cold. "The Grand Elder will be fine. He won't allow that brat Su Tong to prance around for too long." Another elder awkwardly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingyuan retracted his cold gaze, yet doubt lingered in his heart. Could the Grand Elder truly secure victory? Before Ji Dongfeng set off, Qi Jingyuan had harbored great hopes. Even if Su Tong had entered the pinnacle of the returning to the Void Realm, what of it? Ji Dongfeng had tread this path for decades, mastering the only godly spirit technique of the Godwind sect. With the assistance of the Grand Elder from the Earth Fiend Sword sect, it seemed a foregone conclusion. Yet now, whether from the God Wind sect or the Earth Fiend Sword sect, the powerful were filled with uncertainty. Could they truly achieve victory? No one could provide a definitive answer. Damn it! In midair, Ji Dongfeng felt a pressure far greater than that of the others. The golden radiance in the sky was directed at him, and thus he experienced the most intense weight of the impending assault. Simultaneously, he understood the terror of Su Tong's forthcoming strike. As the crowd remained in shock, the golden radiance in the sky coalesced, and an ancient-seeming seal appeared amidst the clouds. Go! Su Tong commanded without a moment's hesitation. The ancient seal surged forth from the clouds, hurtling directly toward Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang. Feeling the immense pressure of the colossal seal, both individuals felt a sense of foreboding. Go! They shouted in unison, directing their own godly spirit techniques towards Su Tong's ancient seal. Boom! Another thunderous roar resonated across the heavens. Pooh! Several nearby powerful beings from the northern domain were caught in the residual shockwave of the collision among the three godly spirit techniques, instantly spitting out blood and being sent flying. Other powerful individuals, witnessing this, quickly retreated, unwilling to draw close. Pooh! Following the flight of those individuals, two more figures were seen spewing blood and being sent reeling. Those figures being Ji Dongfeng and Jian Xinshang from the God Wind sect and the Earth Fiend Sword sect, respectively. Both men, already in a state of disarray, now appeared even more depleted. Run! After stabilizing themselves, the two did not hesitate. They turned to flee. Su Tong's strength was too terrifying. They understood that if they continued fighting, their lives would surely be forfeit. With no time to linger, they fled directly. Hee, does the Red Rainbow sect seem like a place you can come and go as you please? Just as the two attempted to escape, a voice akin to a death knell echoed in their ears. I was wrong. Spare my. A purple figure swiftly darted from Su Tong's dwelling, materializing directly before her. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tong leapt into the air, landing upon the back of the Thunder Crystal Beast. I shall be stepping out, her voice echoed back. Luo Xin nodded in understanding. She was well aware of Su Tong's intentions. Quickly, set up the formation. The members of the Divine Wind sect, witnessing the fall of their supreme elder, had not even begun to mourn when they spotted a luminous figure approaching. That figure was none other than Su Tong. Having witnessed her formidable prowess, the members of the Divine Wind sect were engulfed in panic. If even their supreme elder, a being of immense strength, had succumbed to Su Tong, they were utterly unworthy of her attention. Yet, Su Tong had still chosen to confront them, a clear indication that their actions had crossed her threshold of tolerance. Regret washed over them, but it was of no consequence now. At that moment, Su Tong was an unstoppable force. It seems a bit late to be setting up the formation now. Su Tong's voice drifted in with a hint of disdain. The eyes of the Divine Wind sect members were filled with despair as they beheld her. Cold wind technique? Su Tong called out sharply, invoking the spiritual technique recently employed by Ji Dongfeng, but this time articulated in the ancient tongue of the deities. Instantly, the heavens and earth shifted in hue, and all present beheld that Su Tong's rendition of the technique was far more potent than Ji Dongfeng's. Indeed, it was the Divine Wind sect's divine grade technique just now utilized by Ji Dongfeng. Yet, why did Su Tong's application appear so vastly superior? Who could say? It was rumored that individuals of exceptional comprehension could learn from merely a glance, wielding others' techniques with even greater efficacy. Surrounding powerful beings began to murmur amongst themselves, while the members of the Divine Wind sect were left hopelessly despondent. They were all too familiar with this technique. A peak void returning realm practitioner could not withstand Su Tong. I shall haunt you even in death, Qi Jingyun bellowed, charging recklessly towards her. However, his strength was merely at the fourth tier of the void returning realm. A stark contrast to Su Tong's capabilities. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from Qi Jingyun's body, yet it was instantaneously extinguished beneath Su Tong's technique. A scream pierced the air as Qi Jingyun fell victim to Su Tong's might. The power of her technique surged forth, crashing into the Divine Wind sect, swiftly annihilating the elders who dared to resist. The remaining disciples of the sect were few and far between. Next up, the Earth Shatter Sword sect. Su Tong's cold laughter resonated. The few remaining disciples were hardly worthy of her attention, and thus she directed her focus towards the Earth Shatter Sword sect. Prepare for attack. As Su Tong approached the Earth Shatter Sword sect, the sect leader issued a command, and an ancient sword descended from the heavens. Heh! Su Tong chuckled, noting that during her time dealing with the Divine Wind sect, the Earth Shatter Sword sect had evidently prepared itself. This must be their Earth Shatter Sword formation, and with so many gathered, its power was indeed formidable. Su Tong acknowledged the massive sword in the sky with a slight nod, but chose to disregard it. What is she doing? That is the Earth Shatter Sword formation, said to deliver a blow equivalent to that of a peak void returning realm practitioner. It's over. Su Tong has grown overconfident. The onlookers, who understood the might of the Earth Shatter Sword formation, felt that Su Tong was indeed underestimating her opponents. Yet, just as the colossal sword began its descent, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Su Tong, forming a protective barrier around her. The great sword struck her defenses but could not pierce through so weak. Su Tong remarked nonchalantly, the very moment her words fell, the massive sword shattered, crumbling into countless fragments of spiritual energy. How is this possible? The Earth Shatter Sword sect leader, aware of the immense power behind the formation, was struck with fear. What was that technique called again? Su Tong pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. Primordial Dragon Slash. In the ancient language of the deities, she summoned the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. This was the divine grade technique utilized by Jian Xian Shang of the Earth Shatter Sword sect. Yet in Su Tong's hands, its momentum had multiplied exponentially. Countless blades surged towards the Earth Shatter Sword sect, breaching their defensive formation in an instant. Flee! The sect leader, unlike Qi Jingyun, did not charge recklessly at Su Tong. After a hasty command, he fled in another direction. Heh! With a leader like you, Jian Xian Shang will surely rest in unrest. Su Tong laughed, then with a flick of her finger, a sword composed of concentrated spiritual energy hurtled toward the sect leader. Piercing through him in an instant as the sword penetrated, the leader struggled to glance down at his own impaled form before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Run! The other elders and disciples of the Earth Shatter Sword sect, witnessing their leader's demise, abandoned all pretense and fled. Su Tong's relentless assault showed no mercy, as her sword shot forth, leaving the entire realm in silence. In a brief span, Su Tong had obliterated two powerful factions in the northern region, alongside the previously vanquished beast-taming sect. The original 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect had been reduced to mere remnants. Such power sent tremors through every sect in the northern region. Yet, at that moment, Su Tong paid them no mind, her brow furrowed as she gazed into the distance, towards the location of the spirit-infusing pillar. Chapter 75. The crimson shadows break free. Not far away stood the spirit-infusing pillar, which once was a massive formation anchored by the 4 sects, 2 gates, and 1 sword sect. With the destruction of the beast-taming sect, Divine Wind sect, and Earth Shatter Sword sect, the stability of the formation was now compromised. Those beings sealed for millennia surely could not remain contained any longer. Su Tong felt a twinge of concern, not for her own strength, but for the Qi Hong sect, which resided within the formation's core. If a conflict erupted, it could very well endanger the Qi Hong sect. Boom! A resounding crash echoed throughout the realm. What is happening? What has transpired? The sound was terrifying. Look at the sky. Some powerful individuals noted that the once blue sky had transformed into a blood-red hue. Su Tong, at this moment, Luo Ziyin, riding a spiritual treasure, ascended into the air, her gaze towards Su Tong filled with worry. Do not fret. Su Tong reassured her. If they emerge, take the Qi Hong sect to safety. Wait until this matter is resolved before returning. Do you truly intend to face them? Although Luo Ziyin had never witnessed the true power of those beings, she understood from Su Tong's descriptions that they were no trivial adversaries. Indeed, while they may be formidable, they are not insurmountable, Su Tong affirmed. Though the blood-red figures were indeed powerful, during her meditation, she had devised several strategies to counter them. No. It is too perilous. With your level of comprehension, you would undoubtedly prevail against them in due time. But should anything go awry? Luo Ziyin's unspoken words lingered in the air. Yet Su Tong shook her head, offering comfort. Fear not. They need not claim my life. But before Luo Ziyin could voice her concerns, a voice resonated from the heavens. He, after 10,000 years, I am finally free. This voice was imbued with overwhelming pressure, causing the expressions of surrounding powerful beings to shift uneasily. What is that? In the Chimu sect, Mu Yichen gazed skyward, his countenance grave. The recent pressure had made his heart tremble. I do not know. The supreme elder of the Chimu sect wore a solemn expression. The immense pressure instilled terror within him, and he was a peak void returning realm practitioner. If he felt such fear, then the strength of the being beyond was surely terrifying. Boom. Once again, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the surroundings. As the world transformed into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood poised to drip. Almost immediately, a colossal sound resonated across the sky, and a figure began to gradually contract, the blood-red hue of the heavens coalescing within that form. This figure started to solidify, and then spoke. Shi Yun, did you truly believe that by sacrificing your life to seal me, you would achieve anything more than a mere millennium of confinement? Though my power has plummeted, I remain alive. Upon the appearance of this figure, it murmured to itself, and the formidable beings nearby listened intently. The expressions of the elder members from various sects shifted dramatically. While they had never encountered Shi Yun, they had certainly heard of him. Shi Yun, the founding patriarch of the Yunling sect? Mu Yichen had also heard this name. Indeed, the elder of the Chimu sect gazed gravely at the figure, fully aware that this individual was anything but ordinary. To have compelled a being as powerful as Shi Yun, the creator of the Yunling sect, to sacrifice their life for a seal was no trivial matter. Prepare for the entire sect to evacuate. At this, the elder of the Chimu sect issued a command, to which Mu Yichen solemnly acquiesced. The other members of the sect mirrored his grave demeanor. The aura emanating from that figure had already surpassed the realm of Fanshu, reaching at least the level of Lingshu. There was no one in the northern domain capable of stepping into the Lingshu realm, which meant there was no one to challenge him. The figure, clearly not to be trifled with, continued, I should have sought retribution from your Yunling sect upon breaking free. However, given that you sacrificed the entire sect's fortune to seal me, it seems that no one from the Yunling sect remains. Perhaps I shall celebrate my liberation with the lives of the beings in the northern domain. The blood-red figure continued its soliloquy, eventually casting its gaze upon the sects below. Hey, old man, how brazen of you to be so arrogant right after breaking free. With all this chatter, it seems that your millennia of confinement has left you quite lonely. At that moment, a voice pierced through to the blood-red figure, which was still reveling in its liberation. The powerful beings below were momentarily taken aback. Who had the audacity to speak so boldly? Just by observing the figure's ability to traverse the air, it was evident that this individual possessed at least the power of the Lingshu realm. Who dared to provoke him? The blood-red figure was astonished that someone would dare to challenge him. Not even a millennium ago had anyone spoken to him in such a manner. It is I. Su Tong replied nonchalantly. The surrounding powerful beings stared at Su Tong in utter bewilderment. They knew that the blood-red figure was poised to unleash havoc upon the northern domain, yet their only desire was to escape. They never anticipated that Su Tong would step forward to attract the ire of such a formidable foe. How foolish! A mere peak existence of the Fanshu realm dares to speak to me in such a manner. The blood-red figure regarded Su Tong with disdain before letting out a cold scoff.